The next day dawned, and there were days when people flocked to the aquatic city of Venetia, known as the capital of the great rock empire. Not far away was a large university that looked like an enormous palace. People came to this city because it had the most prestigious university in the world. The day for the entrance ceremony at Colosio Academy arrived, and from the first day of admission, the academy was bustling with promotions to recruit new members for clubs. The students in charge of recruiting began attracting everyone's attention by saying that all they had to do was put in their fingerprints and stamp the club membership form. Two students started talking to each other. One of them was quite excited since this year the competition to recruit new students was fiercer than last year. The other student mentioned that there were many students this year, both from the hot classes and cold ones. There were two classes in the academy. The cold class, whose specialty was swords, bows, and spears, among other weapons, and the hot class, whose specialty was magic. The students of the academy had to develop general knowledge about everything in addition to their specialization, all this over 4 years. One of the students started flipping through the pages of the form and explained to his friend that among first-year students, these were the ones attracting the most attention. Tutor from the Don Quixote family, he was famous for his skills with a spear. Bianca was from the Usher family. She was famous for archery. She was the main candidate for recruitment since she had tied for first place in the practical test. Following them were the Baskerville triplets, known as the Iron Blood Swordsmen. They took 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, but this was not surprising since they were from Baskerville. After all, no explanations needed. However, there was one person who received more attention in the hot class group, a new monster called Sinclair. It was said that she had obtained an incredible score, 1st place in the practice test and 2nd place in the written test. And there was another person. The name that occupied the 1st place in the comprehensive written evaluation was Vikir van Baskerville. Vikir wore academy clothes and some nice glasses. All the students were talking among themselves. Vikir lowered his head and started walking. There was no need for recruiters to look for someone who only took 1st place in written skills, not in practical skills. If a person like Vikir joined the club, it was going to end up ruining the atmosphere. Among the new students, there were more than 10 called Vikir, so for them, it was annoying to find him. To avoid being noticed at the academy, Vikir had given up the Baskerville surname and applied as a commoner, but he never thought he would stand out like this. While Vikir was walking around the area and the club recruiters were handing out registration forms, the triplets started following him from behind to protect him. He had heard that it was more difficult for commoners to enter the academy. It was more discreet to focus on discreet writing than on practical skills. He should avoid attracting people's attention as much as possible to move comfortably. At that moment, someone caught the senior's attention, asking her to take a look over there. The students began to get excited upon seeing a blonde-haired girl. She had many fans, and many had entered the academy just to see the senior. She had a pious and holy appearance and was beautiful. With a nervous look, she started greeting everyone and asked them to calm down. She was the school president and vice president of the newspaper club, named Dolores Luen Vatis. Upon seeing that everyone was interested in joining the newspaper club, she became somewhat confused, but the reality was that people were interested in her. Vikir, who was behind her, decided that it would be best to avoid her as much as possible since she was the school president. But at that moment, Dolores turned around, and her gaze fixed on Vikir. A few hours later, it began to get dark, and everyone started heading towards the dormitories. After searching for a while, Vikir finally found the door, but at that moment, someone approached him and was surprised to see that he had also been assigned to this room, which meant he was his roommate. Upon hearing this, Vikir turned to the side and saw a brown-haired boy named PG, who was very excited. Vikir, who was somewhat confused, also introduced himself. PG came a little closer and, with a pleasant smile, decided to get along with him. Vikir remembered this guy named PG well before regressing when he came to help the triplet. PG, who carried a bag of bread, decided to share the food with him. He was a good guy who had extended his hand first and had taken care of many things for him. At that moment, PG was bullied by his vicious roommate. That was the beginning of his misfortune, and this guy ended up dead. He hoped something similar wouldn't happen this time. Vikir entered the room and threw his backpack on the floor. The beds were on 2 levels, so PG asked him to choose whichever one he liked best. With a smile, PG turned around and asked if he was going to go to the welcome party for new students later that night. Vikir did not respond, and upon seeing this, PG realized that it had been a stupid question. It wasn't mandatory to go, but he was sure there wouldn't be any new students who wouldn't participate. If Vikir hadn't made friends with his classmates or the seniors here, he would have had a hard time during the 4 years. Vikir refused, saying that he wasn't going to participate. Upon hearing this, PG was somewhat confused. He couldn't believe that Vikir wasn't going to attend the welcome party for new students. Seeing his confused face, Vikir confirmed again that he wasn't going. PG panicked and explained that if he didn't go to the party, the seniors would get upset with him. Even among his classmates, he would be out of the scene. PG started bombarding Vikir's head with a ton of information, saying the name of each student who was going to attend the party. Vikir remembered that even before his regression, PG was excellent at gathering and analyzing information. After saying this, PG got excited and asked if he had changed his mind, but to his surprise, Vikir refused again to go to the party, leaving poor PG in shock. Vikir turned his back on him, left the room, and explained that he simply did not want to attend the party, asking PG to have fun. PG was somewhat surprised but still decided to accept this and did not continue insisting. Vikir left his room, and PG also wished to learn how to have the coldness that our boy had. Several hours later, night fell, and the sky filled with black clouds covering the beautiful moon. Vikir put on his mask and Hound clothes and stood atop a house roof, contemplating the beautiful moon in the middle of the night. Not far away, in some abandoned warehouses, a group of men gathered and lit a fire inside a barrel. They felt relieved now that they no longer heard the whining of small children. The man with a mohawk, with a smile, mentioned that the warehouse had been full of children these past few days. The brown-haired man asked where all the children had gone, and the bald man revealed to them that a cart had arrived at the warehouse and taken everything away. From what he had heard, it seemed like they were going to a daycare run by Vatis. The man with the mohawk explained to Arthur that if he asked about useless things, he would end up in trouble. While they were distracted, talking among themselves, a man carrying a sword on his back began to approach them. With a threatening voice, he asked the men to stop talking and stay on guard if they wanted to take home some coins for their miserable lives. The man started staring at them and began licking his lips. He was the flesh grinder known as Ron Batizon. He passed by them and called them trash without pride and sense ever since he had reached the graduate level. The low-level mercenaries, who didn't even have mana, were protesting, leaving the three somewhat terrified and making themselves shake in fear. With a look full of excitement, he began to wonder if there was no strong guy outside. He wanted to cut a piece of meat quickly. In response, someone asked him if he was Ron Batizon. He thought one of the men had asked him this. He couldn't believe that a low-level mercenary dared to say his name, despite being just that, a low-level mercenary. Ron started unsheathing his sword, and as he turned around, saw that the three men were lifeless on the ground. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but enter into shock and start asking himself what this was. At that moment, someone called him by his name again and made him remember that 4 years ago he had made a contract with a demon, killing and sacrificing the family that lived next door. Ron drew both swords, went on alert, and adopted an offensive stance. Later, Ron joined the Northern Guild Union, constantly extracting information and passing it to the demon. In the end, he betrayed the allied human forces. During guard duty, he had transmitted the location of the platoon's training area to the enemy. Ron, little by little, began to lose his patience, asking the mysterious person to stop saying nonsense and show themselves once and for all. Just before Ron could even realize it, Vikir appeared behind him and revealed that, just like that, the platoon had been destroyed. Noticing Vikir's presence, Ron tightly gripped his sword, turned around, and in the blink of an eye, swung them forcefully, launching a powerful attack at Vikir. But he simply disappeared, causing his cap to fly through the sky while dodging the attack in the process. Upon seeing that the attack had failed, Ron couldn't help but panic and become somewhat confused. While poor Ron was trying to understand what had happened, Vikir used the Beelzebub sword and cut off his arms without much effort. Ron fell to the ground and began crying in agony upon seeing that his arms had been cut off. He started denying knowing anything about the allied human forces, asking Vikir why he was doing this to him. While Vikir's eyes were shining, he turned his head towards him and thought that he was right since this hadn't happened yet. Vikir grabbed Ron by the head and revealed to him that he knew Ron had made a contract with a demon. Ron started crying and couldn't help but remain in shock. He couldn't believe that someone knew about the contract he had with a demon. Just before he could say another word, his face began to deform, slowly becoming fatter. Just before Ron could reveal something, his head exploded. In a matter of seconds, Ron lost his life. Vikir put his hand inside his jacket and mentioned that Ron had died because his head had exploded. Vikir took out his diary, stained his finger with Ron's blood, and crossed out his name. He was the third. After doing this, he closed his diary. It had been created through memories before the regression in Cindy Wendy's research. This diary was called Blacklist. Traitors who sold humanity to demons even before the era of destruction. It contained information about demon worshippers who were to be killed. Vikir put the diary in his jacket. The 3 traitors of the demon that he had killed today had their heads explode before he could kill them. While the wind was blowing, he started to look to one side, and it didn't take long for him to realize that if this was the demon's ability, it meant they were hiding inside the capital. More precisely, one of the 10 elite corpses that had made a contract with them. Not far away, someone began taking off their mask using both hands. This man's face was sticky, and his body was surrounded by a strange energy. That same night, the bell of the tower began to ring, and not far from the area, there was a mansion. Vikir entered the mansion and, using the sword Beelzebub, massacred all the men who were present, making the place filled with corpses and blood. He went out to the balcony and started observing the light of the moon while his hand was releasing demonic energy. He revealed that this was person number 29 that he had killed today. Everyone had died or their heads had exploded at the mention of the demon. He assumed these were the terms of the demon's contract. Vikir took out his journal and began crossing off the names of the people he had just killed. In the end, no information could be obtained about the location of the 10 elite corpse demons. He expected a rather long and arduous fight. He did not expect there to be a harvest on the first day. For now, he decided it was better to return to the academy. He started jumping from rooftop to rooftop until sometime later, he reached the academy. Without making any noise, he jumped inside and landed on top of a branch. He started staring at the window and remained silently thinking. Inside the academy, the welcome party for new students was being held. Vikir decided to get down from the branch, changed his clothes, jumped, and landed on the ground, then began to stand up and dust off his clothes. He put on his glasses and decided to at least show his face in case something went wrong. Inside the academy, the welcome party was taking place, where there was a buffet and everyone was eating and happily enjoying themselves. At this party, the triplets were also present. They grabbed a pitcher of beer and started drinking like never before. Not long after, the president of the school, Dolores, arrived and the students went crazy, saying that they loved her. At this party, students could also enjoy wine. While some were chatting with beautiful women, others volunteered to be waiters to serve wine. While the students were enjoying the party, Vikir also decided to attend and entered the room. Vikir began to observe the blonde-haired boy who was talking with women and the woman who was serving wine. He had never thought that those two would be in the same year. A great hero who led humanity to victory, along with Camus Morgue during the era of destruction. Among them he was always at the forefront and led the battlefield. He was a genius from Don Quixote from the 7th generation family, and he was known as Spear of the Sun, called Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, and the archer who brought down countless demons. A genius from Usher from her 7th generation family. She was known as Divine Bow, called Bianca Fo Usher. At this party, there were many other faces that Vikir had seen on the battlefield. He closed his eyes and couldn't help but start smiling since he never thought he would meet them like this. He also remembered that Camus Morgue had also entered the academy not far from Vikir. A student asked another, who was trembling, if he wanted to listen to some music. The student who was trembling was none other than PG. While holding a mug of beer, he became somewhat nervous. The other student put his hand on his shoulder and explained to him that he was supposed to do it when his senior told him, asking why he hadn't just done it already. Upon hearing this, the girl who was behind them started screaming and announced that the freshmen were going to sing. A lot of people gathered around PG, and he couldn't help but get a little nervous. Vikir looked at the crowd, and upon seeing PG, he was somewhat surprised. The poor PG began to cry since he didn't want to sing, and upon seeing this, the girl brought a giant jug of beer and asked him to stop crying. If he drank it all in one go, he wouldn't have to sing. Seeing how enormous the jug was, PG couldn't help but remain terrified and perplexed. With a tear-filled look, he asked her how someone like him could drink all that. The student started smiling and, with a terrifying look, gave him the order to drink without complaining. Several seconds passed, and PG did nothing. Seeing this, they asked him if he wasn't going to obey his seniors. Upon hearing this, PG had no other choice. He grabbed the beer jug and, without hesitating for a second, started drinking like crazy. While he was drinking, the students began to enjoy it and couldn't help but start laughing. PG was not used to drinking so much beer, so not long after, he started vomiting, and everyone began laughing at him and nicknamed him Vomit Pig. PG, who was vomiting, couldn't help but start crying, and even though he wanted to do something about it, he couldn't stand up to his seniors. At that moment, a cloak began floating, and several seconds later, Vikir appeared and placed his academy cloak over PG's vomit, leaving everyone in shock. They couldn't help but wonder who he was. Vikir began to look at them with a calm gaze and remained silent. After vomiting, PG started panting heavily. Before Vikir regressed, PG had dropped out of school because he couldn't endure the bullying and had become a low-ranked government official who had led a hard life while taking care of his parents. Vikir met PG again on the front line after the time of fall began. He was one of the few who volunteered to go to the front, and with his amazing strategy and information analysis, he saved multiple lives, including Vikir's. PG was a friend who deserved respect. He was somewhat confused when he saw Vikir, and just before he could ask, Vikir asked him to return to the dormitory first, since he was going to take care of this. He couldn't stand by doing nothing while his friend was being humiliated. The student who was bullying PG put his hand on Vikir's shoulder and asked what he was doing, if perhaps he had gone crazy, and how dare he interrupt when a senior was speaking. Vikir remained calm and did not respond. Seeing this, the student gave him a strong slap and realized that he was PG's classmate. Both belonged to Ice Corps Class B. According to him, considering how he'd intervened, it seemed that Vikir felt confident in himself. The triplets couldn't help but feel fury. They couldn't believe that trash had dared to touch the master. Vikir's cheek turned red like a tomato. Using his hand, he adjusted his glasses and started staring intently at the triplet. Even though the triplets wanted to kill this bastard, they couldn't do it since they remembered that Vikir was a commoner in the academy. He was going to kill them if they revealed his identity. While the student was harassing Vikir and PG, The girl from before asked him not to be so hard on the freshmen since, as their seniors, they should treat them well. She clasped her hands together and began to smile because, in reality, she had another plan in mind. She brought out another large jug of beer, placed it on the ground, and said if Vikir could drink all of it, they would let both of them go. Vikir remained silent, while on the other side, PG was in shock. With a worried look, he asked Vikir not to worry about him since he was fine, but just before he could finish his sentence, Vikir grabbed the jug, stood up, and without hesitating for a second, started drinking it, leaving everyone shocked and speechless. The girl and the other student couldn't help but start laughing since it was a mixed drink with high alcohol content. It contained vodka and rum, so there was no way a human could drink more than a liter of this. But to everyone's surprise, Vikir continued drinking as if nothing happened, slowly emptying the large beer mug, leaving them shocked. In the blink of an eye, Vikir drank all the beer, placed the mug on the table, and began wiping his mouth. After doing this, he took PG, who was feeling unwell, turned his back on the seniors, and said goodbye to them. They remained silent, unable to understand what had just happened. The student who had been bullying PG put his hand on Vikir's shoulder and asked him to wait a moment. At that moment, an intense and suffocating energy spread throughout the room, and even Tudor and Bianca were shocked upon feeling this energy. While Vikir's eyes were shining with a piercing gaze, he asked the student if he still needed something. Feeling Vikir's gaze and energy, the student couldn't help but start trembling in fear and removed his hand from Vikir's shoulder. President Dolores approached upon hearing the commotion, and with a confused look, she asked why it was so chaotic here. Upon hearing her voice, the student couldn't help but become alert and think that this wasn't good. He and the others became somewhat nervous and, with a forced smile, explained to her that a first-year student had vomited, asking her not to worry as they would take care of it. Dollar approached them and started scolding them, saying that they couldn't treat the freshmen cruelly since they needed to maintain the academy's image. While Vikir and PG were walking away, in a low voice, PG thanked him. Seeing how cool Vikir had been, the triplets couldn't help but feel excited and covered their mouth. Tudor and Bianca were somewhat confused, as they didn't know if they had been mistaken in feeling the strange and suffocating energy. In the middle of them stood a woman with white hair who couldn't help but be somewhat impressed and start to smile. She began to observe Vikir and couldn't help but start blushing because she had found a good person. She was Sinclair from the Ice Corps class. She had obtained rank number 1 in the practical exam and rank 2 in the theoretical exam. The next day, once the welcome party was over, everyone attended their classes. At the academy, the Ice and Fire Corps attended classes together. The professor began giving a lecture to everyone. They all took out their notebooks and started copying down the most important points with great attention. Through this method, a competitive structure for securing elites was created, thus increasing concentration among students, and it was the policy of the academy. The combat theory professor, Vinci Morgue, closed the book and, with a serious look, marked the end of the lecture on the culture of the barbarian tribe. Now that the lecture was over, the students couldn't help but feel somewhat relaxed. Based on the discovered locations of the barbarian tribe, the professor asked everyone if anyone could tell him their hypothesis about the location of the barbarian tribe's fortress. Upon hearing this question, many began to avert their gaze to avoid answering. From the Ice Corps class, Tudor opened his notebook, started scratching his head with his finger, and remembered that the location of the confrontation between Balak and the Empire had been at heights 1, 8, and 75 in front of the southern region. Despite trying hard, he couldn't find an answer to the professor's question. From the Ice Corps class, Bianca put her hand under her chin, closed her eyes, and started to think. She remembered that the areas where they had collided were all in low-altitude locations, and considering that it was a depression, she thought their fortress must be in a low-altitude region. While everyone was trying to find the answer, Sinclair stood up, raised her hand, and with a smile, decided to answer the professor's question, leaving both Bianca and Tutor in shock. Seeing that she was Sinclair, rank 1 of the Fire Corps, Professor Vinci Morgue, who had his arms behind his back, gave her permission to respond. With a cheerful smile, she explained that in the army, according to the public academy, the location of the close combat between the barbarian tribe and the Empire was in the highlands. She put her arms behind her back and continued with the explanation. Behind her sat Vikir. He closed his eyes and began to think. The 29 from yesterday, all of them had a strong stench of demons, and before dying, their faces had exploded. Vikir began to think deeply about why their faces had exploded. If this was the ability of an elite corps hiding in the capital city, there was one place he could think of. He decided to ask Cindy Wendy to investigate around that area. While Vikir was deep in his thoughts, PG, who was sitting next to him, started tapping his shoulder with a look full of panic and began trying to get his attention. Not long after, the attention of almost all the students focused on Vikir, who was somewhat confused. The professor couldn't help but become enraged and realized that the Ice Corps wasn't as good as the Fire Corps. He couldn't believe someone would dare sleep during the first class. Vikir started adjusting his glasses with his hand and explained to the professor that he was not sleeping. Seeing that he had dared to respond to the professor, PG couldn't help but be in shock. This made the professor even angrier, and seeing that he had dared to respond, he asked him what his name was and told him that everyone had seen him with his eyes closed, asking if this was his excuse. Vikir remained calm and explained that his eyes were closed, but he wasn't sleeping. Upon hearing this, the professor admitted that he had been mistaken, and Vikir told him not to worry, as it was understandable. The professor began to lose his patience and, with a look full of rage, he started to wonder what kind of psychopath had entered the academy. He sighed and decided that getting angry wasn't worth it. Due to the answer Sinclair had given, the Ice Corps had earned 1 point out of 10 in behavior points. If Vikir could answer his question, he was going to give him and the Ice Corps the points, leaving poor Sinclair somewhat surprised. The professor began pointing at Vikir with his finger, and with a threatening look, told him that if the answer was incorrect, the entire Ice Corps would get negative points. With a calm voice, Vikir refused, since this was unfair, but the professor became enraged and still decided to ask him the question. He had to state the location of the Empire's army and where the Balak tribe had fought, and with that location, he had to tell him where he believed their fortress was. Sinclair sat down, and she couldn't help but feel somewhat worried because, compared to other tribes, information about the Balaks was hard to obtain, so the difficulty of the question was really high. Bianca couldn't help but feel furious because, due to Vikir, everyone in the Ice Corps would be lost. Vikir began to look at the ground and remained silent. He started imagining his friends from the Balak tribe eating meat. Several seconds later, he raised his head and, with a smile, decided to reveal the location of the fight between the Balak tribe and the Empire. He began to answer the professor's question, leaving Tutor and Bianca speechless. Vikir's answer was correct, as the professor was shocked, and even Sinclair was left without words. Vikir had revealed all this since, after the Amen incident, the Balak had moved their fortress since then, so for now there was no problem. PG began to sweat and was perplexed. He didn't know how Vikir knew the answer to such a complicated question. The professor put his hand under his chin and, with a surprised look, began to wonder how he knew about the thesis that had not been verified by the academic world. At that moment, the professor remembered that his name was Vikir, and upon doing so, his eyes filled with surprise, and he couldn't help but start sweating as he recalled that someone named Vikir had obtained first place in the theoretical exam. Now that Vikir's answer was correct, he earned 10 points, while the rest of the Ice Corps earned 1 point. Tutor and Bianca began to observe Vikir and remained silent. The professor, who had his arms behind his back, mentioned that although he had obtained first place in the theoretical exam, he could not overlook the fact that he had his eyes closed during a lesson, so he decided to deduct 10 points. Vikir accepted this without complaint and decided to be more careful in the future. Sinclair began to look at Vikir. She had not realized that he had obtained first place in the exam since Vikir was a common name. While the sun's rays were entering the class through the window, Vikir stood up and remained silent. Tutor, who had his head resting on his hand, began to observe Vikir, and it didn't take long for him to realize that he was the one who had come first in the theoretical exam. But then he decided to stop thinking about him, since because of him, almost all of Ice Corps ended up with a point deficit. Just seeing nerds like him made Tutor want to hit them. He couldn't help but start smiling at the thought that Vikir was the smartest when it came to theory. He began to wonder if this could be useful to him during practical lessons. Several hours later, the sun disappeared and the sky filled with clouds. Run Flat was a sport with 20 people on each team. Points were obtained when the ball was in the goal area of the other team. The main equipment was some gloves and a ball. It was against the rules to use mana and weapons. Aside from this, it was a game where any method could be used to score goals. Someone wearing boots stomped hard on the ground. This person was none other than Tutor. He grabbed the ball and started running at great speed. Other players tried to take the ball away from him, but he was too fast. He grabbed the ball tightly and it started to shine. With a smile, he proclaimed himself as the best in Run Flat and thought this was his moment to shine. When they saw Tutor, the girls thought he was very hot and started cheering him on, while on the other side, Bianca thought this was a sport for barbarians. Tutor was so fast that no one could catch up to him. But at that moment, 3 blonde players appeared in front of him. They were the triplets. They began staring intently at Tutor, called him an arrogant bastard, and asked how he dared try to break through their defense barrier. Upon seeing the triplets, Tutor couldn't help but smile as he realized they were the troublesome triplets from the Iron Blood Swordsman family. Just before the triplets could make a move, Tutor moved at an incredible speed and dodged 2 of them, leaving them in shock. With a smile, he apologized to them since he hadn't planned on facing monsters directly. Seeing that Tutor was mocking them, they couldn't help but get angry and think this wasn't good. At that moment, the missing triplet, number 3, appeared in front of him and, with a determined look, decided to take the ball from him. Tutor began to extend his hand backward, and a powerful energy started to form in the palm of his hand. Using all his strength, he struck the triplet in the chest, causing his body to be thrown backward. Even though the triplets were strong, Tutor's blow was so powerful that he flew backward. Tutor, who had one hand extended toward him, couldn't help but start smiling even more. If he had to face them, then he didn't plan on losing. He started running towards the enemy base. He was very strong, even without mana or weapons. He was the prodigy of the Don Quixote family. Nobody on the enemy team was able to catch up with Tutor. For him, there was no point in memorizing theory. If one was a true fighter, the only thing needed to win was strength. While he was running towards the enemy base, something caught his attention. In front of the base stood Vikir, and it didn't take him long to realize that he was the one from this morning's conference with Professor Vinci. Vikir couldn't help but grit his teeth and feel somewhat annoyed since he had told the triplets not to send Tutor toward him. He simply decided to step aside. Tutor prepared to run even faster and decided to mock Vikir a little. He gained momentum, preparing to hit Vikir with his shoulder so that not only would he study, but also focus on training. While Tutor was slowly approaching, Vikir remained calm and began to look at the ground. Once Tutor hit Vikir using his shoulder, the one who went flying was himself, since Vikir didn't even move from the spot. The impact was so strong that Tutor lost consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Sinclair and Bianca were shocked and couldn't help but feel concerned for Tutor. Several seconds later, his body fell behind Vikir. He began to observe him with a confused look and remained thinking in silence. He was planning to dodge but didn't know why he had run towards him. He fell to the ground, started pretending to be in pain, and decided to fake being injured to raise suspicion. Some time later, Tutor, laying on the ground, opened his eyes in disbelief. His other teammates surrounded him. Perplexed, he thought to himself, wondering what he was doing at that moment. He questioned whether he had fainted or fallen asleep during the match. His teammates were trying to wake him up, but Tutor continued to think about the situation, recalling his plan to tease Vikir by barging into his shoulder, though he didn't remember what had happened during the physical fight with him. He was bewildered by the idea that he, Tutor Don Quixote, had been knocked out. While Tutor was deep in thought, Vikir stood up and dusted off his clothes. Tutor looked at him, gritting his teeth and thinking that he needed to test it again. In the second round, the players of both teams stood facing each other. One of them passed the ball to Tutor, who caught it and remarked to himself that something was wrong and that he needed to try again. Vikir, positioned at the corner of the field, far from the goal, was being guarded by the triplets so that no one could approach him. Sinclair and Bianca were surprised to notice something. Bianca wondered aloud about the situation, noting that the goal was in a different direction and questioning what the players were doing. Tutor, leaving his position at the goal, ran towards Vikir and the triplets, who shouted their names. The triplets had promised not to let Tutor pass, repeatedly insisting that he couldn't get through them. However, Tutor swiftly dodged them one by one, reaching Vikir. Vikir, seeing this, remarked to himself that he had told the triplets to keep Tutor away, but wondered why Tutor kept coming toward him. As he ran towards Vikir, Tutor concluded that it couldn't be a coincidence and recognized the Azure Spearman family's run-flat secret technique. He then used the Saint's spear tackle to try to tackle him. But Vikir, expressionless, simply stood still as Tutor approached. After some time, a large man leaned over Tutor and asked him if he was awake. Tutor, feeling embarrassed, sat up and questioned why he had fainted again, expressing his confusion and frustration. The man beside him advised Tutor to calm down, explaining that after Tutor had hit Vikir with a high-speed tackle, he had bounced off Vikir at an equally high speed. The man remarked that he understood why Tutor was so focused on Vikir, suggesting that he was hiding something. The man decided that he would go against Vikir in the next attempt. Tutor then called out to the man, Sancho. As they returned to the field, Sancho commented that he couldn't just watch and do nothing after his friend had been outdone twice by Vikir. Sancho, who was a transfer student from the Mercenary Guild Association in the north, had such an overwhelming physique that he was not eligible for his age group in his league, so he had chosen not to play run flat. Sancho picked up the ball and reflected on his homeland, explaining that in the frozen land of the north, even the elderly newborns on the verge of death fought desperately, making them all warriors. The triplets, determined to stop Sancho, returned to their positions, declaring that they wouldn't let him pass this time. Sancho, with glowing eyes, completely crushed all three of them. Vikir, observing the triplets being defeated, gave them a deathly stare and inquired whether they wanted to die. One of the triplets apologized using sign language. Sancho then leaped toward Vikir, intending to crush him, and with gritted teeth, he resolved to defeat Vikir and take revenge on behalf of Tutor. However, Vikir remained still. Sancho leaned back and shouted at Vikir, challenging him to withstand his full power, and then pushed Vikir with all his strength. But as soon as Sancho pushed him, he felt as though he were pushing an entire mountain, and his whole body trembled at the realization. Meanwhile, Vikir stood unfazed, feeling nothing, and decided to play along. He leaned backward, fell to the ground, and slid away as if he had been pushed with great force. The spectators on the sideline cheered for Sancho, excited that he had broken through the defense. Some wondered if the person Sancho had pushed was still alive, but others dismissed the concern, saying that Class A would win at this rate. Sancho, ignoring the crowd's comments, looked at his trembling hand, perplexed by what he had just experienced, and thought that Vikir didn't feel like a human. While Sancho was distracted, one of the triplets seized the opportunity, got up, snatched the ball from Sancho's hand, and ran in the opposite direction. The referee blew the whistle, marking the end of the match, and Vikir's team won. They celebrated by jumping with the winning ball in hand. The scorer announced that Class B had won with a score of 1-0. While Vikir was dusting off his clothes, someone suddenly approached him and poured a bottle of water on his head. It was Sancho and Tutor. Sancho told Vikir that he had been the secret contributor to Class B's victory and shouldn't be standing there idly. Tutor put his arm around Vikir's shoulder, speaking in a friendly tone, and encouraged him to be happier about the victory since it had led to Tutor's retirement. Tutor admitted that he had intended to teach Vikir a lesson during practical lessons out of jealousy, but had since realized how shameful that was and apologized. Sancho then placed his hand on Vikir's other shoulder and asked him what kind of exercise he did, noting that Vikir had a solid build and suggesting that he had used mana. Vikir, while removing his headband, explained that he couldn't use mana because he was a commoner. Tutor expressed regret, remarking that it was a shame because if Vikir had received proper training, he could have been an expert like him. 3 girls approached the group, offering Tutor and his friends a towel to wipe their sweat. Tutor left with the girls, and Sancho handed Vikir a towel. Vikir then remarked on how both Tutor, the Azure Spearman family's hero, and Sancho, the mercenary guild's ace, would one day become heroes who would save mankind by hunting an endless number of demons during the time of the fall. He found it strange to think they had such a past. As Vikir removed his glasses and cleaned them, everyone looked at him in disbelief. Sinclair and Bianca blushed, with Sinclair expressing surprise, while the others marveled at Vikir's dashing appearance as he wiped his wet hair. They all wondered how someone could be so handsome. Vikir was unaware that his days at the academy were about to become troublesome. Later that night, in front of a mansion, a terrified man leaned against the wall. Hound identified the man as Lloyd Dockseller, 52 years old, the leader of the information house and the headmaster of the orphanage. Hound informed him that he had conspired with demons and sold children from high-ranked families. Hound, having already killed all of Lloyd's guards, stated that it was now Lloyd's turn. Hound formed his Beelzebub and, in a menacing tone, accused Lloyd of thinking that his actions would go unnoticed. Seeing a sword materialize from thin air, Lloyd, shocked, asked if Hound was a sword master, recognizing the solid aura. Vikir, holding Beelzebub, remarked that while his aura was close to a solid state, it was still more like a liquid, and clarified that he was at the highest level of a graduator. He then offered Lloyd a deal. If Lloyd helped him catch the demon, Vikir would compensate him accordingly. Lloyd hesitated at the offer. At that moment, Hound sensed something approaching, and a building collapsed towards him. He dodged the attack, falling back as smoke filled the air. Looking up, he saw a man standing on the half-destroyed building, with the full moon shining brightly overhead, adding an ominous sense of an impending battle. Vikir recognized the overwhelming energy coming from the man and asked if he was part of the elite corps. The man stood there, wearing a suit and a mask that covered his entire face. In his hand, he held a hammer wrapped in the skin of countless human faces. While the Beelzebub sword was releasing a powerful and intense mana, Vikir began to observe the demon. The pressure that the demon's body was emitting started to expand throughout the area as if it were air itself. The moon rose high in the night sky, and the demon holding the staff began to show a sinister look. Vikir started to stare at the demon with a gaze full of rage. This overwhelming pressure, which could be felt even when he was far away, meant that he was one of the elite corps. The demon jumped, destroying the area into pieces. He grabbed the mace with both hands, began to approach Vikir, and prepared to attack. Upon seeing this, Vikir adopted a defensive stance, using all his strength. The demon launched a powerful attack, but fortunately, Vikir reacted in time, jumped and dodged the attack, causing the demon's mace to hit the ground, creating a large cloud of smoke. Seeing that Vikir had dodged the attack, the demon grabbed the mace with even more strength, lifted it off the ground, and, using all his strength, attacked again. But Vikir moved back and dodged the attack again. In reality, this was what the demon had planned. At that moment, he stopped the mace right in front of Vikir's face. Vikir became alert and quickly realized that something bad was going to happen. The demon began to exert force, used the mace as a spear, and attacked Vikir. But luckily, he reacted in time, threw his body back, and dodged the attack at the last moment. Vikir jumped several times and moved away from the demon, and using his feet, stopped his moving body. He started to stare intently at the demon with a murderous look, and the blade of the Beelzebub sword began to emit intense mana. This demon had the aura of an advanced graduate, and he was using the blunt technique of the religious quo vadis. While the smoke curtain was disappearing, the demon lifted the mace from the ground and began to look at Vikir. The reality was that this guy was not one of the elite corps. Vikir couldn't help but be somewhat surprised when thinking this, but still kept calm. A demon had infiltrated even in the religious family. The reason was that there were also rotten parts there. He thought that this guy might be a servant who did occasional jobs under the eyes of the elite corps. Vikir deactivated the Beelzebub sword, making it start to transform into liquid energy. If he won this fight, he would be able to find the elite corps. It was just costing him a lot to get rid of the trash. The demon jumped, appeared above Vikir, and, using the mace, prepared to attack. Upon realizing this, Vikir prepared to defend himself. He was going to warm up for the first time in a long time. Using all his strength, the demon attacked Vikir, but he counterattacked using his leg, blocking the attack in the process. Upon witnessing this, the demon could not help but feel somewhat confused. He did not know what was happening or how Vikir had been able to block the attack. While he was trying to assimilate the situation, Vikir took advantage of this moment, appeared in front of him, and prepared to counterattack. The demon was unable to react, and Vikir gave a series of blows to the demon's chest. Then he delivered a strong punch to the ribs, causing his body to be shot back and crash against the wall of the tower, destroying it into pieces. Vikir's blow was so powerful that the demon's body went through the wall of the tower. But despite receiving so many hits, he was still alive. Using his feet, he stopped his moving body. He jumped and climbed onto the tower right on the floor where the demon was. Upon seeing Vikir, the demon slowly began to stand up. He couldn't help but become enraged and launched himself into attack again. But just before the demon even had time to approach, in the blink of an eye, Vikir cut off his arm with little effort using the sword. The demon was shocked, and then, taking advantage of this situation, Vikir appeared behind him and prepared to attack again. Using his elbow and knee, Vikir crushed the demon's arm, causing him to drop the mace and start writhing in pain. Now that the demon was defenseless and had no way to attack, Vikir jumped, appeared in front of him, and delivered a strong punch to his chest, making his body fly backward. Behind, there was a wall with steel rods. The demon's body crashed against the wall, and one of the rods pierced his abdomen, causing him to start bleeding. The demon, who was very wounded, began to gasp heavily and started to writhe in pain. Vikir began to walk towards him. This guy had the word Ephibo written on his chest. Vikir approached, and upon seeing this, he did not take long to realize that this was his name. With a sinister look, Vikir asked him who his master was and who had done this to him. Instead of responding, the demon became enraged and started to growl. Judging by how this guy looked, Vikir thought they might also be controlling what he said. Vikir sat down close to him, started to extend his hand towards the steel rod, and explained that the interrogation could also present itself in other forms besides words. He grabbed the steel rod tightly and decided to cut his body into smaller pieces. His intestines, his bone structure, his wounds, the freshness of the blood in his veins, and the concentration of his mana, since those things could tell him a lot. The light began to enter the tower, and Fabwa did not respond. Upon seeing this, Vikir decided it was time to start with the interrogation. A while later, someone who was under the rubble of the tower began to ask for help. Hearing this, Vikir turned around and could not help but wonder who that person was. He descended to the ground and started moving the rubble. The person who was under the rubble was none other than Lloyd, who was somewhat injured but still alive. Vikir remembered that this guy had mentioned he was a poison seller. He was lucky to have survived amid this chaos. Seeing Vikir, Lloyd couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly due to fear, and he began to sweat. If this guy wanted to live, then he had to tell Vikir everything he knew. Now that Lloyd had no other option, he decided to cooperate, but first asked if Vikir was going to spare his life. Vikir replied that it would depend on how valuable the information was. At that moment, in a building that was near the area, the figure of someone appeared. Instead of being another demon, this was a human. He started looking down and remained silent. Lloyd lost his composure and, with a desperate look, started to scream and decided to reveal everything he knew. He mentioned that the information was in the safe of the director's office. Just before Lloyd could say another word, the man's eyes began to shine, and a symbol appeared in his pupil. Bloodhound felt the presence of the man, went on alert, and turned around. At that moment, Lloyd's body began to deform, and some mouths started to come out of his mouth. Bloodhound turned to one side, and began to wonder what was happening. Lloyd's body began to emit a powerful mana, and upon feeling this mana, Bloodhound couldn't help but be shocked. Lloyd's body became enormous, and not long after, exploded into pieces, creating a great explosion. At the same time, some bells began to ring. The area where Bloodhound was located was destroyed into pieces, including the orphanage. Upon hearing the sound of the explosion, the city guards started to head towards the area to find out what was happening. They approached the city bridge, and upon looking at the sky, saw smoke. The saint also appeared, and with a confused look, began to ask what was happening and if there were any casualties. The guards reported that they were still investigating, but the remains of the explosion were a bit terrifying. The saint approached the area where the explosion had occurred, and she was shocked, as the explosion had been so powerful that most of the area was in pieces. She started to walk towards the remains of the orphanage, and she realized that this explosion could not be seen as normal. The traces of the fight were imprinted on the orphanage. Neither she nor the guards knew what kind of evil had been fought here. She approached the area, and something that was on the ground caught her attention quite a bit. On the ground was the mask that Bloodhound wore. She quickly crouched down and began to cover the mask with her skirt so that no one else would notice this. One of the guards turned around and, with a confused look, asked the saint if she was feeling well, to which she responded with an excuse, saying that she was a little anemic. She didn't believe there were any victims, so she asked them not to strain themselves. Once the guards moved away from her, little by little, she started to pull aside her skirt and began to observe the mask, and she couldn't help but start sweating like crazy. She had gotten nervous and, for this reason, had hidden the mask. She didn't know if it belonged to the Bloodhound. The next day, the time for classes arrived, and all the students went to the academy. Professor Vency Morg was somewhat angry. Next to the professor, there was a table on which lay the corpse of a giant scorpion known as Venopian. He crossed his arms and asked who had written the report. Vikir, who was holding a notebook in one hand, got on stage, indicating that he was the one who had written the report. According to Vikir's report, the Venopian had a second stinger that no one had discovered in scorpion venom. The professor thought this was some kind of joke, so he threatened him that if the information was false, he would deduct 10 points from all members of Ice Corporation. Vikir had come in first place in the written evaluation, and the teacher asked him if he understood what he wanted to say. Vikir, who was holding the red notebook in one hand, started to sweat and became somewhat confused and thought that it had been a mistake to reveal this. He could not believe that this information had still not been discovered in this era. Vency Morg took out a scalpel, approached the corpse of the giant scorpion, began to observe it, and with a smile, decided to check if there was a second stinger hidden in the shell of the torso. He approached with precision, the scalpel to the belly of the scorpion, and instead of making a clean cut, He drove the scalpel hard, causing the blood to come out. At that moment, something sharp shot out from the belly of the scorpion toward the professor, causing him to drop the scalpel and take several steps back. All the students who were present in the room were left speechless and in shock at the same time. The reality was that Vikir's report was correct, as the scorpion had a second stinger. The stinger, which was full of venom, stood right in front of the professor's face. He swallowed saliva, started to look at it, and couldn't help but become terrified and start sweating. With the stinger so close, the professor fell on his back against the ground, gritted his teeth, and began to feel fear. Just before the stinger could have pierced the professor, Vikir had appeared, and using the red notebook, he had stopped the stinger. He began to observe the venom, and asked Vinci Morgue if this had demonstrated the authenticity of his report. Vinci Morgue was perplexed and started to sweat like never before. He was unable to believe that there was a second stinger, nor how a simple student knew about the Venopian and had made a great discovery that solved the mysterious cases of death. Now that Vikir's report was correct, he decided to award 1 point to all the students of the Ice Corps. As for Vikir, the professor asked him to come to the laboratory after class for a more detailed explanation of this report. He kept calm and, with a quiet voice, responded with an "understood." All the students were shocked. They could not believe that a student like him had made such a discovery. The professor, who still did not believe this, approached the table again and began inspecting the stinger. Vikir got off the stage, turned his back on the professor, and started climbing up the stairs to reach his table. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him. They didn't know how he had been able to do such research. Everyone thought he was good at sports, but no one expected that he would also be good at studies. He was impressive since, in the last match, he had even competed against Tudor and Sancho. Vikir reached his seat and, using his hand, moved his chair back to sit down. Piggy began to look at him and couldn't help but start smiling and feeling happy, seeing that he had succeeded. As the rays of sunlight were entering the classroom, with a lost look, Vikir began to stare at the ground. According to the students, that face was hidden behind glasses and his hair was incredible. At first, Vikir remained watching in silence, but then he closed his eyes and began to remember the explosion from yesterday. The explosion from the day before was so powerful that it destroyed most of the orphanage, turning everything into ashes. It had been so powerful that it even affected Vikir, who had lost an arm, his face, and many muscles in his body. But this was no problem for him since, using regeneration, he began to slowly heal his body. Once his body healed completely, he put his hands in front to protect himself from any other possible attack. He was in shock, as he couldn't believe that the explosion had been so powerful. Back to the present, he opened his eyes and started thinking about Afibo. Just before the explosion, that demon had disappeared. The only thing he had obtained was the accounting book from the director's safe at the orphanage. The orphanage was located in the middle of the city. One of the books he had found contained information on the whereabouts of children who had been used as food for demons. Since there was no connection to that place, it was also possible that there were multiple 10 elite corpses in the Imperial Palace. In the middle of the moonlight, a man climbed onto the roof of a house. This man was wearing the academy uniform, and he had been responsible for blowing up the body of the orphanage director. He couldn't help but start to smile and thought that he had finished with the night hound. Back to the present, Vikir's eyes filled with appetite, and he began to observe the other students in the class. There was a demonic presence, and there was a possibility that there could be one of the 10 elite corpses. The academy had a newspaper that was famous even in the imperial capital. Its influence was enormous. Newspapers published daily are always sold like hotcake. There wasn't a single student who didn't buy the newspaper. At the same time, in the journalism club of the academy, Luen, the president of the club was none other than Dolores Luen Vatis, a third-year student and president of Luen. She tightly clenched her fist, extended the other hand to one side, and with an exciting look, welcomed everyone to Lucayan, the journalism club filled with students. Dolores placed her hands on her hips and started to show a smile. They had joined Lucayan, which had a reputation for being tough, demonstrating how persistent they were. She decided to start with the introductions. Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, the first student of the academy, joined the club. He clenched his fists and, with a smile, mentioned that in academic work and the club, he planned to become an elite who did everything well. Sancho Barataria also joined the club. With a determined look, he mentioned that he didn't want people to think that he was simply a strong idiot. He had joined the journalism club to become an intelligent man. Sinclair also joined the club. She started pointing upwards with her finger and, with a cheerful smile, explained that she had joined the club thinking that the information here was super superior. Bianca Fo Usher also joined the club. Among the clubs, she had chosen the one that had more vision for the future. She was going to do her best. Piggy was as nervous as a tomato. He closed his eyes and started sweating like crazy. From the beginning, he had liked collecting and analyzing information. He believed that the journalism club was his vocation. Vikir kept calm and explained that he had heard it was a school rule to join a club, so for this reason, he decided to follow Piggy. His eyes were showing that he had other plans. Lucayan was a journalism club that was famous both inside and outside the academy. If he stayed here, he would be able to obtain a lot of important information. Although it was a bit uncomfortable because the saint was here, he had no other option. Dolores approached Vikir and, with a serious look, explained that he could not become a reporter for Lucayan with that kind of unenthusiastic attitude. The girl who was next to her and had her hand under her chin looked somewhat surprised to see Vikir. She took out a newspaper, pushed the saintess aside, stood in front of Vikir, and she couldn't help but start to smile since she couldn't believe that such a famous person as him would come to their club, leaving the saintess in shock. The photograph of Vikir wiping sweat after the match became so famous that he even appeared in newspapers, being named Facial Genius. Tutor started pointing at the newspaper with his finger, turned his head towards him, closed his eyes, and began to laugh at Vikir, who simply remained silent without saying a word. Dolores started to look at the girl with a confused look and asked when an article like this had come out. This girl was named Anna, and she was a third-year student and vice president of Lucayan. She started to laugh and mentioned that she had received a report about a new handsome student. If she didn't publish it, she couldn't consider herself a reporter. Dolores put her hand over her face, and she began to feel somewhat disappointed. Anna placed one hand on her hip and extended the other to the side, and all the students who had joined the club formed a horizontal line. Because all the other second and third-year students had gone to do reports, Anna decided to start activities with the people who were here today. X day, X month, early in the morning, an incident occurred where a mysterious stranger appeared and destroyed the orphanage. Everyone sat at a table and began reading the reports. Piggy asked if this was the explosion that had occurred yesterday, to which Dolores replied, yes. On the day of the incident, she had left the academy and had made some reports. With a calm look, Anna explained that they assumed the culprit in this case was the same as the culprit of the recent murder case in the imperial capital. What was shocking was that many children's corpses had been found in this orphanage. Piggy, who was holding the report with both hands, started to look at her, and he couldn't help but start sweating, being somewhat shocked. He brought his hand to his mouth, began to whisper, and asked Vikir, who was sitting next to him, if this was also the work of a monster. Vikir, who was holding a report, began to observe it and thought that the bodies of the boy and the girl were the work of a demon. Anna intertwined her hands, rested her elbows on the table, and with a smile, thought that everyone should decide the headline of this article. Dolores began to read the report, and she started to feel sad. Everyone took some pens and began to write headlines for the article. Bianca took the report with both hands since she couldn't find anything that caught her attention. Tutor, who was sitting in front of her, put his hand under his chin and, with an uncertain look, asked why they still didn't have the name of the villain. The ruthless criminals received nicknames like Butcher of Humans and Bluebeard. Anna thought Tudor's opinion was good. Upon hearing this, he got very excited and suggested the name Death Scythe Shadow Master, but she said that this name was the worst, making poor Tudor depressed. He started to imagine several villains and first suggested the name Bomber Who Brings Misfortune, but according to Anna it was too long. Then Tudor suggested the names Orphanage Killer and Mr. Terrorist. While everyone was talking, Dolores began to quietly write a report. Several seconds later, she opened her mouth, saying the name of Night Bloodhound. She started to remember Vikir's mask. The mask that she had picked up at the scene belonged to the Nighthound. She didn't know why it was there. Humility that did not boast of prestige or wealth. He also treated his neighbors in the marginalized neighborhoods who suffered from the Red Death with sincerity. That love and devotion towards the less fortunate was real. For this reason, she had thought that stealing the tears of the saint was a great cause. With a sad look, she began to wonder why he had been at the place of the disaster yesterday. Now she doubted if he had killed the director of the orphanage and the children. With a lost look, she began to gaze at the ground. Her eyes had not deceived her. He was not a villain. If the culprit was Nighthound, then something might have been happening. While she was lost in her thoughts, someone asked if Nighthound was good. Upon hearing this, she came out of her trance and, with a surprised look, began to wonder what was happening. With a cheerful smile, everyone started to watch Dolores. Nighthound was a naming culture of barbaric style, so the violence was revealed. It was something gloomy that produced fear. Sinclair raised her hand and, with a smile, decided to name the villain, Nighthound. Dolores began to blush quickly. She covered her mouth. The reality was that she had murmured the name Nighthound. Hannah asked her opinion about this headline. The villain who brought fear to the imperial capital, Nighthound. She refused, saying that the Lucayan articles should contain only fact. There was still no information that he was the culprit. Tudor, who was sitting next to Vikir, turned to him and, with a serene look, asked what he thought about this. Vikir, who had both hands resting on the table, asked what he meant by this. Tudor wanted to know if Vikir believed that the Nighthound was a villain or not. He started looking at Tudor and explained that he had no idea. No one would have thought that the words, Nighthound, would come out of the saint's mouth. Tudor approached him, put his arm around his neck, rested the other hand on his shoulder, closed his eyes, and started to laugh. He wanted to know Vikir's opinion. At first, Vikir felt somewhat annoyed, but then he began to look at the ground and remained thinking in silence. He opened his mouth and mentioned that the truth was that he was not a good person, so he must be a villain. This was the same opinion Tudor had, but at that moment, someone hit the table hard, leaving Tudor and Vikir in shock. This person was none other than Dolores. She began to stare at Vikir and asked if the Nighthound wasn't a good person. With an angry look, she asked them how they were so sure of this. Tudor removed his hand from Vikir's shoulder and started to sweat upon hearing Dolores' words. Vikir couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Several minutes passed and everyone remained silent, creating tension. Dolores asked Vikir and Tudor again if they thought the Nighthound was not a good person. Sancho, who had his arms crossed, and Tudor, who had his hand behind his head, were somewhat surprised and could not help but start to sweat. They did not know why she was asking this question. Vikir simply kept calm and stayed silent. Piggy, who was next to him, became somewhat nervous and thought that this was not good. With an angry look, Dolores asked him why he was so sure that the Nighthound was a bad person. She called Vikir's attention, asking him to respond quickly. A drop of sweat began to fall from his cheek. He remained silent without saying a single word. Tudor, who was next to him, started to observe him and, with a regretful look, realized that he had made a mistake. Several seconds passed, and silence continued to reign. Dolores stood up, placed both hands on the table, and she assumed that he could not respond to that. He had asserted it based solely on testimonies, without any proof. As a journalist, if one says something that is not clear, one should not forget that this is a position in which one could ruin the innocent life of someone. Tudor interrupted and, with a serene look, argued that the guards had also testified that the night hound had been the one who destroyed the building and killed the director of the orphanage. Upon hearing this, the attention of the Saintess fixed on Tudor with a serious look. She explained that what the Imperial Guard had said was just a speculative statement without physical evidence. Yet, somewhere in the orphanage, which was connected by metal stairs, there was a bunch of hands full of blood. She argued that this incident had taken place in the basement of the orphanage. The mystery of the discovery of ancient corpses of boys and girls remained unanswered. There were many strange things about the night hound. The assailant would harm children. Upon hearing this, both Anna, Bianca, and Sinclair began to observe her, and could not help but be somewhat surprised. Dolores's gaze was filled with firmness and confidence. Although the incident had occurred in an orphanage run by her family, no one knew why she remained neutral. She turned her head towards Anna and, with a serious look, explained that she needed to review the article little by little so that it was as objective and impartial as possible. Anna, who was somewhat nervous, reached out to one side and assumed that if that was the case, then there was nothing more they could write. Dolores replied that it wasn't too late to publish a critical article when the reason why the night hound did what he did became clear. With a lost look, she started looking at the ground and began to think about the night hound. Several seconds later, her face filled with a smile. If the night hound was truly evil, then they were going to criticize him very harshly. Vikir, who was sitting next to her, started to look down and fell silent. Then he raised his head and his gaze fixed on Dolores. At that precise moment, another club member opened the door and interrupted the conversation, calling Dolores's attention. Dolores felt somewhat confused and couldn't help but wonder what was happening. The student approached her and, with a calm look, explained that Professor Vinci, the club advisor, was calling her. He wanted them to edit the article again to say that the night hound would be the bad guy. Dolores put her hand on her face, closed her eyes, and remembered that guy liked to create problems. She decided to meet with him and talk. Not long after, she left the room and closed the door. Tudor, who was watching the door with a surprised look, mentioned that the club president was very determined. Vikir started looking at the ground and replied that she used to be like that too. Upon hearing this, Tudor looked somewhat confused. Vikir began to remember the Dolores from his past life. She had the same appearance as the Saintess who had led the Holy Knights at the front of the battlefield. While with one hand she was invoking a spell, she extended the other forward, and with a determined look, she ordered the Holy Knights to keep pushing the front line harder. Since nowadays religious women were only corrupt, while two knights who were taking a break were talking among themselves, she appeared, clenched her fists, and asked them if they could not save at least one more person during their break. She started to scream and revealed that in her time if a demon appeared, she would immediately run to crush it. Remembering this, Vikir, who had his eyes closed, couldn't help but smile and feel inner peace. He hoped that his actions would be seen as those of a villain, but it wasn't a bad feeling when someone wanted to know the truth. Dolores met with the professor, and they both began to discuss among themselves. Vikir thanked her from the bottom of his heart. The next day dawned, and the academy's speaker began to sound so that all the students would wake up. Upon hearing the sound, Piggy, who was sleeping, started to open his eyes. Although he was very sleepy, he still decided to get up and sit on the bed. Vikir, who had gotten up before him and was doing some exercise, said good morning to him. Piggy started to remove the sleep from his eyes and returned good morning to him. In the academy, everyone had to wake up at 6 a.m. when the alarms went off. The students headed to the training area in front of the dormitories. The students arrived at the training area and began to run to warm up. They participated in the exercises, following the instructor who was at the front, to wake up and then started their day with a light run. Once the exercises were finished, everyone took separate paths. Some were going to catch up on their sleep, and some were going to take a shower, while others were going to go to the cafeteria. After doing this, Piggy was quite tired. While he was walking next to Vikir, he closed his eyes and sighed. He believed that his brain would be more active if he slept during morning exercises. Vikir, who was next to him, explained that moving the body helped keep one's brain active. Piggy replied that he didn't need to be told what was right. Behind them were Sancho and Tutor. Sancho started looking at Vikir and, with a cheerful smile, asked how someone like him would be popular with girls without being empathetic, advising him to improve his empathy towards Piggy. Immediately, Piggy refused. Tutor put his hand inside his pocket, turned his head towards Vikir, and asked if anyone was free this weekend. He wanted to go have fun in the city. Piggy started to show a smile since, for him, this sounded good. There was a book that he wanted to buy in the city. Sancho mentioned that there was a restaurant that he wanted to try. Vikir simply started to walk in silence. Upon seeing this, Tutor asked if he was free this weekend. Vikir came out of his trance and, with a calm look, replied that he needed to do volunteering during the weekends. Sancho was somewhat surprised to hear this. Piggy started to touch his neck, closed his eyes, and thought that Vikir had many deductions. Tutor crossed his arms and began to smile, asking if it was Professor Vency Morgue again. He was messing with Vikir even though Vikir wasn't doing anything. Vikir started to walk, turned his back on them, and fell silent. He began to move away from them and told them that they could go to the city without him, leaving them all somewhat confused. They also started to walk, and Tutor thought that volunteering sounded fun. Piggy didn't want their friend to do this alone, and they also decided to go with him. According to Sancho, the more there were, the better. Tutor, with a confused look, thought that this was very unusual. Sancho was somewhat surprised and asked him what it was. Vikir began to move away from them, and Piggy started to follow him. When Vikir was close, Tutor naturally felt drawn to him, as if he were his older brother. According to Sancho, he was someone quiet but exuded charisma. When Sancho was a mercenary, people like Vikir were natural leaders. Piggy, who was walking behind Vikir, could not help but start to smile and feel inner peace since, for him, Vikir was amazing. Tutor and Sancho began to follow Vikir and Piggy, and at that moment, a student who was accompanied by two women passed by their side. Incredible people like Tutor, from the physically large family of Don Quixote, and Sancho, the transfer student from the Northern Guild of Mercenaries, were approaching Vikir. First, Piggy is also kind since he helps him at the welcome party when he has difficulties, and he is someone perfect in his studies and training. Piggy approached Vikir and couldn't help but start to smile, since when he was near him, he could feel that he could do anything. At that moment, Vikir turned his head back, and his eyes filled with rage. Upon feeling his gaze, Piggy panicked and couldn't help but start to feel fear. The student who was accompanied by the two women began to emit a sinister aura of green color, which started to expand everywhere. Upon feeling this aura, Vikir turned around with a smile. He began to walk away from them, and Vikir started to stare at him intently. With a calm look, he remembered that Piggy knew the students well, so he asked if he knew anything about this guy. Piggy was somewhat surprised. He mentioned that the guy who was in between the two female students was the most handsome student in the school, named Sophomore Bane Kaudzak. Vikir started to stare at him with a murderous look and couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly. This guy was exuding the same aura as the 10 elite corpses. No one would have thought they would be so active within society. Bane prepared to turn the corner. Vikir and the others turned around, and their gaze fixed on him. Vikir didn't know whether to attack now, but for now, he decided not to do it since there were going to be many casualties. He couldn't let the future heroes get hurt. Sancho, Piggy, and Tutor were somewhat surprised and called his attention. Vikir started looking at Bane and decided to follow him under the pretext of going to rest since he wasn't feeling well. He began walking towards him with the intention of gathering some information first. He activated the second slot skill called Silent Heal Mashutsu of rank A+. Vikir began to take off his glasses and, with a determined look, decided to follow him. At that moment, Dolores started to go down the stairs, and she was somewhat surprised to see Vikir. Her eyes filled with surprise, and she began to scream. Vikir turned his head to one side, and upon seeing Dolores, he couldn't help but become alert and think that this was not good. Hearing the scream, the attention of Piggy, Tutor, and Sancho shifted towards them, and they were shocked to see what their eyes were seeing. Dolores fell from the stairs to the ground. Vikir took off his glasses and approached her to help her. Tutor and the others began to run towards her, asking if she was okay. Tutor touched Vikir's shoulder with his hand and, with a serious look, gave him the order to hurry up and apologize. Vikir decided to obey, lowered his head, and with a sincere look, apologized to her. Sancho helped Dolores get up, and she forgave Vikir since she was also careless. According to her, he was so muscular that she had thought she had collided with a wall. Vikir put on his glasses again and looked away. Dolores began to observe him, and her eyes filled with confusion since she had not felt his presence. She did not know who the hell he was. Vikir started to look down. There were many people, so it was better for him to delay his plans to follow Bane. The student Bane went down the stairs. Vikir turned his head to one side and remained silent, watching the stairs. As night fell, Bane, who had his arms around the girls' necks, took them to a dark place. They thought he was much more cunning than he seemed. Bane suddenly stopped walking and decided to tell them some bad news. The two girls were somewhat confused. He revealed that recently, a boy had appeared and had been bothering him. Because of him, he hadn't been able to eat properly. Upon hearing that someone was harassing Bane, the girl with purple hair decided not to forgive him. Bane explained that he was going to see who that guy was, but because he had mistakenly worn his school uniform, he had run. Instead, he could have seen that one of the students from the academy was there. The blue-haired girl asked him not to worry, since if that guy came to the academy, they would stop him as they would always be on Bane's side. Bane began to look down and thank them from the bottom of his heart. According to him, their hearts were beautiful, like their faces. At that moment, he put his hands on their faces, leaving them in shock. Bane began to imagine the Nighthound wearing a pandemic mask. He knew that Nighthound had the ability of a high-ranking graduate, so he knew that he had not died in an explosion like that. Gradually, the faces of the two girls began to deform. Seeing that the Nighthound was attacking places connected to locations where he had eaten, Bane knew that he was a human who had felt the presence of a demon. The demon Bane, who had his hands on the girls' faces, slowly began to devour them, and his eye turned green. The face of one of the girls appeared on Bane's face. She was very scared and started to ask for help. His eye began to shine as he realized that the Nighthound had something to do with Andromelus's death. He belonged to the demon's 10 elite corpses, and he was the 9th corpse, named Dantalion. The next day, Vikir returned to the journalism club along with the others. Despite being here, his eyes showed that, in reality, his mind was thinking about the demon Dantalion, who was disguised as a student named Bane. The news about the incidents that did not cease reached the club. Everyone started to talk among themselves about this topic, and Vikir simply remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Next to him were Tutor and Bianca, who had their hands resting on the table where there were a bunch of reports. While they were reading, Anna placed her hands on the table and explained that she had compiled the incidents that occurred inside and outside of the academy. Now that there was a shortage of manpower in the club, she wanted new first-year students to participate in activities to lend a hand. Upon seeing the enormous amount of reports, Tutor was somewhat surprised, while on the other side, Bianca and Vikir remained calm. Dolores was next to Anna, and she was absorbed in reading a report. Anna, who had both hands resting on the table, started looking at them and gave them the order to choose a report, investigate it, and bring an article. Piggy picked up one of the reports, and his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't help but get nervous since this was going to be his first article after joining Lucayon. Bianca took 2 reports, started to read, and with a serene look, realized that many incidents had occurred. She did not know what was happening in the capital. There were a large number of incidents. One was about the premonition of terrorists. It was said that a terrorist announced he would poison the river of Venetia, the capital of Rock. The imperial capital was investigating the case centered on Leviathan. Another incident called A Handsome Theater Actor Disappears involved actor B, who disappeared when returning home after a play. It was very likely that the crime had been committed by a fanatic. Also, a strange murder case occurred, where the head of the family disappeared without leaving any trace. There was an incident called Don't Ask Questions on the Street. A person, who had injured several people on the street, was sentenced to death. He still complained that he had not committed any crime and that his face had changed. The last but not least was called Rapid Increase in Disappearance Cases. The disappearance cases in Venetia were increasing, and it could still not be identified who the culprit was. Many thought it was the work of the night hound. After carefully examining each report, Vikir picked up a particular report that caught his attention quite a bit. The title of this report was Case of Disappearance Within the Academy. 3 students from the academy had disappeared. There were many witnesses since normally the 3 went together, concluding that it had been an escape for love. Upon reading the report, Vikir's eyes filled with rage, and he clenched his teeth tightly. On the report was the photograph of student Bane, better known as Dantalion. Vikir was fully aware that this was one of the 10 elite corpses. Several hours later, night fell, and the moon emerged, illuminating every corner of the dark city. In some middle-class neighborhood there was a small house. Inside were the husband and wife, sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, the husband opened his eyes and began to gaze at the ceiling in silence. Several seconds later, while the wife was sleeping, he removed the sheet and quietly sat up. On the upper floor, there was a wooden window, and the light from the streetlights outside was coming in through it. The husband went up to the second floor, sat on the sofa, started looking at the ground, and remained thinking in silence. After a while, he lifted his head, and his pupils changed completely, turning green, just like those of demons. In front of him appeared several masked demons. Among them was Ephibo, a guy who wore a tie and previously fought with Vikir, another guy who carried giant scissors as a weapon, and a woman with red hair. The husband began to observe them, and asked if they had discovered anything about the plague mask that was following them. Ephibo is the 9th corpse, Dantalion's subordinate. He began to speak in a demonic tongue and started to reveal everything he knew. The woman was named Geronto. She was also the 9th corpse, Dantalion's subordinate. She stayed listening in silence. The guy who carried giant scissors as a weapon was named Heave. He also began to speak in a demonic tongue. Finally, the guy wearing a tie was Fido. The husband, who was sitting in the chair, was the 9th corpse, Dantalion. He put his hand under his chin and concluded that the guy with the plague mask was very careful since they had not seen the mask after that day. He extended his hand, and his 4 fingers transformed into the sharp faces of the victims he had devoured. With a serene look, he thought that this could not be avoided and ordered them to expand the scope of work from now on. He pointed his fingers at his subordinates and fired 4 powerful shots, which hit them squarely in the faces. The faces that Dantalion had on his fingers began to merge with the masked demons. He decided it was time to share his faces. In the blink of an eye, the faces of the victims that Dantalion had devoured merged with his subordinates, who now appeared to be simple humans. Now they could work without having to worry about being discovered. He gave his subordinates the order to go to the areas with more light and find the mask of the pandemic. While Dantalion was explaining this, the door of the room slowly began to open. It was his wife. Upon opening the door, she saw her husband sitting in the chair and the demons, wondering what was happening. She put her hand near her mouth and couldn't help but sweat, as she didn't know what he was doing awake at this hour of the morning. With a worried look, she asked who these guys were. Dantalion began to stare at her with a calm look, and remained silent for several seconds. Then he closed his eyes and sighed, as he wanted to admire that lively face a little longer. At that moment, Fido drew his weapon, appeared behind the wife, placed the blade on her neck, and, with a cold expression, prepared to end her life. Dantalion asked him to make sure to leave her face untouched. Upon hearing this, the wife's eyes filled with fear. She did not know what was happening, and just before she could do anything about it, Fido followed his master's order and slit the woman's throat, causing blood to splash everywhere. The head of the wife fell to the ground, and her eyes filled with tears. The plan to open the door had gradually been delayed due to the death of Andromalius and the appearance of the pandemic mask. Dantalion put his hand over his face, and his face began to merge with the other faces. He was very upset. His hairstyle changed, and he asked Ephibo to follow him since they had to see her. Upon hearing this, Ephibo started observing him, and upon seeing his new face, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. The face of Dantalion changed again. Now he was a handsome man. He put his hand under his chin and, with a smile, decided to go and relieve his accumulated stress. After a few hours, he dressed like a priest and went to the church that had a candle lamp on the ceiling. He closed his eyes and began to show a kind smile. At that moment, a woman appeared and asked why he was smiling. Dantalion, who had his hands resting, continued smiling. This woman was none other than Saintess Dolores. He replied that he could not help but smile, having the beautiful Saintess standing in front of him. She began to stare at him with a calm look, called Dantalion Sir Quilty, and explained that she had not come to see him to make jokes. He reached out his hand to her and, with a smile, changed the subject. He was worried because her visits had become scarce lately. She approached him and, with a serene look, replied that recently there had been many murders and missing persons, so she had been busy covering them. Dantalion began to pretend, saying that the activities of her academy club had become busy. The world was becoming increasingly brutal on the outside. He started to show a kind smile, but deep down he was happy since he was the one responsible for those cases. Dolores started to look at him with an insecure gaze, and she remained silent. Quilty Luen Indulgentia was the head of the Indulgentia family, the collateral line of the Quo Vadis family. They were currently volunteering and managing the resources of Quo Vadis in the orphanage, monastery, and hospitals, but they were supporting the exemption system that erased the profits of rich sinners. She knew that this two-faced person was hiding something. He approached her and, with a smile, asked why she had to talk to him. Dolores began to stare at him and remained thinking in silence. With a serious look, she extended her hand to one side and replied that she had come to request that the exemption system be abolished since it was wrong to exempt someone from all sins just because one was rich. He opened his eyes and, with a serene look, asked what was wrong with this, since the exemption was a policy that had been in the church until now, asking if donating a large sum of money wasn't already sufficient punishment. With a look full of determination, she mentioned that sins were something one must expose oneself to God for, and forgiveness was granted once one had received the appropriate punishment. She, with a determined look, revealed that the people affected by the exemption could not be saved. Her words left this bastard in shock and speechless. Several seconds later, he closed his mouth and realized that this was getting out of hand. He turned his back to her and explained that he was just following the doctrine of the church. According to him, it was better for her to talk to her father, the cardinal. She remained listening in silence, and he asked her to please leave since he had heard that the students from the academy were coming to volunteer that day, so there was no need to have a dispute within the Quo Vadis family in front of her juniors. She turned her back to him, looked back with a calm gaze, and decided to come back later so they could talk a little more about this. After saying this, she began to head towards the exit of the church. Dantalion put his hand over his face, and his eyes transformed into those of a demon, and he couldn't help but smile. His gaze fixed on her as he thought this was beautiful. Some veins appeared on his face, causing him to grit his teeth and start bleeding. He had almost given in to his impulse to collect her face, but he couldn't do this yet and needed to hold himself back. He started to imagine her lying on top of some masks filled with blood. The saintess was the finest product he had discovered in this world. He wanted to collect her face when her face was in despair after chaos descended into this world. He began to hug himself, and his body started to tremble. He was so anxious for that moment to arrive that a demonic eye appeared behind his head. They had to open the door as soon as possible for chaos to descend as soon as possible. After a few hours, someone wearing boots stood up. This was Vikir. He was in front of the entrance of the orphanage. This was the orphanage that Cindy Wendy had found after analyzing the books of Andromalius. It was very likely that it was connected to the 10 elite corpses. This orphanage had the flag of the Vatis family, and if a demon was planted within the Iron Blood family and the Holy Divine family, then it was also very likely that there were demons hidden within other families. After the explosion, Night Bloodhound caught attention, so he wanted to use volunteering as an excuse to slowly investigate the students. While Vikir was distracted, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy appeared with a cheerful smile. Sancho began to observe Vikir. Tutor and Piggy started to look at the orphanage and were somewhat surprised to see that this was the orphanage where they had come to volunteer. Tutor put his arm over Vikir's neck and said that he was very lucky to have friends who were willing to volunteer with him, to which Vikir responded that he had never asked them to come. He sighed and fell silent, his eyes filled with concern as things had become bothersome. Dolores's family had control over the orphanage, and Dantalion was the priest of the church. The 10-day vacation of the academy had begun, called the Golden Vacation, which had been created due to the school anniversary of Easter of the Luen Church and the weekend. The students equipped themselves with their backpacks and began to leave the academy to visit the imperial capital or visit their families, and everyone was having a lot of fun. However, not all students were enjoying this vacation. At the same time, Vikir and the others entered the orphanage, and according to Tutor, Vikir should be grateful since they had also returned by refusing to take a break. Tutor was walking behind everyone, started looking at Vikir with a cheerful look, and, with a smile, explained that the reason behind this was that they also needed to fill their volunteer hours. Sancho had his hands behind his head, turned his head towards Tutor, and couldn't help but smile, as it wasn't a bad idea to end this now. Piggy was walking next to Vikir, started to show 4 fingers, and, with a cheerful look, said that he was fine since he liked to volunteer. Vikir was walking in front of everyone and started to look down and thank them. This orphanage was gigantic. It had luxurious lamps hanging from the ceiling and a lot of windows, which allowed the light from outside to enter the interior. Tutor began to observe the place with a surprised look and asked if this was the Indulgentia orphanage. He was impressed since it was on a different scale than the rest of the orphanages. This orphanage was considered the largest in the capital. With a kind smile, Piggy mentioned that the headmaster here was the founder of the Foundation for Orphans, and he was also an external teacher at the academy. Sancho had his arms crossed, seemed somewhat surprised, and asked who that headmaster was. Piggy began to point sideways with his finger and explained that he was the person in the painting next to them. There was a wall that had a painting of Quilty Luen Indulgentia, who was smiling. What nobody knew was that Dantalion was the headmaster of the orphanage. Tutor and Piggy approached the painting and began to observe it, and Piggy explained that he was the head of the Indulgentia family, a family on the mother's side of the Vatis family. He was popular and seemed to have a lot of influence within the Luen Church. They started to imagine Quilty and Dolores. Speaking of the Luen Church, apparently, it was well known that there was a conflict between him and Saintess Dolores due to differences in religious views. With an indifferent look, Tutor mentioned that he did not want to get involved in a fight between families. Piggy was standing next to him, and simply started to observe the painting with a smile. Vikir was behind them and simply remained silent. He began to stare at the painting, and his eyes filled with suspicion as he remembered that this guy was the popular headmaster of the orphanage. The rays of sunlight began to enter the room, illuminating Quilty's painting. Vikir decided to find out what this guy was like once he met him. After a few hours, Vikir and the other students who had come to volunteer arrived in the main hall. A nun and a monk appeared alongside the orphan children, who were wearing white clothes. The nun had her hands resting on her abdomen with a kind smile and explained that she would like the volunteers to be teachers for the children during the next 10 days. With a look full of confidence, she mentioned that if they took good care of the children, they would never forget their kindness. She asked them to please treat them with the heart of parents. Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy began to look aside and could not help but feel somewhat confused. Next to them were also Bianca and Sinclair. With a confused look, Tutor asked what those two were doing here. Bianca started to look at him with a gaze full of rage. She clenched her teeth tightly and couldn't help but get furious, while on the other side, Sinclair simply remained calm, without losing her composure. With an angry look, Bianca explained that they were doing volunteer work, and also that she should be the one asking why they were there. Tutor extended his hands to the sides, closed his eyes, and with a mocking smile, asked if a hero needed a reason to do good things. Hearing this, at first, Bianca got even angrier, seeing that once again he had brought up the topic of heroism. But then she mocked him, saying that this was something to be expected from Don Quixote. While they were talking, Sinclair approached them and explained that meeting like this by coincidence must be a matter of destiny. Hearing this, the gaze of Vikir and Piggy was fixed on her. She brought her fingertips together and began to look at Vikir with a tender gaze, and while she was blushing, she caught his attention. She lost her composure, panicked, closed her eyes, and extended her hand towards Vikir to greet him. It was a shame that they hadn't been able to talk much, but she hoped that they could get along well in the next 10 days. Seeing her behavior, Piggy was left speechless, as he didn't know what was happening, and Vikir, standing next to him, became alert and looked somewhat surprised. Vikir shook her hand and replied that he also hoped the same. Once they stopped shaking hands, Sinclair turned her back to them and began jumping for joy. She couldn't believe that Vikir had shaken her hand. Piggy brought his hand to his mouth, and with a serious look, whispered that he had a piece of information for him. Hearing this, Vikir turned his head towards him, and with a curious look, asked what piece of information. Sinclair started to blush like a tomato, brought her hand to her face, and she couldn't help but smile and feel happy. Piggy revealed that he had seen Sinclair looking for the person in charge of assigning volunteer work and making a request. She had asked where Vikir was going to volunteer, and she had requested to be assigned to the same place as him. Asking if Vikir knew what this meant, Vikir began to observe her with a serene look, and he did not take long to realize that she had approached him under the pretext that it was a coincidence. He decided to be careful with her in the future. At that moment, Vikir turned his head to one side as something caught his attention. In the room they were in, there were several monks and several nuns. While some were conversing, one of the monks began to go up the stairs. Looking with a little attention, Vikir saw that the headmaster was not there. The time for the children to choose their teachers arrived, and all the children, some nervous and others excited, began to run toward Tutor and the others. Tutor picked up a girl and a boy in his arms, who were very excited. Tutor couldn't help but smile, and with a cheerful look, he thought that they were all very social. 2 children became friends with Sancho, and he started to carry them on his back. Bianca had a somewhat conflictive personality, but calmed down and felt at ease seeing the children. With a calm look, she began to stroke the head of a gray-haired boy, thinking that he was very cute. Sinclair also chose 2 children. She sat on the floor, opened a storybook, and with a smile, began to tell them the story, making the children's eyes fill with joy. while on the other side, Vikir, with a penetrating gaze, caught the attention of several children and asked what their names were. Feeling Vikir's gaze, the children's eyes filled with tears and fear. Without hesitating for a second, the children ran towards Piggy. He began to pet one of their heads, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile, asked Vikir to try to smile a little. Vikir started observing him with a confused look and remained thinking in silence. He began to imagine the small and cute Pomerian, and with a serene look, he remembered that she used to listen to him well. But now, for him, talking to these children was very difficult. At that moment, a blonde girl ran past him, and feeling her presence, Vikir's gaze fixed on her. The girl ran out, approached the door, and using her hand, opened it. Vikir turned back, started to observe her, and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. The girl went outside and leaned her body against a pillar while the sunlight was coming through the gaps of the pillars. She simply began to look down at the ground and remained silent. Her eyes were filled with sadness as she could not find a teacher to her liking. While she was distracted, Vikir appeared, crossed his arms, leaned his back against the pillar, and mentioned that he felt overwhelmed in places with a lot of people. Hearing his voice, the girl couldn't help but go into shock. She didn't know how Vikir had gotten here. With a calm look, Vikir began to look at her and explained that if he wasn't careful, people might think negatively of him, asking why she had left. The girl's eyes filled with worry. She began to observe him, and stayed thinking in silence. Without a second of doubt, she looked away, turned her head, and closed her eyes. She did not want to talk to Vikir. Vikir had his back against the pillar and arms crossed, realizing that his plan had not worked. He began to remember what once Ayan had explained to him. She started moving her cheek, using her finger to show a smile, and, with a serene look, explained that if he asked like that, the child was not going to respond, so he should try asking while smiling. The girl wore a golden pendant with her name. She was called Peri. Vikir approached her, sat in front of her, rested his hand on the ground, started looking into her eyes, and called her by her name. Peri opened her eyes, and they filled with surprise. She was somewhat confused, and did not know how Vikir knew her name. Several seconds passed, and she did not respond. Seeing this, Vikir began to show a kind smile and, with a cheerful look, asked if Peri was her name. Feeling Vikir's gaze and smile, the girl's eyes filled with astonishment. She knew that she could trust him, but far from responding, she turned her back on him and, without hesitating for a second, ran away, leaving poor Vikir somewhat confused. He began to observe her and couldn't help but wonder if he looked that bad when he smiled. While he was distracted, someone wearing white clothing started walking towards him, saying that she didn't believe the girl had run because she hated him. She was none other than Saintess Dolores. With a cheerful look, she revealed that she had seen everything. Her eyes filled with surprise, and she couldn't help but smile. She didn't know why he was gruff, but now she realized that he was quite kind. Vikir stood up and, with a calm look, asked what Saintess Dolores was doing here. She approached him, and with a sincere look, revealed that Peri's heart had been hurt before. So, for this reason, she had closed it off. As a result, she developed aphasia and lost her voice. Vikir turned to her and, with a curious look, asked what had happened to her. Dolores began to look down and, with a sad expression, mentioned that she didn't know the exact details, but she had been born in the orphanage. In the last 13 years, she had met countless volunteers who had passed through here. In front of them, there was a dark hallway, and Dolores explained that at first, everyone had approached her in a friendly manner, but after one day, they stopped coming due to their busy schedules. So, she assumed that Peri must be tired of attaching to someone for a short period and then mourning their disappearance for a long time. Vikir began to look at Peri with a sad expression and fell silent. At that moment, the previously dark hallway filled with footsteps. Someone wearing boots started to walk. Sensing this presence, Vikir's eyes filled with fear, causing him to start sweating like crazy. While he was distracted, Dolores put her hand on her chest and, with a happy look, explained that Perry had reacted very well to him. She assumed that she was going to be fine with him, so she asked if he could take care of Perry. At that moment, Vikir put his hand over her mouth so that she would stop talking, causing her eyes to fill with confusion. She couldn't help but panic since she didn't know what was happening. Two men started walking down the hallway. The man in the green suit turned his head towards the other and mentioned that he was so busy that they rarely got to see each other. The other man simply started to walk in silence. He was none other than Dantalion, better known as the headmaster Quilty Luen Indulgentia. He had his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and, with a smile, explained that there had recently been a sudden increase in the number of people who had requested face-to-face talks to confess their sins. Behind him was his subordinate, Aphibo, who now had the face of a human. The man wearing the green suit said that for this reason, he also needed to buy the exemption. Quilty opened his eyes, began to observe him, and, with a calm look, asked how long he needed it for. Vikir covered Dolores' mouth with his hand and took her hand with the other, leaning back against the pillar to avoid being discovered. While Aphibo was walking behind them, the man and Quilty, who were walking ahead, started to converse with each other. The man wanted to buy 1 billion worth of gold. Quilty asked if he had recently killed someone, to which he replied that he had killed a barbarian slave that he had bought not long ago, who had escaped. On the way back to capture her, he had been disciplining her, but unfortunately, the barbarian died. Quilty was left somewhat confused and asked if he was buying 1 billion in exemption just for having killed a slave. But the man revealed that on the way back, as he was still angry, he had burned an entire village of slash-and-burn farmers. Vikir turned his head towards them and quietly asked her to please be silent. Dolores' eyes filled with surprise as she did not know why he was doing this. Suddenly, Vikir began to feel a strong smell, and his eyes filled with rage and started to shine. Quilty and the man, who were conversing among themselves, began to move away from them. The smell that Vikir was feeling came from Quilty. Quilty had his hands behind his back and said that 500 million was fine for something like this. The man extended his hand forward and decided to give the other half as a tip to God, who was forgiving his sins. The smell that Quilty's body was giving off was the same as that of the elite corpses. Seeing that the man wanted to give a tip to God, Quilty couldn't help but smile with joy and think that it was sacrilegious, explaining that giving offerings to God would make God forgive everything. Hearing this, Dolores couldn't help but go into shock. Her eyes filled with surprise, and she didn't know what was happening there. The man started to laugh since he felt that he was always learning about faith from him. Quilty had his eyes closed and arms behind his back, and could not help but smile even more, thinking that he was too kind. Dolores began to lose her composure and could not help but get angry. She wanted to give Quilty a good lesson, but Vikir forcefully covered her mouth to prevent her from making noise. Vikir asked her to wait since if she made a move now, they were going to be discovered. Dolores started moving her feet, asking Vikir to let her go. At that moment, hearing the noise, Aphibo appeared and, with a penetrating look, began staring at them. Feeling the presence of Aphibo, Vikir, who was covering her mouth with his hand, panicked and his eyes filled with fear. He knew that this was not good. On the other side, Dolores remained silent as she did not know what was happening nor who this guy was. Feeling a strange presence, Vikir and Dolores looked to one side and saw Aphibo standing next to them, staring at them intently. Dolores' eyes filled with confusion as she did not know who this guy was. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vikir went on alert and realized they had been discovered. Several seconds passed and nothing happened. Vikir began to stare intently at Aphibo and noticed something strange. While Aphibo was staring intensely at Vikir and Dolores, he realized that this guy emitted a rather familiar smell. Now that Dantalion had modified Aphibo's face to resemble that of a human, Vikir could not discover his true identity for now. Seeing that Aphibo had stopped, Dantalion, who had his hands behind his back, turned around, closed his eyes, and couldn't help but smile. He did not expect to find the Saintess here. He was somewhat disappointed, as he did not know she had the bad habit of eavesdropping on others' conversations. The rich man with whom Dantalion was conversing remained silent without interrupting. Hearing this, the Saintess's eyes filled with surprise, while on the other side, Vikir, who knew that this bastard was a demon, began to gaze at the ground and started to think in silence. Seeing that she was with Vikir, Dantalion asked if she was having a secret romance with a classmate. Dolores became somewhat nervous, turned around, and with a nervous look, explained that this was a misunderstanding. Vikir, who was next to her, also turned around and began to observe Dantalion in silence. The eyes of the Saintess filled with concern. This ambiguous situation had made her be discovered eavesdropping. Dantalion approached Vikir, looked him in the eyes, and with a smile, realized that, judging by the academy uniform, he seemed like someone who had come to volunteer at the orphanage. With a firm gaze, Vikir returned the look to the demon, creating tension in the atmosphere. Dantalion's eyes began to shine, emitting a demonic aura. An excited smile appeared. He hadn't noticed because Vikir's face was covered by glasses, but looking closely, he saw that Vikir had quite a handsome face. This made Dantalion excited, as he liked collecting the faces of his victims. The face of Vikir was at the upper level of his collection. He wanted to have it. Vikir began to stare intently at Dantalion with a serene look and remained silent, holding back his internal hatred toward him. At that moment, the man who was conversing with Dantalion brought his fist close to his mouth, closed his eyes, and coughed, indicating that it was time to continue with the conversation. Hearing his voice, Dantalion, who had one eye closed, came out of his trance, began to observe the man with the other one, and with a smile, apologized for having kept him waiting. The man turned his back on him and began to walk away. Dantalion started to turn around, extended his hand towards them, and with a kind smile, explained to the Saintess that he was going to leave since today he was busy. Hearing this, Ephibo turned his back on Vikir and Dolores and began to walk towards them. Vikir and Dolores simply started to observe them and remained silent. Once they had moved away a little, Vikir clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Ephibo, who had a rather strange and familiar smell. Dolores clenched her teeth tightly due to frustration. She began to look at the ground and thought about corruption. Even after seeing him shamelessly sell indulgences, she couldn't say anything. Even after hearing blasphemous words against God, she turned to Vikir, extended her hand to one side, got angry, and asked him why he had done this. Vikir turned towards her and remained silent. The reality was that he felt an uncontrollable inner fury. Several seconds passed, and he did not respond. Seeing the fury in Vikir's eyes, Dolores was somewhat surprised. She did not know what was happening. Vikir began to look at the ground, and with a sincere expression, apologized to her for his behavior, explaining that from now on he would be more careful. After saying this, he turned his back on her and, while walking away, explained that he had been gone for a long time, so he had to return to the orphanage. While the sunlight was illuminating the area, Dolores began to observe Vikir and remained thinking in silence. Dolores's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion while Vikir was moving away from her. Many questions came to her mind. She did not know why Vikir seemed angry. Quilty Luen Indulgentia had an average stay time in the orphanage of approximately 2 hours per day. His main task was to sell indulgences to nobles and merchants. One day, like any other, a noble came to the orphanage, and after talking with him, handed over a box. Quilty took the box and began to show a kind smile. Occasionally, he also sent, by letter, investment reports or sales accounting books of indulgences to the Quo Vadis family. He sent these letters through a white dove. Vikir killed the dove, and after checking the mail, it was confirmed that the recipient was Cardinal Humbert Luen Quo Vadis, head of the Quo Vadis. He also noticed that Quilty was always accompanied by someone when he engaged in external activities. The rotation was of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. Vikir began to imagine Ephibo when he wore a mask and when he did not wear it. The mask that one of the guards had found during the explosion of the orphanage had been confirmed by smell to be from the same person who was called Ephibo. Back to the present, Vikir lowered his head, and with a lost look, began to stare at the ground. It was expected that the remaining 3 people would be at an advanced graduate level or higher, just like Ephibo. It was a high risk for our boy to take on 4 advanced graduates along with one of the 10 elite corps. In conclusion, to eliminate Quilty, first, it was necessary to deal with the 4 guards. Sancho, Tutor, and Piggy arrived in the area and could not help but be left speechless and confused at the same time, witnessing what was happening before their eyes. Before them was Vikir, who was washing clothes with a wooden board using water from the pond. Next to him, there was a large basket with dirty laundry. Seeing this, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy could not help but feel somewhat surprised and asked why he was working so hard. Sancho crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and felt embarrassed for trying to earn points by completing hours of volunteering. Tutor clenched his fist, and his gaze filled with determination. He couldn't believe that Vikir was doing all this to help the children. He decided to follow his example and work harder to become a true hero. Piggy began to observe Vikir and fell silent. Several seconds later, the 3 raised their fists and decided to follow him. Hearing their voices, Vikir, who was washing clothes by hand, turned towards them and was somewhat surprised. Vikir began to clean his cheek with his hand, and with a lost look, he began to gaze at the ground. He was so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't even noticed that his friends had come. It was difficult to act during the day. He had to wait for night to arrive. For now, he decided to concentrate on the day. Today, it was a wonderful day and the sky was clear. After a few hours, someone threw the ball into the air. The ball had been thrown by the children of the orphanage, who were happily playing with the ball. With a smile, one of the children extended his hands to catch the ball while being followed by the others. In the area, there was a tree. While all the children were playing, a girl sat next to the tree and began to watch the game in silence. This child was none other than Perry. Several minutes passed, and instead of going to play with the children, she stayed watching. At that moment, she turned to one side, and her eyes filled with surprise. Someone wearing academy boots sat next to her and threw a ball on the ground, which bounced against it and flew away. This person was none other than Vikir. He sat by the tree next to her, and while he had one hand resting on his knee, he began to bounce the ball with the other. Perry started to look at Vikir and remained thinking in silence. She did not know what he was trying to do. Vikir kept bouncing the ball, and this awakened Perry's curiosity. Her eyes filled with curiosity, and her gaze fixed on the ball. Seeing this, Vikir could not help but smile, and with a cheerful look, remembered that the children of Balak also liked to play with this ball. He picked up the ball, and the reality was that it was not a ball but the madam's egg. It had not shown signs of hatching, and the grip was not bad. Vikir always carried the egg with him just in case, but he had never thought he would use it for something like this. He threw the ball again, and curiosity in Perry's eyes increased dramatically. She was stunned to see how well this ball bounced. Her gaze fixed on the ball, and her desire to play with it grew stronger. She tried to hold back but was unable. Several seconds later, she picked up the ball, and with a pleasant and excited smile, she prepared to bounce it. She began to happily bounce the ball, and Vikir, who had his hand over his mouth, started to watch her and couldn't help but smile, seeing that his plan had worked. Behind them were some stairs on which Sinclair was sitting. While she had one hand resting on her knees, she rested her head on the other hand, closed her eyes, and couldn't help but smile since, as expected, Vikir was kind. Hearing her voice, Vikir came out of his trance, broke his hand from his mouth, and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. When he turned around, he saw Sinclair. She began to blush and, with a happy look, mentioned that he had a somewhat blunt side. Vikir didn't even look at her, turned his head to the side, and asked what she wanted. She stood up and started walking towards him, explaining that the reason was obvious. She approached Vikir, closed her eyes, and with a pleasant smile, revealed that she simply wanted them to be friends. She was a year younger than Vikir, and if he didn't mind, then she could talk to him formally. Vikir started looking straight ahead and remained thinking in silence. Then he turned his head back and with a calm look, gave her the order to do what she wanted. Hearing this, a smile appeared on her face, causing her to start blushing. While Perry was happily playing with the ball, Sinclair got even closer to Vikir and realized that she could be more informal, calling Vikir her brother. Vikir replied that he felt a little uncomfortable being called brother. She decided to think of another way to call him until the next time they met. While they were conversing, Perry continued happily playing with the ball. She threw the ball again, but at that moment it began to move in the air, leaving little Perry somewhat confused. The ball bounced forward, and seeing this, Perry's eyes filled with concern, and she started to follow the ball. In the grid that was next to the estuary canal, there was a small hole. Unfortunately, the ball went through the hole and fell into the water. Hearing the sound of water, Vikir's and Sinclair's attention shifted towards little Perry. Both were somewhat surprised and approached the grid where Perry was. Sinclair put her hands on her knees, bent down a bit, and explained that the ball had gone to the estuary, so there was nothing they could do about it. Little Perry put her hands close to her mouth, and her eyes filled with worry. Hearing that they could not retrieve the ball, Perry's eyes filled with tears. She began to look at Vikir, hoping that he could do something about it. With a serious look, Vikir asked her not to worry since it was just a ball. With a sad look, Perry began to look down and started to cry. Vikir observed her and started to think. With a smile, he began to unbutton his academy uniform. He couldn't help it, he wanted to make little Perry happy. At the same time, someone wearing white boots began to walk through the area. This person was none other than Dolores. She grabbed her elbow with her hand, closed her eyes, and sighed as she was still upset about it. She opened her eyes and, with a lost look, began to think about Vikir. She started to remember the conversation about the night hound that they had had at the club. She had not had a good impression of him because he was judging someone with prejudice. Moreover, his behavior was so bad that he even received negative points, to the point where he needed to do volunteer work. But her feelings about him were changing. A few hours ago at the orphanage, she met Tutor, who was carrying a child on his back. He smiled and explained that the kitchen needed more hands, so Vikir offered to go there. First, she went to the kitchen, where she found Sancho, who was dressed like a cook. While he was holding a ladle in his hand with a kind smile, he explained that they had been distributing food until just now, and hot water wasn't coming out, so Vikir had gone to check the pipe. He hadn't even been able to eat because he had been busy giving out food. She went to the pipe room, where she found Piggy. He had a towel around his neck. Seeing the president, Piggy became happy and explained that Vikir had gone to do laundry not long ago. Vikir had been able to fix the pipes recently, so now they could boil the laundry. After this, she went to the laundry where she met Bianca. With a calm look, she mentioned that Vikir had been hanging the clothes next to her until now, but the children had asked him to play, so he had gone to prepare the gym. Back in the present, Dolores started looking down with an insecure look. Everyone thought that Vikir was a good person. She had thought that her judgment of him was not accurate, but in reality, she could not be more wrong. She had her prejudices about him. As the sun was lighting up the area, she left the orphanage and approached some stairs. She put her hand behind her head and remembered that many were aware of the fact that Quilty and she did not have good relations. So, if Vikir had been considerate by hiding with her because he had noticed Quilty, then she should have apologized. Several seconds later, she saw Vikir, Sinclair, and little Perry standing in front of the estuary grate. She began to observe Vikir, and her eyes filled with confusion as she did not know what was happening. Vikir started to take off his shirt. Sinclair put her hands over her eyes but continued looking, and she couldn't help but start blushing. Perry, who was next to her and had her hands over her chest, began to cry as she wanted to get her ball back. Vikir took off the academy uniform and the boots and left them on the ground. After doing this, he gained momentum and made a big jump over the grate, throwing himself into the dirty water of the estuary. Seeing this, both Sinclair, Dolores, and Perry were surprised and open-mouthed at the same time. A while later, Vikir pulled out the ball from the estuary, which was covered in dirty water. While he was holding the ball with his hand, he started to observe it and told Perry that he had found it. Now, his whole body was also covered in dirty water. He turned his head back, started to look at Perry, and with a smile, explained that she no longer had to feel bad. Sinclair's filled with surprise, causing her to start blushing like a tomato. Seeing Vikir's body, Dolores couldn't help but start to blush. She was speechless as she couldn't believe that Vikir had jumped into the estuary to find the ball for Perry. Seeing that Vikir had found the ball, Perry was shocked and couldn't help but feel an inner peace. No one had ever done something like this for her before. A few days later, on a sunny day, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy finished their work and went outside to play with the other kid. Everyone was really happy. After a short while, Tutor wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the children, and smiled as he said it was the last day of volunteering. Sancho, with one hand on his hip, smiled back and said time had flown by. On the other side, Piggy was very tired and out of breath, so he stayed quiet. Tutor raised his fist to the sky and decided to play until he had no energy left. Nearby, there was a tree where Vikir was sitting, his hands intertwined as he thought quietly. Perry sat next to him, and the sun shone brightly around them. Vikir stared at the ground with a blank look on his face. Perry held something made of flowers, looking sad since today was the last day of volunteering for the boy. She felt both red and sad at the same time. She lifted her head and quietly watched Vikir. He looked up, his face serious, and began to think of a way to get rid of the awful Dantalion while he was distracted. Perry moved closer to him and silently placed a flower crown on his head. When he felt it, he snapped out of his thoughts and was a bit surprised. He touched his head with his hand and, looking confused, asked if it was a crown. Perry panicked, started to sweat, and shook her hands in denial, looking surprised. She reached for his hand. Vikir was even more confused, not knowing what she wanted to do. She held his hand with one hand and began to write on his palm with her finger, thanking him for everything. Vikir watched her, his eyes wide with surprise. It was a lovely day. Perry thanked him for always being there for her and for finding the ball. Vikir said there was no need to thank him. He just enjoyed helping her. Then, Perry moved her hand away and thought for a few seconds. After that, she wrote again on his palm with her finger. Once she finished, she pulled her hands and, looking sad, asked if they would see each other again someday. Vikir's eyes also filled with sadness as he remembered what Dolores had told him about her. A few days earlier, when Vikir met Dolores, she had explained sincerely that at first, everyone was nice to her, but after a while, everyone got so busy they couldn't even come to visit her. She was tired of temporary kindness and long separations. Perry sat down again and looked at the ground, feeling very sad. While Vikir was hunting demons, he always had to be ready for death. He couldn't promise that he would come back, but he still told her they would see each other again. When Perry heard this, she raised her head and her eyes sparkled with happiness as the wind rustled the leaves around them. With a sincere expression, Vikir promised that as long as he had a tomorrow, he would return to this place. Perry watched him in silence, struggling to believe that he had made her such a promise. She closed her eyes and smiled widely. Thanking Vikir, she decided to eagerly wait for that day to come. After that, they both sat quietly, enjoying the view for several minutes. Hours later, in the main auditorium of the Indulgentia orphanage, all the students who had come to volunteer gathered together. Among them were Sancho, Piggy, Tutor, and Bianca. Someone thanked everyone, saying that for the children who had been separated from their parents and were living in the orphanage, this was incredibly valuable. By meeting these volunteers, the children felt their parents' presence and could begin to heal the emptiness in their hearts. These words made everyone start to cry. The one who was thanking them was Quilty. He spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and with a smile explained that if the children grew up well, it would be thanks to the amazing volunteers. Just then, a worker pushing a box of donations came over to them. Quilty reached out to the box and, smiling kindly, asked everyone to share with the children the love they had felt for them over the past 10 days. Piggy covered his eyes with his hands and cried even harder from sadness. Next to him was Vikir, who looked surprised to see Quilty there. Vikir fiddled with his glasses and thought to himself that Quilty was very good at giving thanks in a way that made people feel a strong sense of obligation towards the children. He knew they were planning for the young students to give money to the orphanage. Next to Quilty were his 4 subordinates, who looked more human now but stayed quiet. Quilty continued to smile kindly. With the 4 of them there, it was going to be tricky to carry out their plan. Vikir stared at Quilty with a sharp look and decided he wouldn't let this guy do whatever he wanted. With a smile, Quilty began to encourage the students to donate to the orphanage. Everything was ready, and today Vikir was set to hunt one of the 10 elite corpses as planned. Quilty's persuasive speech worked, and soon the students started donating gold coins. A long line formed in front of the donation box, and everyone was excited to give. Piggy, Tutor, Bianca, and Sancho didn't stand in line. When Sinclair saw this, she went up to Vikir, called him brother, and with a puzzled look, asked why he wasn't donating. He replied that he had no money. This surprised her, and she asked why he, a student at the academy, had no money. The real reason was that he didn't want to give money to a demon. Vikir looked at the others and calmly asked Sinclair why she called him brother. She stepped closer, smiled, and reminded him that he had told her to call him something else. She thought it was too cold not to donate since they were rich and should help the children at the orphanage, even if just a little. Vikir stared at Quilty and said that parents weren't necessary because the world was a place where everyone had to stand on their own. Parents only mattered in childhood when people needed help. After that, he believed they weren't needed. Sinclair listened to him with concern. She looked at Vikir and went quiet. She took both of his hands and, with a sincere look, realized he must have gone through a tough time. Vikir was confused by this gesture, unsure of what she was doing. With a gentle look, Sinclair held Vikir's hand and invited him to visit her home later to have a meal with her family during the holidays or breaks. After saying this, she turned away and hurried off, saying she had to see the children, and asked him to find time after his volunteer work. Vikir watched her leave and thought silently. He brought his hand close to his face, looked at it, and with a puzzled expression thought that she was a very strange person. Sinclair then approached the children, smiling kindly as she patted their heads. Vikir realized that the identity she used at the academy was not real. Before his regression, she had been the top student, never losing first place in both written and practical exams for 4 years. But after graduating, she suddenly disappeared, and no one ever knew why. All the children began to happily hug the student. Quilty, who was on the first floor, said they should take time to thank the parents who had been with their children for the last 10 days. Tutor hugged a child, closed his eyes, and started crying from sadness, promising to visit him every week until he became a great hero. He was definitely going to keep doing it. Sancho bent down, placed a hand on a child's shoulder, and started to gently stroke the child's head. With a sincere expression, he told the child that in the north, children and young people, who would lead the future, were the most cherished. He said the future of the empire depended on him and asked him to work hard. 3 children approached Piggy, who began to cry. He promised he would come back and bring lots of tasty food next time. Bianca started to stroke the head of a girl who was crying, and soon her own eyes were filled with tears. The 10 days had passed quickly for her, and she had grown very attached to this girl. While everyone was saying goodbye to the children, Vikir watched silently with a curious expression. He looked one way and then the other. In front of him was Dolores, who was gently stroking the heads of 2 children. He came up to her and caught her attention. When she heard his voice, her eyes widened in surprise. She didn't understand what was happening. She turned her head back and blushed at the thought of Vikir. She remembered Vikir taking the ball out of the estuary and wondered why that image kept coming back to her. With a calm expression, Vikir said he had a question. He observed her and asked if she had seen Perry. She looked at Vikir and stayed quiet, deep in thought. She turned away and replied that she hadn't seen Perry around. This felt strange to her since she had seen her that morning. Hearing this, Vikir's eyes filled with concern and anger. He sensed something was wrong. Not knowing what to think, Vikir turned his back to her and, as he walked away, said he had to go. Dolores reached out to him, feeling a bit confused. Vikir started to remember Perry's joyful smile and couldn't help but wonder why she hadn't shown up. His eyes were filled with rage. He stopped walking, turned his head back, and locked his gaze on Quilty. Quilty noticed Vikir staring at him and began to smile. Seeing Quilty's expression made Vikir realize that this guy was responsible for Perry's disappearance. After a few hours, night fell and clouds filled the sky, blocking the moon. At the same time, in the volunteer workroom, Sancho and Tutor were sleeping soundly on wooden beds. Tutor was dreaming about the orphanage and didn't want to leave. Next to them, someone in another bed stirred, threw off the sheet, and got up. Meanwhile, in the children's dormitory of Indulgentia Orphanage, Quilty's subordinates arrived, all armed and ready for action. The 4 people started walking quietly, each taking a different path. The dorm had 4 hallways, and they chose one hallway to walk down. After a few seconds, Ephibo walked far away from the group. It was night, and the hallway behind him was very dark. Ephibo stayed quiet, but then Vikir, who was wearing a night-hound mask, appeared from the shadows and stared hard at Ephibo, who was lost in thought. Ephibo soon sensed that someone was there, and quickly turned around, but he saw nothing. His eyes became alert. He knew someone was following him. When he turned back to the front, Vikir was right there, looking at him intensely. Vikir said he had a question. Ephibo felt surprised because he didn't understand what was happening. Vikir asked where the children were who had been locked up to be food for the demon. Hearing this, Ephibo pulled out his mace, ready to attack because he knew things were bad. He swung the mace hard toward Vikir with all his strength. As the attack got closer, Vikir stared intently at Ephibo and remained silent. Just before Ephibo could move again, Vikir struck with incredible speed and, in an instant, cut off Ephibo's head. Vikir grabbed Ephibo's lifeless head by the hair and realized that he couldn't talk anymore. Vikir unlatched the sword Beelzebub, which began to glow with demonic energy. He looked at the blade and, seeing that Ephibo wasn't going to speak, decided not to waste any more time with him. While Ephibo's lifeless body lay behind him, Vikir held Ephibo's head by the hair, standing in silent thought. Suddenly, Vikir looked down and noticed something odd. Smoke started coming from Ephibo's face, and it slowly began to melt. But Vikir kept holding onto the head. As he gripped the hair, Ephibo's real head slipped out from under a disguise, fell to the ground, and rolled away. Vikir stayed still, trying to make sense of it all. When he looked at his hand, he realized he wasn't holding Ephibo's face, but a mask Ephibo had been wearing. He examined the mask and understood that Ephibo had been pretending to be human with a fake face. Vikir clenched the mask tightly, focusing on Ephibo's real head. Ephibo's true face was disfigured. One eye was missing and half of his face had no skin. Looking closer, Vikir realized it resembled Peter's face. But when he spotted a mole under the eye, he dismissed the thought. Peter didn't have a mole before going back in time. Vikir thought back to a time he and Peter went to the jungle. They'd built a fire late at night and talked happily. Peter had often mentioned his younger brother, who had disappeared during a solo training session. Now Vikir knew the truth. Peter's brother hadn't vanished due to training but had been chased by a demon and turned into an undead. Vikir looked up, his expression turning serious as he sensed someone approaching. In the dim hallway beside Ephibo's corpse, two figures appeared from the darkness. Heave, holding her scissors, and Fido, with his swords. They walked slowly toward him. Vikir turned to face them, studying them closely, and soon realized they might be people he recognized. Heave and Fido stared back, silent. After a few tense seconds, their eyes grew sharp, and they took up fighting stances, signaling they were ready to attack. Seeing this, Vikir decided not to wait. He drew his Beelzebub sword and rushed toward the demons. Surprised, Heave and Fido quickly shifted to a defensive stance. Flung his sword back, and a powerful red energy flared from the blade, his eyes filled with rage. He was determined to kill these enemies and end the demon Dantalion once and for all. Vikir closed in and, summoning all his strength, unleashed a powerful slash. Fortunately for Vikir, the demons leaped away just in time to dodge his attack. Now that he was wide open, the demons saw their chance and didn't hesitate to act. Fido appeared above Vikir, getting ready to strike, while Heave was on the ground, winding up to swing a powerful blow with the scissors. Luckily, Vikir turned around just in time and saw they were ready to attack. Realizing he was in trouble, the demons launched a fierce attack, creating a huge cloud of smoke and loud noise in the middle of the night. Elsewhere, in a peaceful place, a statue of a praying goddess stood. Moonlight shone through a hole in the ceiling, beautifully illuminating the statue. Nearby, a blonde-haired woman stood with her hands clasped, speaking to the statue. She called the figure Goddess Luen and was none other than Dolores. She had come to pray, asking Goddess Luen, who dwells in the heavens, to forgive their sins as they forgive others. As she prayed, an image of Vikir, holding a ball and wet from the estuary, filled her mind. She tried to push the thought away, but the image of Vikir only grew stronger. She clasped her hands tighter, closed her eyes, and blushed. She prayed to the goddess to protect them from temptation and evil, but Vikir's image stayed in her mind. Embarrassed, she covered her face, blushing even more, wondering why she couldn't stop thinking about him. Deep down, she knew she was in love with Vikir, though she didn't want to admit it. She decided to finish her prayer another day, turned her back to the statue, and tried to calm herself, reminding herself that Vikir was just a good junior. Placing a hand on her chest, she thought fondly about the night hound, Vikir, but was interrupted by a sudden noise. She looked to the side, noticing a hallway nearby. the wall shattered, and someone's body flew toward her. Dolores stared silently, unsure of what was happening. It was Vikir, and she noticed he was wearing his pandemic mask. Shocked and speechless, she realized he was the Night Hound. Meanwhile, Vikir used his feet to stop his movement, and as the smoke cleared, Heave and Fido appeared, ready to attack again. Dolores had many questions in her mind. She didn't understand why the Night Bloodhound was here or why he was fighting Quilty's guards. She called out his name, Night Bloodhound. When Vikir heard her, his body began to shake and fear filled his eyes. He quickly turned around, surprised to see the Saintess there, as if he didn't know why she was present. While he was distracted, Heave threw a pair of scissors that hit Vikir in the chest, piercing him. He was thrown backward, crashing against the edge of a statue. Dolores turned to see what happened, and her eyes filled with worry. She knew this wasn't good. The attack was so strong that Vikir lay on the ground. Heave and Fido began to move toward him, planning to strike the final blow. But Dolores wasn't going to let them do it. She stepped in front of them, extending her arms to block their way, her face showing fear as she pleaded with them to stop. Even though she didn't fully understand what was happening, she believed they could talk things out and come to an agreement. Her attempt to persuade them failed. The demons stared at her, tightened their grip on their swords, and got ready to get her out of the way. She froze in fear but then closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and stood firm, ready to take the attack. She wasn't willing to step aside and let Nighthound die. The demons attacked, and Vikir asked her to move. Using the Beelzebub sword, he blocked one attack, but he didn't have a second sword, so he blocked the other attack with his own arm, making Fido's sword cut deeply into it. Even after all this, Vikir's gaze stayed strong. He looked at the demons without a word. Blood started flowing from the wound on his arm. The Saintess, standing behind him, opened one eye to see what was happening, and fear and sadness filled her gaze when she saw his injury. Vikir looked back at her with confidence, and told her not to worry. Then, he quickly swung his sword, shattering Heave's scissor blade into pieces. Heave stared at the broken fragments in confusion. Before Heave could react or understand, Vikir stabbed his sword into Heave's neck, giving him no time to resist. He pressed the sword deeper to make sure he finished him off. Seeing this, Fido pulled his sword out of Vikir's arm and got ready to strike, thinking Vikir was defenseless. But Vikir swung his sword again with full force, cutting into Fido's neck. Just as Fido was about to attack, Vikir turned around with a sharp gaze, swung his sword accurately, and cut through his neck, spilling blood everywhere. As the demon's blood splattered on the ground, Dolores clutched her shoulders, clenching her teeth, her eyes wide with fear. She couldn't believe the power of the Nighthound. Blood now covered Vikir's suit. Moments later, the demons' heads dropped next to their lifeless bodies. Vikir stepped closer, looked at them quietly, and remained silent. Dolores put her hand to her mouth, worriedly remembering that he was hurt. She walked over, fists clenched, looking at him with concern, and suggested treating his arm immediately. Vikir, standing firm, reassured her not to worry. After saying this, he turned to look at her calmly, surprised to see the Saintess here and wondering why she was out so late. Dolores, terrified, looked at the bodies, confused about why Quilty's guards would attack her, knowing who she was. Vikir pointed at the heads and asked her to look carefully. Fido's face started to slowly melt. Dolores covered her mouth in disgust. Vikir looked at the head, revealing that these were undead beings, using other people's faces. Dolores looked at Fido's head with a trembling body and asked why such things were happening to people connected to the Quo Vatis family. Vikir, calm, replied that the Saintess of Quo Vatis should know better than him. Fear and confusion filled her gaze as she realized that the traitor Quilty was likely behind all this. Vikir removed the masks from Heave and Fido, observing them closely in silence. Fido was a man with black hair and a beard, and his face looked familiar to Vikir. He recognized him as Staffordshire Baskerville of the Pitbull Order. He remembered Staffordshire from when he was alive. When Vikir had vanished into the forest, this man had evaded punishment thanks to Adolf Morg's defense. Vikir had heard that Staffordshire had chosen to enter isolation training. Now Vikir clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. He looked at Heave's body and noticed a tattoo on his chest, which identified him as a member of the Don Quixote family. Vikir recalled Set, smiling as he remembered that this man, too, was in isolation training. People from noble families had severed ties with outsiders. In the past, he met the triplet sisters, and one of them told him with a sincere expression that they had just begun isolation training. But following Uncle Adolph's orders, he stepped back, entered the room of darkness, and focused on magical research. Right then, someone wrapped in bandages created a fireball and threw it at the demon corpses, causing a huge explosion that left Vikir and Dolores a bit confused. This person continued to hurl fireballs, breaking everything apart. After a few seconds, debris flew everywhere, and the entire area was now on fire. Vikir moved closer to Dolores and covered her with his cloak. Flames spread quickly, and seeing this, Vikir thought things were not looking good. They glanced to the side, their eyes widening in shock and confusion at what they saw. Someone wearing leather boots was walking through the fire toward them. It was a woman with red hair. She walked toward them slowly. Vikir watched her, feeling a bit surprised, but in his mind, he gave her a score of 0. He didn't understand this attitude from his future wife. As she stared at Vikir, she summoned another fireball and prepared to attack. As flames slowly spread and consumed the area, Camus stood still, staring at them deeply. She raised her hand and began summoning a fireball. At first, Vikir and Dolores quietly watched her, but then Vikir's eyes locked onto Camus, adding tension to the scene. No one understood why Camus was here. Dolores glanced at Vikir with surprise and couldn't stop herself from blushing. The night hound had protected her, leaving her feeling nervous and shocked. In moments, the flames devoured most of the space, and the fireball Camus summoned grew larger. Dolores kept her eyes on Camus and suddenly realized the attack wasn't just aimed at Vikir, it was aimed at her too. She turned to Vikir and nervously asked if she might also be undead. Vikir raised his cloak to shield her from the attack and remarked that it was possible. His gaze shifted to Camus, and he questioned Dolores about how long Camus had been with Quilty. Dolores clenched her fists and, looking unsure, admitted she'd only recently heard that Quilty had hired her. Her expression turned distant as she sank into thought. Determined not to stand by idly, Dolores clasped her hands together, summoning a golden glow. With resolve, she declared that as a servant of God, she could not ignore an undead enemy. She decided to support Vikir, but before she could act, Vikir began walking toward Camus. He told Dolores to step back, saying he needed to confirm something about her. Dolores offered to help with a healing spell, but Vikir refused, insisting it wasn't necessary. As Vikir approached, Camus changed her strategy. She increased the flame's intensity, and explosive energy spikes suddenly appeared in the air. Camus controlled the spikes, hurling them toward Vikir with force. Despite the danger, Vikir unsheathed the Beelzebub sword and advanced without hesitation. As the spikes neared, he swung his sword precisely, cutting them into harmless fragments. His sharp gaze warned Camus that her attacks wouldn't work on him. But then, to Vikir's surprise, the spikes exploded behind him, creating small but powerful blasts. He stood silently, realizing how close the danger had been. Camus, her face filled with rage, prepared to launch another attack. She wasn't ready to give up so easily. Vikir immediately recognized her long, straight red hair. The magic she was using, an impressive mix of iron and fire, was at least level 6. It was rare for someone so young to handle such powerful magic, even among the renowned Morgue family, known for their magical expertise. Vikir, injured and outmatched, decided to adjust his approach. He slid the Beelzebub sword back into its sheath. Camus noticed this and quickly acted, summoning more spikes with her magic. She thrust her hands backward, drawing energy to create another wave of attacks. The burning flames from her magic caused chunks of wood from the ceiling to crash into the floor, adding to the chaos. She launched the spikes at him, causing massive explosions that echoed through the room. Yet, as the thick smoke began to clear, Vikir emerged unharmed. His gaze was cold and full of resolve, showing he wasn't ready to back down. He reached for a piece of the fallen wood as Camus prepared to attack again. This time, her spikes tore through the air, grazing his shoulders and leaving small cuts. But Vikir didn't falter. Step by step, he moved closer to her, unwavering. Camus launched another attack, but Vikir slightly tilted his head, avoiding the strike. The near miss shredded part of his hood, exposing his intense expression. He locked eyes with her, a silent message that he would not surrender. Watching this unfold, Dolores became uneasy. Her face showed deep concern as she wondered why Vikir, known as the Night Hound, was charging directly into danger. Camus, relentless, unleashed a barrage of spikes. Many hit Vikir, injuring him further. Despite the pain and blood, he continued moving forward, determined and unyielding. Dolores, observing closely, realized that Vikir had a plan and seemed to know Camus. Questions swirled in her mind. What kind of connection did they share? Vikir's gaze shifted, and memories began to surface. He recalled moments from their shared past. He imagined Camus sitting by her uncle, Adolphe Morgue, before his regression. Back then, she was known for her close bond with Adolphe, so it made little sense for her to suddenly isolate herself in closed-door training. He remembered a day from his childhood when he had crossed paths with a furious Camus. She demanded answers to something he said, but he stayed calm and silent. On another occasion, she furiously pointed at a city map, insisting he understood where their family's mineral property was located. In another memory, during a battle, she had fallen to her knees. Vikir had stepped in, shielding her from harm. Years later, as they grew older, they rode horses together. She had smiled warmly then, grading him 80 out of 100 for his knowledge about barbarian tribes' ecology. There was also a time when someone tried to attack her. Without hesitation, Vikir blocked the strike with his hand, protecting her. He recalled a tense moment in the forest near Madame's domain. While Vikir prepared to fight, her uncle Adolphe and another boy took Camus away to ensure her safety. She called out to Vikir, asking him to stop. From the forest, a giant spider known as Madame appeared, fixing her gaze on him. Vikir drew his sword, his body glowing with strong energy, ready for battle. The ground around them was ablaze. As Vikir took a step forward, memories of Camus flashed through his mind. He regretted everything, meeting her, building a connection, and using her for his plans. If only he hadn't involved her, this might not have happened. But his actions and choices had piled up, and now it seemed Camus Morgue's once bright future might have been lost. In the present, Camus stared at Vikir with sharp, cold eyes, so different from before. Vikir walked toward her, noticing the sadness and confusion in her expression. He couldn't stop wondering what he had done to her to make her look at him this way. With a stern expression, she summoned a fireball, ready to attack. But before she could act, Vikir grabbed her hand and placed his other hand on her head. Her eyes filled with shock and suspicion as she froze. Without hesitation, he firmly held her face and tore off the mask she was wearing. Underneath was the real face of the undead. Dolores, watching from nearby, was horrified and stunned to see the face of Quilty's subordinate. Vikir's expression shifted to one of deep disappointment. Meanwhile, the demon began to summon another fireball, her intent clear. Vikir grabbed her hand tightly, forcing it away, but she kept preparing to strike. Realizing he had no choice, Vikir swung his sword with all his might, severing the demon's neck. Her body collapsed, and her head flew off, landing on the ground. Both lay lifeless before him. Injured and exhausted, Vikir fell to his knees, blood dripping from his wounds. Dolores, standing behind him, panicked. She knew the situation wasn't good. Vikir, struggling to stay upright, placed one hand and knee on the ground to steady himself. Dolores rushed to his side, sat next to him, and began using her healing powers. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at his battered body. While Dolores worked to heal him, Vikir silently stared at the demon's lifeless corpse. Dolores noticed his gaze and, trembling with fear, asked, "Do you know who this is?" With a distant look, Vikir sat silently in thought. The truth was clear now. The undead before him was Camus Morgue. Half of her face was rotted away. Vikir said her face was unfamiliar to him. Though his body was covered in wounds, Vikir began to stand, saying it was enough. Dolores, using her power to heal him, panicked and told him the wound was still open. But Vikir, brushing it off, said he already felt fine. Her mind raced with questions. With an anxious look, she asked why he kept pushing himself into such a terrible state and begged for an explanation. Vikir clenched his fist as he stood and answered firmly, "Demon hunting." Dolores stared at him, confused and scared, and asked why he was hunting demons. Turning his back to her, Vikir replied that it was for personal revenge. Without another word, he approached the corpse and gently picked up Camus Morgue's mask. As he studied it, memories of other demons' masks came to him. This mask, too, carried strong demonic energy. Yet, to him, it was just another tool used by Quilty's guards. Deciding it needed further investigation, Vikir prepared to look deeper. Suddenly, a voice came from Camus Morgue's corpse, asking Vikir to return the mask. Both Vikir and Dolores froze, their attention snapping to the body. Fear and confusion overtook them as they saw a mouth form on the corpse. The mouth spoke, revealing that Ephibo, Heve, Fido, and even Geronto had borrowed power from the woman Camus Morgue served. It warned that she would be furious. Dolores stood frozen, her mouth hanging open in terror as the corpse continued to speak. The mouth recognized Vikir's pandemic mask and identified him as the one attacking their forces. Vikir stared at the corpse, his rage growing. He recognized it as one of the 10 elite corpses and asked why it bothered speaking when it already knew his identity. Dolores, still stunned, realized the voice belonged to Quilty. The demon's smug smile confirmed it. Quilty admitted his plan had worked perfectly. For a great cause, he said, he had no choice but to reveal himself. He confessed that he had avoided harming the Saintess for fear of raising suspicion, but now it no longer mattered. Both Vikir and Dolores stood in silence as Quilty gloated. Dolores's body began trembling in fear. She had never imagined Quilty was a demon. With a wicked grin, Quilty taunted her, suggesting she keep her expression of despair and terror. It was exactly what he wanted to see when he peeled the skin from her face. The Saintess clasped her hands tightly and started to pray. A strong golden glow surrounded her, leaving the demon confused. She refused to stay idle and resolved to act. With determination in her eyes, she swore on her soul to make the wicked suffer twice the weight of their karma. Using her holy light ability, she summoned a powerful beam of light from the sky, directing it at the corpse. Her divine power slowly consumed the body until it disintegrated completely, including the demon's mouth. Her power not only destroyed the demon but also reduced Camus Morgue's corpse to ashes. Vikir, who stood beside her, silently examined Camus Morgue's remains, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Dolores, her hands still clasped and her face filled with anger, prayed for the demon to reflect in the afterlife. Just then, a voice behind them interrupted. Someone licked their lips with a smirk, commenting that the Saintess had an unusual face. Dolores recognized the voice immediately, and fear filled her eyes. Before she could react, a sudden burst of light pierced Vikir's chest, catching him off guard. He fell to his knees, injured. Dolores rushed to help him. As she did, a figure approached them. It was Quilty, better known as Dantalion. He extended his hand, and the mouth Dolores had just destroyed reappeared in his palm. With a sly smile, he mocked her, saying it was rude to interrupt someone mid-sentence. Furious, Dolores demanded to know how the demon had disguised himself as Quilty and committed such a vile act. Quilty smiled and calmly explained, "I'm a demon. Isn't that reason enough?" He then asked if she was ready to fight him. Despite her fear, Dolores stood in front of Vikir, determined to protect him. The demon chuckled, calling her an immature novice. He taunted her, questioning how a dying swordsman like Vikir could possibly face someone like him. Dolores tried to stay strong, but tears of despair welled up in her eyes. Quilty grabbed her chin, his voice mocking as he told her she was trying to appear brave while her face betrayed her fear. He leaned closer, staring into her eyes with his tongue sticking out. With a sinister smile, he whispered that she couldn't hide her true feelings from him. The Saintess froze as Quilty leaned in closer, his drool dripping from his mouth. His presence overwhelmed her with a fear she had never known. The demon's twisted nature fully emerged as he stared at her intently, his excitement growing. He smiled wider, relishing the moment as he claimed he finally had the Saintess's face in his grasp. But his happiness didn't last long. He plunged the Beelzebub sword into the demon's neck, filling the creature's eyes with confusion. The demon couldn't understand how Vikir was still fighting despite being so injured. Both the demon and Dolores turned their attention to Vikir, who began explaining. Vikir said he had been tracking the demon and noticed something important. With anger and a thirst for revenge in his eyes, he called Quilty a coward who sacrificed his followers and avoided direct fights. Vikir guessed that Quilty wouldn't show up unless Vikir was wounded. However, the injury Quilty had inflicted on Vikir's chest had already healed. Vikir revealed that he had been pretending to be hurt and confidently explained that healing wounds like that was easy for him. With revenge burning in his heart, Vikir taunted the demon, asking what it thought of his act. Then, he drove the sword into the demon's head. The demon's eyes turned red, and it looked like it was finally dead. But after a short moment, its eyes began to glow again. Fixing its gaze on Vikir, the demon smirked angrily and called him a damned brat, introducing itself as Dantalion. Seeing the demon was still alive, Dolores looked confused and scared. Dantalion, despite having a sword stuck in his head, focused on Dolores with a confident smile. Her mind raced with questions as she asked Vikir why the demon wasn't dead even after such a blow. Vikir stayed silent for a moment, studying the demon. It didn't take long for him to realize this was Dantalion, one of the 10 elite corpses. Dantalion's expression shifted to one of excitement as he smiled, recognizing Vikir as the one who had killed Andromalius. Suddenly, the back of Quilty's head began to open, and Dantalion started to emerge. This wasn't the Quilty they thought they knew, it was the demon's true form. Dantalion revealed that he had used the face of the priest Quilty as a disguise, though now he couldn't use it anymore. Vikir's expression turned serious, and he immediately went on high alert, realizing how dangerous the situation had become. Dantalion, now in the form of a white-haired woman, fully emerged from Quilty's body. Smiling wickedly, the demon explained that he collected faces. These faces allowed him to take the memories and life force of others. Placing a hand on Quilty's lifeless body, Dantalion twisted its head backward and looked at Vikir with an evil grin. He explained that the entity Vikir had just killed was only one of his many faces, named Quilty Luen Indulgentia. Until all his faces were destroyed, the true Dantalion couldn't be killed. Vikir, filled with a burning need for revenge, leaped behind the demon with a murderous glare, ready to strike. He was determined to carry out the demon's own words, destroy all its faces. Sensing the danger, the demon spun around and immediately went on high alert when it saw Vikir's deadly intent. Before the demon could react, Vikir swung his sword with all his strength, driving it deep into the demon's abdomen. But then, something unexpected happened. Dolores stood frozen, her eyes filled with fear and sorrow at the scene unfolding before her. On the other side, Vikir remained calm and silent as he shoved his sword further into Dantalion's chest. The action seemed to jolt the woman whose body the demon was using back to consciousness. She cried out, tears streaming down her face, pleading with Vikir to spare her life. "Why do I have to die?" she asked, her voice trembling with despair. Blood trickled from her mouth as she begged for mercy, but her life slipped away moments later. Vikir withdrew his sword, and the woman's body collapsed to the ground. He stared silently at the lifeless corpse, while Dolores panicked nearby, unable to grasp what was happening. The corpse lay still for a while before suddenly opening up. From inside, a man emerged. He looked ordinary, confused, and bewildered. Sitting up, he turned his head from side to side, trying to make sense of where he was. "What is this place?" he asked. Vikir kept his guard up, his eyes fixed on the man, ready to attack again. Dolores stood by, her face a mix of shock and disbelief. She couldn't comprehend how the demon Dantalion had so many forms. The man, still confused, recalled that he had been buying meat and panada for his daughter when something strange happened on his way home. Before he could finish explaining, Vikir swung his sword again, decapitating the man in one swift motion. The man's head flew through the air, and his body collapsed to the ground. Vikir's rage burned brighter. He saw the demon's arrogance in every face. But his anger turned to shock when a small child emerged from the man's corpse, crying. It was Dantalion again, now in the form of a child. The boy covered his face with his hands, sobbing, and asked why Vikir was being so cruel. Vikir tightened his grip on his sword, ready to strike, but his body froze. The child rubbed his teary eyes with his fists and, with a sorrowful expression, said he had done nothing wrong. "Why are you bullying me?" the child asked. Vikir stood silently, observing the boy's act. The child cried harder, trying to earn Vikir's trust. But Vikir wasn't fooled. He told the demon to stop pretending. Memories of Andromalius, another demon who had once disguised itself using children's faces, flashed through his mind. Vikir then raised Beelzebub's sword, its powerful aura glowing, and revealed to Dantalion that he was now immune to such tricks, thanks to the lessons he had learned from his friend. The demon saw its trick wasn't working and took control of the child's body. It stared at Vikir and smiled. Using its power, the demon turned the child's finger into a sharp spike. Smiling wickedly, it launched part of its face at Vikir. The face hit Vikir's hand and fused with his wrist, catching him off guard. Vikir stared at his hand, shocked and confused. The demon grinned and called it a gift, but before it could say more, Vikir swung his sword and cut off the child's head. The head flew through the air, but instead of dying, it spun rapidly. Limbs sprouted from the spinning head, and the demon changed form again, this time into a young man with gray hair. The demon used his new hands and feet to stop his spinning body. With an eerie glare, the demon revealed a hidden mouth on his hand, the true mouth of the demon Dantalion. Both the man and the mouth looked at Vikir and laughed. The demon's power began to work on Vikir. Terror crept across Vikir's face as dizziness overwhelmed him. He fell to his knees, and Dolores, worried, asked if he was okay. Meanwhile, the demon stood tall, his face now covered in multiple eyes and mouths. He showed Vikir his palm, and an eye on it began to glow, revealing the demon had planted a face on Vikir. The planted face was tied to the memories of someone who had suffered from paranoia and schizophrenia. That person's trauma had driven them to kill their beloved family. The face began spreading across Vikir's own, covering half of it. Vikir struggled to resist, but he couldn't stop a sinister smile from appearing on that side of his face. The demon mocked him, asking how it felt to have two sets of memories battling inside one body. As the demon had warned, Vikir's memories began blending with the other person's trauma. Slowly, Vikir's sense of self started to fade. The demon looked surprised as Vikir made a desperate move. Refusing to give in, Vikir cut off his own arm. With a confident look, he made it clear he wasn't giving up without a fight. Dolores was shocked when she saw what Vikir did. She couldn't believe he had cut off his own arm. Her eyes were full of sadness and worry, but Vikir told her not to worry about him. Slowly, his arm started to grow back, completely healed as if it had never been harmed. He explained that he had been fighting a demon, but that didn't mean he was just an ordinary human. Instead of being shocked, the demon stayed calm, watching Vikir carefully. He now understood why Andromalius had been defeated. The demon focused on the Beelzebub sword in Vikir's hand. Seeing the dark energy surrounding it, he realized it was the demonic sword Beelzebub. Vikir's body was surrounded by a powerful aura, as if he was a master at the highest level. The demon grinned excitedly. Knowing Vikir was a tough opponent to face directly, he decided to use his powers. He made more faces appear on his hand, pointing his fingers at Vikir and changing his plan of attack. Vikir took a defensive position, ready to block whatever was coming. Meanwhile, Dolores was frozen with fear. Instead of pointing at Vikir, the demon pointed at Dolores, making her panic as she didn't know what would happen next. The demon shot a face toward her. She closed her eyes, but Vikir wasn't going to let that happen. With his sword, he easily deflected the attack. The demon's fingers turned into faces again as he studied Vikir. He smiled, revealing that he knew Vikir would protect Dolores. The demon realized that Vikir had a weakness right next to him, so he shot several more faces at Dolores. Vikir stepped in front of her, blocking the attacks. Dolores, in a panic, told him not to worry about her. She urged him to focus on fighting the demon, but Vikir remained firm. He refused to let go of his duty to protect the heroes. Dolores' eyes widened in surprise at his words, and she swallowed hard. She knew she couldn't be a burden to him. The demon attacked again, but Vikir blocked the shots once more. The fight was brutal and terrifying. Dolores realized that the Night Bloodhound was fighting alone, and she wondered if he would always have to fight by himself. Determined, she clasped her hands together. She had to strengthen her resolve, but she was so scared that she couldn't stop shaking. She closed her eyes and tried to calm herself. A golden aura began to surround her. She wanted to help the Night Bloodhound no matter what. As she prepared to use her power, one of the faces that the demon had sent toward her fell to the ground nearby. She opened her eyes and looked at the face in front of her, feeling shocked. Tears were in the eyes of the face, and a familiar voice began to speak. She pulled her hands away and felt a wave of terror because the voice belonged to Quilty. Fear and panic took over her, and she felt guilty for everything. The demon's plan had worked. He couldn't help but smile. His arm turned into tentacles with faces on them. He got ready to attack, thinking it would be easy. The demon reached out his arm, and thousands of faces shot toward them. Having just one person with transplanted faces was painful enough, and no one knew what would happen if a human had hundreds of them. As the attack got closer, Vikir took a defensive position, watching the demon carefully and preparing to defend himself. With a confident look, he said he could simply cut through all the faces. When the tentacles reached him, Vikir began swinging his sword, cutting through many of the faces. The demon launched even more faces at them and smiled, asking if Vikir really thought he could cut through thousands of them. Vikir stayed calm and kept cutting the faces, but then something caught his eye, and he was filled with surprise. Among the faces, he saw one that was very familiar to him. It was the face of a girl he knew, Perry. The memory of the orphanage came rushing back to Vikir. He remembered Perry putting a crown of flowers on his head, then sitting together by a tree to talk. The image of Perry smiling happily appeared in his mind, and he saw the same smile on the face in front of him. Vikir froze, realizing that the demon had killed Perry too. Sadness and guilt filled his heart for not protecting her earlier. His mind went blank, and in that moment of weakness, the tentacles managed to strike him. He was left defenseless as thousands of faces began to enter his body. After being hit by the demon's attack, Vikir found himself in a very dark place. He clenched his fists tightly and kept his eyes shut. After a while, he opened them, his gaze firm with determination. He wasn't ready to give up. He stood in a small, water-filled tunnel. In front of him sat a group of people with their arms resting on their knees. Vikir looked at them, confused. He didn't know what was happening or where he was. The people seemed sad, and none of them had faces. He remembered being pulled into Dantalian's ability, and realized this must be its effect. Questions filled his mind as he observed them. Were these people the ones the demon had devoured? His thoughts were interrupted when veins began appearing on his face and spread toward his eyes. A wave of fear hit him. The green water flowing through the tunnel seemed poisonous. Slowly, the veins expanded across his body. The water started shaking, creating small waves. Vikir glanced again at the people taken by Dantalian, and unease filled him. It felt the same as when Dantalian's face had been imprinted on him. The water seemed to stir his memories and bring up past traumas. He began to see pieces of others' lives. People who had killed loved ones, lost their sanity, or been consumed by evil. Among them was a small, sorrowful boy. Tears filled the boy's eyes as he begged Vikir not to hurt him, saying he didn't want to die. Veins now covered Vikir's body. He approached the boy, placed a gentle hand on his head, and tried to comfort him. The boy stopped crying, and Vikir gazed at the ground with a distant look. Slowly, he stood up. Perry's face flashed in his mind, the moment Dantalian had attacked. Vikir lifted his head, determination returning to his eyes. The tunnel seemed endless, filled with the demon's victims. Vikir concluded that if these people were here, then Perry might be too. Among the victims, he noticed children whose faces were filled with fear. Some were terrified of dying, while others looked completely worn out. Many had lost the will to stay in this place and longed for death. After Vikir was swallowed by Dantalian's attack, it wasn't long before Dolores suffered the same fate. She couldn't resist the power of the demon and was consumed by his assault. When she arrived in the strange place, she was stunned to see a crowd of people in front of her. Shocked, she began to wonder what kind of place this was. The cries and desperate pleas of the people overwhelmed her, filling her with guilt and sorrow. She soon realized these were the tormented spirits of those who had been devoured by Dantalian. Unable to cope, she dropped to her knees, staring at the ground, trying to process the horrifying reality. As she knelt there, a figure emerged from the water and began walking toward her. The figure asked what the saintess thought of his collection of human souls. Fear and despair gripped Dolores, leaving her frozen in place. Then, the demon Dantalian appeared behind her, revealing his true form. His face was a grotesque mask of tentacles, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Spreading his arms wide and smiling cruelly, he explained that, after much thought, he had decided not to consume humans, as they were too despicable for his taste. A wicked grin spread across his face, and he gazed at Dolores with twisted delight, saying the cries and pleas of humans moved his heart. Dantalian was no ordinary demon. He was the 9th corpse among the Elite 10, with an S+ danger level. He dwelled deep within the Gate of Destruction, known as the Womb of the Serpent, and was considered one of humanity's greatest enemies, a disaster impossible to understand or kill. As Dolores knelt, staring at the ground, rage began to boil within her. Among the victims, she recognized children from the orphanage. The thought of such a monstrous crime was unbearable. Dantalian noticed her fury and coldly remarked that feeding didn't require justification. Reaching into his suit, he pulled out a golden indulgence paper and declared with a smirk that he couldn't be blamed because of this indulgence. He mocked her further, explaining how humans had invented the idea that money could erase sin, a concept that delighted him. Proudly, he added that humans had also inspired his methods of raising and harvesting orphan children for food, much like livestock. "If I've sinned," he said mockingly, "then it's because I've learned so much from humans." Dolores remained silent, still staring at the ground, overwhelmed by anger and grief. Dantalian stepped closer, observing her with a cruel smile. He then taunted her, accusing her of being no different from the wicked people who harmed others. She was simply lucky to be born with divine powers, but deep down, she felt weak, useless, and like a burden to others. Dantalian's tentacles crept toward her head, and with a wicked grin, he told her that without her, trapping the Night Hound in this inner world would have been impossible. Her presence had weakened the Night Hound, making it easier for him. Dolores stayed silent, and the demon found it thrilling to see the Saintess unable to respond. In his mental world, the negativity of the dead consumed everything, and he eagerly waited to see despair overtake her expression. But then, Dolores turned to him with a confident look. She calmly admitted that he wasn't wrong. She explained that indulgence, allowing weaknesses to linger, could harm others. Her own flaws were part of human nature, and together, these weaknesses built up to create despair. Hearing this, Dantalian laughed maniacally. His excitement grew as he agreed, saying it was true that humans were weak. Dolores turned her back to him, tears in her eyes. Her body began to glow with golden energy as divine power surrounded her. With confidence, she asked Dantalian if he truly thought despair couldn't lead to something better. She revealed that even despair could become a source of strength. Seeing her divine power, Dantalian stepped back, covering his face with his hands. He looked confused and on edge, unable to understand how her body was radiating divine power. Dolores, still crying, thanked him with a grateful expression. She admitted that, thanks to him, she now realized how indecisive she had been. She had been scared of her father, which had kept her from putting an end to indulgence. She had been so terrified of demons that she failed to help Nighthound and left him to fight alone. Now, she saw how useless she had been until this moment. She remembered a conversation from the past. She and Vikir were sitting on a wooden fence, gazing at nature. Dolores had asked him why God chose someone as weak as her to be the Saintess. There were many people with stronger faith who weren't born with divine powers. Why her? Vikir had been silent at first, thinking. Then he calmly told her that her suffering and repentance might be the reason God chose her. This world needed someone who could shine brightest in its darkest, most brutal moments. His words left Dolores speechless, but they stayed with her. Back in the present, Dolores clasped her hands tightly. Divine power began pouring out of her, growing stronger and brighter. She couldn't let Vikir fight alone anymore. With determination, she unleashed an immense wave of divine power that expanded in all directions, radiating hope and strength. She was determined to help no matter what. Seeing her determination, the demon raised his hands to cover his face, looking alarmed and unable to hide his concern. He couldn't let her keep using her divine power like this. Desperate to stop her, Dantalian told her that while the humans here might survive, the souls expelled by her divine power would be destroyed forever. But Dolores didn't listen. She focused even harder, and the divine power began to destroy the victims' souls. Clenching her teeth, she prayed without stopping, refusing to let the demon's words shake her. Just as she was about to give up, someone touched her hand. Surprised, she opened her eyes to see one of the orphanage children, who had been consumed by the demon, staring directly into her eyes. More children from the orphanage appeared, smiling warmly and encouraging her not to give up. Tears filled Dolores's eyes as guilt overwhelmed her. She begged the children for forgiveness for not being able to save them. Their presence renewed her strength, and she prayed even harder. Her divine power grew stronger, spreading out and freeing all the trapped souls. The demon stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, deep in a nearby tunnel, a blonde-haired girl named Perry sat with a distant, blank expression, staring at the ground. Vikir arrived soon after and sat behind her, placing his hands on the ground and feeling relieved to have found her. But the weight of the victim's traumas and memories had begun to consume him. Looking at her with guilt in his eyes, Vikir explained that he'd been thinking about why he wanted to see her again. His face started to break apart, and his fear and regret showed clearly. He confessed that he had once sworn to spend his life seeking revenge against demons. When he first came to the orphanage, his only goal had been to hunt them, never caring about the lives affected. But something had changed. He remembered sitting under a tree with Perry and how her smile had filled him with gratitude. Because of the orphanage, he had met her. Her smile had given his revenge purpose. With weary eyes, he told her that the meaning of his revenge was to create a future where children like her could live in a world safe enough for them to smile again. The divine power of Dolores spread throughout the tunnel, and Vikir silently thanked Perry for giving meaning to his journey. The light of the divine power began to glow around her body. Vikir apologized for failing to protect her. Perry seemed surprised to see him there again. When she spoke, Vikir froze in shock. He couldn't believe he had heard Perry's voice. As the divine power expanded, it began freeing the souls trapped in the tunnel. Turning around, Vikir saw Perry crying, while the other children smiled. Perry sobbed harder, thanking him for coming because she had been so afraid. Seeing her like this, the weight of the victim's trauma began lifting from Vikir's mind, freeing him from the poison that had burdened him. Overwhelmed, Vikir hugged her tightly without hesitation. As the divine power continued to free the souls, Vikir closed his eyes and made a promise. He would never forgive the one who had made Perry suffer. Perry smiled through her tears, thanking him once again. The power of Dolores grew so strong that the windows of the orphan dormitories glowed intensely. The demon shielded his eyes to avoid being blinded and was thrown backward by the force. He watched the saintess warily, realizing just how powerful she had become. Dolores, now fully awakened, rose to her feet. Vikir stood beside her. Dantalion, the demon, looked on in shock, seeing that she had purified the mental world and all the trapped souls. She clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and let her power flow again, spreading throughout the area. Vikir, standing by her side, focused his gaze on the demon. He felt Dolores's divine power surround him, and when he looked at his palm, he was surprised to see energy radiating from his body. He clenched his fist, and the energy around him grew stronger. His aura, amplified by Dolores's divine power, became overwhelming. Though he was a rank 6 swordsman, Vikir was confident her support would help him reach rank 7. He lowered his hand, concentrating deeply, and his aura solidified like stone. Drawing his sword, Beelzebub, he saw it was now cloaked in the powerful aura. Seeing this, Dantalion retreated several steps, alarmed. He recognized the aura of a sword master and braced himself. Vikir assumed an offensive stance, his rage and thirst for revenge evident in his fiery gaze. Clenching his teeth, he glared at the demon and declared coldly that Dantalion would not die peacefully. Dolores, who was behind Vikir, joined her hands and began to use her power, causing a powerful golden energy to appear around her body. Thanks to this, Vikir's body began to emit an aura similar to that of a sword master. Seeing this, Dantalion couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and take several steps back. Dolores, who had her eyes closed and was focused, started blushing as she could feel the sadness for the loss of so many children and the anger against the demon who had made such a sacrifice. She shared the feelings of the Blood Knight Hound. She began to imagine a knight holding a sword and a saint praying. The Pope of the Church had once said that a saint could awaken upon meeting her true soulmate. She clasped her hands and began to gather divine power. The energy gradually became more intense as she was willing to give all the divine power she had to the knight, Bloodhound. A powerful surge of divine power began to emerge from her body. Soul resonance was a blessing that temporarily maximized the target's abilities. She passed her divine power to her soulmate. Vikir's gaze, thirsty for revenge, fixed on the demon. He wanted to kill him at all costs to avenge all the children and Perry. Dolores closed her eyes and began to concentrate even more, while on the other side, Vikir, who had unsheathed the Beelzebub sword, started staring intently at the demon, ready to attack. Now that she had passed her divine power to him, she realized that he was Vikir. In the moment when he first awakened as a master of the sword, it was called the Supreme Realm. Dantalion took several steps back. Seeing his powerful aura, his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't believe that Vikir was a sword master. He panicked and began sweating like crazy, remembering that among humans, only a few chosen ones could reach that level. Even then, as a precautionary target, it would only be heads of prestigious families. Vikir clenched his fist tightly and, with a piercing gaze, began to walk toward the demon. Dantalion couldn't believe that a boy like him had been able to reach the level of sword master at such a young age. Seeing Vikir upside down, Dantalion's eyes filled with confusion. He was somewhat incredulous, asking why he was upside down. But the reality was that it was his head that was upside down. Vikir had cut off his head without him even noticing. He started unleashing a chain of powerful slashes toward him, which began cutting his body into pieces as if it were mere straw. In the blink of an eye, Vikir cut Dantalion's body into pieces. His head, which now no longer had tentacles, struck the ground forcefully, causing him to clench his teeth tightly due to the intense pain. Just before he could comprehend what had just happened, Vikir approached him and stomped on his head. Now that the souls he had collected had been purified and disappeared, Dantalion no longer had extra faces. Having no choice but to fight, he began to observe Vikir intently with a piercing gaze. Knowing that the demon must now be feeling useless, his eyes filled with fear. He began to feel a terror he had never felt before. He had not noticed the presence of Vikir's attack at all and wondered if he was really going to die. Vikir began to step on his head even harder, savoring the moment. Dantalion watching him and clenched his teeth tightly due to fear. Seeing Vikir's murderous gaze, he started sweating like crazy. His mission was to gather magical power to open the door to the world of demons. He had thought that soon he would be able to easily conquer the human world, but he had never thought there would be a human who would interfere with them. The demons he had to kill Vikir, even if it meant giving up his own life, prepared to deliver the final blow. But at that moment, his gaze filled with surprise as he noticed something. Dantalion's face began to deform, making several mouths and eyes appear. With a smile, he asked why Vikir believed he no longer had more faces. His head started to mutate and became gigantic. He began staring intently at Vikir with an aggressive gaze, revealing that he still had a face hidden up his sleeve. Vikir immediately withdrew his foot. He couldn't believe this. Dantalion was planning to explode and take Vikir and the orphanage with him. Hearing this, Dolores opened her eyes, her gaze filled with surprise. She panicked, realizing that this situation was very dangerous. She felt a tingling on her skin and didn't know what to do now, as at this rate, the entire area was going to be devastated by the explosion. Vikir remained calm and asked her to calm down as well. Seeing what was in front of her eyes, she was shocked. The demon prepared to explode, being sure that Vikir would not be able to do anything about it. While Vikir's body was surrounded by the aura of a sword master and divine power, he turned toward Dolores. With a determined gaze, he said there was nothing to worry about. His eyes were full of determination, as he had confidence that he would be able to defeat the demon before it could explode. Now he had achieved the state he had yearned for all his life, but had not been able to reach before regressing. He began to recall the moment when Hugo had even cut through the clouds in the sky with his sword. Now he possessed the same power his father had shown. Dantalion decided it was time to end this. He asked his demon brothers to please complete the mission, swearing that the era of destruction was going to reach the human world. His face began to deform, preparing to explode. But just at that moment, Vikir used his power, and remembering his father's sword, he launched a powerful slash toward the demon's head. Vikir's attack was so powerful that it cut through the roof of the orphanage dormitories. Not long after, a powerful explosion occurred in the area. Hearing the sound of the commotion, Bianca and Sinclair took off their sheets and woke up, wondering what was happening. The explosion created a great earthquake that shook the entire area. Piggy and Tudor woke up in panic, wondering why an earthquake had occurred. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sancho was still half asleep. Dolores, eyes closed, and was blindly trusting Vikir, remained silent. After some times, she stopped praying and opened her eyes. Seeing what was in front of her made her expression change. She couldn't help but be left bewildered. She couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Not long after, she fell to her knees on the ground. In front of her was Vikir, with his knee and hand resting on the ground. His attack had cut through the ceiling of the dormitory and left a large crack in the floor. Just like his father, it had sliced through the clouds in the sky, revealing the starry heavens. Sinclair looked to one side, her eyes filled with surprise. She opened the window and was shocked, as she didn't know what was happening. Vikir's attack had cut through the clouds, revealing a beautiful sky. The incident that occurred at the Indulgentia orphanage in the middle of the night caused the royal capital to be engulfed in fear. Another terrorist attack at an orphanage of the Vatis family, like the previous incident, had occurred. The night Bloodhound had been identified as the culprit, and a large crowd had gathered at the scene. Vikir's attack had even destroyed many houses in the area. Many investigators gathered at the site. Observing this, Bianca was somewhat surprised. She would never have thought that the night Bloodhound would come to an orphanage like this. Behind her was Sinclair. She mentioned that it was frightening for a terrorist attack like this to have occurred where they were. Piggy put on his backpack and couldn't help but start to feel fear, remembering that many things had happened the previous day. Tudor began to observe the crowd with a furious gaze, clenching his fist tightly. He couldn't help but feel frustrated since he had wasted an opportunity to catch the Night Hound and prove his qualities as a great hero. With a serene gaze, Sancho mentioned that it was a bit strange since there were no victims in the explosion. Hearing this, Piggy, who was somewhat surprised, turned toward him. With a serious gaze, he asked him to be careful with his words. In front of them was Dolores, next to a man. Both began to move away from the area. Piggy started watching her and explained that Quilty, the director of the orphanage, had disappeared along with his escort knights, believing that he had been a victim of the night Bloodhound. Sancho's attention fixed on them, and he began to think silently. Once Dolores and the man moved away a bit, she with a lost gaze began looking at the ground. The man began thinking, observing the situation. Thanks to her, he knew that Quilty was guilty. He had always thought Quilty was a guy with many oddities, but never that he could be a demon. He moved his hand away from his chin and, with a serene expression, began to turn his head to one side. According to what he knew, the person who had solved the problem had been the night Bloodhound. Attacking a certain part of the family was an unforgivable act, but for him it was refreshing to eliminate the rotten parts of the family. They approached the entrance, where there were several reporters. The man was not sure if the public would believe this. Dolores remained silent, thinking for several seconds, until she turned her back on the man and began to walk away. She apologized in advance to Peter for what was about to happen from this moment on. Hearing this, Peter was somewhat surprised, not knowing what she was planning to do. She approached the reporters. Some had cameras and others were ready to jot down everything she said. To everyone gathered there, she asked them to listen to her story. She began walking toward them. It didn't take long for the reporters to recognize her as Saintess Dolores, realizing that she had something to say about the incident. With a lost gaze, she began to take out a notebook. Thinking about the night Bloodhound, the day before the night of the explosion, Vikir had taken out this notebook, approached her, and handed it to her, revealing that in it was the truth about the Vatis family. It depended on her how to use it. Back in the present, she took out the notebook and began showing it to the reporters. She opened the notebook and, with a furious gaze, started revealing the history of indulgent sales. Peter, who was behind her, couldn't help but remain somewhat surprised. With a determined expression, she revealed that the sender was Quilty Luen Indulgentia and the recipient was Cardinal Humber Luen Vatis. She explained that Viscount Vecoin had killed parents who wanted to donate their inheritance instead of passing it on to him and had stolen the inheritance after disguising the deaths as an accident. All sins had been forgiven with the donation of 1.5 billion gold coins. Hearing this, Sancho, Piggy, and Tudor were left speechless. They could not believe what they had just heard. Dolores also revealed that Baron Legesso had done something cruel to a maiden. He had killed her and secretly buried her in the sewer. All his sins had been forgiven with the donation of 200 million gold coins. Sir Pynigus had murdered his business partner to keep all the investment money, and all his sins had been forgiven with the donation of 800 million gold coins. Hearing this, Sinclair's and Bianca's attention focused on her. They could not go into shock. The reporters began talking among themselves. They were somewhat surprised. The brown-haired man couldn't believe that the church had sold indulgences to some demons. The brown-haired woman mentioned that they had crossed the line of forgiveness. The gray-haired man mentioned there was no way Cardinal Humber and Quilty could have done such a thing, but the woman argued that the saintess was saying it directly. Dolores began to point at the date with her finger, revealing that Count Isel had committed tax evasion close to 100 billion gold coins, but all his sins had been forgiven with a donation of 300 million gold coins. She was no longer willing to stop out of fear of her father. She wanted to become someone who wouldn't be ashamed of him. With a gaze full of determination, she revealed that she, Dolores Luen quo Vatis, believed that sin was something that could neither be bought nor sold with money, and that the act itself was an insult to God. She swore not to forgive that more atrocities occurred in Quo Vadis. At the same time, not far from the area was the zone where the children played, and Vikir was sitting with his hands resting on the cement where he and Perry used to sit. He began to gaze at the sky and started thinking about the saintess. The sunlight was illuminating the tree. Even after regressing, her righteous mentality had not changed. Vikir began observing the rays of sunlight with a calm expression. With this, now 8 of the 10 elite corpses remained. Vikir's eyes filled with sadness, and as the leaves were blowing, he turned to one side. He rested his hand on the spot where Perry used to sit. He stood up and began to walk, vowing that at the end of this path, he would create a future where children like her could live with smiles. Next to the tree, there was a cross stuck in the ground with flowers around it and Perry's name hanging on it. It was her grave. Vikir hoped that she could smile comfortably in heaven watching the future. Somewhere in the academy was Professor Banshee Morg's research office. Dolores entered the office and with an angry gaze, began staring intently at the professor, asking why he had not published her article. She had written the truth as it was. She couldn't believe that he had published an article criticizing Knight Bloodhound instead of hers. Professor Banshee stared back at her intently, questioning if she was asking this because she didn't know the truth. He explained that her article had been quite offensive to certain groups, reminding her that the Academy maintained a politically neutral stance. Even though she was somewhat furious, she remained silent and listened without interrupting. The professor took out an article from a drawer, placed it on top of the table, and slid it toward her. This article accused Knight Bloodhound of committing terrorism and bringing darkness to the Quo Vadis family. With a serene voice, she mentioned again that she had written the facts as they were. The professor turned his head to the other side, sighed, and argued that her father, Cardinal Humbert, had denied all these facts. Furthermore, the leading figures of society, who were on the list of indulgences, had also declared that the information was not true. Dolores' eyes filled with sadness and distrust. She explained that all the information was in the Book of Indulgences. The professor raised his head and, with a calm expression, responded that the origin of the book was not very clear. Her mind filled with questions, questioning why he was on Quo Vadis' side and if he was being pressured by someone external. The professor's gaze filled with surprise. He went on alert, seeing that she was getting closer to the truth. He stood up. Deciding there was no need to lie, he revealed that he had been told to focus this article on the terrible act of terrorism committed by Knight Bloodhound. He disclosed that thanks to her, the dean was also quite perplexed. Hearing this, Dolores' expression changed drastically. She did not fully understand what he meant. She remained calm, asking if Cardinal Humbert was so powerful that even the dean of the academy could get into trouble. The professor, with a confident smile, mentioned that if it had only been Cardinal Humbert, there would have been no way for the dean to listen to him in the first place. Dolores' expression turned surprised. She couldn't help but go into shock and realize what was happening. She finally realized that there was only one person in Quo Vadis who was superior to Cardinal Humbert, and that person was none other than the Pope himself. She thinks in silence. Even though everyone else was corrupt, she firmly believed that he was not someone who would lose his integrity. She had heard many people say that his judgment had become a bit blurry as he aged. She didn't know if Cardinal Humbert was taking this opportunity to cover the Pope's eyes and ears from the church. the professor pointed at her, arguing that, first of all, her article was not suitable for publication in a newspaper. While reading it, he couldn't help but get the impression that she was secretly siding with Knight Bloodhound, reminding her that he was someone bad who had committed terrorism. Dolores could not avoid feeling internal rage, but even so, she showed no emotion, firmly thinking that Knight Bloodhound was not someone bad. Rather, the bad ones were Vatis and the demon hiding within the family. The day before leaving, Vikir revealed to her that demons remained in the world. He had been fighting a difficult battle alone, and there were going to be many more in the future. Today, after speaking with Professor Banshee, she believed she knew why Knight Bloodhound risked his life to kill demons without letting people know. She turned her back to the professor and started walking toward the door. He looked at her and asked her not to delve further into this. She opened the door with her hand and promised not to do so. Her eyes filled with determination. She also decided to help Knight Bloodhound so that he would not fight alone. Tutor, who was stretching his arms due to exhaustion, explained that it had been a while since he had gone to class, so now he was exhausted. Now he knew why volunteering work was a good option for him. Sancho, next to him, observed him with a confused gaze, thinking that this guy was very strange. In front of them was Piggy with a cheerful expression. He turned towards Vikir, promising to go together next time. Vikir walks silently without saying a single word. Tutor approached him, placed his hand on his shoulder, and mentioned that today he was going to practice running flat, asking if he wanted to go with them. Vikir didn't even look at him, with a lost gaze. He replied that he wasn't feeling well and preferred to spend some time alone. Hearing this, Tutor's look filled with fear and confusion. He didn't know why Vikir wanted to spend time alone. With a happy expression, Piggy began pointing at himself with his finger, deciding to go to the room with Vikir. Tutor started covering poor Piggy's mouth with his hand and, with a forced smile, decided to leave Vikir alone since alone time was important. Poor Piggy couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a calm and lost expression, Vikir thanked them. Some time later, Vikir went to his bedroom and closed the door. He sat in front of the table and opened the backpack. He couldn't help but feel calm since that day he hadn't had time to be alone and hadn't even been able to organize himself properly. With a lost gaze, he mused that the level of sword master that he had reached with the blessing of the Saintess had faded because, after that day, he had returned to being a supreme graduate. But, after all, it had been good for him to experience the level of sword master. He reached into the backpack and took out the masks that Dantalion's guards were carrying. These were leather sacks, and when the 4 sacks came together, they formed a large mask. According to Vikir's memory, this relic was something special. Once the masks were joined, it transformed into a mask with the face of a dog. It was a mask of human faces and from the depths of the heart of rank O+, called Mask of Degeneracy Picaresque. He would never have thought he would obtain a relic comparable to Beelzebub's demonic sword. He had seen in a book before regressing that it was a mask whose power grew stronger the more it killed its people. It was said that the more people the user killed, the more powerful it would become. Furthermore, it had an inexplicable level of recovery and aura accumulation. Vikir took the mask out of the backpack and observed it with a curious look. He decided to try it on, and despite believing that it was written there were some side effects, for him, it was better to take the risk. Without wasting a second, he put on the mask, and his eyes became those of a bloodthirsty killer. His resistance and aura, which had been stripped away during the fight with Dantalion, had recovered. Unlike the regenerative abilities of swamp salamanders, which were excellent at regenerating limbs, this mask restored his stamina and fatigue. Vikir now felt that he was in a dark place. He went on alert and his gaze fixed to one side. He felt a strange sensation. Now the table seemed much bigger. His attention focused on the backpack. He didn't know why his gaze had become so low, and now his vision was in black and white. The reality was that he had turned into an adorable dog, and now his clothes were somewhat big on him. His eyes filled with confusion, realizing that these were the side effects of using the mask. He got down from the chair and started running in circles. If his body didn't return to normal, he was going to be in serious trouble. He had to take off the mask as soon as possible. Little by little, his method began to take effect, and the mask started coming off. Feeling this, he looked in confusion. In a matter of seconds, the mask detached from his body, making him return to normal. He observed his hand, and his eyes filled with curiosity. If he showed the will to remove the mask, it would come off. The mask fell to the ground, and his attention fixed on it. If the mask could turn him into a dog at any moment he wanted, he realized that it was more of a sub-ability than a side effect. Luckily, there was no rule stating that animals couldn't be kept inside the academy dormitory. Thanks to this, he would be able to use the mask easily here. At that moment, he feels a strange energy. His attention was fixed on the open backpack that was on top of the table. Vikir became curious, not knowing where this energy was coming from. He put his hand inside the backpack and took out an egg that was hatching. He observed the egg and remembered that this was Madame's egg, and the movement at this moment was a sign of hatching. Previously, while playing, Perry had dropped the egg into the water. The eight-legged Madame was a super high-level monster against whom he had almost died several times during their fight. Even for the ancient demons who ruled hell, she was someone difficult to deal with. There also existed a story that monsters like her were guaranteed a space to live in a corner of the depths of the abyss. One of the descendants of this monster was waking up now. At that moment, little by little, a small spider began to emerge from the egg. After some time, the egg hatched completely and came to a small and adorable spider, very different from her mother. With a tender look, the little spider looks at Vikir. He couldn't believe that this little thing, resembling a cotton ball, was Madame's baby. The little spider started to cry, and seeing this, Vikir's mind filled with confusion. But it didn't take him long to realize that this crying was something she had learned from the wolves while the egg was in the deep forest. The little spider's eyes filled with sadness, and then she began to cry and lose strength. Seeing this, Vikir realized that she was hungry. He took out some meat he had stored in his backpack, broke it into small pieces, and left it on the table. The little spider jumped onto the table and started shaking her body. Vikir began to observe her. He had thought that she ate meat just like her mother, but now he realized that the young ones did not eat meat. The spider climbed back onto Vikir's hand and started to feel dizzy due to hunger. With a calm look, he decided to take this opportunity to raise an S-rank monster from the deep forest. But for now, he needed to find some food. He hid the small spider in his clothes, left his room, and walked down the hallway. But just as he was about to turn a corner, something caught his attention. Someone asked a commoner not to muddy the waters of the academy. Vikir hid behind the wall and peeked at the corner. Several intimidating boys were standing in front of poor Piggy. The boy with the ponytail grabbed Piggy by the shoulder and smiled. Seeing this, poor Piggy couldn't help but panic and start to feel afraid. On the other side, the man with purple hair stares at him silently. He was Grenouille from Leviathan of the Fire Corps. Among the 7 families that represented the Empire, he was from the Leviathan family, an extremely venomous hermit. Vikir had heard that he was considered to be the most arrogant person. Piggy, with a forced smile, turned his back on them and walked away, apologizing and explaining that he had just come to the bathroom for a moment and that his friends were waiting for him. At first, they remained silent, but just then, Grenouille and his friend appeared in front of Piggy and looked at him with a piercing gaze. The boy with the ponytail told him not to act, and with an arrogant expression, called Piggy a commoner and asked where he was planning to go. Grenouille approached Piggy, and couldn't help but get angry, seeing that someone with such a simple appearance thought so highly of himself. For him, having to go to the academy with people like Piggy was disgusting, asking if he realized the great insult this represented for someone like him, a descendant of the 7 great families. Piggy's eyes filled with fear. He looked down at the ground in silence. With an arrogant look, Grenouille mentioned that his existence did not fit in this place, asking him to leave the academy. He didn't even want to imagine what Piggy's friends were like, thinking they must be just like him. Hearing this, Piggy's gaze turned furious. He could not allow this bastard to insult his friends. Without losing a second, he grabbed Grenouille by the collar, and seeing this, Grenouille clenched his teeth tightly in rage. He couldn't believe that a commoner was doing this. Fury consumed Piggy's mind, and with a piercing look, he made it clear that he didn't care if they spoke like that about him, but he wasn't going to let anyone insult his friends. Grenouille, with an enraged gaze, asked if Piggy thought he'd leave him alone after this. He pushed Piggy back, turned to his friend, and gave the order to crush him. Hearing this order, His friend clenched his fist and prepared to strike. Piggy closed his eyes and braced himself for the blow, but several seconds passed, and he was never hit by it. Consumed by curiosity, he opened his eyes. It was Tutor who had blocked the attack from Grenouille's subordinate. He turned to Piggy and, with a worried look, asked if he was okay. At that moment, someone muscular placed his hand on top of the head of Grenouille's other subordinate, causing the boy to panic, not knowing what was happening. It was Sancho. He grabbed the boy's head firmly, and his eyes filled with rage, revealing that if what they wanted was a test of strength, they had chosen the wrong opponent. The boy screamed in pain. Seeing this, Piggy's eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't believe that Tutor and Sancho were defending him. Piggy fell to the ground, and at that moment, Vikir appeared behind him and helped him stand up. Seeing Vikir, Piggy was speechless. He couldn't believe that even Vikir had come to defend him. Grenouille his teeth tightly, and his eyes filled with rage. Tutor, Sancho, and Vikir stood next to Piggy with a piercing expression. Tutor finally realized why Piggy was taking so long to return. Tutor's eyes filled with rage. He couldn't believe that Grenouille had dared to touch his friend. Piggy panicked upon hearing this. Sancho started cracking his fingers and showing a piercing expression, ready to fight. On the other side, Vikir showed no emotion. Both parties were staring at each other. Grenouille staring at them with an arrogant gaze and, with a smile, mentioned that they said you could know a person's level by looking at the people they hung out with. By looking at his plebeian friends, he could see Tutor's level. Despite having his mind full of rage, Tutor tried to stay calm and, with a piercing look, asked if he had forgotten that there was no distinction between nobles and plebeians in the academy. Grenouille mocked him by asking what he was doing. Frowning, he revealed that he was just someone who had been at the scene of the night Bloodhound incident but had not been able to do anything. Sancho was filled with confusion, not knowing how this guy knew this. Tutor's expression changed from rage to surprise. He responded that he hadn't been able to do anything because he was sleeping at that moment. The eyes of Grenouille's subordinates are filled with fury, and they wear masks. Grenouille with an arrogant expression started releasing a toxic gas. He stared intently at Tutor and said that losers always had excuses. If he had been there, he would have caught the night Bloodhound in the blink of an eye. His body began to release a large amount of toxic gas, which started spreading throughout the room. They were incapable of doing anything in this situation. Tutor covered his mouth, asking if Grenouille intended to show his skills inside the academy. Vikir, who was behind, observed the gas, and it didn't take long for him to realize that it was paralyzing poison. At that moment, a small spider emerged from Vikir's clothes, her attention fixed on the gas. Feeling her touch, Vikir fell into confusion, not knowing what was happening. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was filled with gas. Grenouille's eyes were full of rage. He put his hand in front of his face, and he revealed that he was only playing and merely demonstrating the difference in level between them and him. Grenouille wanted them to feel the difference in status and despair. All of them covered their mouth. Tutor realized that the situation was not in his favor. The little spider, who was hungry, opened her mouth and prepared to eat. At that moment, she devoured the paralyzing poison that was in the room. Vikir was in shock, not knowing what was happening. The little spider was devouring the gas so quickly that Tutor closed his eyes. Vikir watched her with a surprised expression. He couldn't believe that Madame's offspring was rapidly inhaling the poisonous mist. To prevent her from being discovered by the others, Vikir grabbed her with his hand and soon realized that her staple food was poison. Tutor, who thought he was going to die, opened his eyes. His gaze filled with surprise and confusion, seeing what was happening. In the blink of an eye, the little spider devoured all the poisonous mist. Now the room looked as if nothing had happened. Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy were somewhat confused, not knowing what had just occurred. Tutor had been scared for no reason, but luckily, Grenouille also had common sense. Grenouille's subordinates were in shock and couldn't help but feel fear seeing that the poisonous mist had disappeared without a trace. Grenouille's eyes filled with surprise and confusion. He could not avoid going into shock and starting to sweat, not knowing what had just happened. Vikir hid the little spider back inside his clothes, and she started burping, causing a bit of venom to come out through his collar. He quickly looked away to avoid drawing attention. Gran's gaze fixed on him. He felt as if all the fog had been absorbed by Vikir. He didn't know if he had seen wrong. Grenelestude with a smug look. He had shown a generosity deeper than the abyss, and it was a waste of poison to use it on idiots from the Ice Corp, who were full of muscles instead of brains. Tutor walked toward him. He explained that he knew that he had been looking down on them for a long time. He approached, asking if he didn't want to fight under fair conditions. Grenouille's eyes filled with seriousness. Tutor mentioned that the midterm team competition was about to take place, and the team with the lowest score would have to run a lap around the academy naked. Grenouille remained calm and accepted. His eyes filled with excitement as he turned around, waved goodbye to them, and, with an arrogant smile, accepted the bet because he believed it would be good training to see how they were going to lose. While he moved away, Tutor stayed watching in silence, eagerly waiting for the day of the competition. Piggy, whose mind was full of guilt, approached looking at the ground, and with a sad look asked for forgiveness. Hearing this, Tutor came out of his trance, and with a calm expression, explained that everything had gone well since he was going to crush Grenouille's ego. Piggy's eyes filled with tears. He was just a low-ranking expert and didn't know if he could be helpful during the competition. Tutor gave him a kind smile, placed a hand on his shoulder, and reassured him not to worry. Tutor said Piggy was smart and had great observation skills, which would be useful. As they walked down the hallway together, Tutor cheerfully extended his hand and explained their plan. Since they were entering the midterm team competition, Sancho and Tutor would take the front as vanguards, Piggy would be the middle commander, and Vikir, who specialized in archery, would handle the rear guard. With this setup, Tutor was confident they would achieve a high score with ease. Hearing this, Piggy's eyes lit up with excitement, and a smile spread across his face. Sancho watched Piggy and, seeing his happiness, felt a sense of peace. Meanwhile, Vikir stayed quiet. Piggy clenched his fists, smiling with determination and admiration. But Vikir interrupted the moment. With a cold expression, he raised his hand and said he had already decided to team up with someone for the competition, so he wouldn't be joining them. Tutor froze in shock. He turned to Vikir, surprised, and asked why. Vikir pointed to the ceiling and repeated that he had already promised to team up with others. Piggy, panicked and confused, asked if Vikir couldn't reconsider. Vikir calmly replied that keeping promises was important. The rest of the group grew angry with Vikir, urging him to focus on the situation. They reminded him that if they lost, they would have to run naked through the academy. Vikir, unfazed, looked away and said nothing. A week later, the day of the competition arrived. The weather was perfect, with the sun shining brightly in the sky. All the academy students gathered at the stadium, their eyes filled with excitement as they waited for the competition to begin. The crowd buzzed with energy as several students stepped onto the field. It was Dolores's team. One member carried a shield, another held a staff, and the last wielded a crossbow. The audience cheered loudly for Dolores, who was considered the pride of the imperial capital. Dolores's face showed both emotion and seriousness as she stepped forward. Once she entered the field, a glowing blue barrier surrounded her. The partial exams at Colosio Academy were a public event. There were 3 parts to the exams. The first was a team test to evaluate defense, the second was an individual test to measure offensive strength, and the last was a written test, which many students struggled to pass every year. In today's defense test, a dungeon was created in the stadium using holographic magic. The test involved fighting monsters made by casting holographic magic onto clay golems. The magic activated, and in no time, giant ants made of clay emerged from the ground. A man carrying a large shield stood at the front of the team's tank, ready to block attacks. Behind him was Dolores, who closed her eyes and began using her magical abilities. A boy with a crossbow got into position to attack, while a girl holding a magic staff summoned a fireball, preparing for long-range combat. A magic shield covered the students completely, and every time they were hit, the damage taken would show up on a panel far away. The students formed a 4-person team to defend against waves of incoming monsters. Their performance was judged by how long they could hold out and how much they contributed during the fight. The battle began, and Dolores created a large magic circle behind the group. Each hit from the monsters reduced the students' HP points, and when their HP reached 0, the test ended. There were 3 rounds, each lasting 20 minutes. Surviving all 60 minutes earned a perfect score. The crowd cheered enthusiastically for Dolores's team. They had the best performance among third-year students. Her team lasted 58 minutes, setting the term's top record. Exhausted, the team members sat on the ground. Dolores, though still standing, was covered in scratches and breathing heavily. Elsewhere, Piggy was jotting notes in a notebook with a surprised expression. He noticed the fourth-year students weren't participating in the test. He believed Dolores's team would have earned the highest score in the midterms. Standing behind Piggy were Sancho, with an axe on his back, and Tutor, holding a spear. Piggy commented that typically, third-year students reached the third round, while second-year students made it to the second round. He figured that if their first-year team could survive just 20 minutes, they'd rank high. Tutor smiled and said they shouldn't settle for that. Watching the competition eagerly, he added that if they wanted to beat Granui's pride, they'd need to make it at least halfway through the second round. Sancho started enjoying the competition with a cheerful smile. Just then, a figure appeared, standing with one hand on her hip, and announced that she would join them, solving their problems. Everyone turned to look at her. It was Bianca, who held a bow as her weapon. She walked toward them, casually touching her hair, and told Tutor to do his job well so that the monsters wouldn't focus on her. With a confident smile, she declared that she would hunt all the monsters. Tutor looked uneasy, unsure if he could trust her. Trying to stay calm, Tutor said that teamwork wasn't about acting like a princess with 3 servants. He reminded Bianca that if he lost, he would have to strip, so she needed to take the task seriously. Bianca smirked and teased him, saying she didn't want to see him naked anyway because it would hurt her eyes. Then she told him to give his best effort. Meanwhile, Sancho stayed composed and, with a serious look, explained that they were about to face the enemy on the battlefield. Tutor and Bianca turned their backs on each other, clearly not getting along. Piggy watched, confused, quickly realizing that Tutor and Bianca didn't like each other. Looking up at the sky, his mind wandered with questions, wondering why Vikir had joined a different team. Elsewhere in the stadium, Vikir stood with a serious expression. Carrying a bow on his back, he said again that he didn't enjoy drawing attention to himself. Arms crossed, he explained that he had already attracted too much notice, and any more would cause problems. He told his team to go wild so that he wouldn't need to do much. Standing before him were the triplets, Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough, who promised to protect him. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they grinned broadly. This was the first task their master had given them, and they were determined to succeed. Meanwhile, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy waited around, bored. Suddenly, someone wearing white boots approached, drawing their attention. They knew Tutor had chosen Bianca from the powerful Usher family instead of his commoner friend, a logical choice if he wanted to win. Granui, a second-year student, stood with a confident smile, sure that Tutor's team had no chance of winning. However, Granui was slightly irritated because Tutor's team had also added a new member. A person with white hair spoke up, asking Granui to stop smiling so sinisterly. Granui turned to her with an annoyed look, calling her a commoner and sarcastically saying she should be grateful to be accepted. Sinclair stood there, clenching her fist. With a surprised look, she said she didn't feel confident, but added that her teammates were determined to help each other improve their grades. She struggled to say Granui's name correctly, which annoyed him. She then started looking around, confused about where Vikir was. Granui's teammates began watching her and found her behavior very odd. His eyes, however, were full of confidence. He was certain that their team, Team 69, would take the top spot among the first-year students. Vikir's team, on the other hand, was Team 108. Triplets all carried swords as their weapons, while Vikir carried a bow. Tutor's team was Team 109. As Bianca waved to the audience with a cheerful gesture, Tutor cracked his fingers. With a confident smile, he decided it was time to get started. The crowd went crazy as students cheered for their favorite teams. When a team stepped into the arena, a blue barrier surrounded the ring to keep the monsters from escaping and attacking the audience. Vikir, waiting for his turn and lost in thought, realized he didn't remember this academy exam from his past life. He only knew it involved fighting but hadn't expected to battle monsters. Highborough, standing beside him, noticed his distraction. Highborough explained that once inside the stadium, a virtual reality magic circle activated, transforming the arena into a dungeon. When waves of monsters appeared, the exam began. Inside, a swarm of mud ants emerged, releasing poisonous gas. The students fighting had to cover their noses to avoid inhaling it, as the poison could kill them. The rules were simple: survive as long as possible until their HP hit 0. The poison was real but diluted, so even without a physical attack, the poison could drain their HP. Hearing this, Vikir snapped out of his daze and calmly asked if they were truly using poison. Hibaro explained that if something went wrong, the instructors could deactivate the magic and step in. Vikir, impressed by Hibaro's knowledge, asked if they had practiced before. Smiling, Hibaro admitted they had trained several times at the family training center while Vikir was away. Vikir's eyes lit up with excitement. He decided to rely on the Baskerville triplets for this. He told them to go all out so he wouldn't need to fight. Hearing this, the triplets clenched their fists in determination, filled with admiration for Vikir. With excited smiles, they promised to protect him. This was their first mission from their master, and they were determined to do their best. As they talked, Tutor and his group arrived. Tutor caught Vikir's attention. Turning to face him, Vikir noticed Tutor observing him closely. Tutor walked over, covering his mouth with his hand, and calmly asked if Vikir was sure about teaming up with the Baskerville triplets. He sounded doubtful and concerned. The triplets bristled with anger, but Vikir stayed calm. He explained that forming a team with the triplets wasn't forced, it was a mutual decision. Tutor, confused, asked if that was true. Without looking at him, Vikir replied that the triplets had approached him weeks ago to learn more about monsters. Tutor initially thought the triplets had pressured Vikir, but Vikir reassured him that he was fine and everything was under control. Piggy stared up at the sky, noticing that the virtual magic barrier had disappeared. Inside the stadium, the ground was littered with the bodies of mud ants, and 3 students stood in the center, injured and exhausted. These students were Team 68 from the first year. Next, it was time for Team 69 to enter the stadium. Grenouille, their leader, wore a confident smile as he stepped forward. His teammates followed, smiling as well, while Sinclair trailed behind them, visibly excited. As soon as they entered, fierce mud ants appeared, roaring loudly. The virtual magic barrier activated, and the ants immediately charged at Grenouille's team. Grenouille responded quickly, summoning a magic circle that began to release poisonous gas. Staying alert, he turned to Sinclair and asked if she was ready. Sinclair summoned her own magic circle, her eyes serious and full of determination. The magic circle glowed brightly as energy concentrated in front of her. Several ants rushed toward her, but Sinclair stomped hard on the ground, unleashing a powerful counterattack that sent the ants flying. The crowd erupted in cheers, impressed by her strength. Even Vikir, watching from the stands, couldn't help but take notice. The fight was intense, but Sinclair prepared another spell, ready to attack again. Her incredible skill was the reason she was ranked first in her year. With such talent, she could have become a legendary mage in the future. Yet strangely, there were no records of her existence during the era of destruction. Eventually, the exam for Team 69 ended, and the virtual magic barrier was deactivated. Grenouille and his teammates stood exhausted but victorious. Sinclair lay on the ground, her clothes scratched and torn. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, clearly worn out by the difficult test. The results were announced. Team 69 had set a new record with a time of 19 minutes and 55 seconds, the best among first-year students. Tutor, watching from the sidelines, clenched his fists in frustration. His eyes burned with anger as he glared at Grenouille, furious that his rival had broken the record. Sancho and Piggy, on the other hand, stayed silent, observing without comment. Suddenly, Tutor's eyes widened in surprise. Grenouille, pointed directly at Tutor with the other. Smirking wickedly, Grenouille said he couldn't wait to see Tutor run naked. When Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy saw him, they couldn't hide their anger. They clenched their teeth and glared at him with furious eyes, silently vowing not to lose. Just then, someone wearing white boots entered the stadium. It was Team 108 led by Vikir. Vikir walked calmly, while the triplets went ahead to scout the area. They were thrilled because their master had trusted them with an important task. As Vikir entered the arena, Tutor cheered for him with a bright smile, and Piggy waved enthusiastically, saying they believed in him. But Vikir stayed focused, not paying attention to the noise, his mind on what was about to happen. The triplets grew serious, determined to win first place for Vikir. Suddenly, mud ants emerged from a nearby cave, their sharp eyes locking onto Vikir and his team. Bianca, watching closely, seemed confused. She looked at Vikir and asked what was going on with him. Piggy, surprised and puzzled, didn't know what she meant. A glowing shield appeared around Vikir, who remained calm as he drew a bow and nocked an arrow. Bianca couldn't believe it. Was he really going to use a bow? Piggy explained that Vikir had registered the bow as his primary weapon in the Ice Corporation. As the ants prepared to attack, Vikir readied his bow, and everyone waited to see how well he could handle it. In an instant, Vikir fired a flurry of arrows at the ants. Bianca was stunned. Piggy was amazed at how fast he was, but Bianca's expression turned to fear as she watched. She didn't understand how he could shoot so quickly. Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough drew their swords to fight the ants, while Vikir stayed behind, shooting arrows. Though Vikir was fast, his arrows lacked power and accuracy. They slowed down before hitting the ants, making them less effective. Vikir prepared to fire again but suddenly felt uneasy. His eyes grew serious as he thought carefully. Then, the tip of his arrow began to glow. Channeling his mana into it, he released the arrow, which struck an ant and shattered it into pieces. Highborough stepped in front of Vikir to protect him from the attacking ant. Vikir looked at the ground, deep in thought. If he revealed his full strength, it might cause problems. But hiding his abilities was just as frustrating. He remembered his friend from the tribe and her stern warning. If he didn't give it his all, she wouldn't let him off easily. She had made him promise to always give his best effort. His eyes lit up with happiness, and he smiled. He apologized for breaking his promise. A small creature popped out of his clothes and looked at him sweetly. Until Vikir chose a proper name for her, we would call her Cottonball. Vikir focused on her with a determined smile and decided it was time to let her act. The dead mud ants started releasing poisonous gas. Cottonball jumped down from Vikir's shoulder and began bouncing around. She looked delighted, clearly excited about the food. Without hesitation, she absorbed the poison. Vikir had heard the poison came from the ants, so he figured this was like a feast for her. He let her enjoy herself until the exam ended. Minutes passed, but the magic barrier around them didn't disappear. Vikir and his team kept fighting. Finally, the exam for Team 108 was over. The triplets collapsed to their knees, exhausted, while Vikir stood strong and unfazed. They had lasted 19 minutes and 50 seconds, earning second place among the first group of students. Grenouille smirked confidently, his eyes shining with pride. He started laughing loudly, pointing at Vikir. He mocked Vikir, saying no commoner could beat him and claiming it showed the difference in rank between them. Sinclair forced a smile, thinking Grenouille's words sounded like something from a bad villain in a story. The triplets, feeling guilty about not securing first place for Vikir, dramatically put their swords to their necks as if asking for punishment. Vikir, confused, quickly told them to stop, saying second place was already too good. It was now Team 109's turn. The stadium doors opened. Sancho commented on Vikir's second-place finish, and Piggy thought it was worth celebrating. Tudor got ready as the team entered the stadium. Bianca smiled and waved as she closed her eyes to focus. Piggy was nervous about the large crowd, but Sancho remained calm and smiled. To beat Grenouille's record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds, they needed to do even better. A mud ant charged at them with its mouth wide open. Tudor swiftly drew his spear and smashed the ant's head with ease. Bianca attacked from a distance with her bow. Piggy, as the captain, gave orders, while Tudor held the defense line. Meanwhile, Sancho stood at the front, cutting through the monsters with his axe. Vikir watched closely, his eyes filled with surprise. At the front, Tudor and Sancho were battling the monsters. Bianca stood at the back, shooting arrows with her bow, while Piggy acted as the leader, giving clear instructions and watching everything closely. Their teamwork impressed Vikir. It was obvious they had trained hard, and he believed they might win first place. But a strange emptiness crept over Vikir. His hand moved to his collar as a sudden fear took hold of him. His eyes widened in panic when he saw the corpse of one of the ants in front of him. Something small caught his eye on top of the monster's head. It was Cottonball. She opened her mouth and began sucking out the venom from the dead ant. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and happiness. Vikir was confused about why she was there in the middle of the stadium. Cottonball jumped down from the ant's corpse and started inhaling the poisonous gas seeping from the dead beast. Vikir's worry deepened. his teeth clenched as his body tensed. He was angry, worried about her safety. He hadn't expected the little creature to be so drawn to poison, even during the exam. Behind Cotton Ball lay her old, shed skin. With a hungry look, she eagerly devoured all the poison in the area. Her rapid shedding of skin and incredible growth speed were remarkable, though not surprising. She was Madame's offspring, after all. Meanwhile, a virtual barrier surrounded the stadium, and Tutor's team was surrounded by ants on all sides. Vikir could do nothing but watch. He knew he couldn't do anything about Cotton Ball now. The exam had to go on. Tutor gripped his spear tightly, and a brilliant blue mana glowed around him. An ant lunged at him, but Tutor moved with incredible speed. His spear struck the beast, tearing it apart as if it were nothing but a balloon. The pieces of the ant's body scattered across the ground. Tutor smirked confidently. Bianca, watching with an annoyed expression, scolded Tutor for wasting unnecessary energy. She questioned whether it was really necessary to shred the ants into pieces. Tutor's smile faded as he listened to her sharp words. He thought she was irritating. Still, Bianca readied her bow with confidence. Her arrogant tone rang out as she teased Tutor, saying he lacked self-control. Then, she smirked, determined to show him the proper way to fight. As they were talking, an ant suddenly charged toward them. Bianca quickly released her mana and fired a powerful arrow infused with energy at the creature at incredible speed. The arrow cut through the air like a fighter jet. Before the ant could react, the arrow struck its head in the blink of an eye, causing it to cry out in pain. Seeing this, Tutor decided not to stay out of the fight. He ran toward the ants, turned back with a grin, and said that while Bianca was doing great, he couldn't let her outdo him. Bianca's eyes sparkled with excitement. She readied another arrow and smiled as she told him to try to keep up with her pace. Meanwhile, Sancho used his massive axe to slice an ant's head in half. The group's actions gave the situation a competitive edge as Tutor, Bianca, and Piggy joined the fray. Watching them, Sancho wondered if Tutor and Bianca truly got along or if they just enjoyed the rivalry. Piggy decided to step up. He shouted for everyone to stop for a moment, noticing the ranks of the ants had become disorganized. Corpses littered the area, and the poison in the air was spreading more rapidly. Everyone paused to listen as Piggy began giving directions. He told Bianca not to aim to kill but to focus on the joints of the ants' front legs instead. He pointed out that Tutor should strike when the ants' formation was broken and advised Sancho to push forward more rather than just holding the center. The team agreed to follow Piggy's strategy. Tutor smiled, a little surprised at Piggy's cleverness. Sancho, running beside him, also grinned and remarked that Piggy was a warrior at heart. Hearing the praise, Piggy blushed but also felt proud. With a slightly embarrassed smile, he said he didn't want to cause trouble but was glad his research had paid off. Sancho gripped his axe tightly and charged the ants again. One ant tried to launch a sneak attack, but Tutor, smiling confidently, blocked it with his spear. Piggy called out weak points for them to target, while Bianca precisely shot arrows at the ant's joint. The team worked seamlessly, believing they might break a new record. Minutes later, the battlefield was littered with even more ant corpses, and the poisonous gas thickened in the air. Finally, the test for Team 109 came to an end. They had lasted 19 minutes and 55 seconds, tying for first place among the first-year students. Exhausted, Piggy sat down on the ground, catching his breath. Tutor felt exhausted, while Sancho and Bianca, standing nearby, were the ones with the most stamina. Grenouille clenched his fists and teeth tightly, his eyes burning with anger. He couldn't believe Tutor's team had lasted as long as his. Grenouille's friends were equally shocked, unable to grasp how they had endured for so long. Bianca, overwhelmed with despair, turned away from the group, sat down, and stared blankly. She felt crushed that they had tied for first place instead of winning outright. Piggy, gasping for air and utterly drained, was frustrated. He couldn't shake the thought that if they had lasted just one more second, victory would have been theirs. Tutor wiped the sweat from his chin, stood up, and began to worry, realizing he wouldn't have to run naked now. Bianca, looking disappointed, touched her HP shield. Seeing it drop to 0 reminded her that in a real fight, she would have been dead by now. Sancho turned to Tutor with an excited smile, vowing to one day become a warrior who could last an hour like President Dolores. Tutor smiled back, deciding it was time to leave. Dolores, watching them, felt proud. Even though they were her juniors, they were amazing. She couldn't predict how much they would grow in the future. Phase 1 of the exam ended. These had only been monsters for first-year students. Phase 2 began, and now the monsters were for second years. Dolores' eyes widened in surprise as a horde of mud ants emerged from a cave, far stronger than the ones before. Vikir stared at the ants in terror, unsure of what was happening. Grenouille, despite his usual bravado, clenched his teeth, unable to hide his fear. No one understood why the ants were appearing now. Just as Tutor's team prepared to leave the stadium, the ants began surrounding them. Panic set in as they wondered why the ants had returned when the exam was supposedly over. Frozen in fear, their eyes stayed glued to the advancing swarm. Tutor, not knowing what was happening, urged everyone to stay alert since any injuries from now on would be real. Sancho gritted his teeth, fully aware that if the ants attacked, they might not survive. The mud ants rose, ready to strike. Sancho and Tutor drew their weapons, adopting a defensive stance. With no other option, they braced themselves, waiting for the academy to intervene. In the magical control room, everyone was panicking. The staff inside were responsible for monitoring and managing everything happening in the stadium. The students' HP had dropped to 0, but the exam wasn't over. These were first-year students, and no one understood why Phase 2 of the test had started. Even if the students were removed from the exam room, a strong life signal remained, making it seem like an error had occurred. One man holding a tablet explained that when the suit's HP points reached 0, there shouldn't be any life signals. But the data showed there was something, or someone, full of energy ready to fight. A man with a mustache stared at the tablet in shock as he tried to understand what was going on. Just then, Dolores burst into the room, running. She urgently told everyone that there was a problem with the exam and begged them to rescue the students immediately. The teachers were frozen with fear, their bodies trembling. They didn't know what to do or say, and many of them avoided looking at her. Finally, a long-haired teacher turned toward her and explained with a serious expression that their job was only to manage patterns. Checking life signals wasn't their responsibility. Dolores was stunned and didn't know what to say. The teachers began discussing the situation among themselves. One of them suggested that stopping the golems would be faster than rewriting the code for the magic circle. Another teacher agreed, pointing out that the golem's creation and movement were now automated. However, a man hesitated, explaining that the magic circle was connected to the magic stone and required higher-level approval to dismantle. Even if they managed that, there was still the issue of the magic wall, which needed a special key to deactivate. Dolores's eyes filled with fear and despair as she realized Tutor and the other students were in grave danger. The teachers admitted that even with one key, the magic wall couldn't be taken down. Dolores clenched her teeth in frustration, feeling helpless. To make things worse, the professor holding the B key had gone to the bathroom, and they couldn't contact her. Meanwhile, Vikir sat near one of the control room windows, worried about Cotton Ball and the other students. He stayed calm, deep in thought. With a peaceful expression, he wondered if there was an error in the magical equipment. When he had taken the test, no life signals had been detected, so this situation was unusual. He quickly realized that Cotton Ball must have grown after eating poison, and this had triggered the magic stone's life detection. His eyes locked onto the magical barrier as he studied it closely. He noticed the fog was getting thicker. If they didn't act fast, someone could get hurt. Then, something clicked in his mind, and his eyes widened in realization. Near the magical barrier, there were a few tubes. His eyes focused on them immediately. These were air circulation holes. The opening was small, but he had to try and squeeze through. Sinclair, on the other hand, was caught off guard. The students around her were chatting nervously about the strange situation. Her mind raced with confusion because she couldn't understand the cause of the commotion. She assumed someone must have defeated their team and set a new record. Suddenly, something with 4 legs dashed past her, leaped, and brushed by her side. Sinclair flinched, shut her eyes, and stumbled back in panic, falling onto the ground. Everyone's attention shifted to the small animal that had caused the chaos. Sinclair turned her head and saw a tiny dog running with a pair of pants in its mouth. Her puzzled expression mirrored the thoughts racing in her mind. Where had this little dog come from? Meanwhile, in the magical control room, a loud thud broke the tense atmosphere. Someone had slammed the magic stone with force. The teachers stared in shock, their faces frozen with disbelief. It was Dolores. She had drawn her sword and was striking the magic stone desperately, trying to break it. Before she could continue, the professors grabbed her arms and restrained her. "What are you doing?" one of them asked, his voice filled with alarm. Another reminded her that the magic stone was ancient, rare, and incredibly expensive. But Dolores's determined eyes burned brightly. She didn't care about the consequences. She was focused on one goal, cutting off the magical energy to save the students. If the magic stone broke, she would face expulsion, and her family, the Vatis, would have to pay massive compensation. None of that mattered to her. Clenching her teeth, she stared at the magic stone and shouted for Tutor and the others to hold on, promising she would help them no matter what. Inside the stadium, chaos was escalating. A mud ant attacked Piggy, who panicked and tried to defend himself. Before he could react, the beast struck, knocking him unconscious. His body flew several meters back and hit the ground hard. Tutor and Bianca turned toward him, their faces pale with worry. "Piggy, get up!" they yelled desperately, but he remained motionless. Poisonous gas began to spread around him. Tutor and the others hesitated, torn between fear and the need to save him. Just as they prepared to move, a giant ant emerged, drawing all their attention. Sancho and Bianca were gripped with fear, but Tutor stood his ground. He hadn't yet achieved his dreams of heroism, and dying here would be meaningless. The giant ant glared at them with murderous intent, releasing more poisonous gas into the air. Frozen with fear, Tutor and his friends couldn't move as another beast lunged at Sancho and Tutor, threatening to overwhelm them. The situation was becoming more dangerous by the second. Bianca panicked when she saw the situation. Tears filled her eyes, and she was overwhelmed with fear. She couldn't believe her life would end like this. The giant ant was ready to attack and finish her off. Bianca shut her eyes tight and gritted her teeth, bracing herself for the worst. But just then, someone with glowing eyes appeared through the poisonous gas. Before the beast could strike, the person attacked with incredible force, smashing the ant's head into pieces. The hit was so strong that the beast's body flew backward at great speed. After a while, when nothing seemed to happen, Bianca slowly opened her eyes. She wasn't sure if she was still alive or in heaven. The poisonous gas was affecting her, making her dizzy. She collapsed to the ground, and the last thing she saw was Vikir standing in front of her. Vikir's eyes glowed brightly as he stared at the remaining beasts. He clenched his fist, releasing powerful red mana. He told Bianca to rest, promising to protect them and ensure nothing bad would happen. In the magical control room, several men grabbed Dolores' arms to stop her from hitting the magical crystal. Her eyes blazed with anger as she tried desperately to break the crystal, determined to save the students. One of the men warned her that the crystal would shatter if she didn't stop. Overwhelmed with despair, Dolores shouted at them to let her go, insisting she needed to save her friends. She prepared to strike the crystal again, but the men held her tighter. Behind them, another man held a tablet displaying a map of the stadium. He studied the screen silently, and his face soon filled with shock. Before the Saint test could proceed, the man announced that the tablet had detected an extra life form inside the stadium. Everyone froze, their eyes wide with surprise, and turned to look at him. It was unthinkable. Someone had managed to enter the stadium despite the virtual barrier. A bald man with glasses and another man with a mustache studied the map in disbelief. The bald man realized someone had broken into the arena and killed a mud ant. The mustached man's eyes were filled with confusion, unable to understand how anyone had bypassed the magic barrier. The tablet showed a real-time projection of the stadium. Red dots and green dots moved on the map, but nobody could make sense of what was happening inside. Inside the stadium, the scene was grim. Piggy and Bianca lay unconscious on the ground, surrounded by poisonous gas. While the gas had been harmless before, it had become deadly now that they had lost all their HP points. The danger was clear. Unless the ants were defeated, the poison would kill them. Nearby, Sancho and Tutor were also unconscious, lying close together. Standing before them was Vikir. He clenched his fists, his face set with determination, as he stared at the approaching ants. Suddenly, Vikir's eyes sharpened and he spun around. Behind him, hidden beneath the corpse of an ant, was a small spider. Vikir didn't flinch or retreat. Instead, he stood still, watching the spider closely. He recalled the family motto, The fate of an untamable beast is death. Though the spider was just a baby, she sensed the danger and trembled with fear, realizing her mistake in entering the stadium to find food. Vikir's eyes gleamed with resolve. Instead of attacking the spider, he decided to deal with her later. For now, he ordered her to consume all the poisonous gas to protect the others. Grateful for his mercy, the spider placed her paw on her forehead in a gesture of obedience. She opened her mouth wide and began sucking in the poison, clearing the air around them. While Vikir was distracted, a giant ant appeared above him, staring at him intensely. However, Vikir quickly noticed it. He clenched his fist and calmly asked the beast if it had no shame. In response, the ant opened its mouth to attack, but before it could move, Vikir acted swiftly. He activated his mana and, with a powerful kick, struck the ant's neck, cutting its head clean off its body with ease. In the magical control room, a bald man and others watched in shock. One man studied the map closely and was confused to see sudden signs of life appearing. Meanwhile, Vikir focused on the ant's corpse, his eyes showing concern. He remembered that in this place, it was possible to detect vital energy. Nearby, a small spider was busy absorbing all the poisonous gas. Vikir placed his hand on the ground and readied himself to attack. At only 18 years old, Vikir was an intermediate-level sword expert. If others discovered his skill level as a graduate, it would cause an uproar. Two powerful soldier ants stood in front of him, specialists in combat. One had a B+ risk level, while the other was rated C. Vikir studied the ants carefully, realizing these artificial golems were designed to look like real monsters. Not far away, Sancho lay unconscious on the ground. Vikir walked over, grabbed Sancho's axe, and collected the weapons of the others, Bianca's bow, Tutor's spear, and Piggy's sword, all now strapped to his back. Determined, he stared at the ants and decided to use a strategy he remembered from his past life. If he followed it, he could fight like an advanced sword expert. Vikir's gaze locked onto the ant's neck. Their weak spot was the dorsal cover connecting their heads to their thoraxes. Just as the ants prepared to strike, Vikir infused Sancho's axe with mana and threw it with immense force at one of the ants. The spinning axe hit the dorsal cover, causing the ant tremendous pain. Vikir looked at the ground, recalling that this spot housed the killer ant's biometric compass. The ants trembled in fear, overwhelmed by Vikir's power. He moved with lightning speed and attacked 3 more ants, targeting their dorsal covers with Sancho's axe. If the cover was destroyed, the ants would lose their sense of direction and start moving backward. Switching to Bianca's bow, Vikir aimed at the ants with a sharp, focused gaze. He recalled the ants had another weakness, their skulls. Concentrating on this new target, his determination burned brighter than ever. The skull was split into 2 pieces, connected by a small link about the size of a finger in the lower central part. Vikir wrapped mana around an arrow and shot it. The arrow flew like lightning, struck the ant's skull, and shattered it into pieces. The shell in that area was softer than other parts. Vikir pulled out Tutor's spear, leaped, and landed above the ants he had already disabled with his axe. The ants looked up at him in a panic. Moving as fast as lightning, Vikir targeted their skulls first, then attacked their necks, and finally cut off their legs. After finishing the attack, he landed back on the ground and stared at the remaining ants, ready to finish them off. But then something unexpected happened. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw a huge shadow appear above him. It was much larger than the other ants. Vikir stood up and stared at it, keeping calm while studying the creature. A giant red ant stood before him, its focus entirely on him. Its jaws dripped with saliva. This was no ordinary ant. It was a general ant with a rank A danger level. Vikir dropped his spear and stared at the ant with a mix of surprise and excitement. Realizing this monster was part of the test, he couldn't help but smile. Slowly, he grabbed the hilt of Piggy's sword and unsheathed it. Around them, a thick poisonous fog had filled the magical barrier, completely blocking the spectators' view. Everyone watching was silent, unsure of what was happening inside. The students began whispering among themselves, confused because the fog made it impossible to see anything. They knew the time for the 3rd stage of the test was running out, and it was hard to believe that first-year students could survive something even third-year students couldn't handle. In the magical control room, one of the men monitoring the arena went pale and froze in shock. The mustached man next to him noticed and asked what was wrong, his voice a mix of curiosity and fear. The bald man started sweating heavily, overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. Finally, he turned and announced in a panic that the general ant had been defeated. Even more shocking, the vital signs of the test participants were still normal. Professor Morg arrived, his eyes widening in disbelief. No one could imagine that such a powerful general ant had been taken down. Morg thought back to the general ants and was filled with fear, realizing this particular beast wasn't supposed to be part of a test for academy students. It was a trap designed to make it hard for the students to last even an hour. Suddenly, a man appeared carrying a woman with purple hair on his shoulders. The man started shouting that he had found Professor Suddy, who had the key to the magic barrier. One of the senior staff asked where she had been. The man, looking nervous, explained that she was reported by the owner of a bar in an alley for causing property damage and disrupting business. Professor Suddy was completely drunk, drooling, and unable to stand. In short, she was a mess. Dolores turned toward the scene, clenched her fists, and pointed at the magic barrier. With an angry look, she ordered them to open it. The others hesitated, worried because no one knew if Tudor and the others inside were still alive. They used the key, and slowly, the magic barrier broke apart, letting out the poisonous gas trapped inside. The event during the Academy's midterm exam ended when the barrier was opened after 42 minutes and 13 seconds. Exhausted instructors rushed into the stadium. Everyone was shocked and confused. On the ground were the corpses of ants, and no one could believe that first-year students had managed to defeat them all. Dolores, deeply worried, ran into the stadium, calling out for Tudor and the others. Her eyes went wide in shock. She froze, staring at Vikir's unconscious body surrounded by dead ants. She couldn't tell if Vikir was unconscious or faking it. A question popped into her mind: what was he doing here? In truth, Vikir was pretending to be unconscious. He shut his eyes tightly to make it more believable. Even though lying on the ground was uncomfortable, it was better to fake passing out than explain how he had been fighting alongside the students. Dolores was surprised but also relieved. The situation was complicated, but she was glad no promising future hero had been lost. Just then, her friend arrived with a camera. She smiled and started taking pictures, ready to report everything in the school newspaper. She carefully snapped a photo of Vikir lying on the ground. He would be remembered as a hero who risked his life to protect his classmates during Colosseo Academy's midterm exam. The newspaper also shared a photo of Tudor, Bianca, Piggy, and Sancho. Bianca talked about the brave actions of Vikir that she had witnessed before passing out. Later, Vikir was interviewed. With a confused look, he explained that his success was thanks to the combined efforts of his friends and himself. He humbly accepted the praise he received. A photo of Vikir wiping sweat after a match was published. He became the talk of the town for his good looks and was re-evaluated as a high-level expert swordsman despite his minor rank. The head of the Monster Research Center doubted how a high-level swordsman could defeat a general ant. However, Vikir explained that he knew the vital point of the killer ants was in their skulls. The prince called Vikir, and because he revealed the secret about the killer ants, it was expected that the number of imperial soldiers dying would decrease. Therefore, the crown prince gave Vikir a certificate. His expression showed he didn't want to be there. Vikir was named this year's rising star, but he wasn't entirely comfortable with the title. Someone reading the newspaper tore it into pieces. It was nighttime, and the person was none other than Vikir. He sat on the academy roof, gazing at the ground with a troubled look as the moonlight shone. His eyes reflected his worries, knowing no one had expected his quiet student life to become so chaotic. The baby madam appeared, closing her eyes and smiling as she jumped for joy. However, Vikir reminded her this wasn't something to celebrate. Though everything had changed, he was relieved the others were safe. Distracted, an owl flew towards them. Vikir tensed, while the baby madam quickly became scared. A small spider hid in Vikir's clothes. He extended his arm, and the owl perched on it. Vikir focused on the owl's leg, which had a rolled note attached. He realized it was Cindy Wendy's usual report. The note revealed that she had gathered information on the 10 Elite Corps but needed more time to analyze it, up to a month. Regarding the Night Hound, there were imitators. Some sought glory, while the intentions of others were unclear. Osiris of the Baskerville family was far from his estate, heading towards the imperial capital. Lastly, one first-year academy student was hiding their royal lineage. After delivering the message, the owl flew away, and the baby madam emerged from Vikir's clothes again. Vikir's eyes widened as he stared at the paper, curious about whether Cindy had found clues about the 10 elite corps. The fact that she asked him to wait a month showed she was approaching the matter cautiously. He remembered when he had defeated the demon alongside Saintess Dor. He knew better than anyone that he had easily defeated it by borrowing the Saintess's power. However, over the next month, he needed to work hard on improving his skills. With a worried expression, he started thinking about the Night Bloodhound. He had been concerned about the Night Bloodhound before, but now there were imitators, which could draw unwanted attention from the palace or cause their actions to overlap. He needed to investigate this matter immediately. As for other news, his brother, Osiris La Baskerville, had left the family estate. Additionally, there was a member of royalty at the academy. While little baby madam was hiding in Vikir's neck, he imagined Cindy Wendy giving a thumbs up with a smile. He hadn't asked her to do the fourth thing, so he didn't know why she had mentioned it. To him, she was a somewhat strange woman. To prevent the information from spreading, he burned the sheet. He didn't care about knowing it, since it wasn't as if he was losing anything by not knowing. In the blink of an eye, the sheet turned to ashes and began flying with the wind. The wind carried the ashes to one side, and at that moment, a woman wearing a skirt appeared. She couldn't believe she had met the hero of the academy in such a place. Hearing her voice, Vikir snapped out of his trance and focused on her. It was none other than Sinclair. While the sky sparkled with stars, she smiled. She closed her eyes and shyly asked if this was what they called destiny. Sinclair, looking a bit nervous, sat on the roof and smiled, enjoying the view. She was someone recognized for her sincerity and talent, a talented individual who had consistently held the top position in the Fire Corps with overwhelming performance. Vikir didn't lower his guard and, with a suspicious expression, studied her closely, unsure of why she was there at that hour of the night. The sky was beautiful and full of stars. Sinclair decided to break the silence. She was a bit surprised to find Vikir there at that time. This was her special place, where she came to watch the Milky Way when feeling down. Vikir's expression shifted. He was speechless, realizing he had misunderstood the situation. Sinclair turned her head toward him, her eyes filled with affection, making her blush deeply. She hoped to meet Vikir again if she came to this spot in the future. Vikir felt her gaze and, with a worried expression, looked at the ground. He knew it was better to change the location where he received messages from Cindy. With a gentle smile, she extended her hand, revealing that recently, everyone at the academy had been talking about him. Vikir didn't lift his head and, with a cold gaze, replied that it was something he didn't want to know. But she said there was no reason to feel embarrassed because extraordinary people always draw attention. With a slightly amused look, she began counting on her fingers, sharing that, aside from being number one, she had 3 research articles that were going to change the academic world. He was from a common background, but his presence gave off the air of an expert. Vikir's eyes widened in concern, and he started to sweat. Sinclair also noted that he often intimidated his peers. Vikir sighed, dismissing grades as meaningless, and told her not to worry too much about them. Sinclair tilted her head in confusion, unable to grasp why grades didn't matter in an academy. Vikir, more aware than most, knew that money, power, and honor would soon become useless. When the era of destruction began, all existing order would crumble, leaving only survival as the priority. With a smile, she said Vikir sounded like an old man, as though he had lived through many eras. This sparked curiosity in Vikir, who found her somewhat intelligent. Changing the topic, Sinclair asked what Vikir planned to do after midterms. Raising one finger confidently, he mentioned he would focus on training his back and lower body. She looked puzzled and asked if he had hurt himself. Sighing, she closed her eyes. On the other side, Vikir adjusted his glasses with a finger, recalling that she, like him, hid many things. Before vanishing from history, she had graduated top of her class without losing first place, despite her common origins. Soon after, she disappeared, severing all contact with everyone, and no one heard from her again. Under the moonlight, Sinclair slowly opened her eyes, a smile forming on her face. It was strange that someone from a common background like her could possibly be royalty, concealing her identity. Vikir remembered Cindy Wendy mentioning that a member of royalty had entered the academy. The next day, as the sun rose at the academy, Tutor, just waking up, stretched his arms and sighed in exhaustion, never expecting the exam period to last so long. They grabbed their backpacks and walked towards the academy, smiling. Tutor explained that with the attack test happening today, midterms would finally come to an end. Sancho turned back, serious-faced, reminding everyone that due to injuries from the defense exam accident, the exam schedule had been delayed, extending the period. Vikir and Piggy walked in silence. Tutor's eyes were full of anger. He thought of Grenouille with disgust. It was disappointing that the bet with that guy had ended in a tie. He started massaging his shoulder as his focus shifted to one of them. With a confident and cheerful expression, he said that this time, he had realized who his true rival was. For him, the exam had been a great challenge. Vikir was a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. Thanks to Vikir, they had suffered less harm, but it annoyed him that Vikir was hiding his abilities. He was an advanced expert who had been keeping his true power a secret from his friends. Vikir turned his back on them. The three clenched their fists and lightly punched him as a warning. Vikir turned his head and, with a serious look, mentioned that they may not remember, but he hadn't done it alone. The tutor closed his eyes and replied that Vikir was very humble. They decided to change the subject, and the tutor asked if they had heard about the night Bloodhound committing another terrorist act. Vikir's eyes widened in shock, and he froze in disbelief. Piggy opened his backpack and pulled out a newspaper. With a calm expression, he revealed that this time, students from the Varangian Training Center had been hurt by the night Bloodhound. Vikir and Sancho both stared silently at him. Piggy continued reading, his expression serious. The news said that damage had occurred during the process of the students discovering and restraining the night Bloodhound. According to the latest updates, the night Bloodhound had committed numerous evil acts. He was the worst villain of all time, showing his true nature once again. Late last night, students from the Varangian Training Center, who had gone on a trip to the Yellow Sea, were attacked by the night Bloodhound, causing significant harm. 10 people were lightly injured, and 10 were seriously hurt, including the head of Varangian's training center. They began discussing among themselves. Sancho crossed his arms and asked if the night Bloodhound's actions were expanding. Piggy, still reading the newspaper, mentioned that there were people who supported him. The tutor rested his chin in his hand, pondering the purpose of that man. Vikir stared at the ground with a troubled expression, clenching his fists as he realized that his imitators were taking action. His eyes filled with anger. There were 2 imitators. One had become less active recently, while the other was gradually increasing their activity. Everyone began moving toward the academy. Sancho, the tutor, and Piggy were happy, while Vikir remained tense. The problem was that surveillance on the night Bloodhound had become stricter, and if things continued this way, a future assassination attempt could also be stopped. It was early in the morning, and all the students were entering the academy. Vikir decided that after the exam ended, he would get rid of the imitators. In the academy, there was a special area where attack exams took place. Unlike the defense exam, which involved teamwork and was done in groups of 4, the attack exam focused on individual skill. It was a one-on-one combat between a professor and a student, where they fought against golems controlled by the professors. Points were earned through valid hits, evasion, and other skills. The professor summoned a golem. It was Tutor's turn. He used his mana to strengthen his spear and attacked with force, striking hard against the barrier. By fighting against golems that mimicked the movements of professors who were masters of combat, the students aimed to gain practical experience against tough opponents. Behind the golem stood Professor Morg, who controlled it. The flaw in the exam was that only 50 students could be taught by each professor. Tutor clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. Using all his strength, he attacked the golem, breaking it into pieces. The way students were evaluated changed depending on the professor's fighting style. After the battle, Tutor was very exhausted. He stared at the broken golem, surprised that his attack had worked. Professor Morg looked serious and silently watched Tutor. There was still a long way to go. Suddenly, several green roots appeared from the ground, making Tutor tense up. The roots were fake. While he was distracted, The professor's golem appeared in front of him and prepared to strike with its fist. Tutor tightly gripped his spear and soon realized the golem's speed had increased, unsure if the professor had enhanced it physically. As the fist slowly approached, Tutor raised his arms to defend himself. However, the fist was a feint. Now that Tutor had lowered his guard, the golem unleashed a powerful kick directly at his ribs. Fear filled Tutor's eyes. His vision turned white, and he screamed in pain before collapsing on the ground, writhing in agony. The golem stood over him, and the professor stated that Tutor shouldn't assume a mage couldn't use fists and feet to win. The golem helped Tutor to his feet. The purpose of a fight was victory. Even as a mage, one had to use fists, feet, and teeth to achieve it. Tutor thanked the professor. The total points were calculated, and all the students moved to the stadium. Tutor, still somewhat tired, sat down. From Ice Corp Class 8, Cadet Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morgue, managed to land 12 attacks, perform 20 dodges, block 3 attacks, and score 0 critical hits, earning a total of 35 points. Bianca was shocked and confused. She extended her hand, unable to believe that Tutor had defeated her. From Ice Corp Class 8, Cadet Bianca, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morgue, managed to land 7 attacks, perform 24 dodges, block 0 attacks, and scored 0 critical hits, earning a total of 31 points. She became furious, stood up, and, pointing at Tutor, explained that the test was unfair. A one-on-one battle was disadvantageous for an archer. Tutor, who was sitting, turned toward her with a confused expression and responded that he didn't recall any complaints about fairness when she had taken all the individual points during the defense exam. While they were arguing, someone started laughing. They turned their attention to the back. It was Grenouille. With one hand resting on the seat and a smile on his face, he mocked them, showing that he was clearly the best of the two. From Ice Corp Class 8, Cadet Grenouille, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morgue, managed to land 11 attacks, perform 22 dodges, block 2 attacks, and receive 0 critical hits, earning a total of 35 points. With a puzzled look, Tutor asked what Grenouille was talking about. Grenouille pointed at Tutor with a smile and mentioned that both of them had the same score, 35 points. He then pointed out that they had equal scores in both the defense and attack exams. With an evil grin, he said that his theoretical grade was higher than Tutor's, making this his victory. Hearing this, Tutor was shocked and felt desperate. He became depressed. Seeing him lose to Grenouille, Bianca, who was sitting next to him, placed a comforting hand on his back. She explained that they were fortunate because their teacher was Vinci Morgue. With a calm expression, she revealed that others had Professor Suddy. Tutor's expression shifted, his eyes widening with curiosity. Bianca imagined Professor Suddy smiling like a lunatic. She couldn't help but feel fear and disgust. Professor Suddy was a pathetic, drunken teacher who had disappeared with the key to the magic wall. Older students described her as strange and unprofessional. She was the #1 teacher students avoided. Tutor looked at her, feeling confused. He panicked and asked how someone like her could become a professor at the academy. Bianca removed her hand from her chin and, with an uncertain gaze, explained that she was very skilled. When not teaching, she helped authorities catch criminals. She imagined the Night Bloodhound holding the Beelzebub sword, revealing that she was responsible for capturing criminals like the Night Bloodhound. Tutor's face became serious and concerned. He believed in his friend's strength and thought they would be okay. Bianca rested both hands on the seat and looked at the sky, showing her worry. She explained that this was why she was also concerned. With a distant expression, she shared that Professor Suddy was the last relative of a fallen marquis and felt envious of talented students from wealthy families. This envy led to rumors that she destroyed talented students. Meanwhile, somewhere in the academy, Piggy's body lay on the ground, covered in blood. A woman wearing high heels stepped on his head. A golem resembling the woman stepped forward, creating tension. In front of her were several students, shocked and scared to see another student unconscious. They couldn't believe this was a test. The door of the room slammed shut, and the students started banging on it, desperate to leave and take the exam with another teacher. Professor Sadie, with her hand on her hip, looked down at Piggy's unconscious body. She thought this year's students were all cowards. Cadet Piggy, from Ice Corp Class B, had been evaluated by Professor Sadie. He scored 0 in attacks landed, 0 dodges executed, 0 blocked attacks, and 0 critical hits, earning a total of 0 points. Nearby, Sinclair's unconscious body lay covered in blood. She also scored 0 in attacks, dodges, and blocks, achieving 0 critical hits for a total of 0 points. Sancho's body, also covered in blood, showed the same results, 0 in everything. Professor Sadie then pulled out a whip and started observing the remaining students. She thought continuing was a waste of time. All the students had fled except for one, Vikir. He stood up, staring at her with a fierce gaze. Professor Sadie placed her hand on her cheek, stuck out her tongue, and, with a bloodthirsty expression, commanded Vikir to approach her. Well, guys, this noble is quite different from the manhwa. In the noble version, Piggy managed to land 2 critical hits, showcasing his excellent strategic skills. 30 minutes earlier, Vikir and the others sat waiting for their turn. Sancho began cracking his knuckles, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. He smiled because the attack exam was finally about to start. Next to him, Sinclair sat with her arms crossed, silently watching Sancho. Behind him, Piggy looked somewhat confused. Sinclair, beside them, noticed that Sancho seemed confident about this exam. Sancho held up a finger and replied with a cheerful smile, saying that a one-on-one fight was a warrior's best quality. He was very enthusiastic and couldn't wait for the exam to begin. Piggy stared at Sancho, his eyes widening in surprise as Sancho casually mentioned that his teacher had said that if they didn't use aura in hand-to-hand combat, Sancho was the strongest in the Ice Corps. Vikir was lost in thought, but then something happened. Someone asked Professor Suddy what she was doing. This caught Piggy's attention, shocking him. In front of them was a student and Professor Suddy, holding a bottle of wine. The boy stared at her, and when he saw the alcohol, he became angry. With a furious, hateful look, he asked how she could drink alcohol during an exam where the students' lives were at risk. Suddy said nothing and remained silent, but the boy said he could smell the alcohol from far away and it was obvious she was drunk. Suddy grabbed the wine bottle and opened her mouth, ready to drink again. In an instant, she drank all the alcohol. She thought the boy was very annoying. She put her hand on her hip, and with a devilish smile, she started eating the glass bottle in bites as if it were bread. Seeing this, the boy's eyes widened in fear. He took several steps back and panicked. Professor Suddy's mouth was full of glass pieces. She stuck out her tongue and licked the wine from her cheek. Then she wiped her tongue with her hand and stared intently at the boy with a sharp, evil expression. She said that the alcohol was only 76%, so it was a bit much to call it alcohol. Feeling her intense stare, Sinclair covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with fear. Piggy, next to her, was speechless, realizing that Professor Suddy was in charge of them and that she was just like the rumors said, a strange person. As always, Vikir remained calm. He had seen people like her many times in his past life, so he was somewhat used to this type of person. Suddy took out a piece of paper, pointed at a student's name with her finger, and with an excited smile, decided to start the exam. The first student called was Sancho. Instead of being scared, Sancho grabbed his weapon. He looked excited, stood up, and walked towards Suddy. Sinclair and Vikir also stood up. Piggy put his hands to his mouth and yelled at Sancho to be careful. He'd heard rumors that many students who took Professor Suddy's exam never came back to the academy. Sancho smiled confidently and told his friend not to worry. Professor Suddy then summoned her golem. It appeared right in front of her. Sancho walked closer, looked at the golem, and said that a warrior's will is unbreakable. He held his axe tightly and got ready to attack. His eyes were shining with excitement, not fear. He admired her, and said he looked forward to learning from her. The exam started. Suddenly, Sancho jumped and flew down from the sky towards the golem, ready to attack at high speed. Professor Suddy looked down and smiled. She stood still for a few seconds, then smiled evilly and repeated Sancho's words. The will of a warrior is unbreakable. Sancho attacked with all his might, but then something unexpected happened. Sinclair covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Piggy took several steps back, his mouth open in shock. Even Vikir, who was usually calm, was shocked too. He had never seen anything like it. Sinclair and Piggy looked confused. Then, they saw something terrible and felt a fear they had never felt before. When the smoke cleared, Professor Suddy's golem was standing there, holding Sancho by the neck. He seemed unconscious and was covered in blood. The students were frozen with fear. Her golem held Sancho up by the neck. She seemed a little disappointed that her toy had broken. She was controlling the golem with her hands and 2 magic circles. Her eyes shone with evil. She looked at the other students and smiled, asking if this meant Sancho was disqualified as a warrior. Vikir's face changed. He looked at Sati seriously, wondering what she was planning. The golem dropped Sancho. He fell to the ground on his back. His friends, who were worried, ran to him to see if he was okay. Vikir and Piggy lifted Sancho up, putting his arms over their shoulders. Piggy told Sancho to wake up. Sinclair, looking angry, stood in front, held out her hand to one side, and asked the teacher what she was doing. She stared at Sati. She clenched her fists, asking how she dared to hit a student until he fainted during an exam. Sati kept her cool and calmly replied that the exam was meant to give students real-world experience. She raised a finger, smiling confidently, and said these were the words of the Academy's first president. She then asked Sinclair if she was going to protest. In a real fight? Sati added, pointing at Sinclair. She revealed that Sinclair was next to take the exam. She wanted to see what the leader of the Ice Corps could do. Sinclair's fists tightened, her eyes filled with confusion and fear, unsure of Sati's plan. Just as she was about to decide, someone behind her suggested she refuse the exam. Hearing this, she snapped out of her thoughts and, a little surprised, turned around. It was Vikir, supporting Sancho by the shoulder. He looked at her sincerely. He said Sati's actions were clearly unfair and that if she complained to the Academy, she might be able to retake the exam. Sinclair looked down, looking lost, and thanked Vikir for his concern. Her eyes shone with determination. She promised herself she wouldn't avoid the person who hurt her friend. Silence fell. Sati mocked her, asking why she was making such a pretty face, making Sinclair's eyes widen with hatred. She gritted her teeth, feeling even angrier. Sati stared at her with a confident smile. She decided to fix Sinclair's pretty face. The exam began. Sinclair took an offensive stance, looking for revenge. She used her power, creating several circles around her. She raised her hands, and her body began to release powerful energy. Sati was somewhat surprised. She was speechless to see Sinclair using third-class spells at such a young age. This was what she expected from the next genius. Her eyes gleamed maliciously, and a smile appeared on her face. She controlled her golem, and it instantly appeared beneath Sinclair, ready to attack with a powerful punch. Sinclair, preparing her attack, noticed the golem approaching. She was shocked. Sati asked if she had ever experienced a mana backlash because her magic was forcibly stopped. Before Sinclair could block the attack, the golem struck her stomach hard. The attack was so strong that the magic circles shattered. Mana flowed back into her body, coming out of her mouth and eyes, making her nose bleed and causing her terrible pain. She fell to the ground, clutching her chest. Her whole body shook, and she drooled from the pain. The golem walked up to her and looked at her carefully. Sati asked the golem how it felt, realizing it was much more painful than Sinclair had thought. Sati looked at Sinclair and smiled evilly. If you're unlucky, you might never be able to use magic again, she said in a nasty tone. She thought it would be funny if the next Ice Core genius couldn't use magic anymore. The golem kicked her hard, and she stumbled backward. She hoped that wouldn't happen because she had worked hard to become the next genius, especially since she was from a common family. Seeing this, Piggy got worried. He ran to her to check if she was all right. He looked at her with a serious expression. Silence. It was time. Time for the next student to take the exam. It was Piggy's turn. He took out his sword, and even though he looked confident, he was shaking with fear. Piggy held his sword tightly. Sati put her hand on her hip, held out her other hand, and asked, "Who is this worthless person who doesn't even know how to hold a sword?" He started sweating a lot, but he kept his composure. His eyes showed determination. He was not a coward, and he was not going to give up. Sati's golem walked toward Piggy. This test was his chance to show the courage he kept hidden under his shy exterior. Before Piggy could even get ready to attack, the golem moved quickly and kicked with force, breaking his sword into pieces. Piggy's eyes opened wide in surprise. The broken pieces of his sword flew several meters away and stuck in the ground. Piggy was shocked that the golem had broken his sword with just a kick. He stared at his broken sword, feeling scared and confused. Just before he could understand what had happened, the golem moved like lightning and kicked him hard under the chin, sending him flying into the air. While he was in the air, the golem lifted its foot and brought its heel close to Piggy's head. Sati made fun of him. No matter how much trash fights, it's still trash in the end. These words made Vikir angry, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Piggy fell to the ground. Sati walked over and put her heel on his head, which was covered in blood. Seeing that another student had fainted, the blonde-haired student was shocked, while the black-haired student put his hand on his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe this was a test. All the students who were supposed to take the test with Professor Suddy ran to the door. They started banging on it, trying to open it. But the door wouldn't open. They wanted to get another professor. Piggy's body was lying on the ground, and his head was bleeding. Vikir walked over and looked at him silently. Sancho had a black eye, and Sinclair was badly injured. Vikir's true personality started to emerge. He felt incredibly angry. Suddy held out her hand, looked away from the students, and smiled mockingly. "This year's students are all cowards," she sneered. She then called the next student's name. But something caught her attention, sparking her curiosity. Vikir, carrying arrows on his back, drew his bow and stood before her, showing he was ready. He glanced down at the ground, indicating he was next for the exam. Seeing this, Suddy's eyes widened in surprise. She was pleased to see a student with such passion. She thought Vikir was too eager. She was a little annoyed. She was about to enjoy herself. Now, Vikir stood quietly. The students trying to leave the room all looked at him. He was the academy's famous hero, and people said he was a master swordsman. With a vengeful look, Vikir grabbed an arrow from his back. Professor Suddy was at least a graduate, so a master swordsman couldn't possibly defeat her. Besides, bows were the worst weapons in a one-on-one fight. The exam began, and Suddy's eyes were full of excitement. Beating talented students was very enjoyable. She controlled her golem, which quickly moved toward Vikir. He was currently the top student in the academy. Defeating the best student would be very satisfying. Vikir, holding the bow in one hand, took an arrow from his back with the other and watched the golem approach. It reached out its hand toward him. Suddy wanted to relish Vikir's cries after breaking his arm. Vikir took out an arrow, and just before the golem reached him, he placed it on the bow. With a hateful expression, he prepared to shoot. Then, something unexpected happened. Suddy's eyes widened in confusion. Vikir shot the arrow at the golem's shoulder, but instead of hitting it, the arrow slipped and changed direction. The arrow was so powerful that it made a deep wound in the golem's body. Suddy stepped back. She stopped controlling the golem, causing it to stop suddenly, just before reaching Vikir. The students at the door turned around in shock. They were all speechless, seeing that he had stopped Suddy's golem. The truth was that the arrow had hit Suddy's eye, which was now filled with blood. She grabbed the arrow, opened her mouth, and screamed in pain. She fell to her knees on the ground. Vikir released the bowstring and silently enjoyed the moment. To avoid suspicion, he put on a worried expression and pretended to be concerned. Vikir explained that he had been trying to shoot the golem, and had no idea how the arrow had hit her. His eyes gleamed with malice, and with an evil smile, he asked, "Professor Suddy, are you okay?" Suddy clutched her injured eye, gritting her teeth, her mind filled with hatred and anger. The arrow was forcefully stuck in Suddy's right eye. She pressed her hand against it, her body trembling from the unbearable pain. The agony became more intense, forcing another scream from her lips. Vincey Morgue, who had been controlling his golem with a magic circle, heard the scream. His eyes widened in confusion, and his expression grew worried. "Is that crazy Suddy doing something to the students again?" he muttered. Back in the exam room, all the students were frozen in shock, their faces filled with fear and disbelief. Their jaws hung open, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Moments later, Vincey Morgue, still concerned for the students' safety, appeared at the entrance. He forcefully opened the door, which had previously seemed blocked. His eyes burned with rage. He extended his hand, his anger bubbling over as he realized what had happened. "Did she lock the door again? Is she treating the students harshly?" Tutor Bianca Dolores, standing beside him, observed the scene in silence, trying to piece everything together. As they entered the room, they were met with an unexpected sight. Suddy was kneeling on the ground, an arrow embedded in her eye, writhing in pain and fury. The entire room fell into stunned silence. Vincey Morgue's eyes widened in shock. His gaze fixed on Suddy, unable to believe that she was actually bleeding. He had seen students get hurt before, but never a professor. Tutor Bianca turned her head slightly, and what she saw made her blood run cold. Not far from the scene, the unconscious, blood-covered bodies of Sancho, Sinclair, and Piggy lay motionless on the floor. Without hesitation, Tutor rushed toward them to check if they were still alive. Suddy lay on the ground, still writhing in pain. Vikir, the one who had fired the arrow, walked toward the injured students with a calm demeanor. Vincey Morgue's eyes locked onto him. "What happened here?" he demanded. Suddy's golem stood motionless behind them. Vikir turned around, maintaining a sincere expression, and explained. "During the exam, the golem surprised me by charging at me, so I shot an arrow. It must have gone through the golem and accidentally hit Professor Suddy in the eye." Vincey Morgue frowned in confusion. He turned to inspect the golem in silence, his mind racing. He wasn't sure whether to believe Vikir's explanation. Meanwhile, Suddy's one remaining eye burned with pure hatred. She gritted her teeth, her gaze locked onto Vikir. Vincey Morg couldn't decide if this was karma. Vikir, unfazed, clenched his fists and stood in front of Suddy, staring at her without a hint of remorse. Point compilation completed. Class B, Ice Corps Cadet number 256, Vikir. Hits landed, 1 evasions, 0 defenses, 0 critical hits, 1 total points, 11. The injured and unconscious bodies of Sancho, Sinclair, and Piggy were gathered. Dolores knelt down, extended her hands, and began using her healing power. A golden energy radiated from her fingertips, surrounding their bodies. Her gaze was filled with concern as she observed their injuries. Sancho was covered in bruises. Sinclair had suffered severe internal injuries from the reverse flow of mana. Piggy had a shattered jaw from the impact. Dolores focused even more, intensifying the golden energy to heal their wounds. She knew better than anyone, these were not injuries students should receive in an exam. Tutor turned to her with a worried expression. Are they going to be okay? He asked. Dolores turned toward him with a sincere gaze. Thanks to you calling me quickly, everyone will recover. There won't be any after effects, she reassured. Bianca, who had been watching in silence, finally let out a breath of relief. Tutor crouched beside the injured students, inspecting them closely. He and Bianca exchanged a glance. At least they were going to be okay. Dolores stood up, clenched her fists, and with a distant gaze, walked away from the area. Suddy, still clutching her bleeding eye, sat on the stairs and removed her hat. Dolores approached her. She extended a hand and, in a calm but serious tone, asked, Let me see the wound. She examined Suddy carefully and then, with a stern expression, stated, When your injuries heal, I will file a disciplinary complaint against you before the Student Council, for excessive use of force against students. Suddy, far from showing fear, grinned wickedly. Are you the saintess of the prestigious Quo Vadis family? She sneered. Dolores, unfazed, began extending her hand towards Suddy, determined to heal her wound. Then, something unexpected happened. Suddy suddenly ripped the arrow out of her eye. Blood poured from the wound. Dolores's eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? The entire room fell silent, a wave of fear and revulsion washing over the students. Vincey Morg's expression darkened. His jaw clenched as rage flickered in his eyes. Suddy, standing up, grinned maniacally, her eye bleeding freely. She placed the blood-stained arrow into her mouth. Her remaining eye shone with malice and excitement. I refuse your help, Saintess. Vincey Morg's fists tightened. This woman, she was insane. Suddy turned her back on Dolores and began walking away. Without looking back, she muttered, If you're going to punish me for this, then you should wait for the day. After lifting the punishment, Dolores observed Suddy in silence, unsure of what was happening. A smile appeared on Suddy's face. Lately, many things amused her, including the night Bloodhound, the mysterious figure that had been shaking the Empire's knights. As she walked past Vikir, she raised her head and, with a cheerful smile, asked, Your name is Vikir, right? Vikir didn't turn to face her. Instead, he stared at the ground with a lost expression, deep in thought. Suddy smirked and continued walking away. With an arrogant tone, she promised to remember his name, vowing that they would meet again. Hearing this, Vikir lifted his head, his eyes shining with anticipation. He couldn't wait for that day to come. Midterm exam results finally, the curtain fell on the long midterm exam. When the results were published, curious students rushed to see the rankings. Top rankings: Sinclair 1st, Grenouille de Leviathan 2nd, Tudor 3rd, Highborough 4th, Bianca 5th, Middleborough 6th, Sancho 7th, Lowborough 8th, Vikir 21th, Piggy is in ranked 199. The students who had lost points due to Professor Suddy's attack exam were given a second chance to retake it, thanks to the intervention of other professors. Among them were Sancho, Piggy, and Sinclair. Sinclair's scores were restored, making him the best student of the first year. However, everyone's attention wasn't on first place. Instead, all eyes were on one person. The birth of a legend, a brown-haired student walked through the hallway. One student placed a hand on his friend's shoulder and, while pointing, asked in shock, Is that him? It was none other than Vikir. As he walked, all eyes turned to him. He was now the center of attention. Girls admired him. He had been the only one to land an effective hit on Professor Suddy, and not just any hit. He had destroyed one of her eyes. The trauma that Demon Suddy had inflicted on the students was beginning to fade. Vikir had earned a new title. He was now known as the Eye Slayer, an authentic hero. Vikir, gripping the strap of his backpack with one hand, showed no emotion. He knew this was the price of acting emotionally. Once he distanced himself from the students, his face turned serious. His mind drifted to the night Bloodhound. For him, daytime existed only so he could survive through the night. Because of this, he avoided getting too involved in these pointless matters. But when he saw the students being treated like trash, he had acted before realizing it. An unexpected confession while lost in thought, a red-haired girl approached him. She nervously adjusted her hair, closed her eyes for a moment, and then, blushing, held out a love letter. Hearing her voice, Vikir snapped out of his trance and looked at the letter. Before she could hand it to him, Highborough suddenly appeared. With an angry glare, he snatched the letter with his mouth. Both Vikir and the girl stared in confusion. Highborough tore the letter apart with his teeth like a wild dog. Then Middleborough and Lowborough appeared, standing directly in front of the girl with sharp, piercing gazes. "Who are you to block our way?" they demanded. The girl froze in fear. Vikir's eyes widened in confusion as he watched the scene unfold. The triplets of the Baskerville family began escorting Vikir through the hallway. They pushed students aside, declaring, "If you get in our way, you'll disappear silently." Seeing this, the students couldn't help but feel a deep sense of fear. The triplets, on the other hand, were smirking, believing they had handled the situation perfectly. Vikir, walking behind them, couldn't help but praise them. They did a good job. The newspaper club. Vikir arrived at the newspaper club. He opened the door, took off his backpack, and walked in with a calm but confident expression. He didn't want to let the day's events affect him. But then, his eyes widened in surprise. In front of him, Dolores was sitting by the window, reading a newspaper. The sunlight illuminated the room. She was so focused on her reading that she hadn't noticed him enter. Vikir sat down and, noticing the frown on her face, asked, "What are you reading?" Hearing his voice, Dolores snapped out of her trance. A faint blush spread across her cheeks. She turned toward him, curious. "When did you come in?" Vikir replied calmly. "Just now." "You didn't notice?" Dolores placed the newspaper on the table, resting her hands on top of it. Her voice grew serious. "The night Bloodhound, he destroyed the monument of the imperial capital, the central clock tower, and damaged the royal memorial." Her eyes shimmered with sadness. "There's no physical evidence, but they've already blamed him for everything. The perception people have of him is strange." Vikir's gaze hardened. Someone believing in him was more comforting than he had expected. He picked up the newspaper and began reading silently. The clock tower was a symbol of peace and order. The entire city had seen it at least once a day. Destroying such an important emblem, it meant holding an immense grudge against society. Vikir rested his head in his hands, deep in thought. Dolores picked up the newspaper again and resumed reading. Vikir knew he had to clean up the chaos. But first, he needed to investigate. Night falls. Hours later, night descended. A lone figure stood on a rooftop, wearing dark boots. It was Vikir, disguised as a night bloodhound. His gaze locked onto the royal memorial, the shared cemetery where the Empire's heroes lay. High walls protected the sacred site. As he calmly observed the area, he remembered something. The ninth corpse, Dantalion, was hidden near Indulgentia Orphanage. Was that just a coincidence? Vikir moved toward the entrance of the monument. A silver cross stood there. He stared at it in silent curiosity. Leaning against the tombstone, he let the moonlight illuminate the area, and then, he immediately realized the truth. The reason Cindy Wendy's informants had disappeared. The cemetery was full of zombies. Risk rating, C number of zombies, over 7M. The Rotten Ones. The zombies that inhabited the continent were known as the Rotten Ones. They were common undead found in places like graveyards, battlefields, abandoned houses, sewers. One of the zombies opened its mouth and let out a roar. Vikir didn't know what these people had done in their past lives to become zombies, but he knew that some of them had been informants for Cindy Wendy. The hunter awakens. Vikir gripped the weapon slung across his back. His eyes gleamed as he decided to use Anibus, a weapon he hadn't wielded in a while. With steady hands, he began unscrewing the parts of the weapon. Despite its portability and ease of use, Vikir still couldn't believe that An had given him such a weapon. Drawing his bow, he locked onto his targets with a piercing gaze. He fired a mana arrow with precise aim, striking 3 zombies in the head and killing them instantly. As the lifeless corpses collapsed, Vikir continued walking, muttering to himself. This is on a completely different level compared to the arrows they provided during the midterm exams. It was a lie that masters weren't particular about their weapon of choice. A strange aroma suddenly, a strange scent filled the air. Vikir froze in place, his eyes widening in surprise. His attention snapped to the source of the smell. A demon. But unlike normal demons, this scent was faint, diluted by something else. Without hesitation, Vikir followed the scent at full speed. It led him straight to the Indulgentia orphanage, a forbidden ritual inside the orphanage. A magic circle glowed on the ground. A woman wearing a skull mask stood before it, extending her hand toward the circle. A dark, malignant energy began to surge. From the magic circle, a red-haired girl slowly emerged. The masked woman's eyes narrowed. A petty thief dared to steal from Dantalion? She stepped forward and, with a genuine expression, hugged the girl tightly. Rose, I lost you again. I'm sorry. Her eyes shone with determination. She began whispering to herself, vowing not to let anyone take away her loved ones again. She swore to annihilate the beasts and cattle that threatened her world. This woman was Ser, the eighth corpse. Ser and the red-haired woman. The battle against Dantalion had left the orphanage in ruins. Ser stood on the third floor, staring at the red-haired woman before her. Moonlight bathed the broken dormitory, casting long shadows. Ser gently held the red-haired woman's arms, her expression serious yet sincere. Your ability to find people, it's useful. Sadness flickered in her eyes. She had found Rose, but the other person she was looking for. No matter what she did, she couldn't find them. The red-haired woman's exhausted eyes trembled. Ser brushed aside a stray strand of her hair. To fully master the power granted by her demon contract, she knew she had to step through the gates of death completely. And she had already crossed halfway. A killer's arrival suddenly. Footsteps echoed through the hallway. Someone approached. A suffocating aura filled the air, thick with murderous intent. Don't move! Ser froze. A chill ran down her spine. Rose's eyes widened in shock and fear. Ser instinctively stepped in front of Rose, extending her arm in protection. How had she not noticed him? Someone had been watching them from the darkness all along. From the shadows, Vikir emerged. His bow was drawn, his mana arrow glowing with lethal energy. His eyes burned with hatred. From now on you only answer my questions. His voice was as sharp as his arrowhead. If you move, you die. If you say anything irrelevant, you die. He aimed the arrow straight at Ser's eye. The questioning begins. A strange scent clung to Vikir. A mix of human and demon. Vikir's voice sharpened. What are you? Ser's expression remained calm. I am both human and demon. Vikir's eyes narrowed. He turned his gaze to Rose. She was one of Dantalion's subordinates. But he had killed her. So why was she still alive? Ser's eyes locked onto his. Her voice was firm. Rose is not Dantalion's subordinate. He stole her from me, without permission. Vikir's rage intensified. He glared at Ser and asked one final question. Is the demon slayer one of the 10 elite corpses you made a contract with? Ser's eyes darkened. A furious glint flashed in her gaze. She nodded. What are you going to do about it? Before she could finish, Vikir fired. The mana arrow streaked towards Ser's eye. Her eyes widened in shock. At the last second, she dodged. The arrow whizzed past, slicing through her hair. Her breath hitched. She stared at Vikir with confusion and disbelief. Who the hell was this man? Why was he so powerful? The battle erupts. Vikir's hand trembled, releasing trails of smoke from the sheer force of his shot. He clenched his bow tightly, his eyes burning with pure rage. I have to kill all demons. Ser gritted her teeth. She refused to stand by idly. Placing her hand on the ground, she activated her power. Magic circles flared beneath her. From them, skeletons began to rise. Ser's eyes glowed. If you have the guts, try it. Then, more skeletons emerged. But these were different. Children's skeletons. Ser's eyes widened. Even the bodies of children had been turned into undead. Vikir's gaze hardened. With a cold expression, he whispered, I'm sorry, kids. The skeletons charged at him. Vikir fired his mana arrow. The blast was so powerful that part of the building exploded. The weaker skeletons turned to ashes. The final chase. Ser took advantage of the explosion. She grabbed Rose and leapt out of the building, but Vikir wasn't about to let them escape. With a single leap, he appeared behind them. Another mana arrow was already charged. His arrogant gaze locked onto Rose. Don't think you'll die peacefully. Hearing Vikir's voice, Ser, who was still in midair while holding onto Rose, instinctively turned around, only to be shocked by what she saw. She immediately embraced Rose, whose lifeless body dangled in her arms. Despair flooded S's eyes. Realizing she had no choice but to fight back, she whispered to Rose, Hold on tight. Just as she prepared to counterattack, Vikir struck again, this time causing a small explosion in the air. Ser barely managed to block the attack, but the impact tore through part of her clothing. She and Rose descended rapidly to the ground, landing roughly. Vikir followed soon after, creating a tense atmosphere as all three of them faced each other. Ser stood in front of Rose, her gaze lowered as she stared at the ground. She recognized Vikir's archery skills. "What's your connection to the Balak tribe?" she asked. Vikir's eyes glowed, but he remained silent in thought before finally answering. "I'm a hunter of the Balak." Hatred awakens hearing this, S's expression twisted with rage. She clenched her teeth tightly, her mind racing with painful memories. He should have been there that night, she thought bitterly. Her eyes burned with hatred as she raised her hand, summoning a ball of pure mana in her palm. Her piercing gaze locked onto Vikir. "I'll kill you!" To her, he was nothing more than a barbarian. She hurled the mana sphere at him with deadly force. Vikir reacted just in time, ducking and narrowly dodging the attack. Still, part of his cloak was burned from the sheer intensity of the magic. Now, Vikir was truly curious. His sharp gaze focused on her. Why does she know about the Balak tribe? As she extended her hands and prepared to attack again, Vikir, now closer, could sense her aura more clearly. She smelled human? This confused him. The 10 elite corpses were demon kings who possessed human corpses, taking full control over them. Yet Ser was different. A deadly trap, Ser launched a barrage of mana blasts. Vikir dodged swiftly, sidestepping and leaping to safety. The blast struck the building, causing small explosions to erupt. Vikir landed on the ground, but the moment his feet touched the earth, stone spikes erupted from beneath him. He had no time to react. The spikes pierced his chest, pinning him in place. Ser stood before him, her gaze filled with unfiltered hatred. "You're nothing but a mere barbarian." Blood dripped from Vikir's hands, staining the jagged stones beneath him. A twisted smile spread across Ser's lips. She extended her hand, her eyes glowing with sadistic joy. "Scream for me before you die." But before she could finish her sentence, the stone spikes crumbled to the ground. Ser's eyes widened in shock and confusion. "What?" The wounds on Vikir's chest began to heal. He slowly stood up, his fists clenching tightly. His intense gaze locked onto her. Ser couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Is he even human?" Vikir coiled his bow, stepping forward with an understanding glint in his eyes. "I get it now." His voice was steady. "You're weaker than the other elite corpses because you're only half demon." He put his bow away, studying her carefully. "There's no point in talking to you anymore." Ser remained silent, unsure of what to do. Vikir's hatred did not waver. "I'll kill you." But Ser wasn't about to let that happen. The Frankenstein golem, she quickly placed her hand on the ground, summoning a magic circle. From it, a massive creature began to emerge. A golem, towering 8 meters high, let out a deafening roar. Ser's eyes gleamed with confidence. "You're the one who's going to die." This was no ordinary golem, it was a Frankenstein golem, an A+ risk entity discovered in the tomb of the otherworld. A disgusting, stitched-together mass of flesh, formed from corpses. It resembled a human, yet none of its original components were intact. A twisted, filthy, and ominous existence. The golem clenched its massive fists, then charged toward Vikir, roaring in fury. But the golem was only a distraction. Ser gathered energy in her palm, preparing a fire spell to finish him off. Vikir, however, refused to stand idle. With a swift motion, he drew his Beelzebub's sword. Just before the golem could reach him, he slashed. A single, precise cut, and the golem was sliced clean in half. Its massive body collapsed, splitting apart like clay. Ser's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been preparing her fire magic, but now, he was already in front of her. His bloodthirsty gaze locked onto hers. She finally realized, his aura, it was the red aura of Baskerville. Her lips trembled. "Wait!" Vikir didn't hesitate. He lunged forward. Using the 7th Baskerville technique, he swung his sword with lethal precision. Their eyes met. For the first time, Ser felt fear. Vikir's blade clashed against her fireball, creating a violent explosion. Flames and debris devoured the area. The aftermath, as the smoke cleared, a massive crater was left behind. In the center, Vikir stood tall. Blood dripped from his wound as he pressed a hand against his injured arm. His mask and clothing were torn. On the ground, kneeling in defeat, was Ser. Her body trembled, overwhelmed by the mana backlash from her failed spell. Vikir's sharp gaze locked onto her. "You lost focus at the most critical moment." Ser's breath was shaky. She lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. "Don't abandon me." Vikir remained silent, watching her closely. After a moment, he calmly asked, "Why did you make a deal with the demon?" Raising his Beelzebub sword, his voice turned cold. Every death has a story behind it. Ser lowered her head, prepared to accept her fate. Vikir hesitated for only a few seconds, then he swung his sword toward her neck. The fight left a huge hole in the ground right next to the orphanage bedrooms. In the center of the hole were Vikir and Ser. As the smoke cleared, Ser was on her knees. Vikir lifted his sword. He gripped it tightly, and the Beelzebub sword began to glow. His eyes shone too, and with a deadly look, he swung the sword hard. It moved closer and closer to Ser. Ser was too hurt to defend herself. She lowered her head, ready for the end. But then, something happened. Strands of red hair floated in the air as Vikir's sword sped towards Ser's head. Rose stepped between them. She looked at the ground and held out her hands. Vikir stared at her. His eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Undead creatures are usually jealous of what others have. They tend to bite and attack living things without thinking. Rose didn't even look at Vikir. Even though she was undead, she seemed aware. He watched her closely and saw that she was different. Ser was on her knees, unable to move because of the mana backlash. Vikir looked at her. He didn't understand why the corpse queen and this woman had stopped fighting. Just then, a bright light shone on them. A guard said they had found the intruders. Vikir's eyes widened. He didn't know what was happening or why they had been discovered. He became alert and turned around. He saw it was Suddy's voice and that the guards had arrived. While Vikir was distracted, Rose grabbed the unconscious Ser. She lifted her hand and used a spell. Blue energy appeared around them. Vikir's eyes burned with hatred and anger. He knew he had no time to waste. He turned, his face hard, and stared at Rose. He clenched his fists, ready to finish her off. He couldn't let them escape. Vikir wasn't trying to attack Rose. He aimed for Ser. He swung the Beelzebub sword, and the blade moved towards her. But just before it reached her, Rose hugged Ser and stepped in front of her. Vikir's sword went through her back. The attack was so strong that blood came out of her mouth. She started to lose consciousness. But it was enough. The spell was fully activated, and they both vanished. Vikir looked at the remaining energy and felt furious. Professor Suddy, wearing heels, stomped her foot on the ground. Armed guards were with her. The light shone on Vikir. She put her foot down, touched her head, and with a smile, told the night Bloodhound to show himself. It was midnight when Suddy and the guards got to the crater. Vikir had been fast and was already gone. Suddy put her hands on her waist and said nobody was there. She looked at the ground and muttered that Vikir was annoying. A guard next to her watched her. He was confused. Suddy got angry, clenched her teeth, and kicked the crater hard. She was mad because they were late, and the night Bloodhound had escaped. Suddy now had a patch over one eye. Vikir had taken it when she was trying to figure out what happened. Something caught her eye. She was surprised. In the middle of the crater was Vikir's mask. This made Suddy even angrier because she knew he had gotten away. Vikir had turned into a dog and left. He was far from the orphanage dorms. He ran fast and smiled. The next day, the sun came up. The light shone on the academy windows. Anna clenched her fists. She was excited and said that after the exams, the big academy event was coming. The festival season was starting. Vikir, Dolores, Sinclair, Tudor, Piggy, and Sancho were in front of her. Anna looked at them and smiled. She explained that this year's festival theme was different. Behind her was a rack of clothes. Anna's eyes lit up. She pointed at the clothes and said, excitedly, that the theme was a haunted house. Sinclair was thrilled. She put her hands together and smiled. It was almost Halloween, and now that the hard exams were over, the event would be popular. Dolores covered her mouth. Her eyes were wide and excited. She blushed, thinking that dressing up as a ghost would be fun. Bianca touched her chin. She was confused and said the academy didn't usually do this. Tudor, standing next to her with his arms crossed, turned to her. He wondered if she was right. Piggy was calm. He looked at Sancho and said it was an old tradition that even the professors had to follow. Sancho's eyes lit up excitedly. He cracked his knuckles and, smiling, said that traditions were important. Anna pulled out 2 boxes and, with a happy smile, announced it was time to draw lots to decide who would dress up as which ghost. Sinclair and Dolores started chatting. Vikir, standing behind them with his arms crossed, silently watched. He lowered his head, a worried look on his face, and stared at the ground, lost in thought. Vikir's mind went back to the moment Rose had jumped in front of Ser, taking the attack herself. The 8th corpse was the corpse queen, Ser, and not killing her when she was weakened had been a huge mistake. He remembered the hounds of Baskerville from his fight against the demon Andromalius. He needed help from the family's knights. Then he recalled his battle against Antalion, where Dolores had been with him. Vikir was a high-ranking graduate, but he wasn't sure he could defeat the 8th Corps at full strength alone. Ultimately, to hunt demons one by one, he needed to master the 7th and final technique of the Baskervilles and become a sword master. Vikir pictured a book and 2 mullahs hidden in his mouth. The 10th technique, stalking ambush, also called the 6-fang horizontal ambush, twin teeth of wisdom, required understanding the strange connection between the 6th and 7th techniques and using the ultimate annihilation technique. The theory behind the 6th and 7th techniques was written in the book. Swordsmanship. To break through the 6th technique, one had to let go of all human emotions. To learn the 7th, one had to regain those emotions. In his past life, Vikir's body was covered in scars, yet he still didn't understand why he needed to recover emotions he'd just abandoned. He realized this required a completely different approach than the basic graduate training, where they learned to suppress emotions and become like hounds. Vikir imagined his father, Hugo, on his sword, surrounded by powerful mana. His mind was confused. He didn't know how Hugo had become a sword master. While he was lost in thought, Dolores walked over to Anna and picked up a drawing lot. She stared at it, her eyes widening in surprise. Vikir snapped out of his trance, turned to her, and became curious. Dolores held up the drawing lot, examined it, and announced that she had to dress up as a night hound. Anna put her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with worry. She suddenly remembered that the night Bloodhound had recently attacked the orphanage where the Quad's family lived. Looking sad, she apologized, saying it was her fault. Dolores surprised her by saying it was okay and that she would do it. Dolores held the drawing close to her chest, closed her eyes, and blushed a little. She had a secret crush on the night hound. Anna turned to Vikir, smiling, and said it was his turn. She told him to hurry up and pick, since everyone was watching him. Vikir felt confused. He put his hand in the box. Seeing everyone enjoying this game reminded him that they were all still young. He pulled out a drawing, and when he saw what he had to dress up as, his eyes filled with fear. He stared at it silently, wondering how he had gotten this. Dolores turned away from everyone, while Anna and Sinclair became curious and asked Vikir what he had picked. Bianca also came over, put her hands on their heads, and was also curious to know what Vikir would be wearing. He didn't say anything, unsure of what was happening. Vikir had completely forgotten something from his past, the tradition of the Academy Festival. The festival day arrived, and everyone at the Academy dressed up in costumes. It was nighttime, and the mood was relaxed and fun. At one of the festival locations, there was a beer bar. A group of students gathered there, clenching their fists and cheering excitedly, with happy smiles. Inside the bar, Tudor, dressed as a Valkyrie, held a rose in his mouth. He held out his hand and, looking cheerful, asked a beautiful lady if she would like to share poems and drinks with him. At Lucian's bar, Sancho, dressed as a cook, was stirring a stew with a spoon while holding a plate in his other hand. Smiling, he welcomed everyone to Lucian's bar, promising a free serving of hot-blooded stew to everyone who came. It was a dish that was said to make a warrior's blood boil. Sinclair was dressed as a vampire, her eyes shining with happiness. Smiling, she said that the customers would make the bar lively, and that she would be waiting for everyone who wanted to come. Piggy was dressed as a fairy. His eyes widened with embarrassment, and he blushed. He went up to the customers, looking nervous, and asked them to take a brochure. Seeing that Lucian had such a cute girl, the students blushed, and their eyes widened in surprise. One of them reached out for a brochure and, nervously, asked the name of the adorable fairy. Just then, Bianca, dressed as Frankenstein, walked up to the two students and put her hands on their shoulders. She looked at them sternly, and told them they were not allowed to flirt with the bar staff. The two students, looking nervous, apologized while Bianca was briefly distracted. A person in a red dress entered the bar. She looked around, her eyes wide with confusion, unsure of what was happening. The bar was already filled with customers enjoying their meals, and Dolores, dressed as the night Bloodhound, was working as a waitress. Someone wearing red high heels walked towards Dolores, creating a sense of tension. Dolores, carrying a tray with a pitcher of beer, noticed someone and turned around, surprised and curious. When she saw who it was, she looked disappointed and confused. It was Professor Vinci Morgue, dressed as a woman. Dolores asked him what he wanted. Professor Morgue crossed his arms and asked her seriously about her costume. Dolores looked curious and turned to face him. Professor Morgue gestured to her costume and said that while he knew it was a festival, he wondered if she had considered how her disguise would be perceived. He asked how she could dress up as such a terrible, uncontrolled criminal. Dolores looked determined. She paused for a moment, then said she liked the costume. Professor Morgue stared at her silently. He then looked away, closed his eyes, held out his hand, and said she was responsible for her own actions. He was her advisor, but he couldn't tell her what to do. She could do whatever she wanted. Dolores was quiet, unsure what to say. Tutor, watching them, looked curious and asked Professor Morg what he was doing there. Sancho crossed his arms and watched silently. Peggy, also watching, said seriously that during the festival, teachers dressed up and visited the class and club booths to help raise money. They began talking amongst themselves. Professor Morg crossed his arms, his eyes flashing with anger. He wouldn't have come if it weren't for the costume, and besides, the food prices weren't very good. A few minutes later, Dolores returned with a tray of food. She calmly told him she had brought the potatoes and roasted chicken he ordered. Vinci Morg stayed quiet, thinking hard. Dolores put the food on the table. There was a plate of French fries, roasted chicken, and red sauce. Vinci Morg then looked closely at the food. He saw that the food was made with cheap ingredients, and it was clear that whoever cooked it didn't know much about food safety. The dishes were badly made. He picked up a spoon, ready to try the stew. He expected it to taste terrible, like trash. He tasted the stew and suddenly froze. Dolores, standing by the table with her hands on her stomach, watched carefully, waiting for his reaction. Professor Vinci Morg's lipstick seemed to disappear. His eyes widened in surprise and confusion, and he started to sweat. He stared at the food. He couldn't understand why it was so delicious. He started picturing the roasted chicken, how it looked shiny and wonderful. He imagined the wonderful smoky smell and the salty taste that came out when he pulled the chicken apart, and the potatoes, grown in his family's region, melting in his mouth with a delicious flavor. He slammed his hand on the table and, looking angrily at Dolores, demanded to know who had cooked the food. He was sure they had hired a professional chef from outside. Dolores stayed calm, gestured to the side with her hand, and said quietly that the chef was a member of the club, someone Vinci Morg knew well. In the bar's kitchen, a witch stood at the grill. They wore red lipstick. It was Vikir, dressed up as a witch. With a serious expression, he watched the food and moved the pan. The festival was full of students. At the academy, there was a long-standing tradition where men dressed as women and women dressed as men. Inside the beer bar, the chef was cooking food in a pan. Piggy ran into the kitchen holding an order slip. With a nervous look, he announced that there was a new order. The chef had to prepare 3 plates of Vikir's special fried chicken. Vikir, who was dressed as a witch for the festival, silently started cooking. Piggy revealed that the order was quite big. He needed to prepare 2 plates of grilled sausage, 6 portions of sliced vegetables with sausage, and 5 portions of rice balls. Vikir's eyes shone with determination. Holding a spatula in one hand, he turned around, looked at Piggy calmly, and said the order would be ready in less than 5 minutes. The bar was packed with customers. There were so many people that poor Tudor was getting crushed. He panicked because ever since news had spread about their kitchen, male customers had been showing up in large numbers. Just then, female customers started rushing in, overwhelming Sinclair. She felt dizzy and out of breath. Clenching her fists, she saw the crowd coming in like a stampede and decided to take orders as fast as possible. The bar was filled with people eager to taste Chef Vikir's food. He, however, remained focused on his cooking and ignored the noise around him. As he worked, he remembered his past life. One night, he and the Baskerville Hounds had made a bonfire near a rock in the middle of a battlefield. This festival reminded him of that time because he was cooking the same foods they used to eat during war. With a cold expression, Vikir skewered a scorpion on a stick and got ready to roast it over the fire. During the long era of destruction, there weren't enough supplies. Because of this, warriors on the front lines had to find ways to make any kind of food taste good so they could survive. Vikir stood up and placed his hands on his waist. Behind him lay the corpses of the Baskerville Hounds. He had learned that ingredients needed to be prepared carefully to be edible. He figured out which parts of poisonous vegetables had to be removed and how to restore the freshness of spoiled meat. In the process, he had no choice but to experiment with his comrades. Back in the present, Vikir grabbed a potato and, with a knife, began cutting it into small pieces. The potatoes grown in morgue had a strong earthy smell, no flavor, and a texture like chewing sand. But he knew a trick. After slicing the potatoes, he seasoned them with salt and vinegar, then fried them over high heat. He also added mandrake leaves and fruits from the sabak tree. In an instant, he prepared a delicious plate of French fries, his eyes shining with determination. He held up the plate for the customer to see. Thanks to his research, he had figured out how to completely remove the earthy smell of the potatoes while also making them sweeter and improving their texture. Vinci Morg and Dolores couldn't take their eyes off the plate of French fries. Their eyes widened in surprise and admiration, leaving them speechless and making them blush. Vinci Morg covered his mouth with his hand and looked away. Dolores stopped looking at Vikir's plate, and because he was dressed in a costume as daring as a witch's, Vincent Morg lost his composure for a moment. While Chef Vikir was focused on cooking, Bianca, who was dressed as Frankenstein, ran into the kitchen. She looked confused and demanded to know why Vikir was there. Her eyes filled with anger. She pointed her finger at him and, with a furious look, made it clear that he should not be stuck in the kitchen. He needed to be outside attracting customers. Vikir snapped out of his thoughts, turned to her, and calmly promised that he would stop cooking and go outside to bring in customers. Before Bianca could finish her sentence, Tudor appeared. With a serious expression, he explained that Vikir couldn't leave the kitchen because, without his food, the kitchen would be ruined. Hearing this, Bianca turned to him, her eyes widening in confusion. She didn't agree. Tudor stepped closer and insisted that Vikir was an essential talent in the kitchen. He also revealed that many people loved the taste of Vikir's cooking. Bianca clenched her fist, looking furious. She thought Tudor was mocking her. In her mind, if Vikir went outside to attract customers with his looks, sales would double. While they were arguing, a man wearing a cap and a mask sat at a table in the bar, quietly enjoying his food. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and turned his attention to Tudor and Bianca. His eyes began to shine, and a smile appeared on his face. His suspicion had been correct. The man set his knife on the table and released mana. Even from inside the kitchen, Vikir felt the energy. His eyes filled with fear, and his body went on high alert. Shocked and terrified, he followed the trace of mana and turned around. While Tudor and Bianca continued arguing, the man released even more mana. It was none other than Osiris La Baskerville. He picked up his knife again, his eyes glowing with excitement. He removed his mask and silently observed Vikir. Vikir was confused and curious. He had no idea why Osiris was there. A little while later, Vikir left the kitchen and met Osiris behind the bar. Osiris looked at him and smiled, saying it had been a long time since he last came to this festival. He also revealed that when he was at the academy, he had worn the woman's costume too, but he didn't think his outfit had looked as good as Vikir's. Vikir's eyes widened in confusion. He called Osiris brother and asked what he was doing there. Osiris crossed his arms and, with a serious expression, said that it was an older brother's duty to help when his younger brother was in trouble. Vikir stayed silent, unsure what Osiris meant. Osiris smiled. Just then, his cape moved. He said someone was desperate to see Vikir. Something jumped out of Osiris' cloak and ran toward him. It was someone in a rabbit costume who quickly hugged him. Vikir's eyes widened in shock. It was Pomerian, dressed as a rabbit. She hugged Vikir tightly, her eyes filled with tears because she had missed her uncle. Then, she got angry and started hitting Vikir on the shoulder, upset that he hadn't returned home. As Vikir tried to calm her down, Osiris watched with amusement and smiled, saying that Pomerian had really missed him. With a warm expression, he explained that their father had given him time off so he could bring Pomerian to the academy. Vikir picked Pomerian up and quickly realized that she had used the vice-patriarch as her escort. Osiris explained that lately, she had been holding a lot of authority in the house. Last month, she climbed onto Hugo's shoulders, and they went to a chocolate bean field. She pointed at the trees and said she liked blood bean chocolate, so Hugo completely destroyed the monster region on the western front line and built a cocoa farm there. When they got home, Pomerian threw herself to the ground and cried, complaining that she missed Vikir. She even swore not to eat until she could visit him. Hugo, exhausted, watched her in distress. He was sweating by the time her hunger strike ended, which lasted a total of 2 meals. In the end, Hugo gave in and allowed Osiris to take her to Vikir. Now, in the present, Pomerian hugged Vikir again, her eyes shining with happiness because everything had gone exactly as she had planned. Osiris kept his eyes on Vikir and asked if he knew that Pomerian had become depressed after he left. A smile spread across Osiris' face, as it had been a long time since he had last seen her so happy. Vikir was surprised to see Osiris making such an expression. Osiris' eyes softened with joy, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. A key step in becoming a sword master was regaining emotions, and even though Osiris might not realize it himself, this was a good sign for him. Not long after Pomerian fell asleep, Osiris carried her on his back and placed his hat on her. Since arriving at the academy, they had been searching for Vikir, which had made her very tired. Now Osiris turned to Vikir and asked him to spend time with her while they were there. Vikir watched them and nodded with a genuine smile. Osiris then mentioned that the trade Vikir had started was going well because of their alliance with the merchants of Mesamidinaro. Vikir already knew about this. Before he had entered the academy, a commission had been set up to investigate past events. Osiris La Baskerville had taken charge and exposed the illegal dealings between the Baskerville and Mesamidinaro families. A trial was held, and the Baskerville family officially apologized to the Mesamidinaro family. During the trial, Cindy Wendy stood, staring intensely at a man kneeling before her. Behind them, there were several severed heads. Vikir had heard that the older members of the Baskerville family who had been involved in the scheme were executed. He pictured Cindy Wendy standing there, remembering what had happened. Because of this event, Cindy Wendy released some of her anger and chose to join forces with the Baskerville family. However, only she knew whether she had truly forgiven them. Osiris then reached into his suit and said that his visit that night wasn't just about Pomerian. He pulled out a letter sealed in red and a ring, handing them to Vikir. Vikir took the letter, staring at it, unable to hide his curiosity. He didn't know what it was. Osiris looked away and explained that the ring had been found near the spot where the demon who had stolen Set's body had died. Vikir picked up the ring, his eyes burning with hatred, and studied it in silence. Osiris believed the ring had a special power, so Hugo had told him to give it to Vikir, since he had played the biggest role. The ring emitted a strong mana. Vikir grew even more curious, wondering if this ring would let him use the same barrier that Andromalius had used. Then, the ring's details appeared. It was called the Divine Immortal Ring and had the ability to summon a barrier. Osiris' eyes widened in concern. He looked away and decided to bring up one last thing. He revealed that the letter had been written by Hugo, containing words meant for his son. Vikir stared at the letter, his eyes widening in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. With a confused expression, he turned to his brother and asked if it was truly a letter from the patriarch. Osiris' eyes were calm. He smiled and simply said that he already knew. Vikir was surprised but told him not to worry because he had also received a letter from his father. The man started walking away, waving goodbye to Vikir and telling him to take his time reading the letter. Vikir kept the letter and, with a curious and confused look, waved back at his brother. All the men around were staring at him. They couldn't help but blush because they had never seen someone as beautiful as him. Curiosity filled Vikir's mind. He opened the letter, not knowing what Hugo wanted to tell him. While the people around enjoyed the festival, Vikir focused on reading the letter. Hugo knew that by the time Vikir read his words, he would be thinking about becoming a sword master, just like his brother Osiris. Vikir's eyes widened in surprise and confusion as he read. He imagined Hugo looking straight at him. He couldn't believe that Hugo had realized his level was already that of a top-ranking graduate. A few days earlier, Hugo had sat in his office with a sharp gaze, carefully writing the letter to Vikir. He knew that his son was currently stuck at the 7th Fang level because he was still a top-ranking graduate. Hugo explained that to master the 7th technique perfectly, he had to reach the level of a sword master. So, he wrote down the steps he had taken to achieve that level. As Vikir read, he quickly realized that Hugo was telling him how to become a sword master. At first, he froze. Then, his hands clenched around the letter, crumpling it. His eyes burned with hatred. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, understanding that this was the path to becoming a sword master. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a bar, Bianca sat with her head resting on her hand. She closed her eyes and sighed, knowing she had to advertise herself again. Just then, someone with long hair passed in front of her. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her gaze locked onto the flowing hair. She couldn't help but blush and feel jealous. Even though she wore a mask, Bianca could tell she was beautiful. As Ser walked, a powerful aura of mana surrounded her, drawing the attention of all the men around. The festival was crowded with people enjoying the night. Some wore their favorite costumes, others dressed as superheroes, and some even as animals. Ser and Rose quietly approached a food stand without attracting attention and ordered some food they wanted to try. Rose picked a fruit skewer and a cake filled with cream and strawberries. Her eyes locked onto the delicious food, and her mouth watered as if she had never seen anything so tasty. She took a bite of the fruit skewer and then the cake, savoring the flavors. Seeing this, Ser's eyes lit up with happiness. She gently stroked Rose's head and smiled as she asked if the food was tasty. Rose closed her eyes and nodded in agreement. Ser then turned around and looked at the people around her. Her eyes widened with curiosity when she remembered that this was a Halloween festival. As Rose enjoyed her meal, Ser quietly watched the others. She wondered how different things would have been if that incident had never happened or if she had never made a contract with a demon. In her mind, she pictured herself happily chatting with Vikir and entering the academy alongside them. Lost in thought, she lowered her gaze to the ground. Sadness filled her eyes, but she pushed the feelings away. She had to confirm the truth. She imagined Vikir looking at her with a deadly stare. He asked if the demon she had made a contract with was Ser, one of the 10 elite corpses. Her eyes lit up with curiosity and suspicion as she questioned how Vikir knew about this. To her, the Night Bloodhound was a terrifying villain who had recently been spreading fear among the city's knights. She couldn't believe he was aware of the existence of the 10 elite corpses. While the festival continued, Ser kept her eyes on the crowd. She observed in silence, certain that the Night Bloodhound was obsessed with the demon Ser inside her, though she didn't understand why. She knew that appearing in a crowded place like this would surely draw him out. She placed a hand over her chest and shivered as she recalled his sword skills. During their fight, she had tried to attack him using a golem, but he had sliced it in half with just one swing of the Beelzebub sword. Back when that incident happened in the forest, her uncle had saved her. The swordsmanship and the red aura she had seen during her battle with Vikir reminded her of what she had witnessed that night. If her instincts were right, she had to unmask the night Bloodhound. Placing her hand on her chest, she stared blankly ahead, thinking of the worst. She had no idea what she would do if the night Bloodhound turned out to be that boy. She didn't know what he would say if he saw her now or how much he had changed. Noticing her unusual behavior, a man passing by focused his attention on her, his eyes filled with confusion. He had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, Camus couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of seeing that boy again. But before she could get lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly interrupted, telling her to stop thinking about it. A woman with blue hair and a hood appeared and whispered to Camus, telling her to stop thinking about the feelings that gave her a headache. She promised to take care of everything. Hearing this, Camus snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes widening in surprise and fear. It was nighttime, and the moon shone high in the sky. The hooded woman had angel wings. She stared at Camus in silence, and it didn't take long for Camus to realize that she was actually the demon Ser. Time had stopped, and apart from Ser and Camus, nothing and no one could move. Ser silently observed her. Camus placed a hand on her chest, lost in thought. Then she looked up with an angry glare and demanded to know if this wasn't a clear violation of their contract. The demon Ser was intrigued but remained silent. Camus reminded her that their agreement stated that in exchange for using Ser's power, she would give her body to the demon after she died. She also revealed that Ser could take control of her body for only 1 hour whenever she wished. Ser continued watching Camus without saying a word. Camus' eyes shone with seriousness. She turned her back on the demon, telling her to leave and stop believing she could control her whenever she wanted. Ser's gaze stayed fixed on Camus. She fell into deep thought, shocked for a moment. Then her eyes gleamed with malice, and a wicked smile spread across her face, revealing her true nature. She dropped her disguise and transformed. Her angel wings vanished, replaced by a demon's tail. Her blue hair grew longer, and horns appeared on her head. Ser was a demon with 3 eyes. She moved closer to Camus, placed her hands on her shoulders, and smiled cruelly. Her glowing eyes were full of evil as she asked what Camus could do alone. She reminded her that her loved ones were gone, and she had failed to save them. Camus' eyes filled with determination. She clenched her fists, refusing to fall for the demon's tricks. Ser's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with wicked delight. She reminded Camus that she had stabbed her uncle, the man who had cared for her, and that everything she had done on her own had ended in disaster. Camus struggled to keep her composure. Her expression became lost as she stared at the ground. Time had stopped just before Rose could take a bite of her fruit skewer. Ser made it clear that thanks to her, Camus had been able to find her little sister. She revealed that her ability allowed Camus to see the person she wished to meet. Camus placed a hand on her shoulder, pushing away Ser's hands. Then, clenching her fist, she demanded to know why, despite that power, she had not been able to find the most important person. Camus watched as Ser moved away from her, and confusion filled her eyes. She didn't lift her head as she explained that the main reason she had made a contract with Ser was to find that boy's body. Ser placed her hands on Camus' shoulders again, curious about her words. Camus went on to say that despite searching in the waters of the Red and Black Mountain for the past 2 years, she had not been able to find him. Her eyes burned with hatred as she turned toward the demon. With a piercing gaze, she ordered Ser not to get in her way. She had finally found a clue that might lead her to see that person again. Camus focused, determined not to fall into Ser's trap, and slowly, time began moving again. She panted, exhausted from the effort. Ser stared at her, eyes filled with hatred. It angered her to see that Camus' mind was still strong and had not broken yet. Just then, Ser suddenly turned, her eyes shining with curiosity. Something had caught her attention, one of the stalls. She could smell demon blood and sensed something ominous coming from that place. Wiping her chin with her hand, she scowled and told Camus to run. The air stank of a foul presence that could only belong to a demon hunter. Camus' eyes widened in shock at Ser's words. Her heart pounded as anger took over her. Without wasting another second, she ran toward the stall, convinced that the person there was the one she had been searching for. Ser's expression twisted in confusion. Instead of running away, Camus was heading straight for the source of the demon hunter's aura. With fury in her voice, she demanded to know what Camus was doing. But Camus didn't stop. She pushed forward with all her strength, convinced that the aura belonged to the Bloodhound. She forced her way through the crowd, ignoring Ser's shouts telling her to stop. Just then, fireworks lit up the sky in a brilliant display. Camus gasped for breath, her eyes widening in shock. Her gaze locked onto someone wearing the mask of the night Bloodhound. She was near Vikir's stall, where others had gathered. As the fireworks burst above them, two people stood at the entrance, deep in conversation. Camus' attention fixed on them, her eyes widening even more in disbelief. The night Bloodhound was a woman. The one wearing the mask was none other than Dolores. With a gentle smile, she closed her eyes and kindly reminded the man beside her that if he couldn't follow the rules, he would be expelled. Then, she told him to enjoy his stay. A smile appeared on Camus' face when she saw that Dolores was dressed as the night hound. Her eyes gleamed with hatred. She turned toward Dolores and used her mana. This was extremely frustrating for her, and she was furious. Without wasting a moment, she raised her hand toward the sky. Overcome with rage, she placed it on the ground, making her mana spread across the floor and form a powerful magic circle. The spell was so strong that a giant circle expanded through the area. Soon after, skeletons began rising from the ground. Dolores stared at them, her eyes widening in confusion. She had no idea what was happening. In an instant, several skeletons appeared, surrounding Sancho and Piggy. Both of them clenched their fists, just as confused. A whole army of skeletons started chasing people, who screamed in fear. They knew these creatures were the undead. The skeletons moved toward Bianca and Tudor. Tudor clenched his fists and, with a puzzled look, asked if the masked woman had summoned these undead soldiers. Bianca took a defensive stance and said that black magic was strictly controlled by the Empire and considered forbidden. Upon hearing this, Tudor quickly understood this woman was a villain. More and more skeletons kept rising from the ground, preparing to attack. But suddenly, someone used divine power, cleansing the undead soldiers. It was Dolores. She turned toward the sky, her body glowing with sacred light. With a determined gaze, she called out to all the members of Lucayan, asking them to help protect the customers at the stalls. Hearing this, Tudor, Sancho, and Piggy's expressions turned serious. Meanwhile, Anna was hiding behind a sign. Dolores looked at her and told her to go find a professor. Anna began sweating and, looking confused, asked what Dolores was planning to do. Dolores reassured her not to worry. She clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with confidence. After all, fighting the undead was her specialty. Camus' jaw dropped when she saw Dolores using divine power. This was going to be troublesome. With a furious look, she ordered Dolores to stay out of her way, saying that she had to meet the real Night Hound. Dolores pressed her hands together, divine power radiating from her, and asked why Camus wanted to meet the Night Hound. Camus stood tall and demanded to know what connection she had with the Night Bloodhound. Dolores' eyes shone with determination. She locked her gaze onto Camus in silence. Then, with a confident expression, she declared that she and the Night Hound were soulmates. Camus imagined Vikir and Dolores together, happy. Her eyes burned with hatred, and she couldn't control her rage. Reaching out toward Dolores, she swore to destroy her soul and turn her into an undead soldier. At her command, a horde of skeletons charged straight at Dolores. Dolores stepped toward the skeletons and used her divine power. She looked at them with confidence, determined not to lose. Just as the skeletons were about to move again, a strong wave of mana struck them, shattering them into pieces. Dolores raised her arms to shield her face, her eyes widening in shock and confusion. The one who had attacked was Sinclair. She held a magic staff, her eyes glowing with seriousness. Dolores panicked and quickly reached out, her face filled with worry. She told Sinclair to run to safety because it was too dangerous. But Sinclair stood her ground, refusing to leave. She told Dolores not to worry about her. With determined eyes, she looked straight at Camus. She admitted that she didn't understand why, but her instincts told her she had to fight. Camus lost her composure and attacked, sending out a powerful blast of mana. Dolores and Sinclair panicked, unsure of what was happening. Just before the attack could reach them, Sinclair quickly summoned a barrier, protecting both herself and Dolores. Camus stepped closer, releasing even more mana. Her eyes burned with hatred as she spoke. She only wanted to see the Night Hound. If they didn't want to die, they should call him and make him come here. Dolores moved to help Sinclair. Sinclair, still holding up the barrier, gritted her teeth. She realized Camus could summon undead and also use powerful fire magic. She had no idea how much mana Camus possessed. At that moment, the barrier started to crack. Both of them stared at it, their eyes wide with fear and shock. Then, footsteps approached. Camus kept attacking, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, she stopped, her eyes widening in surprise. Her jaw dropped. Strands of her hair floated as if sensing something powerful. Then, the real Night Hound appeared. His sharp gaze locked onto Camus as he launched an attack. Camus quickly raised her arms to block it, crossing them in front of her chest. But instead of fear, her eyes filled with joy. A smile spread across her face. He had come. Before she could even finish her thought, Vikir reached out with a cold, murderous look. He grabbed her by the neck and hurled her backward. Her body flew through the air, crashing into the festival stalls and destroying everything in her path. She smashed through more stalls, then buildings, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Dolores, still wearing the Night Hound costume, stood there in silence. She stared at the wreckage, her mind racing. She didn't understand what was happening or where someone this powerful had come from, someone who could summon the undead. The crowd was shocked, and everyone started talking to each other. A man, looking surprised, pointed at the rubble and asked his friend if she had seen the Night Hound. His friend turned to him with a confused expression and nodded. Among the people was Rose. She smiled as she took a bite of her fruit skewer, her eyes shining with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Dolores walked up to the destroyed wall and examined it carefully. Behind Rose, a man frowned in confusion. He turned to his friend and asked why it smelled like something was rotting. His friend was surprised at first but then said she didn't know. Dolores slowly removed the night bloodhound mask. Her eyes widened with worry. After thinking for a moment, her mouth dropped open in shock. She realized that the night hound had taken Camus Morgue somewhere else to keep the festival-goers safe. Clasping her hands together, she closed her eyes and, with a sad expression, prayed. She wished for everything to go well and for the night hound not to get hurt. Vikir's attack had been so strong that Camus' body was thrown far away from the festival. She crashed into a nearby forest, breaking trees and sending up a huge cloud of smoke. A few seconds later, Camus Morgue got back up. She clenched her fists, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. A wide, thrilled smile spread across her face. She was happy to meet the night bloodhound again. Vikir, on the other hand, stared at her with burning hatred. His eyes glowed coldly as he walked toward her. His furious gaze made it clear, this was the end. Hearing this, Camus Morgue started sweating nervously. She panicked and asked him to wait because she wanted to talk. But Vikir didn't hesitate for a second. He drew the Beelzebub sword, and powerful mana surged from the blade. He was determined not to show any weakness like before. Step by step, he moved forward, ready to finish her for good. But just as he was about to take another step, someone shouted that they had arrived. Camus Morgue turned around, and both she and Vikir froze in panic and confusion. A group of knights holding spears had appeared. Seeing them, Camus Morgue quickly suggested they go somewhere else, but Vikir simply raised his hand, showing the purple ring on his finger. His face was calm and confident. His eyes gleamed as he activated the ring. Then, he revealed that this was a gift left behind by a comrade. It was the Divine Immortal Ring, an artifact with the power to create a barrier. Vikir activated the ring, and a bright flash burst out from it. Camus Morgue quickly raised her arms to shield her eyes so she wouldn't go blind. In an instant, they found themselves in a completely different place. The ground was covered with swords, and there were several huge statues, including ones of a child and a man. Vikir and Camus Morgue stood silently, taking in their surroundings. Vikir's eyes locked onto the statues, and his face filled with anger. The statues were of Hugo as a young man and Osiris as a child. This place reflected the mind of Setlaw Baskerville, whose body had been taken over by the demon Andromalius. Camus Morgue looked around in shock. She quickly realized they were inside a barrier. As she examined the statues of the Baskerville family, curiosity filled her. Her gaze then shifted to Vikir, and confidence shone in her eyes. At that moment, she had no doubt, he truly belonged to the Baskerville family. Wanting to confirm something, she asked Vikir to remove his mask. Vikir stared at her silently, unsure of what she was thinking. Camus' eyes burned with frustration and desperation. Because of the contract, she was forbidden from taking off her mask, revealing her identity, or even saying her real name. She could only hope that Vikir would cooperate. However, when she looked up again, her eyes widened in shock. Vikir's sword was already pointed at her. Acting quickly, she gritted her teeth and dodged just in time to avoid the strike. Panic filled her as she shouted for him to stop, but Vikir ignored her and kept attacking. He swung his sword fiercely, forcing Camus to summon a barrier to block his strikes. His eyes glowed with determination. This time, he had no intention of letting her live. Seeing his expression, Camus clenched her teeth, her concern growing. This was bad. Vikir lunged at her with a sharp glare, ready to strike again. From her perspective, he was like a monster. He was too fast, and she never imagined he had grown this strong. With a powerful swing, Vikir shattered her barrier. Camus instinctively raised her arms to protect herself, but his blade sliced into them, leaving deep cuts. Blood oozed from the wounds. She gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at Vikir. Desperate, she called upon the demons to lend her their power. Sarah appeared, touched her lip with a finger, and asked, with a curious expression, how much power she needed. Without hesitation, Camus answered. Half. Hearing this, a wicked smile spread across Sarah's face. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and with a grin, she replied that in exchange, she wanted half a day. Camus Morgue glared at Vikir with an angry expression and accepted the deal without hesitation. She received half of Sarah's power. As she turned toward Vikir, hands suddenly shot up from the ground and grabbed his legs. He looked down in shock, unable to understand what was happening. Just then, a powerful magic circle appeared beneath him, and undead creatures rose from it. Vikir stared silently at Camus Morgue as she used Sarah's power to summon a massive two-headed monster behind her. She fixed her furious gaze on him, making it clear that if he didn't remove his mask willingly, she would take it by force. She ordered the monsters to attack. They rushed at him with fierce energy, but before they could reach him, time stopped. In that instant, Vikir struck. He broke free from the undead holding his legs, his face filled with murderous intent. Moving swiftly, he wielded the Beelzebub sword and sliced the monsters into pieces. As their bodies fell to the ground, he turned his sharp gaze toward Camus Morgue, making it clear that he had no intention of backing down. Camus' eyes widened in shock and fear. Panic filled her as she realized that even with half of Sarah's power, she couldn't stop Vikir. Desperate, she begged Sarah for more power. The demon smiled and agreed but asked for 16 hours in return. Without hesitation, Camus accepted. With her new strength, she summoned another magic circle. A massive undead serpent made of bones emerged and lunged at Vikir. But he reacted in time, catching the serpent by its fangs. Without much effort, he snapped them apart. His eyes burned with rage as he locked his gaze on Camus. Camus' eyes filled with surprise. She clenched her teeth and invoked another magic circle, demanding even more power. Sarah agreed but this time asked for 20 hours. Camus summoned another serpent along with several monsters, but Vikir moved swiftly, swinging his sword with force. Once again, he cut them all to pieces. His eyes narrowed as he focused on Camus, confusion filling his mind. He noticed her attacks were careless. She wasn't trying to defeat him, she was trying to restrain him. When her attack failed again, Camus' eyes filled with hatred. She couldn't understand why nothing was working. Gritting her teeth, she summoned another undead serpent. Vikir leaped into the air and tore it apart effortlessly. Camus Morgue lowered her head and begged for more power again. Sarah, standing beside her, demanded another 20 hours in return. But that wasn't enough for Camus. She looked up and demanded even more power. The demon's eyes gleamed with evil, and a wicked smile spread across her face. In exchange for gaining more power, she demanded 20 more hours. Using Sarah's power, Camus Morgue summoned a swarm of ghosts that circled around her. Vikir stood frozen, unsure of what was happening. Clenching his fist, he gathered all his strength and struck the ghosts. In an instant, the ghosts lunged at him, forming a thick cloud of smoke. Camus Morgue bent forward, resting her hands on her knees as she gasped for air. Behind her, Sarah watched with curiosity. After catching her breath, she lifted her head and saw the ghosts hovering in the air, trapping Vikir in the center. She observed him closely and told him to behave and remove his mask. Vikir did not reply. Instead, he looked down at the ground in silence. Then, his eyes lit up with determination, and he fixed his gaze on Camus Morgue. With his sword, he broke free from the ghosts and gracefully landed on the ground. Camus' eyes widened in shock and confusion. She watched as Vikir cut through the ghosts, slicing them into tiny pieces. As their remains scattered on the ground, he stood tall and walked toward her. Seeing this, Camus felt overwhelmed with confusion. She couldn't understand why he was trying to kill her, even though he was covered in wounds. But Vikir didn't stop. His eyes burned with hatred. A thought flashed through Camus' mind. What kind of suffering had he gone through to despise demons so much? In desperation, she summoned another magic circle, causing an undead figure to rise from the ground. She clenched her fist, ready to end the battle. Deep in her heart, she hoped Vikir would recognize her. She dropped to her knees and pleaded with him to remember her. Just then, a large number of undead corpses emerged from the magic circle in front of her. Creating a barrier of undead between herself and Vikir, she fell to the ground and lowered her head. She believed there was no way he would recognize her anymore, but to her surprise, Vikir spoke. His words shocked her, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Vikir asked why she was trying to control him instead of attacking him. Camus slowly raised her head and stared at the barrier, unable to find an answer. Instead of breaking the barrier, Vikir stood still and questioned her. He asked why she wanted to remove his mask and why the eyes behind it looked so sad. He soon realized that she was trying to tell him something but couldn't bring herself to say it. She remained silent. Vikir gathered his strength and threw a powerful punch at the barrier of undead. Camus closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and prepared to face her fate. After passing through the barrier, he lightly touched Camus' mask. Slowly, cracks started to form. At that moment, memories from his childhood filled his mind. He remembered standing in front of a stone wall while training and thinking the same thing. If he returned to her, what would it mean? Vikir removed the mask. His eyes sparkled with happiness, and he smiled, saying it had been a long time. Camus' mask shattered into pieces, and her eyes filled with tears and joy. He saw the image of little Camus Morgue crying. Inside the Morgue family mansion, the sound of someone crying echoed from one of the rooms. The hallway was lit with candles, and a beautiful crystal lamp hung from the ceiling. Minutes passed, but the crying did not stop. The hallway remained empty. This had happened about 3 years ago. The maids, who were busy with their chores, turned their attention toward the room where the crying was coming from. One maid placed her hand on her chest and, with a sad expression, told the others that Camus Morgue had been crying and refusing to eat for days. Another maid looked at her curiously and asked if Camus was blaming herself for what had happened in the recent battle against the barbarians. Many soldiers had been injured in that battle. Some had bandages around their heads, while others had broken arms. The first maid explained that it was natural for Camus to feel guilty. While they were trying to save her from the barbarians, many soldiers had been killed or wounded. The maid holding a plate looked at Camus' room with sadness in her eyes. She finally revealed the true reason Camus was so heartbroken. The other maids became curious. With tears in her eyes, she imagined Vikir and said that Camus was mourning the death of Vikir Baskerville. The maid holding the plate spoke sincerely, saying that Camus must be in unbearable pain because Vikir was the person she loved most. Hearing this, another maid covered her face with her hands and cried. Seeing her friend in tears, the first maid stepped closer and tried to comfort her. As the two maids wept, the one holding the plate approached Camus' door and urged her to stop dwelling on the past and find the strength to move forward. Just then, footsteps echoed through the hallway. Someone wearing leather boots was approaching. This person used their power, and suddenly, bubbles of water formed around the maids' heads. Their eyes widened in shock and confusion. The maids struggled to breathe as they started floating in the air. Panic filled their hearts as they realized they were drowning. A white-haired man walked toward them. It was Camus' uncle. He stared at the maids, his eyes filled with anger. They were gossiping about Camus' personal life, even though they were supposed to be discreet. His rage exploded when he realized they were pretending to be concerned about Camus while simply enjoying the gossip. He clenched his fist tightly, and the water bubbles around them grew larger. The maids felt a deep fear when they heard Adolf's voice. Just before they could drown, Adolf stopped the spell, making the water bubbles burst. His eyes burned with fury as he clenched his teeth. With a murderous expression, he warned them that if they ever spoke badly about Camus again, he would personally cut out their tongues. Terrified, the maids turned away, ran out of the room, and apologized, swearing never to do it again. Adolf then walked to the door of Camus' room and stared at the floor in silence. After a moment, he lifted his head, his face filled with worry, and announced his arrival. He reached for the doorknob and slowly opened the door. Inside, the room was dark, with only a little light coming from the window. Adolf stepped in, his eyes fixed on the bed. Under the sheets, Camus was crying. Adolf sat down on the bed and placed his hand on the covers. His expression full of concern, he told her that he had heard she hadn't eaten in days. He said that both he and her mother were very worried about her. A soft wind blew in through the window, making the curtains sway. Camus, still under the covers, asked if he meant that she should eat to continue living for herself. Her mind drifted back to her time in the forest with Vikir. She remembered the moment when a barbarian riding a wolf had thrown her over his shoulder and carried her away. She clenched her teeth, and her eyes widened in anger. Then she recalled the happy moments she had spent with Vikir, times when she had laughed and spoken with him freely. As she thought about those memories, guilt washed over her. If she hadn't been foolish, the barbarians wouldn't have captured her. If she had stopped Vikir from fighting alone against that monster, none of this would have happened. She clenched her teeth again, her eyes filling with tears. Now, because of her, Vikir and Rose were gone. She threw off the covers, grabbed her arm tightly, and cried even harder. Her body trembled as she blamed herself for everything. Adolf turned toward her, his gaze fixed on her face. Seeing her expression, his eyes filled with sorrow. Without hesitation, he reached out and hugged Camus Morgue. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, he pleaded with her not to give up. Holding her tightly, he closed his eyes and, in a sincere voice, told her that the lives of Vikir and Rose now lived on in her. Because of that, her own life had become even more precious. He told her that those who are still alive have a duty to keep living for those who are gone. Hearing this, Camus' eyes widened in surprise. She looked curious and asked if she should live instead of them. Adolf opened his eyes and told her that Rose and Vikir would be very upset if they saw her like this. Camus' eyes filled with emotion, and a hopeful light appeared in them. Without wasting any time, she got out of bed. Smiling, she opened one of the drawers, believing there was still a way. Adolf watched her in surprise and confusion. Camus pulled out a sheet with a magic circle on it, and used a pen to draw a triangle. She explained that if a person's thermodynamic function was the same, then it was possible. The floor was covered with sheets of paper. She crouched down and wrote, saying that magic was about calculating that value. If she changed the order of the formulas a little, she thought she could get a different result. Adolf stood up, walked over to her, and asked in confusion what she was doing. Camus stared at the papers, and hope filled her eyes again. Smiling, she thought that if she could get closer to the dimension of negative energy, she could bring entropy from that dimension and use it to replace a portion of the positive energy dimension. The rest could be balanced through an equivalent exchange. Then she suddenly put her hands on her head and started panicking. She couldn't think properly because she had no energy. Adolf kept his eyes on her, his mouth slightly open in shock. As the moonlight lit up the room, she told her uncle she needed food. Adolf prepared a feast for her. The table was full of delicious dishes, from meat to desserts. They sat down to eat. Camus sat at one end of the table, while at the other end sat a red-haired woman. Next to her was Adolf, who had a kind smile on his face. Camus said she had heard that someone was very worried because she hadn't been eating. That person was her mother, Respigny Morgue, the matriarch of the Morgue family. Respigny placed her hands on the table and looked at her daughter with a serious expression. Her eyes were filled with worry as she explained that several days had passed since Camus had even held a spoon, so it was only natural that she was concerned. Camus interrupted her mother with a cheerful expression and promised not to make her worry anymore. However, in return, she asked her mother to listen to her requests. Respigny became curious and asked what requests she had. Camus asked her mother to allow her to mobilize the Morgue family army to search the forest. Respigny remained calm, looked at Camus, and felt confused. Adolphe's eyes grew wide with worry, and he looked at Camus with a furious expression, asking if she understood how dangerous this place was. With a serious voice, Respigny told her daughter that she could mobilize the army, but only if she promised not to skip any meals. Hearing this, Adolphe turned to Respigny in shock, his eyes filled with confusion. He was too surprised to speak at first, but then he looked at his sister with concern and urged her to think carefully. Before he could finish his sentence, Respigny interrupted him, insisting that Camus still had something she could do. She made it clear that Camus was not going to give up so easily. Camus' eyes shone with determination as she silently observed her mother. Respigny clasped her hands together and, with a serious expression, made it clear that she had no choice but to let Camus surrender on her own terms. Camus picked up a piece of meat and, with a cheerful smile, asked if this was a promise. Seeing her finally eat, Adolphe's eyes lit up with happiness, and he couldn't help but smile. On the other side of the room, Respigny quietly watched Camus. However, as soon as Camus tasted the food, her eyes widened in disgust. She covered her mouth with her hands and felt her stomach churn. Moments later, she collapsed to the floor and began to vomit. Adolphe immediately stood up in a panic, knowing that her body couldn't handle food after going so long without eating. He quickly ordered the maids to take away the dishes and bring food that would be easier for her to digest. The maids hurried to bring new food, but when they placed it in front of her, Camus refused to eat it. The maids were shocked by her reaction. After vomiting, Camus slowly sat back in her chair. Her eyes shone with determination as she clenched her teeth and, with a serious expression, swore that she would eat everything. Without wasting a moment, she grabbed a piece of bread and some meat. Tears filled her eyes as she forced herself to take a bite. Even though eating was painful, she was willing to do it for Vikir. In her mind, she imagined him standing behind her, holding his sword. She knew that if she hadn't been kidnapped by the barbarians, she never would have lost him. And if she had stopped him from fighting that massive spider alone, he would still be alive. Adolphe's eyes widened in shock as he watched her. Meanwhile, Camus' mother quietly clasped her fingers together and closed her eyes. After forcing herself to eat, Camus wiped her mouth with her hand, tears still in her eyes. She knew that everything, the suffering, the loss, was because of her. Vikir's death had been unfair, but she was determined to correct that injustice. She grabbed a chicken thigh with her hand, preparing to eat more, and whispered for Vikir to wait for her. That day, news spread throughout the Morgue family. The vice-matriarch, who had been drowning in despair, had started moving again. But no one expected her to move in this way. Somewhere in the city, under the moonlight, stood the Hall of Darkness belonging to the Morgue family. Inside, a man with red eyes sat on a throne. His eyes glowed with hatred. He was Snake Morgue, the head sorcerer of the Morgue family, and the leader of the Hall of Darkness. A hooded figure entered the hall. It was the vice-matriarch. Snake fixed his gaze on her, and asked why the vice-patriarch of the Hall of Light had come. A smile spread across Camus' face. She hadn't expected Snake to recognize her. She removed her hood, revealing dark circles under her eyes and a sharp, cruel look. Smiling, she announced that she wanted to leave the Hall of Light and join the Hall of Darkness. Snake's eyes widened in shock. He silently watched Camus, unsure of what she was planning. The Morgue family had two sides: the Hall of Light, which represented the family publicly, and the Hall of Darkness, which operated in secret, conducting forbidden research on black magic. Snake, curious, asked in a serious tone if she truly understood what it meant to join the Hall of Darkness. Camus confidently stated that she was ready to abandon everything: her mother, her uncle, and her position as vice matriarch, to live in the shadows. Snake, looking at her carefully, said he had heard that she had mobilized an army to search the forest. He asked if she planned to use black magic to bring Vikir back to life. Camus' eyes filled with desperation. Smiling, she admitted that she intended to use the perfect resurrection spell. Snake's eyes widened even more. He stared at her, realizing she was talking about an ancient black magic spell capable of fully reviving the dead. He asked if she was planning to use foreign magic, which was strictly forbidden by both the Morgue family and the Empire. Looking away, he denied her request to enter the Hall of Darkness and told her to leave. Camus Morgue stood in silence, watching her uncle. She knew he would not change his mind. Her eyes gleamed with malice, and with a wicked smile, she summoned a powerful spirit, revealing that she had no choice but to learn the magic herself. Snake's eyes widened in fear. He could not believe that she had gained control over such a powerful spirit. He felt a deep terror, staring at the spirit in shock. The realization hit him. She had learned black magic on her own, something that should have been impossible. If she had truly done it, then she had reached an entirely new level of power. He thought of Camus' mother, realizing that Camus possessed the same rare talent, one that only appeared once in 100 years. Snake thought about the situation carefully. Finally, he made a decision. Clenching his fists, he stood up and told Camus that if she joined the Hall of Darkness, she had to obey his every command without question. Then, he asked if she was ready. Without hesitation, Camus knelt before him. She no longer cared about what she had lost. Placing a hand over her chest, she locked eyes with Snake and declared that she was willing to do whatever it took to bring Vikir back.
It was nighttime, and the moon was bright in the sky. Below was the dark Hall of Darkness belonging to the Morgue family. Inside there were long dark stairs going down. This place was not watched by the Empire, and the Morgue family couldn't see it either. Only the members of the Hall of Darkness knew about this hidden space. It was an underground area that went down more than 600 levels called Dark Support. A strong, evil power was rising up from the deep bottom, slowly moving towards the surface. On level 666 were Morgue and Snake. She held out her hand and used her powers to create a magic circle. From the circle, a dead creature came out. Snake folded his arms and watched silently. This dead creature had some of its arms and legs broken, but it was alive. It looked around confused. Camus Morgue's eyes looked tired, and she had dark circles under them. She smiled and pointed at the dead creature with her finger, asking Snake what he thought of it. The dead creature walked towards her. Camus smiled proudly and gently touched its head. Snake watched it closely. With a calm voice he said he was surprised to see that she could create dead soldiers. He looked at her, and his eyes opened wide in surprise. He couldn't believe she had achieved so much in such a short time since she had started using dark magic. Camus kept stroking the dead creature's head with a smile. Snake watched her carefully and started feeling different things at once. He felt proud, jealous, scared, loving, and sad. He looked down at the ground and started thinking about Camus Morgue's mother, Raspain. He didn't know what he was looking for in Camus Morgue's face, which looked like her mother's, or why he had let her into the Hall of Darkness. While he was thinking, Camus was honest and said she still had a lot to learn. Hearing this, Snake suddenly stopped his thoughts and his eyes widened in surprise. The dead creature's body disappeared, turning into ashes. Camus looked at her hands and with a curious look said that with her current power, she couldn't completely bring a dead body back to life. She clenched her fist angrily. Snake started walking towards her, and with a serious face asked if she was planning to completely revive someone. He explained that this was not only very hard to learn but also had a very low chance of success. Even if she managed to revive someone by some miracle, there was a chance that the person would become uncontrollable or even more evil. Camus Morgue's eyes shone with determination. She looked directly at Snake and said that she didn't need to worry about what might happen after she succeeded because the soul of the person she wanted to revive was stronger than anyone else's. When Snake heard this, his eyes opened wide because he was confused and worried. He was shocked because he didn't understand what he was seeing in her. At the same moment, a man with a beard and long hair yelled angrily. It was Camus Morgue's uncle, and he was in Raspain's office. He squeezed his fist, held his hand out to the side, and looking furious, asked if they should stop Camus. He couldn't believe that she had left the Hall of Light to go into the Hall of Darkness. Raspain quietly watched the scene outside the window. She looked at her reflection in the window and calmly said that she hadn't made her decision yet. She explained that she had told her daughter to choose carefully and had given her the freedom to go into either hall. Adolphe's eyes opened wide with anger. Looking furious, he said that Camus had been spending more and more time with that man called Snake lately. Raspain stayed calm. She didn't even turn around, and looking peaceful she made it clear that Snake was not going to hurt Camus. In fact, he was helping her. Adolphe tried to argue that Snake was not a good person, but just then, Raspain's eyes lit up. She turned to him and looking sharply at him, ordered him to stop talking about this. Feeling her gaze, Adolphe's eyes widened with fear and worry. He couldn't believe that she was going to let Camus join the Hall of Darkness. At the same time, inside the Hall of Darkness, Snake, carrying a lamp, and Camus started walking down a dark hallway. As they walked, Snake became curious and asked if she knew about the origins of the Morgue family. She looked directly at him, and her eyes widened in confusion. She admitted that she didn't know about the origins of the Morgue family. Just then, Snake raised the lamp. Slowly, the light began to shine on the area, and in front of them was a strange and dark building. Camus looked at it quietly, not knowing what was happening. Snake explained that the Morgue family truly began in a morgue. The name Morgue came from a very old family line that existed before human groups and empires were formed. Mostly they took in bodies that no one knew to find their relatives. This might be because they spent a lot of time with dead people, but after some time, some members of the Morgue family had been able to talk to the dead. And even now there were still members who could do this. Camus walked towards the building and looked at it silently. The truth was that the Morgue family had been connected to dark magic from the beginning. Using the lamp, he shone light on the place. He went to the wall and in a serious voice said that the dark magic users who wanted knowledge knew that the truth was beyond the door of death. Camus, who was standing behind Snake and looked curious, asked if she should learn about death then. Snake made it clear that if she did that she would just be copying a black sorcerer. He looked down at the ground and told her to be careful with death. Then he looked straight at her and said she should remember this. Black mages kept death away from them. Camus Morgue looked very serious. She kept listening quietly without saying anything. Before she could understand and learn about death, she first had to understand and learn about life. The ground was covered in human bones. Snake shone his fire lamp on the ground and explained that a real black mage loved living things more than anyone, and felt sorry for those who were dying. Black mages were people who understood death deeply. Camus looked at the ground with a lost expression, realizing that black mages might actually be wise or like elders, unlike how most people saw them. Snake walked around the area. Camus held out her hand to him, and asked with a curious look if she could ask him something. She wanted to know why Snake had come to the Hall of Darkness. When Snake heard this, his eyes showed surprise. He didn't know why she wanted to know. Then he looked at the ground and his eyes became wide with sadness as he thought about Adolphe and Raspain. He turned his back to her and said in a cold way that in this world, there was light and shadow. If one of them disappeared, everything would be unbalanced. Camus turned around and said with a confused look that he was talking in riddles again. A few days later at night, Snake was on the 666th floor with his arms behind his back when Camus came running and got his attention. Her eyes were shining with happiness. Smiling, she started showing him a piece of paper where she had drawn a magic circle. Snake looked closely at the paper, and his eyes widened in surprise, shocking him. He started to reach his hand toward the magic circle, and Camus explained that it was the magic circle of complete resurrection, the result of her research. He took the paper, and his eyes grew wide with fear because this design was much more advanced than what he knew. Looking carefully, he saw that it was perfect. Snake looked at her with a confused expression. Remembering that black magic required someone to explore the deepest parts of the abyss, he was shocked, not knowing how deeply Camus had gone into the abyss to figure this out. Camus couldn't help but blush. She looked away and said nervously that she would like him to help her perform the spell. With a serious look, Snake wondered if Camus really liked Vikir. He watched her and quickly saw that she was different from him. She was completely unlike him, who loved dark magic and whose heart was as dark as a deep hole. Camus closed her eyes and smiled happily, her face turning a little red as she said she liked Vikir. The darkness had not touched her at all, and she showed her feelings openly. Snake looked down and smiled. Realizing she was better than him, he took a step forward and decided to work with her. They gathered many things. Among them were a bucket of water and small wooden containers. Snake, who had his arms crossed, looked closely at the containers. Calmly, he remembered that the person they were trying to save was dangerous. Camus, who had dark circles under her eyes, looked at the containers and explained that the Baskerville clan had helped her get some of Vikir's blood and hair. She took out a glass ball that held spirits. She had also gathered all the dead spirits she could find in the forest. Snake understood. If they had a piece of Vikir's body, then a piece of his soul would react. When that happened, she just needed to sort through them using a pen. Snake bent down and drew the magic circle. Then he turned to Camus and asked if she knew the puzzle of Theseus' ship. He was worried because even if they got Vikir's body back, his memories and who he was might change, making him a different person. Camus, who was drawing the magic circle on the ground, stayed firm. She explained that it wasn't too late to worry about those things after they succeeded. Using the pen, she drew the last parts of the magic circle. After finishing, she and Snake stood up. In the middle of the circle were the containers with Vikir's blood and hair. She decided to start. Snake watched her. Seeing that she had already begun, he asked if she wasn't going too fast. She held out her hand and said sincerely that she had waited long enough. Her eyes shone with hope, and magical power came out of her body. With a serious look, she asked her master to please help her. Her magical power spread through the room and Snake watched her closely. He watched her in silence. Then he also held out his hand, and magical power came from his body. Both of them used their powers, making the magic circle start to react. Thunder and evil energy came out of it. The evil energy began to spread everywhere. Camus, who still had her hand out, put her arm in front of her face and couldn't help but tighten her teeth. Snake's eyes opened wide with surprise. He saw that the magic circle was perfect. He wondered if the dark magic world was finally making progress. Dark energy gathered in the circle. After a while, Vikir appeared, looking angry. He turned to look at Camus Morgue. When Camus saw Vikir, her eyes filled with happiness. She couldn't believe it had worked. Tears came to her eyes, and she started running towards Vikir, but as she took another step, more energy came out of the magic circle. Soon after, Vikir's body broke into pieces. The ground was destroyed and bits of things flew into the air. The explosion also hurt Camus. She felt a strange power in her body. She coughed and blood came out of her mouth. Snake put his arm in front of her. Seeing that Camus was hurt, his eyes showed worry. As the energy slowly disappeared, Camus Morgue's body fell to the ground. She was losing a lot of blood. As her eyes closed, she looked at Snake. She realized that this had happened because the magic had bounced back. She couldn't believe she had failed. Then slowly she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a door. She was in a different place. She looked at the door, not knowing if she had died too. Light was coming through the door. She didn't know why her magic hadn't worked. She thought it was perfect. She wondered if it was because Vikir's body parts were too old or if his soul wasn't in the forest. She thought that maybe he had already found peace and had left this world full of anger. Her eyes filled with sadness. Not knowing what her struggles meant, she cried, thinking it would be better if she died too, but just then, someone wiped away her tears. When she saw who it was, her eyes widened in surprise. It was Snake. He gently touched her face, telling her the truth. He hadn't gone into the Hall of Darkness because he wanted to. It was because he couldn't be with his sister. Because he couldn't be in the light. He could only live in the shadows. Camus Morgue's eyes showed confusion. She didn't understand what was happening. With a kind smile, Snake said that he had thought of this when he saw how open she was with her feelings. He put his hand on her shoulder and said sincerely that if only he had been honest and brave enough to try the impossible, things would be different now. He pushed her, telling her not to lose hope. She fell backward and her eyes widened with curiosity. Her body fell into the water. Snake said he hoped she could be with the person she loved again. Camus went under the water. Snake turned away from her and walked towards the door. She tried to reach Snake, but little by little her body sank more and more. Her body was lying on the ground, and next to it was Snake's dead body, crushed and covered in blood. He had lost a lot of blood trying to stop the magic circle. After a while, Camus woke up. She saw Snake's dead body and her eyes filled with fear and sadness. She was in shock. Snake's hands were covered in blood. Several minutes went by and Snake didn't move at all. Just then, a fly that was buzzing around came near him. Soon, many flies were circling Snake's dead body. The spell to bring someone back to life was so strong that Snake died trying to stop it. Now on the ground there was a big hole, and in the middle of it were Camus' body and Snake's dead body. Camus was bleeding from her mouth and her eyes showed how tired she was. She didn't know how much time had passed, and her burned body wouldn't move. She was lying on the floor and the floor was covered in blood. She knew better than anyone that this was what happened when you used a forbidden spell to bring back the dead. They were on the 666th floor of the Hall of Darkness, and the only thing you could see from below was a small light. So no one would come to this hidden place deep inside the Hall of Darkness. She accepted that she was going to die there. Even though her master, who had died for her, would think it was silly, she had tried everything and didn't want to live anymore. She remembered the last time she had seen Vikir in the forest. If there was one thing she was sorry about, it was that she never got to meet him in the end. She closed her eyes, thinking that maybe by dying she would finally be able to meet Vikir. Someone said that she seemed to want to live. Hearing this, Camus used the little strength she had left. With a tired look, she opened her eyes and was confused. She stared at Snake's dead body next to her. In a weak voice, she wondered why she was hearing someone speak and if she was imagining things. The voice spoke again, showing that it was real. They had come because they felt her strong longing. Camus, who didn't even have the strength to move, asked if they were a demon like the one she had read about in books. The voice said yes. Realizing that she seemed to know about demons, the demon decided to get straight to the point. They could save her with their power, and they asked if she wanted to make a deal with them. Camus, who was losing more and more blood, said no because she didn't care about living. Hearing this, the demon became curious and asked what she wanted. Camus thought silently, not knowing what to say. The demon looked at the broken ground and quickly realized that Camus had tried to use a magic circle to bring someone back to life. The demon asked if there was a dead person she wanted to see. A wicked smile appeared on the demon's face. She explained that this was her specialty because she was seer, the demon of giving in to desires and evil. She offered to help Camus meet the person she wanted to bring back to life, but first, Camus had to make a deal with her. Slowly Camus opened her eyes, and a light of hope shone in them. She looked at the demon and thought silently. She remembered Snake's last words before he died. He had pushed her into the water, saying he hoped she could be with her loved one again. Camus closed her eyes. Feeling helpless and with very little strength left, she agreed and decided to make a contract with the demon. Hearing this, the demon's face lit up with an excited smile. Camus opened her eyes, and now they shone with determination. She had thought she had tried everything, but if there was still a way, she couldn't give up. It was night, and the moon was high in the sky. On the edge of the city stood the castle of the Morgue family. Camus arrived at the castle, and the guards, seeing she was back, decided to help her go inside. Adolphe, breathing heavily and looking worried, came to the entrance of the castle with several guards. Camus, who had recovered from her injuries, entered the castle and walked down the hallway. Adolphe's eyes were fixed on her. Seeing that she had returned, he stopped in surprise and asked if she knew how worried he had been about her. Now the color of Camus' hair had changed. Looking sadly at the ground, she didn't know what to say. Adolphe's eyes were still on her hair, and they widened in confusion. He wanted to know what had happened to her hair and what she had been doing for the past 10 days, believing that Snake must have been behind it. With a cold look, Camus walked past her uncle without saying a word. Seeing this, Adolphe's eyes widened even more in confusion, and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Camus clenched her fists, walked away from her uncle, and with a sincere look apologized, saying she was tired. Adolphe and the guards turned around and looked at her. Everyone was surprised and didn't know what was happening. The demon seer appeared and couldn't help but smile and feel sorry for Camus, asking if it was okay to ignore an uncle she hadn't seen in a long time. Camus Morgue's eyes shone with determination. With an angry look, she told the demon to be quiet. She walked down the hallway, which had a beautiful light hanging from the ceiling. She made it clear that if the demon didn't show how useful she could be, Camus would break their contract. The demon decided to show her powers. That was how her contract with Seer began. The demon Seer was going to give some of her power to Camus and help her be with Vikir van Baskerville again. To pay for something, Camus had to let Seer have complete control of her body for a whole day. During this time, Camus would be totally unconscious. Also, Camus was not allowed to say anything about Seer or demons. After that day, she met the demon Seer in the forest. She held out her hand and started using her powers, making dark energy come out. Camus got 2 special abilities from Seer. Camus was holding a lock of hair. She opened her hand and let it fall to the ground. Then, using her powers, she brought a dead person back to life. Seer crossed his arms and watched silently with a smile. Because of the demon's power, she could find anything she wanted and also bring dead people back to life. After some time, she successfully brought back someone with red hair. Camus put her hands together, and her eyes filled with tears and amazement. She had brought Rose back to life. Right away she ran and hugged her tightly. Camus had found her cousin who had been killed by the barbarians. A few days later they went back to the Hall of Darkness. Seer used some candles and drew a magic circle on the ground. Then Seer flew up and controlled several spirits. Camus' eyes opened wide in confusion and surprise because it was the first time she had seen anything like that. It showed that she couldn't feel Vikir's soul at all, who Camus was looking for. Camus was standing behind and looked down at the ground. Then her eyes shone with determination because she couldn't give up. During the day she pretended to be training in clothes to take care of Rose. But at night she went around searching for Vikir. Her mother and uncle didn't say anything against it and didn't ask many questions either. She went into her room and used a pen to draw a magic circle. As time passed, she became distant from her mother, her uncle, and the people of the clan because she didn't have time to think about them. To find Vikir, she didn't have time to think about anything else. One day while she was in the Hall of Darkness, someone started laughing. Her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Behind her was someone wearing a fancy suit. With an angry look, she turned around and asked how they had gotten in there. It was a demon who smiled and said that his business was not with her. Dantalion's eyes shone with evil, and a smile spread across his face showing his true form. He held out his hand and looking directly at Camus, told her to bring Seer to him. And that is how, after that day, Rose disappeared. While Sire's eyes were shining with evil, she smiled and explained to Camus that her friend, the Ninth Corpse, said he needed a servant and had taken Rose. She also said that once this guy disappeared, it was hard to find him again. Dantalion, who was friends with Seer and also a demon, took Rose away, and then he disappeared. Camus was very angry. She asked Seer how she could have let Dantalion take her cousin Rose. Seer turned to Camus and smiled. She explained that Rose was dead, but Seer could bring her back to life. So she asked Camus not to be angry. Camus' eyes shone with anger. She squeezed her hand into a fist. Soon she realized that deep down she was also a demon. On the day she went to find Rose, she arrived at the dorms of the place where children without parents lived. It was there that Vikir had defeated the demon Dantalion. It was nighttime and the building was broken in half. After Seer brought Rose back to life, someone else appeared. Camus Morgue looked very curious and turned to see who it was. It was Vikir. He looked sharply at her, pulled out his bow and got ready to shoot an arrow made of magical energy. Now in the present time the wind blew, moving some of Camus Morgue's hair. Vikir said that some time had passed since they last saw each other. When Camus saw Vikir, she fell to her knees on the ground, her eyes filled with tears and sadness. Vikir had taken off his mask and she looked at him through a gap in a wall made of bones. Silently, with a happy look and a smile, Vikir thought that she had changed a lot since the last time he saw her. When Camus Morgue saw that Vikir was alive, her eyes opened wide in surprise. She couldn't help but cry and was about to say all the things she wanted to ask him. Vikir moved away from the wall of bones and walked towards her. Camus looked at the ground. She didn't understand why Vikir was talking so calmly when so much time had gone by since they last met, or why he hadn't looked for her if he was alive. Vikir didn't know how hard things had been for her, or how much she had fought so that she could see him again. As he got closer to her, Camus froze and didn't say anything. Vikir stopped in front of her. He realized that she had made an agreement with a demon and wanted to know what had happened. She didn't say a word because she wanted Vikir to see her as a strong and calm woman in her final moments. Even though he didn't ask, she could feel that Vikir's eyes were looking at her more deeply than ever before. He had become very handsome, but she felt like she had ruined everything. Vikir's eyes showed confusion. With a surprised look he got Camus Morgue's attention. She looked up at him silently. Her time was going to end soon, and when that happened, Vikir would have to fight against Seer. The last thing Camus could do for Vikir was to make sure he didn't have to fight alone again. But now that she had seen him again, she was truly thankful that he had recognized her and found her. Hearing this, Vikir's eyes widened with fear and confusion. A magic circle showed up under Camus, and then sharp points stuck out of it. With tears and happiness in her eyes, she gave Vikir a perfect score of 100 out of 100. The sharp points moved quickly toward her. Camus closed her eyes and smiled, saying she was happy. Blood appeared on the ground and drops of blood landed on Camus Morgue's face, surprising her and leaving her shocked. Right before the sharp points could hurt her, Vikir hugged her, taking the hit himself. Confused and scared, she asked why Vikir did that. The sharp points had gone through Vikir's back. Calmly he said he understood she couldn't tell him because of her agreement with the demon. Vikir held her tightly because she hadn't been able to hurt him badly when they fought. Camus cried without knowing why he was doing this. Again, Vikir looked at the ground and said that if her trying to end her life was her way of showing she couldn't talk about it, then she shouldn't worry about him. He asked her to let him handle it. Vikir's eyes shone with hate because he would never lose to a demon. The demon fighter took control of Camus Morgue's body, and while her eyes were shining she smiled. Vikir hugged Camus, and soon after the demon took over her body and said she was happy to meet him. Seer was surprised to see Vikir, saying she had heard a lot about him from her roommate. His eyes shone with anger and he stared at her. The sharp points had gone through Vikir's body, hurting him badly. But even though he was hurt, he stayed calm and asked what she had done to Camus Morgue. Seer looked at Vikir and her eyes shone with dislike. Smiling, she asked if Vikir was worried about Camus Morgue. The eye on Sire's forehead showed Camus trapped inside her. The demon's eyes grew wide with evil, and with a smile, she said that Camus was sleeping deeply inside her because she had the right to take over her body for one day. She made fun of him, asking how long he thought he would keep hugging her. Seer used her powers, and in a flash many skeletons holding spears appeared above them, ready to attack. Vikir looked up and stared at them. Seeing that the skeletons were ready to attack, he became alert. The skeletons attacked fiercely with their spears. But just before the attack could hit, Vikir stopped hugging Camus, jumped and landed far away, dodging the attack at the last moment. Seer stood up and watched Vikir silently. While the demon's eyes were glowing, she touched the skeletons and they turned into ashes. With a mean smile, she said they were trapped in Andromelius's special place. When she realized Vikir was the one who killed her friend, she couldn't believe that this demon hunter was the guy Camus was looking for. She touched her chin, looked up at the sky, and her eyes opened wide in confusion. She found it strange because she didn't understand how anyone could know so much about them, the 10 powerful dead people. Seer walked toward him, remembering that he had a soul that even her special demon eye couldn't find. She wondered if Vikir was even from this world. Vikir stood with his hand on the ground watching her silently without saying a word. Seeing Vikir's silence, Seer smiled. She thought he was a cold man, so she expected him to react if she told him the sad stories about Camus Morgue. Suddenly, the wounds from the spikes on Vikir's body disappeared as if they had never been there. Vikir stared at the demon with angry eyes. Seer revealed that Camus used a forbidden spell of complete bringing back to life to see a man. She explained that Camus failed, which made her unable to move her body. She lay on the floor in the ruined room for many days. She had tried everything and had lost her will to live. The demon asked if Vikir wanted to hear something funny. Sire's eyes gleamed with evil. and with a proud smile, she pointed at herself. She said that just before she was about to die, a demon appeared and gave her new hope. Hearing this, Vikir's eyes shone with hatred and fury. Seer mocked him, saying that after making the deal, it was heartbreaking to hear Camus long for him. Camus had fallen to her knees holding her head and crying. She regretted sending him away alone. Her eyes filled with tears and sadness because if she hadn't been captured by the barbarians, none of this would have happened. She wished she had died instead of Vikir. While her body was on the ground, she couldn't stop wondering why Vikir hadn't come to see her. Begging not to be left alone, with a smile, the demon imitated Camus Morgue's voice, saying that she missed him. Full of hatred, Vikir pulled out his sword and rushed at her. Seeing that he was about to attack Seer, a smile appeared on her face. With a cold look, Vikir swung his sword hard, but just before the sword could hit her, Vikir stopped. Sire's attention was on the sword and her eyes lit up with joy. With a proud smile, she realized that Vikir knew a lot about deals made with demons. If she died, Camus would die too. Seer activated the magic circle on the ground, and a zombie-like creature rose from it. It opened its mouth ready to eat Vikir. She was sure that Vikir couldn't kill the girl who was desperately waiting for him. The dead creature tried to bite down, but Vikir was fast. He jumped back and avoided the attack. Then, looking down with anger, he got ready to fight back. He moved closer to the dead creature and quickly swung his sword many times. But surprisingly, his attacks didn't hurt it. Seeing this, Vikir felt confused. Seer, on the other hand, looked excited. Smiling, she asked Vikir if he thought she would use magic he could cut, like Camus magic. She said that someone as weak as him could never beat her real power. The dead creature moved quickly and bit Vikir hard with its jaw. The hit was so strong that Vikir couldn't move. The dead creature took advantage of this and started running fast, slamming Vikir's body against the ground. With all its strength, the dead creature smashed Vikir into a statue of a sword. The hit was so powerful that the sword statue cracked, and more blood came from Vikir's injuries. Seer made fun of him, saying that instead of saving her, he was going to die. Vikir, hurt and looking at the ground, didn't move. He remembered fighting the spider madam. Even though she was a strong monster, Vikir took out his sword and got ready to fight. He couldn't believe that Camus had made a deal with a demon to save him. He realized that hiding in the deep forest had changed Camus Morgue from a hero into someone who made a deal with a demon. He started thinking about a knight killing a man, knowing that to kill a demon with a human partner, you first had to kill the human. He had known this from the start. His eyes filled with anger and he stared at Seer. He didn't know why he had said what he did. He was determined not to lose to a demon. While he was thinking, Sire's tail wrapped around Vikir's foot. Vikir didn't move. Using her tail, Seer lifted Vikir's foot and saw that he was thinking too much while fighting. Her eyes flashed with anger. Without wasting a second, she swung her tail hard, throwing Vikir's body into another statue. The impact was so strong that the statue cracked. Even though he was hurt, Vikir tightened his fists and imagined a scale. On one side was Camus, and on the other were her family and the barbarians. Vikir knew that if he didn't kill the 10 powerful dead bodies, humanity would be destroyed. It was either Camus or all of humanity. Vikir knew which choice he had to make. Sad memories of Camus Morgue's life filled Vikir's mind, and his eyes started to shine with hope. He breathed heavily, because even if there was only a small chance, he wanted to hold on to it. Seer, a creature that looked like it was dead but could still move, climbed onto the hand of another dead creature. She went over to Vikir, whose body had been thrown against a statue. She couldn't believe that 2 strong dead creatures, the 9th and 10th strongest, had been beaten by a human who didn't even seem that powerful. Sire's eyes glowed with evil intent. She raised her sharp claw, ready to attack. She asked Vikir if he knew that he was the reason why the door to the world of demons was taking so long to open. Vikir was too weak to do anything. He couldn't even move to defend himself. Seer attacked with all her power, and her claw went right through Vikir's chest. The statue behind him broke into pieces. Smoke rose up from the area. The demon pushed her claw deeper into Vikir's chest, making him open his mouth and scream in pain. His body shook as he tried to lift his hand. Seer was furious. She saw that even though Vikir was dying, he was still thinking about saving Camus. Camus was just a weak student who couldn't even beat Seer. Her eyes glowed with evil, and a smug smile appeared on her face. She thought Vikir was just a weak human waiting for a lucky break. Hearing the word miracle, Vikir thought for a moment. Then suddenly he grabbed the demon's horns. Sire's eyes opened wide in surprise and confusion. Vikir gritted his teeth and said that he liked the sound of that word. Seer stared at him, completely shocked. Before she could even take another breath, Vikir slammed his head into her head with a lot of force. The hit was so strong that Sire's body shook and her eyes started to show fear. Her mouth dropped open. Vikir headbutted the demon again, his teeth clenched. He asked if Camus could hear him. While Sire's claw was still stuck in Vikir's chest, he held tightly onto her horns. He said that it was hard for him to defeat this demon and save everyone by himself. Vikir's voice traveled until it reached Camus, who was asleep inside the demon. He begged her to fight against the agreement she had made. He said that her agreement with the demon which held her soul wasn't unbreakable. He believed that she could do it because she was skilled in magic. Camus, whose body was trapped, didn't wake up. Vikir said that her soul would burn as punishment for going against the agreement, but he was going to kill Seer right then. With determined eyes, Vikir shouted, promising that together they would create a miracle. Seer stared at him, her eyes widening with anger. Completely enraged, she pulled her claw out of Vikir's chest and kicked him hard. His body flew through the air. He bounced on the ground until he crashed into another statue. Seer went down to the ground. She decided to turn Vikir into a dead soldier who would obey her. She swore to make him work to make up for the loss of the 9th and 10th dead creatures and to destroy all of humanity. She walked toward him. Vikir also went down to the ground and put his hand on it. He stood up, and while he was wiping the blood from his chest, he promised himself that he would kill her. Vikir looked at the ground and couldn't help thinking about the letter he had received. It seemed strange to him that the words in that letter, which he had thought were not reliable, would now be his only hope. With his body full of injuries, Vikir took out his sword and walked toward the demon. His focus was on the statue of Hugo. He would never have thought that Hugo Le Baskerville would help him in this life. The demon Seer showed her real form. With an angry look, she took out her scythe and told Vikir to die. Vikir stared at her closely, squeezed his fist tightly, and his eyes shone with determination. He had never expected that he would become a swordmaster. Vikir could see Seer, who was trapped inside the demon's third eye. He watched her carefully, promising to protect her. A few days before, Hugo had written a letter to Vikir. He knew that even though Vikir was a top-ranked graduate, the Fang technique he could do was a simple 7th-level skill. To make this technique perfect, he had to become a swordmaster. Hugo was in his office, and while sunlight was coming through the window, he kept writing. He was writing about the steps he had taken to become a swordmaster. Hugo imagined himself holding the sword, and with determined eyes, he had become a swordmaster shortly after Vikir was born. The image of Roxana and Penelope came to Hugo's mind. After losing them, he became very sad and spent all his time thinking about the sword. Hugo spent the whole day swinging the sword in the training area. Hugo started training at a very young age and continued until he was an adult. And slowly his movements became more precise. At that time his rank was top-ranking graduate. But to become a swordmaster, he had to practice with his sword every day. After very hard training, Hugo held his sword tightly, until after some time he opened his hand and let the sword fall to the ground. Hugo looked at his hands and his eyes widened in desperation, making him sweat. He had trained so much that he had calluses and scratches on his hands. But no matter how much he used the sword, he could not reach the level of swordmaster. Feeling like he was holding on to something very painful, he checked the books in the library of 10,000 epistles and found it. The words of an ancient swordmaster who had left them for his family. He opened the book, which had a magic circle inside. And according to the book, to become a graduate, a person must get rid of all emotions. However, to become a swordmaster, a person must get their emotions back. Hugo's personality broke apart like a mirror. He decided to listen to the advice and worked hard to understand happiness, anger, sadness, and joy. He tried different ways to feel happy, angry, sad, and excited. Hugo put his hands over his face and started to feel overwhelmed because trying too hard to force emotions had bad effects. After a while, he would laugh when he should have been angry, and frown when he should have been happy. It had messed up how he showed his feelings. That's how, little by little, his journey to becoming a swordmaster became like a maze with no way out. To satisfy his desire that his sword could not fulfill, he used his power to bring his family back to life and had many children to increase his power. The image of his children crawling on the ground full of swords came into Hugo's mind. Following his family's rules, he sent his young children to the place of swords. Hugo watched his children, and his eyes opened wide with surprise and fear as he understood something important. In a place he didn't expect, one of his children had jumped into the water. Hugo, the butler, and the others on the shore became alert. He didn't know why a small baby who knew nothing would struggle so much, or why the baby endured the pain of water getting into his body. Hugo put his hand over his chest and his eyes widened in confusion. Watching that scene made his heart beat fast, and mana appeared from his heart. The joy of seeing great talent, the anger at sending a young child to such a terrible place, the sadness of seeing a hurt young person, the hopefulness of looking at that child's future, filled Hugo's mind. Without hesitating for even a moment, Hugo went into the water amidst those mixed feelings and quickly grabbed the child by the foot and pulled him out. With this event, he understood something important, and the next day he found out that he had become a swordmaster. Back in the present, Hugo continued writing the letter with a serious look, including Pomerian and becoming a swordmaster were things that Vikir had given him. He explained how to become a swordmaster and how one could feel complex emotions. He believed that Vikir could reach that level. Back to the fight, Seer sent mana into her side and swung it powerfully, sending many slashes. Vikir put his arms in front of his chest and using the bees above sword, blocked the attack, and his eyes filled with surprise, realizing that she was very strong. Vikir's eyes shone with anger, realizing that Hugo had become a completely different person from his past. While the demon sire's eyes were shining with evil, with a smile, she clenched her fist and created a powerful magic circle. To stop Sire's magic, Vikir needed to become a swordmaster. Now that he didn't have the saint's power anymore, he had to understand things on his own. Seer put out her hand. Right then a magic circle showed up on the ground. From it came sharp spikes made of bones. These spikes hit Vikir's body directly, and he was thrown up into the air. He squeezed his teeth together and blood came from his mouth. Just like Hugo had said, he felt both anger and sadness inside him. The spikes went through Vikir's body, making a deep cut in his chest. His body hit the ground hard. When Seer saw this, her eyes lit up with happiness, and she smiled because she thought Vikir was very weak. But soon her smile went away and her eyes filled with anger. Even though he had deep cuts all over his body, Vikir stood up. His eyes shone with confidence as he looked at Seer with an excited smile. In this fight, Vikir couldn't feel any joy or pleasure. Feeling Vikir's stare, Seer got very angry. Using all her strength, she swung her weapon at Vikir many times. Before he could even move, the attacks were right in front of his face. Vikir stared at them, and his eyes opened wide with fear and surprise. The attack was so fast that Vikir couldn't do anything about it. He took the full force of the attack, and it created a cloud of smoke. Seer, whose scythe was stuck in the ground, watched him silently. Vikir's body was thrown into the air along with broken pieces of the ground. Demon Sire's attack had cut off one of his legs. Blood was coming from his wounds, and Vikir couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and feel very angry. With the little energy and strength he had left, Vikir used Baskerville's 7th move. He pushed off the rocks and quickly appeared in front of Seer. Vikir looked at her, and his eyes shone with fury as he got ready to attack. Seer turned around and saw that Vikir was about to attack, so she became alert. With a deadly look, Vikir swung his sword with force. The attack hit Sire's head directly, but then his sword bounced off. When Vikir saw this, his eyes widened in confusion, and many questions came to his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Seer couldn't help but smile. With a proud look, she called Vikir useless, saying he couldn't learn anything. She grabbed Vikir by the face, showing him that he couldn't break her armor. Vikir grabbed Sire's arm, and his eyes filled with fear and surprise. While Sire's eyes shone with evil, she threw Vikir. His body crashed against the ground, breaking it into pieces. She thought Vikir's attacks were not strong at all. She grabbed Vikir by the neck, and as her body released a dark energy, she closed her eyes and smiled, wondering what Vikir was trying to do. Vikir didn't have the strength to fight back anymore. Seer stomped hard on Vikir's chest. Then she used her powers. A magic circle showed up under her feet, and hands came out of it. She laughed at Vikir. She asked if he really thought Camus would wake up and fight against the demon's deal. Many red hands came out of the magic circle. One of them grabbed Vikir's head. Smoke came out of Vikir's nose, and he felt very angry. Slowly, the hands held onto Vikir's body. In a moment, he couldn't move at all. Sire's eyes shone with happiness. She stood up, put her hand up in the air, and smiled at Vikir. She told him to try and fight the next attack. The magic circle appeared in the sky. From it, lots of hands shot down toward Vikir. The hands hit Vikir's body hard. This made a big cloud of smoke over the area. The attack was so strong that it made a hole in the ground. Vikir was in the middle of it. He had lost an arm, and there was a puddle of blood under him. Even though he had terrible injuries and his body was covered in blood, Vikir moved. Seer looked at him closely. Her eyes showed confusion. She watched him silently. Vikir put his hand on the ground and looked down. He was getting ready to stand up. Seeing that he didn't die after the last attack, she wondered if he was really human. Seer walked toward him. Just standing up was very hard for Vikir. Even with his healing salamander power, he couldn't heal his body anymore. Vikir remembered when he had hugged Camus Morgue. Camus had tears in her eyes and looked sad. She asked why she was alone again. Vikir's body shook, but he decided to stand up and move. The cloud of smoke went away, even though he was missing an arm. Vikir took out the Beelzebub sword and walked toward the demon. Right then, Camus called Vikir an idiot. She said she didn't want to see him again, just to see that look on his face. Vikir, who had a bruise on his eye, looked at Seer. His eyes opened wide in surprise, and he was shocked. Sire's eyes showed confusion and anger because she didn't know what was happening. Camus took the demon's skin off her face, and her eyes shone with confidence. She smiled and said she had done just what Vikir had told her to do. When Seer saw this, she panicked. She reminded Camus that if she fought against the contract, her soul would break into pieces. Using both hands, Camus took the demon's skin off her face and neck. With a confident smile, she said that Seer wouldn't last much longer. She asked Vikir to cut Seer into pieces. She also said that if Vikir failed, then her neck would become his sword holder. Vikir looked at the ground and sighed. Then he smiled because Camus was making jokes even in this situation. He knew she was meant to be a hero, so he gave her a perfect score of 100 out of 100. Camus took off the demon's skin from her neck and smiled, asking Vikir if he understood now. She held out her hand to Vikir, asking him to show her the man she loved. Sire's eyes showed fear because she knew this was bad. Cyr took control of Camus Morg's body again, and a magic circle appeared behind her. She thought they were crazy. Looking angry, she asked if Vikir really thought that would be enough to break her armor. Just then, tentacles made of bones shot out from the magic circle toward Vikir. Vikir pulled out his sword, and a bright magical light came from it. He started walking toward her and swung the sword carefully, cutting the tentacles into pieces. Cyr looked at him, and her eyes opened wide in surprise, shocking her. Vikir's heart glowed and magic started to come out of it. He understood that this was what Hugo meant when he said the heart had many feelings. He could feel emotions he usually didn't feel. Camus was trapped with her arms tied inside the demon's third eye. She was happy that Vikir remembered her. Looking sad, she lifted her head. Slowly, light came in. Seeing this, Camus Morg's eyes filled with tears of happiness. Vikir cut the demon's third eye and, smiling, sat right in front of Camus, looking at her happily. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. Vikir was angry because the future hero was hurt, and he was sad because she was fighting alone. But he was also excited about their perfect reunion. That's what he felt inside. Vikir made a tight fist and strong magic came from his sword. His eyes shone with excitement, and he swung the sword with a smile. Quickly, Vikir stabbed through Sire's body and appeared behind her. The demon froze in fear, not knowing what was happening. She turned her head and her eyes showed confusion. Vikir turned his back to her and started walking away. At that moment, Vikir's magic went into her body, causing her great pain. In this place, there was a statue of Hugo. Everyone wore colored glasses that did not fit them as they lived their lives. Vikir squeezed his hand tightly, and the glowing energy from the sword above the bee became solid. Those who took off the glasses could see things that normal people could not see and could easily strike them down. These people who reached the highest skill were called sword masters. Vikir's eyes burned with hate. He moved fast, and before Cyr could react, he swung his sword exactly, making a deep cut on her. Slowly, the demon's energy around Camus Morg's body began to leave her, allowing her to control her body again. The demon's energy turned into ash, and Cyre's eyes grew wide with fear and surprise. She could not believe she had lost. She stared at Vikir, her eyes now shining with anger because her job was to open the gate. In just a few seconds, the demon's energy vanished, and her body turned to ash. Vikir had lost an arm fighting the demon, and his body was covered in blood. He looked at the red sky, smoke rising from his shoulder, and he began to think. He felt as if he was wearing old-fashioned clothes. He could feel that his strength, eyesight, and ability to make decisions were much greater than before. These were things he could not feel with the magic that the saints had taken from him earlier. Vikir's eyes showed worry. He turned around, and with a sad look he wondered if she was okay. Behind him, Camus Morg lay on the ground. Vikir turned, and as the wind blew, he started walking towards her. He hoped they could share the joy of being together again. When Vikir got close to Camus Morg's body, he felt something strange and could not move. Soon after, he also passed out and fell to the ground next to Camus Morg. The Divine Immortal's ring on the ground glowed purple. The ring was in the middle of the large hole in the ground now that the enemy was gone. The glow from the ring became brighter and shot up into the sky. The light hit the red sky, and slowly the wall of energy made by the ring's power disappeared. Vikir and Camus Morg were unconscious and did not notice anything happening. The ground beneath them vanished, sending them back to the real world. It was night and the moon was shining high in the sky. Several hours passed and Vikir did not wake up. The little spider noticed this. It crawled out of his clothes and with small hops reached his arm and watched him closely. The small spider made little jumps trying to wake Vikir up. As she was busy, someone in a skirt walked towards them. The small spider got tired and lay down next to Vikir on the ground. Just then, she saw something that made her eyes wide with surprise and confusion. It was Rose. With shining eyes she quietly stared at Vikir. She was deep in thought, not knowing what to do. The small spider noticed Rose looking and stood up. With an angry look she growled, showing she wouldn't let Rose hurt Vikir. After thinking about it, Rose reached out her hand to Vikir, but instead of hurting him she put the arm of an unconscious Camus Morg over her shoulder and helped Camus stand. The small spider watched them, feeling a bit confused. Several seconds passed and Vikir didn't move. Rose turned her back to him and walked away, carrying Camus on her shoulder. Just then, Vikir put his hand on the ground, his body shaking. Vikir stood up, pressed his hand against the cut on his arm, and with a confused look asked her to wait. When she heard his voice, Rose's eyes got wide in surprise, and she stopped walking. Seeing that he could move, he was sure Camus was okay. This was a relief for him. Rose's eyes shone with interest. She turned around and looked at Vikir. Smoke came from the city. Vikir put his hand over the cut on his shoulder, looked down at the ground, and thought it was a shame they couldn't reunite. But it was best for both of them to leave this place quickly. Vikir put his hand in his pants pocket and said he had a favor to ask. He took something out of his pocket and threw it, asking her to give it to Camus Morgue. Rose caught it and her eyes widened in surprise. With a happy look, Vikir reached out his hand and with a smile said that Camus had to go there if she wanted to see him. Rose looked at what Vikir gave her, her eyes shining with interest. Without waiting any longer, she turned her back to Vikir and carrying Camus on her shoulder, walked away from the area. The small spider climbed onto Vikir's shoulder and both of them watched Rose and Camus Morgue. They quietly kept watching her. Back at the festival, someone started yelling because he had news. It was a man dressed in a woman's costume. He ran and a group of students gathered to see what was happening. The man said that the bad guy who had attacked the academy was the Hound. Hearing this, the students were shocked and asked how bad the damage was. The man said that surprisingly nothing was broken. Bianca looked down, worried, and saw that the girl in the skull mask was a black mage. Tudor touched his chin and thought, agreeing with her because it seemed the black mage was fighting the Hound. He felt bad saying it, but he hadn't dared to get in between them. Piggy sighed and trembled with fear, saying he was so scared he almost fainted. Sancho looked away, serious, and admitted the Hound was the meanest person he had ever seen. While they were not looking, Vikir walked up and said he too was so scared he couldn't breathe right. When everyone saw Vikir, they all looked at him, their eyes wide with surprise and worry. They asked where he had been, showing they were very concerned. Vikir touched his head, not knowing what to say. Dolores crossed her arms and looking serious explained they hadn't seen him at all while they were searching the street. She asked where he'd been. She knew him well and knew he wouldn't leave his friends and hide. Sinclair watched Vikir quietly. Vikir's eyes filled with worry as he still didn't know what to say. Just then, someone in a skirt appeared behind them. Calling Vikir a common person, they asked how he had gone into the defense alone. These were highbrow, middlebrow and lowbrow dressed as maids. Lowbrow put his hands on his hips and looking angry asked what would happen to them if he kept doing things on his own and told Vikir not to do that again. With an angry look, Middlebrow grabbed the broom tightly and ordered Vikir not to do that next time. Highbrow's eyes shone with hate and with a piercing stare he also ordered Vikir not to do that again. They gritted their teeth and surrounded Vikir. Sinclair closed her eyes and smiled, thinking he was starting a group. Dolores was surprised when she realized she had misunderstood the situation again. Sunlight filled the sky. Vikir looked at the sky, worried, not knowing if she would be okay. The sun rose over the edge of the world. Everyone looked at this beautiful sight. Vikir would be eagerly waiting to see Camus again. Somewhere in the city, there was an old church. In the middle of the church, there was a round ball. Rose stood next to it. Someone with a wet body came out of the ball and walked. This person was Camus Morgue. She put her hand on the ball's door and looking lost stepped out. Rose turned to her and watched quietly. Camus started looking at her hands. Her body was in bad shape because Seer had gone crazy and broken their agreement. Because of this, she couldn't greet Vikir. She was very angry when she thought Vikir was dead. Rose, who was standing beside her, didn't say anything. Camus thought deeply and remembered what Vikir had done for her. She put her hands on her cheeks and couldn't stop blushing. This was because Vikir had done everything he could to keep her safe even when he was hurt, which showed he cared about her. She remembered taking the demon's skin off her neck, and then she thought of Vikir smiling. This time she had fought with him and hadn't left by herself. She closed her eyes and a smile appeared on her face. She thought that she and Vikir had achieved this because they didn't give up. She was so tired that she had dark circles under her eyes. She turned to one side and asked if Vikir was worth risking her life for. The demon Seer was flying next to her. Camus gave an arrogant smile. Seer stretched her ears and with tears in her eyes asked how she could have broken the agreement. She thought this was a trick. With a curious look, Camus said that she now had full control over her body. She didn't know if Vikir had broken her agreement with Seer or why she hadn't died. Little Seer clenched her fists and her eyes showed hate. She said that because Camus had broken their 12-hour agreement, she could live for a short time due to the punishment. Camus Morgue focused on Seer and purple fire came from her palm. Using her powers, she made 2 small magic shields that crushed Seer's body. With a smile, Camus said that she could now crush and kill her using only magic. Seer used her hands to stop the magic shields from crushing her and screamed in pain. Her body was shaking and tears filled her eyes as she begged Camus not to kill her, promising to do anything. When Camus Morgue heard this, her eyes showed evil and a smile spread across her face. In exchange for letting her live, Camus wanted Seer to give her all her powers and control. Now that they no longer had an agreement, they were master and slave. With a sad look, Seer turned her back and sighed. Camus remembered that because of Seer, she had been able to meet Vikir. Seer asked what she was going to do now. Camus watched her and said it was time to open the gate. When Seer heard this, her eyes shone with joy and surprise. With a curious look, she asked if she was really going to do that. With a smile, Camus said she was joking and asked if Seer thought she was crazy. Rose helped Camus put on the wizard robe and said that her first goal now was to go back to the Morgue family home. She thought about her uncle Adolf and her mother. Now that she knew Vikir was alive, she had to fix the problem she had caused. She put on the wizard's hood and her eyes showed sadness. She began to remember her Uncle Snake smiling before he died. She needed to go back to the morgue estate to tell everyone and honor her master's death. She made a fist and, looking very thankful, she thanked Snake deeply. Because of him, she was able to find Vikir again. She opened her hand and saw a golden coin. A smile spread across her face because if she got into the academy she could be Vikir's classmate. Rose and Seer looked at her with confused expressions. The wind blew, taking all the leaves with it. Camus blushed, and with eyes full of love she promised that Vikir would be hers the day they met again. The eventful academy festival had finally come to an end. But even after the festival ended, the aftermath remained like a residual fire, and everyone was still talking about it. They were not able to believe that the Night Hound had come to the academy during the festival. One of the students thought that maybe the Night Hound was there to scare them to death once again, but the professors stopped it before any of it could happen. The Night Hound was a really scary individual, and according to the students, he should be quickly thrown into the prison without any delay. But one of the students also came to know about an unregistered warlock, who was a new villain that had appeared in the academy this time. But as the two villains fought with each other, the professors easily kicked them out, and it made it easy. They were just bickering and chattering at whatever rumor they heard about. The Night Hound incident was such a critical event that if it had been done wrong, it could have turned into a terrible disaster. But now that everything passed peacefully, it seemed like the incident had disappeared into nothing more than a spooky gossip for students. As the scene shifts, we come to the council room, where we see Dolores the Saint, who wondered why there were many articles written about the incident. She wanted to know who wrote the article, because inside the paper the reporter published that the evil deeds of the Night Hound had gone too far, and he had attacked the Imperial Academy. The actions aimed to be done by the Hound were inhumane and against the whole empire. He was declared a villain who must be punished, as during the festival, the major facilities in the Imperial capital were destroyed by him, along with the Imperial Bank, Clock Tower, Orphanage, Cemetery, and even more. But the Saint knew that even when the Night Hound came to the festival he did not cause much of a commotion. Instead, the commotion was caused by the unidentified warlock. But according to the article, it was as if the Night Hound was the real culprit who came to the festival and massacred the students. He was a criminal as defined by the Empire. But still, Dolores knew that the Night Hound did not do anything special at the festival on the day of the incident. So the article should be less emotional and only list the true facts. The Saint started looking at Vikir, who was sitting there calmly, while she realized that he was the one who had written the article under the influence of the club advisor, Professor Vinci Morgue. She was not able to believe that even when the Night Hound did so much good, Vikir was writing against him, but she did not know that the Night Hound was Vikir himself. Vikir started asking Dolores if she had not been busy with the student council work throughout the festive season. But however, the girl still wanted Vikir not to write an article without checking the facts. She scattered all the articles onto the table, along with some letters telling everyone that it was an official testament from the Imperial Guard, who she met this morning, and it said that the person who recently destroyed major facilities in the Imperial capital was not the Night Hound, but the warlock instead. The Saint analyzed and told everyone that the Night Hound's main weapon was a knife. But if they looked at the recently discovered site of vandalism, there were almost no knife marks at all, and the only mark which was left was signifying a huge snake which had crawled through it. And the Saint even knew the official name of the villain who did all this, and her official name was Ms. Ouroboros. She was presumably a female villain, and the purpose of the attack was unknown, but the action was presumed to be at the graduate level. Still, the weapon used by the Ouroboros was unknown, and the Saint only knew that maybe some kind of snake creature was involved. But since all the eyewitnesses were finished off by the villains, they were not able to prove anything. So from now on, Dolores wanted Vikir not to blame all the evil deeds on the Night Hound. And since there were 3 villains, they should clearly distinguish between each of their crimes and know how to tackle them separately. But Vikir was doing everything after thinking it through, knowing that actually knowing about the identity of the villain does not matter, because criticizing the Night Hound was always done and will be done no matter what. Vikir was just thinking of creating a critical image for a situation where there was suspicion. Meanwhile, Tudor interrupted, wondering about who on earth was having a name like Miss Ouroboros, because the only thing that had been revealed was that the villain leaves a mark that looks like a giant snake had crawled through the buildings. But one of the other council members wondered about how Dolores found out that the villain was a woman. The Saint explained that she left lipstick marks wherever she committed the crime, so it was evidently clear. Ouroboros was having a mentality of trying to show off her crimes no matter what. Meanwhile, Vikir was deep in thought as everyone else was bickering, thinking that it was impossible to know whether the purpose of this discussion was longing for the Night Hound or resentment instead. But he was sure that whatever the reason was, if Ouroboros was an obstacle while hunting demons, They would just have to deal with it no matter what. But suddenly the whole meeting was interrupted by Anna, who came inside with a lot of papers in her hand. Even Dolores wondered about why there were so many documents, and Anna explained that after the festival, the student council received a whole lot of reports which they would have to analyze. Anna got through all the papers and took out an envelope, telling Vikir that there was also mail which was addressed to him. The boy thanked her and started opening the envelope, wondering about why he had got mail which was specifically addressed to him. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl also came near Vikir while he was looking at the letter in shock. But both of them realized that it was nothing special because it was just information on payment of first semester tuitions. As the scene shifts, we see that Vikir was sitting with Penelope as he was talking to his big brother. Vikir told him to not spend a lot of money on the tuition fees. But the big brother was not ready, telling Vikir that he was going to pay as much as he wanted to the academy for his siblings' well-being. He wondered about what was holding his little brother back, and Vikir started explaining that he wanted to hide the fact that he was a Baskerville within the academy because he did not want to spend Baskerville's money and make his daytime activities a hassle. There was only less than a week left until the scholarship deadline, but still, he did not want to do what other people recommend, and does not want to depend on anybody. Vikir was sure that he would get a full scholarship, but it did not happen because his attitude score was deducted. But on the other hand, the big brother wondered about why Vikir was trying to hide his skills inside the academy. The man started making delusions inside his mind, remembering how he read some story about a man who hides his true strength from the academy but was the strongest, and thought that Vikir wanted to be like that too. Even the big brother wanted to do something like that once upon a time, and wanted a situation where he hid his strength among the weak and showed up at the critical moment. So, if Vikir wants to do that, it was fine. As Penelope was sleeping, the man suggested Vikir do a monster hunting part-time job, which would pay him well. The man explained that if Vikir got a guide from the guild and went hunting monsters, his chances of realizing his dreams would also increase. Even when the boy did not know what his dream was, he still decided to give it a try. As soon as he heard about the guide, someone came into his mind, and he was one of the warriors who made a great contribution to the human allied forces when the Age of Destruction finally arrived. Most of the monster encyclopedias that Vikir knew about were created by him in the future, and the research field called monster ecology was also founded by him as he began his research on the monsters. But still, the man was a completely wild maniac who did not belong anywhere. And even in the future battle of destruction against the demon, he died early because he had no background to support him. But still, Vikir knew him pretty well, and a smile appeared on his face as he thought about something. He knew that if he found the man, he could still be alive for the future, and it would change everything for the better. Vikir had a beaming smile on his face while he thanked his brother, deciding to try doing it. And the man started blushing, knowing that he had finally held a Vikir in something. The scene shifts to the guide guild, Sherpa, where everyone started screaming as their leader came back. We see a huge man who was traveling with a giant axe on his back as he carried it all alone. Everyone was shocked by looking at this wonder. As the members asked their leader about how the hunting went, the man was happy as we came to know that his name was Miniature Pincher, aka Mini Pin, and all the members were getting happy about the fact that the guild leader had got such a huge prey, because the graduate level skills were completely different from any normal martial artists. Mini Pin decided to have a rest, and we came back to the guild leader's room where the man was sleeping on the table itself while thinking about something. He was looking at all the accounts and realized that the money was not enough, and this month's expenses were going off the chart. He knew that with this amount he could only make a living. But paying salaries to the guild members was not easy, as they were increasing, and he could not work as he wanted to because of the worries that surrounded the large mercenary guild. He knew that it was only natural to feel sad if he did not have a partner behind him. But this was all his fault, because if he had not been scammed into pursuing his dreams when he was young, then he would not have been this financially strained when it mattered. But still, like a fool, he wanted to run towards that dream even now if he still had the chance. He wanted to take the Iron Blood test and enter the Baskerville family, as it was his ultimate dream. As the scene shifts, we see that a hooded figure came near one of the guild members, asking if someone named Mini Pin was the leader of the guild. And the man was furious, wondering about who the hooded person was and why he was calling the guild leader's name so carelessly. The hooded figure wanted to avoid any problems, telling the man that he was a customer who came to make a request. But the member was not ready to listen, thinking that the mystery man was abusing their leader. But before the man could process anything, the hooded figure passed him without any trace, and even the member was shocked. He was furious as he started to backstab the hooded figure. But this was enough, and a red aura started appearing in the eyes of the mystery man as he dealt with all the members one by one. They were not even able to catch him, After this was done, the mystery man jumped through the window and called out to Minnie Pin, realizing that it was the guild leader's room. The leader was surprised, wondering about who the hooded figure was, and without wasting any more time, Vikir told Minnie Pin that he was a customer who wanted to make a request, and he immediately grabbed the form from his cloak and got it closer to the leader's throat. The man realized that the hooded figure was indeed fast, so blazing fast that the man could not even react. He knew that the hooded figure was quite talented, and he started opening the requesting form, wondering about what the task was. But as he looked at the form, it was so roughly filled that the leader rejected it. But just then, the hooded figure asked the leader to become his guide and help him in monster hunting. It was then that Minnie Pin realized that the hooded figure was none other than Vikir van Baskerville himself, who came to recruit Minnie Pin and become his client. As the scene shifts to the night, we see that Minnie Pin was going along with Vikir as he read the request of Vikir van Baskerville, who was affiliated with the Colossal Academy, and requested to hire one guide for the purpose of subduing monsters. The man was not able to believe that the person standing in front of him was really the one and only Vikir, as it was really an honor for him to see the boy again because he really wanted to meet him, and thought that it was not possible when he got the news that Vikir was dead. But the boy, on the other hand, did not want his identity to be revealed, and told the man to be quiet and not call out his name again and again. Minnie Pin slowed down his voice and apologized to Vikir, telling him that he just wanted to join the Baskervilles, but still he was not successful in doing so. Even Vikir remembered that Minnie Pin wanted to do it, and even before regression, Minnie Pin had a dream of becoming a Baskerville from the start. Only the thought of becoming one with the family that subdues monsters on the Western Front, named the Iron-Blooded Sword family, was making Minnie Pin blush like crazy, because he knew that if he became a member of the Baskerville family he would be taught the Baskerville technique of the sword and become an invincible swordsman himself. He told Vikir that some people promised to let him join the Baskerville family if he gave them his house along with his land, and Minnie Pin was ready to do so and thought that it would make his wife really happy. But of course he was scammed by the brokers, and everything went to waste for his unrealistic dream. But on the other hand, Vikir knew that Minnie Pin's swordsmanship was at the level of a graduator, and it was enough to belong to any top-tier mercenary guild. But still, he was not getting recognition. Suddenly, the boy started speaking, telling Minnie Pin that he could make his dream come true, depending on what the man was ready to do for him. Hearing that, Minnie Pin did not even care, smiling with his blushing face, knowing that his dream was definitely going to come true. He was ready to work hard no matter what. As the scene shifts, we see that both Minnie Pin and Vikir were traveling on a horse wagon. Vikir explained to Minnie Pin that he had a top-secret mission, so he was attending the Colossal Academy while hiding his identity, as it was a secret even within the family, so no aid was received by him from the Baskervilles. And that's why Vikir had come to Minnie Pin, who was the most capable guide in the whole area, so that he could slay some monsters and raise money for his tuition. Hearing that, Minnie Pin was completely touched, realizing that the person that he respected the most in the whole Baskerville personally praised him. Vikir wanted Minnie Pin to call him an employer rather than his real name. And as the man was completely pumped, he started screaming, telling his employer that he would keep it in mind. Vikir knew that Minnie Pin was actually really capable of being a guide, so he decided to trust him. But as Vikir was still an academy student, he did not want to catch a really powerful monster which would raise suspicions. So he asked the guide about which monsters he could catch, so that even if he caught them a lot, he would not be suspected. The man started thinking for a while as he tried to get some monster which was not too strong but had good value, and then he came to know about the creature which was called the Gnolls. It was a monster who was bizarre, with the head of a hyena and the body of a dwarf, who lived in groups in the alpine areas on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Even when these monsters were barely sea level, they possessed extreme risk when they gathered as a colony and came to hunt, and then they upgraded to grade A monsters. And since each Gnoll's combat power was weak, Vikir could easily kill many of them, even as a first-year academy student, so he would be able to avoid any doubts. Gnolls was an ecologically disturbing species which were to be regulated by the imperial family. So there was a bounty per animal and even for its skin, knees and bones, which could be sold for high prices. After getting this information, Vikir was finally able to believe that Minnie Pin was definitely capable, even before the demonic fall. And after a bit of travel, the duo finally reached the habitat of the Gnolls, where all of them were roaming around and scattered for hunting for their prey. The Gnolls were restless creatures and they had a habit of collecting shiny objects. So the most common hunting method was to lure and kill all of them by scattering glass beads. But as Vikir also knew everything about hunting, he told the man that the glass bead method was only used when encountering a small number of Gnolls. but as there was a large number of them present there, Vikir decided not to use this method and instead do something else. As soon as the man turned around, he saw that a large snake was following Vikir, and just when it tried to attack, Vikir slashed its head off, even without moving or having a sword. The man was so shocked that he wondered about what powers Vikir had to slash the snake's head without moving an inch, but Vikir was unfazed, asking the man if there was some oil in the barrels of the wagon. Even when the man was confused and did not know what Vikir was going to do, he agreed that oil was indeed present. Vikir explained that as they had oil it would be enough to eliminate the entire colony with minimal fighting, and Minnie-Pin saw that a large amount of blood was dropping from the beheaded snake. He wondered about how Vikir was going to subdue all the gnolls, which had a large colony that even the Empire's subjugation army gave up on. But now as the man looked at Vikir, he had a really terrifying smiling face, which was eminent, as he was the Bloodhound everyone knew in the past. Minnie-Pin worried about what Vikir was thinking, as it was way above his mind. As the scene shifts, we see that he carried a large number of oil barrels towards Vikir, who was still having a lookout at the cave where the gnolls were standing guard. The boy slowly but surely came closer to the cave entrance, which was full of these filthy creatures, and as they had red crimson eyes they were ready to tear their prey apart. Even the man was really getting nervous because he knew that anyone should not go that close to the gnolls, and if Vikir touched their dens hastily, then these creatures would flood the nearby villages and find their prey in the place, completely destroying the villages. But as Minnie-Pin already knew Vikir, he knew that there was no way that the boy would make a plan which would overlook that dangerous possibility. And now even the man was getting curious. Looking at Vikir in action as a bloodhound from the Baskerville family, he wondered about how Vikir would subdue all the gnolls. As the scene shifts, we see that even the man had come closer to the cave, putting all the oil barrels in a circular formation. He knew that there were 3 entrances to the gnolls' lair in the mountain, so he wondered if this was the entrance to the lower level. Vikir radiated with the crimson aura as he touched the surface of the cave and started feeling the flow of mana. He knew that the masters were known as superhumans for a reason. After the boy became a smooth master, he could feel each and every bit of aura more clearly, and in his current state he knew that he could explore the mountain even without going inside. Minnie-Pin was shocked as he saw multiple explosions coming out of the cave which Vikir was checking out. And even before he had to do anything, the gnolls came running out through the surface. As soon as they came running, the oil barrels fell onto them, and Vikir used the flaming torch to make the oil burst in flames. He was not able to believe that the strategy he used while living in the forest was still useful. And even when it did not work out till the end, he was still only up against low-level gnolls instead of the 6-legged madam that he fought with the strategy. Vikir had an ominous smile on his face as the creatures realized that they were going to meet their end. The boy threw the flaming torch onto the monstrous creatures while telling them to struggle as much as they could. These filthy creatures were screaming in pain and agony as they started getting destroyed. Vikir knew that the reason why fire was dangerous in an unknown space was because fire can spread, and the smoke that it creates is poisonous. But since Vikir had blocked the upper entrances after the explosion, the smoke had nowhere to escape, causing it to seep through the pack of gnolls and kill them without much effort. On the other hand, the guide was completely shocked because even when Vikir was against monsters he hadn't batted an eye from taking numerous lives, and he had become much crueler and more meticulous than the man had ever imagined. Now Minnie-Pin knew the actual power of being a Baskerville, and his eyes were gleaming with a golden aura as he thought that Vikir was completely a cool guy. After the fire was finished, Vikir had a look near the tent and saw all the monsters slamming onto the ground, lifeless. As the man had expected, the gnolls inside had died from smoke inhalation, and he bowed down to Vikir, acknowledging his experience of hunting even when he himself had been hunting for a long time. But he was not shocked that he came to learn something from the best Baskerville in the region. On the other hand, Vikir told the man to forget the flattery because maybe some gnolls had survived there, so they should not drop their guard no matter what. But the man was really flustered knowing that Vikir was actually worried about him. Vikir, on the other hand, was finding way too many similarities in the guide which reminded him of the Secretary-General Chihuahua. And after finishing the things off at the entrance, both of them decided to go inside the cave and get their loot. But it was then that the guy had suddenly noticed something and pierced his sword through it. Vikir wanted to know what was wrong, and the man explained that he saw some man-made traces inside the cave. So he started slamming the place with his sword, and after 2 or 3 slams both the man and Vikir were shocked because they saw a large amount of treasure which was hidden by an individual inside the cave. Judging from how it looked, the boy immediately knew that someone was using the cave as a safe for hiding money. But the guy did not think so, telling Vikir that he was jumping to conclusions because even the gnolls liked hoarding shiny things. So it was possible that the money was hoarded by them instead. but as Vikir looked closely at the coins he noticed that the gold coins were not officially released by the banks because they didn't have serial numbers. So there was no way that some dumb gnolls could get their hands on these. But the man was shocked by this, wondering about who would have the guts to store their money inside the cave of gnolls. Vikir knew one thing for sure, that the person who was using the place as a treasure house was strong enough to kill all the gnolls and take their gold when the time arrived. And as the field shifts, we see two slender legs coming inside the cave, as it resembled a female who was shocked by the fact that some rats had crawled into her coin box. We get a close-up of her face as it was hidden by a face mask. While the female truly resembled a demon, Vikir took a deep look at the gold coin to analyze it. One thing was certain in his mind: the person who used a monster's lair as a warehouse had to be a strong individual, someone confident enough to kill all the gnolls and take the gold coins without much effort. Minnie Pin wondered if Vikir was implying that the possession of the gold coins was the result of a bank robbery, because otherwise there would be no explanation for them. Now that Vikir was thinking about it, he remembered reading an article in the newspaper about a recent bank robbery. He remembered it clearly because he had written the article himself. The thief was a copycat who imitated the criminal behavior of the Night Hound and used his name as a cover. So if anyone discovered the robbery, they would blame the Night Hound instead. It was the same individual who had destroyed the capital's main facilities and disappeared with all the wealth stored inside. Moreover, all the witnesses were murdered, and the nickname had been created based solely on the high-heeled footprints left at the scene, along with traces that looked like a giant snake had passed by. Suddenly, as Vikir was recalling these events, a long rope came swinging toward him and slammed into the ground between Minnie Pin and himself. While Vikir remained unfazed, Minnie Pin was a bit shocked and turned around, wondering who had thrown such a tight rope at them. It revealed that the individual they had been discussing was actually a female thief wearing a tight dress, her body flexible and agile. The lady wondered if these humans were the ones messing with her piggy bank and looting it. As Vikir turned around, he realized that the lady was none other than Miss Ouroboros herself. He also understood that the image of a giant snake was actually created by her whip. Additionally, the lady was using magic to alter her voice, making her untraceable. Meanwhile, Ouroboros told Vikir and Minnie Pin that they were lucky to find a hidden warehouse within gnolls' territory, but she also wondered whether their discovery was actually a blessing or something that would turn out badly for them. She was clearly angry that some intruders had entered her warehouse, but now that she had seen Vikir in person, she couldn't believe he was actually inside the den. Vikir watched the lady's expression and sensed that something had suddenly changed. The woman quickly covered her face and began smiling strangely. Vikir wondered if Miss Ouroboros actually knew who he was. The lady muttered to herself that she had hit the jackpot. She wondered if the secret item had entered her warehouse on its own without her needing to search for it. As the lady powered up, Vikir noticed the dense purple aura around her. It was so thick that normal creatures would suffocate from it. Vikir realized that she was at least graduate level or higher, and that if Minnie Pin entered a fight with someone like her, he would definitely be killed. Vikir knew he had no choice but to step up and fight, but if he revealed his skills to someone who might know him and then lost the fight, the risks would increase, so he wondered how to handle the situation without raising suspicion. Meanwhile, Minnie Pin turned to Vikir, realizing that the boy was deep in thought. But as a true prodigy and genius revered as a hero, Minnie Pin assumed Vikir had realized his limits and was simply afraid to fight Miss Ouroboros, a top-level graduate. Then, with sudden resolve, Minnie Pin turned to Vikir and told him that by now the Imperial Guard should be patrolling under the mountain, so his employer should go and join them. Vikir was surprised as he watched Minnie Pin power up with a golden aura. Minnie Pin told Vikir that he would somehow distract the thief and draw her away from the entrance, giving Vikir the chance to escape and join the guards. He was sure this would be his end, but said that even though it was brief, it had been an honor to meet the hero of Baskerville. Immediately after saying that, Minnie Pin leapt toward the lady, charging at incredible speed, glowing with a golden aura, drawing his sword and slashing at her with immense strength. But the lady was so flexible and agile that she dodged the attack with ease. In doing so, Minnie Pin caught sight of something below that made him feel like he was seeing heaven, completely struck by the view. But still, as Minnie Pin was fighting, he decided to focus entirely on the battle and slashed at the lady once again, nearly tearing her tight dress. Now the lady was truly angry. Her favorite dress had been ruined by a man. She took a sadistic turn, sending multiple whiplashes toward him, striking all over his body as blood splattered across the ground. Minnie Pin already knew he was no match for the sadistic woman. He realized that he had nearly lost consciousness after just one whiplash. It felt as though his flesh were bursting and his bones breaking from a single blow. The man could no longer hold onto his sword and it fell from his grip. He understood then that even though both he and the woman were graduates, the difference in their skill level was like night and day. Still, his resolve to look beneath the lady's dress remained burning, and he was ready to endure the extreme pain of her sadistic slashes, hoping to achieve two things at once: protect Vikir and reach heaven. The man was certain these were his final moments. He believed Vikir would one day become a swordmaster, and it would be a shame for him to die in a place like this. Minipin smiled, content with his life, thinking perhaps his mission had always been to die here to protect Vikir no matter what. Desperate, he decided to launch one last attack. He channeled his golden aura into a single punch and prepared to strike the woman. But suddenly, a familiar voice called out, telling him not to waste his precious life on something so foolish. A rock flew toward the thief lady and exploded into a sticky liquid, covering her face in glue. As the thief struggled to wipe it away, Vikir suddenly appeared behind her, shocking both her and Minipin. The woman knew she needed to remove the glue immediately, but the white liquid clung stubbornly to her mouth. It was too late. Vikir got behind her and delivered a kick and didn't hesitate to use the same moves against a strong woman that he would against a man. The sight was both frightening and thrilling for Minipin. As the scene shifted, we saw that both Vikir and Minipin had exited the cave, which then collapsed behind them, burying the thief's body. After the dust and debris settled, Vikir complimented Minipin on his impressive strength, but the man was shocked. He had now seen the boy's true power with his own eyes. As the dust cleared, they saw that even the lady had survived. She was unable to comprehend how a child possessed such strength. Minipin was badly injured, and Vikir lifted him onto his back to carry him. Vikir had known from the beginning that Ouroboros wouldn't die from the level of power she had shown, because he couldn't reveal in front of Minipin that he was actually a swordmaster rather than a graduate. So he decided to use this chance to escape and prioritize safety. The lady, brutally injured, wondered why the boy hadn't finished her off and was instead running away. But then Vikir suddenly stopped and turned back. He told her that she should run too, because he would soon return with the Imperial Guard and they wouldn't let her escape. Vikir then repeated the same words the lady had once used on him, saying that if she planned to tamper with his warehouse, she'd better be prepared or she'd be brutally damaged. He wore a truly sinister smile as he spoke, wishing Ouroboros goodbye. The lady couldn't believe that her prey had now become the hunter. She was also furious that the man had fought well. Vikir turned around and left the cave with a grin on his face, and seeing that smile, the injured Minipin wondered what was going on in his mind. Vikir told him that even though he had lived a long time, he was still learning many things about himself and others, and that from Minipin's loyal and courageous act, he realized things might turn out differently from the past. Now his new life seemed ready to take many exciting turns. The soldiers were shocked and silent when they saw that the Null's colony had been completely defeated. News of the loss spread fast, especially when the Imperial Guard arrived and made it absolutely clear the Nulls had lost. But somehow, Vikir got away from all the confusion. By the time the Imperial Guard attacked the Null's home, Miss Ouroboros had already disappeared. She left behind many valuable things, hidden goods, money that hadn't been printed yet, and even cash without serial numbers. Everything in the Null's home was taken and carefully moved to the treasury for safekeeping. Later, Vikir went to visit Minipin, who was badly hurt from fighting Ouroboros. Vikir gave Minipin a big bag of coins. He explained that this was what was left after selling the stolen goods and getting the reward for defeating the Nulls. Even though the animal skins were damaged by fire and smoke, the bones, claws, and teeth still sold for a good price. After explaining this, Vikir asked about Minipin's injuries. Vikir didn't expect Minipin to pretend he was fine, and Minipin didn't. He honestly said that every part of his body hurt, but the doctors had told him that once he healed, he wouldn't have any trouble doing his normal daily activities. Vikir then understood that Minipin was not just a regular guide, he was an experienced fighter and a strong graduate. Vikir felt Minipin truly deserved the money and told him to keep it. Vikir pushed the bag of coins towards him. Minipin was stunned by how much gold there was and couldn't speak. Vikir smiled a little and told him that he had also generously included money for his pain and medical costs, knowing that someone so injured wouldn't be able to work for a while. Minipin was deeply moved by Vikir's kindness. He called Vikir his employer and almost started to cry. When he asked if Vikir would go back to the academy now, Vikir said he had to, as his studies were waiting. Still, Minipin felt very thankful to have spent even this short time with someone as brave as Vikir of the Baskervilles. Suddenly, Vikir changed the topic. He asked Minipin if he knew a lot about monsters. The question surprised Minipin, but he answered proudly. As a child, he had traveled all over the continent, learning about dangerous monsters. He knew how they behaved, where they lived, where their nests were, and he could easily tell the difference between different types of monsters. Hearing this, Vikir smiled slightly, as if he was making a note in his mind. He simply told Minipin to wait for him. He would definitely ask him to come on another trip. This made Minipin blush and cry tears of joy. He realized he had found not just a kind employer but someone who would always hire him. The scene changed, going back to the academy where Vinci Morgue was complaining in his office. He grumbled to himself that he was the only one who actually did any work, while the other teachers were lazy. Just then, a knock stopped his private complaints. He sighed and told the person to come in. It was Dolores, the persistent student from the newspaper club. Morgue groaned when he saw her and asked why she was bothering him again. But Dolores was still determined. She had come to talk about students who needed scholarships to keep studying. She held request forms from students asking for time off because of family problems. But that wasn't all. Dolores had also put together a detailed report about students who couldn't get good grades because they had to work part-time. She also had information on students who didn't work part-time so they could focus on school and get scholarships. The differences in their situations were huge, and it even made Morgue dizzy. She then shared something even more serious. Some students were cheating the system. They claimed to be poor on paper but were secretly from rich families, all to get scholarship money dishonestly. Dolores demanded that the current scholarship recipients be checked again so the money could go to those who truly needed it. Finally, Morgue spoke. He reminded her that scholarships were given out strictly according to the Academy's rules. He pointed out that Dolores, as the student council president, was supposed to uphold and protect those rules. But Dolores refused to give up. She urged the professor to look closely at the students who were disqualified, whose situations the rules didn't seem to cover. Morgue stared at her, frustrated, asking if she really expected him to do work he had already done once, and now she wanted him to do it again. What followed was a heated argument. Dolores fought to defend the complaints of struggling students, which was her job as student council president. But Morgue argued back, wondering aloud who would pay him for all this extra work since no one was going to double his salary. Dolores was shocked that he would put money before the future of students. But before she could reply, the office door opened again. This time Vikir walked in, calm and composed. Morgue immediately scolded him for coming in without knocking. He asked sarcastically if Vikir had learned anything about manners at home. Vikir thought back to his childhood and simply replied that his father only taught him one thing: the strong are respected and the weak are trampled. He said this was the Baskerville way. Even though he had more to say, he stayed quiet and just nodded, leaving both Dolores and Morgue speechless. The quiet feeling of awkwardness stayed until Morgue asked Vikir why he was there. Did he also want to ask for a scholarship? But Vikir walked closer. Without saying anything, he put a big bag of money on the table. He had not come to ask for help but to pay all his school fees. Morgue looked on, surprised and unable to believe it. How could someone who seemed to have very little money suddenly have so much? Vikir calmly explained that he had gone on a trip. He had fought many gnolls and ended up in the middle of a big event where a fire had started near their cave, destroying the whole gnoll group. The professor looked at him with narrow, suspicious eyes. He said the story was a clear lie. But Vikir calmly told him to check the details with Minnie Pin, who was his guide on the trip. That should be enough proof for him to sign up for the next school term. Still in shock, Morgue pointed out that only a few gold coins were needed for the monthly fees, but Vikir had paid much more than that. The boy explained that he was paying for all 4 years at once, including the registration fees. He even added with a shrug that any money left over could be thought of as a donation. Now feeling completely overwhelmed, the professor joked that with so much money, Vikir might as well be buying a building. Maybe he wasn't there to be a student at all. Maybe he was trying to get a teaching job instead. But Vikir didn't react. Dolores, who had been watching everything quietly, just observed the two of them. One was surprised and the other didn't show any emotion. Finally, Vikir said that he wanted to donate all the money left in the bag to students who needed scholarships. The professor stood up in surprise, wondering if he had heard correctly. But before he could react more, Vikir added a rule. Any student who got the money would have to complete a certain number of hours doing volunteer work. The professor narrowed his eyes and asked if Vikir wanted the Academy's scholarship to be renamed Vikir's Scholarship. But Vikir didn't care about the sarcastic comment. He simply said that the donation should be listed as coming from someone who wanted to remain anonymous. He also said that the scholarship should have a different name: Perry's Scholarship. Dolores, standing nearby, was deeply touched by Vikir's quiet act of kindness. The boy had named the scholarship after Perry, the girl who had given her life fighting the demon. It was his way of remembering her. Vikir spoke calmly, telling the professor to make the plans as he had asked. Around them, people started to whisper. As the scene changed, Dolores was in a meeting room. They were announcing a new scholarship program. Everyone was excited. A secret donor had shown up. This donor was offering full scholarships to students who would volunteer at orphanages. Nobles and children from powerful families were not allowed to join the program. This made it clear that the scholarship was meant to help those who were struggling. The student council guessed about who the unknown helper could be. It was someone who had just saved the futures of many poor students. But while everyone talked, Dolores was thinking about other things. She was thinking about Vikir. He had gotten the top score on the mid-semester written test. He also did the best in the practical exams. Everything he did was planned and done very well. He also got along well with his classmates. Even so, there was something about him that was hard to understand. His cold, thinking look was always hidden behind his glasses. Dolores could not quite figure out what he was thinking, but she remembered something important. He had asked for the scholarship to be called Perry's Scholarship, and he had quietly honored the memory of the girl who had died. That simple act showed the warmth hidden inside Vikir, even though he seemed distant. A feeling of curiosity, maybe even a feeling of responsibility, pulled at her. She decided to go talk to Vikir in person. Maybe it was just her duty as a fellow club member, or maybe it was something else she wasn't ready to say. She blushed a little but then scoffed, as if brushing off the feeling. She made her way to the school dorms. She knocked on the door near Vikir and Piggy's shared room. Piggy opened it. He was surprised to see the student council president standing there. Dolores looked around and asked where Vikir was. Piggy told her he had no idea. Vikir had disappeared again, just like he often did. He would wander through the night with no clear place to go. He never left any clues about where he went. That answer made Dolores feel something stir inside her. She stepped into the room quickly, looking around. It was very plain. Vikir's bottom bed was almost empty. There were no decorations, no belongings. It looked like a room used by someone who was always ready to leave at any moment. Piggy was clearly worried. He wondered out loud if his roommate had some kind of problem or reason for being so secret. Dolores listened to every word carefully. Her gut feeling told her that something was strange, but she didn't show what she was thinking. She just thanked Piggy for the information and said sorry for bothering him so late. Piggy was left confused, but he did notice one thing, her expression. Something about it told him that she knew much more than she was letting on. As Dolores walked away, she thought to herself, was Vikir really the one she had been looking for all this time, the mysterious person whose path seemed to be hidden in shadows, but whose every action left behind a quiet, clear mark? The scene changed to the main train station, specifically platform 999, where Bianca was waiting for her train. The other members of the newspaper club were behind her, talking quietly among themselves. They weren't sure if Bianca was going on a relaxing vacation or if she knew the Olympiad survival contest was about to start. But Bianca stayed calm. She was sure that Colosio Academy would win. It was the best school in the empire, famous for its excellent graduates in all areas, so there was nothing to worry about. The Olympiad survival contest was a big event held between 4 of the most respected universities in the empire, and it had finally begun. One of the competing schools was the Varangian Boot Camp, located in the cold north. It was known for its intense training with weapons like swords and spears, and for its expert archers. Then there was the Mischira Women's University, which offered an education as good as Colossio's, but only for female students. The Eastern Magic Tower, a famous place for mages and monks who specialized in magic and drew talented people from all over the world, was hosting this year's event. Tudor, who was always curious, leaned in and asked if the contest would be held at the Magic Tower itself. Bianca confirmed it, explaining that the contest was taking place in a southern city called Dortsmile, where the Magic Tower was located. Apparently, the Magic Tower had been turned into a resort to hold the large crowd that would come to watch the event. As they talked, a loud announcement interrupted them, saying that the Continental Circuit train was arriving. Every student looked at the tracks in amazement as the huge train pulled in. It moved gracefully despite its size and stopped as a large magic circle lit up, activated by powerful mages nearby. The group was stunned by the sight. Piggy's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was his first time riding the legendary magic train, which ran completely on magic and didn't need fuel or an engine. Sancho, standing next to him, casually mentioned he had already ridden it once when he first joined the academy. But Bianca quickly cut him off. Reminding everyone not to embarrass themselves once they got on the train, she emphasized that students from the other academies were already on the train from earlier stops, and if the Colosio students acted foolishly, they would immediately be seen as incompetent. They couldn't afford to look like clueless newcomers. As the students got ready to get on the train, the station gates opened. Students from the other universities started to step out. Both guys and girls walked with a confident way that showed they had practiced. Some of them looked very beautiful, others not so much. But all of them had one thing in common. They seemed so sure of themselves, almost like no one could touch them. Piggy was surprised and blinked his eyes as more and more of them quietly came down. There were so many of these rivals, and their presence made his stomach feel a little twisted. Tudor looked around and quietly said that maybe the students had gotten off the train for a short time to buy things at one of the shops. But the feeling in the air didn't match that idea. There was a tense feeling in the air. It was the kind of tension that made it seem like the students, especially the men, were judging their opponents and might want to attack them if they had the chance. Even Sancho, who had moved to Colosio after getting the best score on the Varangian entrance exam, looked worried. He knew that someone might challenge him to a fight right away, which he wouldn't mind at all. He always liked a good fight. Bianca, who now understood Sancho's past better, thought that if even he felt nervous, Sinclair must be under even more pressure. Sinclair had joined Colosio after getting the top rank on the Magic Tower's entrance exam, and also holding the top spot at the Mischiro Women's University. If anyone had a good name to protect, it was her. Everyone knew that a lot was at stake. Winning the Olympiad meant becoming famous and being recognized. Losing meant becoming a joke. As they realized this, Bianca and Sinclair both became quiet. The heavy feeling of what was expected of them settled on their shoulders. Tudor, noticing that they were uneasy, tried to make them feel better. He pointed out that the really important players in the competition were the third-year students. He explained that 50% of the students taking part were third years, 30% were second years, and only 20% were first years, so they had some room to relax. He also said that if they managed to be in the top 10, each of them would be able to get rare treasures from a special treasure room that all 4 universities shared. That idea made the newspaper club feel motivated again. At the very least, they hoped to win just one treasure, so they would have something to show for their hard work. Still, Tudor thought it would have been better if Vikir had come with them. He had a lot of things to do, but it still hurt that he had chosen to travel separately. Tudor wasn't sure if Vikir had truly left them or if he was just keeping an earlier promise. Sancho, on the other hand, actually admired Vikir for sticking to his word. In his opinion, keeping a contract no matter what happened showed true strength of character. Bianca suddenly remembered that Vikir's assigned seat was only a few train cars ahead of theirs. That thought made her uneasy. She wondered if a fight might break out between him and students from other schools. Piggy heard this and felt very worried. He was scared that Vikir might get into trouble if he pushed things too much. Piggy didn't know how truly strong Vikir was, but Bianca quickly told him not to worry. She said he should stop thinking about the other teams for now. Instead, she thought they should be more concerned about the people already on their own team. The newest person on their team was Grenouille de Leviathan. He was the third son of the dangerous poison Leviathan family, which was one of the 7 big noble families of the Empire. People said Grenouille was the most amazing genius his family had ever seen. He had never let anyone be better than him. He was very proud and acted like a spoiled child. At least that's what everyone said. But everything changed when he went to Colosio Academy. He came in second place on the entrance exam. Second place. He had never expected to fail like that. It hurt even more because the person who beat him was Sinclair. She was a girl with no known family and was just a normal person. This shame hurt him more than any knife. For the first time, Grenouille felt feelings he didn't understand. It started with being angry, then confused, then interested. Soon these feelings became something very much like love. He was lost from the moment he first saw her. Her platinum hair shined like silver in the sunlight. Her smooth white skin looked bright. Her big doll-like eyes made his heart jump. When you added her pretty nose and mouth and her long thin legs, Grenouille was completely charmed. The proud son of Leviathan was shocked to realize he had started to cheer for her. Even when he tried to deny it and tell himself he couldn't be falling for a normal person, it was true. Still, he tried to get closer to her. He couldn't even say her name, always calling her commoner in a mean way. But he still tried to talk to her. He even asked her to join their group if she wasn't already in one. But every time he tried to get close, Sinclair would turn away from him. She would go straight to someone else, Vikir. This made Grenouille furious. His crush, the girl he admired, was smiling and talking to another boy. And not just any boy, but one he thought was not even worth his attention. Vikir wasn't just a normal person, he was a handsome normal person, which made it even worse. Grenouille had no real reason to hate him. No reason except that Sinclair paid more attention to Vikir than to him. That was all it took. Then he realized the cruel truth. Grenouille became part of Vikir's group. The moment he saw Vikir sitting at the table, Grenouille quickly went up to him. He lifted his boot as if to kick Vikir in the face, but he stopped in the air, not sure what to do. What did she see in this ordinary boy? What did he have that Grenouille, a very smart person from a rich family, did not? Maybe, he thought sadly, it was just because both Vikir and Sinclair were common people. They understood each other in ways he never could. But Grenouille would not let things end there. No, if that was the case, he would beat Vikir and make Sinclair notice him by force. This decision became strong in his mind, and he joined the group with only one goal. Acting like he was already in charge, he looked around proudly and announced he was the team's leader. He wasn't really asking, he was demanding if anyone had any problems with that. Vikir looked up, not at all surprised. He calmly said that he didn't care who was the leader as long as they were good at it. What confused him, though, was why the young man was waving his feet around and trying to put them on Vikir's lap. Grenouille replied in a pleased way, saying he needed a place to rest his feet and that Vikir's lap seemed right for it. The three people standing nearby tightened their fists, getting more and more annoyed. Their anger was barely held back as they watched their leader being made fun of. But Grenouille wasn't done. With a lot of pride, he asked if the common person had any issue with being a noble's footrest. He sneered that if Vikir had a problem, he could talk to the son of the Leviathan family. He teased Vikir more, saying that someone like him could not possibly know what it was like to live with poison in his body. He warned him not to pretend, warned him not to act like a fearless actor on a stage, or else he might wake up one day with a poisonous bug crawling inside him. Then, with a twisted smile, he asked if Vikir understood what that meant. Vikir did not even blink. He calmly stood up from his seat and mumbled something about needing to use the bathroom. Grenouille was surprised and could barely hide his annoyance. Where was this guy going in the middle of a struggle for power? But Vikir simply turned his head a little, showed a mischievous smile, and told Grenouille not to make a sound. In the very next moment, the three people moved. Without a word, they grabbed Grenouille by the head and made him quiet in one smooth action. Vikir offered a quiet apology, not for what he did, but because he had to do it. He could not have distractions. He needed to do well in this year's Olympiad survival contest. Finishing in the top 10 was the only way to get into the treasure room, and he needed that access not for himself, but because one of the old items stored inside had something dangerous, something evil. That item was known as the 7th Elite Corpse, Decoravia, and if Vikir didn't get to it first, then the results could be very bad. The 7th demon was named Decoravia. This demon was unusual because it was inanimate, meaning it wasn't alive in the usual sense. Vikir had learned about Decoravia even before he went back in time. In his past life, Decoravia was an artifact kept in a treasure room. It was a prize for the student who won a competition. Later, other people woke up this demon, and it became a powerful force among the demons during a time of great destruction. Now Vikir was in the present, but he knew about the future. He couldn't believe he had a chance to stop Decoravia before it even woke up. If he could finish in the top 10 of the competition, he would get into the treasure room. Then he could destroy Decoravia before it caused any trouble. But first he had to get rid of anything in his way. Vikir went back to his room. The triplets had already taken care of the Leviathan boy. The boy was passed out and sleeping deeply, not knowing what had happened to him. Vikir watched him quietly while the triplets gave a silent thumbs up showing they were done. The train rushed through the mountains with the wind blowing past it. Vikir felt a moment of satisfaction. That was one less problem to worry about. Finally the train stopped at the station. Students got off onto the platform. The Leviathan boy stumbled out, confused and trying to figure out what had happened. Vikir and the triplets, though, walked with a clear purpose, ignoring him. Then something up ahead caught everyone's eye. A very tall pillar stood in the distance, looking like it was floating. It was an amazing sight that made many people stop and stare. They had arrived at Dortsmile City in the southern part of the empire. What Vikir was looking at was the magic tower. The tower was long and thin, and it seemed to float in the air because of a powerful magic spell. Even modern wizards couldn't fully explain how it worked. From the outside it looked solid, but everyone knew that inside it didn't have normal width or height. It seemed to stretch endlessly into itself, a true puzzle of architecture. That tall and thin tower has space magic on it, which even today's mages can't understand. It's known that you can't figure out its width and height. Vikir wondered if it was like Andromelus's immortal barrier. Divine Immortal's ring, type. Ring, ability, barrier on. Finite hic deus. God's domain ends here. A big group of men holding flags with the magic tower's symbol appeared in front of the students. One man stepped forward to greet everyone. He welcomed them warmly, nodding that it had been a while since they had all come together. This year, they would once again meet as representatives from their different schools. One of the people there was Dolores. She smiled calmly as always. Next to her was Jurassico Bacaraga from the Varangian Training Center. There was also another woman, Lovegood Malini, who was from the Mischira Women's University. Dolores greeted everyone kindly and asked if they were doing well. They all greeted her back and said they were fine. Then the man from the tower kept talking. He nodded very precisely, like a robot. He said it had been exactly 11 months, 3 days, 11 hours, 43 minutes and 12 seconds since they last met. Jurassico didn't like how robotic he sounded. Jurassico Bacaraga was known for being strong, not smart. He didn't care for the man's fancy way of speaking, and he thought the speaker's name was even funnier than his presentation. Bianca and Sinclair looked at each other. They weren't sure if the man's real name was actually Arrogant Smarty Pants. Sinclair explained that at the Magic Tower, older students often gave funny nicknames to newer students. This seemed like another example of that. She even remembered that she was almost called Soft Cotton. That nickname made her decide to go to Colossia University instead. Even with the nickname, Sinclair remembered that the man's real name was Philippus Aureolrus Theophrastus Bombast von Hohenheim. His name was so long and hard to say that most people just didn't say it. Bianca agreed and said it was easier to just call him Smarty Pants. Piggy, who was always watchful, spoke up. He reminded them to be careful. Each of these school representatives was very strong in their own way. He pointed out that Jurassico, for example, was rumored to have defeated all the fourth-year students in his first year and practically taken over the school. Jurassico just smiled when he heard this rumor. He claimed his grandparents were wild people from the Red and Black Mountains waters. The story was clearly made bigger than it was, but he didn't say it wasn't true. As they kept introducing everyone, it became clear that both Philippus from the Magic Tower and even Dolores had never won a single match when they were in the college league. This meeting was their chance to finally do something great. Smarty Pants, even though he had a strange reputation, was very talented. He had already been chosen to be a professor at the tower. His goal now was to become the youngest Magic Tower Lord ever. Lovegood, the woman from the Women's University, was also talented in her own way. Her strength wasn't in powerful magic or being very strong. Instead, she had a charm that was so strong even powerful sorcerers found themselves drawn to her. Along with her magic training, she also worked as a dancer in one of the Empire's most famous theater groups. After reading everything in his book, Piggy made a good guess. He thought Smarty Pants would come in first place in the upcoming competition, and Jurassico would be second. Their senior, Dolores, would take third, and Lovegood would get fourth. Bianca, though, wondered how Piggy got so much information. But before she could ask, Smarty Pants stopped their talk. He pointed to the magic tower and told everyone it would be hard to go through it alone, so he would take them to their rooms right away. When it turned to night, the students looked up at the bright night sky. They loved how beautiful it was. Bianca still couldn't believe they were staying in such an amazing building. Soon after, the scene changed again. There was a huge feast set out on long tables. The food looked delicious. There were many different vegetarian and non-vegetarian dishes, along with lots of desserts. Tudor stared at the food in wonder. He could barely believe that even their rooms came with an all-you-can-eat buffet. Everything seemed better than he had thought it would be. But even with the celebration, Piggy looked worried. He asked if anyone had seen Vikir, and he was clearly getting anxious. Bianca tried to make him feel better. She pointed out that Vikir was sitting across from them, a bit to the side. Tudor joined in, saying they couldn't afford to worry about Vikir when such good food was right there. He said they should just enjoy the meal. Each school had sent their best students, 21st year, 32nd year, and 53rd year students. This made about 100 students in total. Out of 400 students, only the top 10 would get a special artifact. The chances were very slim. Suddenly, Bianca spoke up. She was upset that she had to share her room with students from Varangian. She complained that they had no culture or manners, especially when it came to food. She was shocked at how they ate like animals, without any manners at all. Meanwhile, the students from the Brutal Academy made it clear what they thought. Eating quickly was most important. One student said that meals should be eaten in the first 5 minutes or not at all. They cared more about how much they ate than how good the food was, and they ate as much as they could. After all, the buffet was free. In all the mess, a girl was pushed in the food line. At that exact moment, Sancho caught her before she fell. He then told off the rude students. He insisted that if they kept acting like this, no one else would get a chance to eat. He had also been cut in line and was clearly tired of the bad behavior. Piggy and Tudor were both surprised to see their friend near the buffet line. At the same time, a big, strong student who clearly wanted a fight saw him. He tried to make Sancho angry. He asked Sancho where the buffet line even started. He said the strongest people should eat first. He also said that students from other schools had no right to complain about how the Varangians ate. Sancho had tried to stay calm, but he was clearly getting annoyed. He warned the rude student that things could get bad if he lost his temper. As the situation got worse, the rude student finally recognized Sancho. At first, he hadn't known who Sancho was because Sancho was wearing a different school's uniform. But now it was clear. The rude student called Sancho a coward. He said Sancho ran away after taking their school's entrance exam and joined another school. Sancho replied that he had purposely chosen not to join their school. He said he couldn't stand their lack of rules and their silly behavior. He told them that he had ranked first at Varangian, but he chose to go to Colosio University instead. He was placed 5th there, but he believed he had more to learn there. Then Sancho asked a question. He asked who this person was and why he knew his name. The rude student became very angry. He shouted his name, Balasan. He claimed he had fought Sancho during the entrance exam. Tudor and Bianca started laughing. It was not surprising that Sancho didn't remember such a weak opponent. Sancho playfully told them not to make fun of the weak person. Now very angry, Balasan swore to teach Sancho a lesson. He loudly challenged all the Colosio Academy students to a competition. He wanted to prove who the strongest fighter really was. When he yelled, the 3 students from Colosio automatically looked at Vikir. They all knew that no one among them could be as strong as him. Balasan followed their eyes. He stormed toward Vikir, who was quietly eating his meal at a corner table. With a loud slam of his hand onto the table, Balasan tried to scare him. He demanded to know if Vikir was really the strongest of the first-year students. Vikir, however, was more annoyed than impressed. His food had been ruined, and that alone was enough to make him angry. He quietly thought about whether hurting everyone nearby might be the fastest way to calm his growing anger. The rude student went up to Vikir with the confident smile of someone who thought he could not be beaten. He tried to act tough. He asked Vikir if he was one of the first-year students from Colosio Academy. He also asked if Vikir happened to be the strongest among them. He expected to scare him, but Vikir didn't even blink. He gave no answer at all. Balasan's proud smile faded a little. He was annoyed because the other person didn't care at all. To try and make him react, Balasan dared Vikir to an arm wrestling match. He said it would be only about muscle, not magic or energy. Balasan teased him more, saying if he was scared he should just say so. He added that it was easy to understand being afraid of someone with his strong body. Still, Vikir whispered to himself that maybe the strongest people were the quiet ones, the ones who kept their power hidden. But while Balasan was busy making himself feel important, the other students from Colosio Academy knew exactly what would happen. The poor guy didn't realize he was about to be completely embarrassed. They watched with a mix of amusement and excitement, waiting for Vikir to show him who was boss. However, before Vikir could do anything, a calm but strong voice stopped the tension. It told Balasan to stop. It was Dolores, the president of Colosio Academy, herself. Her sudden appearance shocked everyone. She reminded the students that no fights were allowed before the upcoming competition. She told everyone to go back to their dorms and get some rest. Just as things were starting to calm down, another voice spoke from the crowd. This time it was deeper and more amused. It said it was just a harmless game between very energetic new students. The speaker said it sounded like fun and shouldn't be stopped. The students turned to see that it was Jurassico, widely known as Jurassico, the president of Varangian Academy. He was also a legendary person in his own right. As a representative of his academy, Jurassico explained that since his student had made the challenge, he had put his own pride and the honor of Varangian first years on the line. He insisted that Colosio's strongest student should step forward and respond fairly. Dolores, always calm, spoke up again. She said that while the intentions might be playful, rules were still rules. But Jurassico disagreed. He argued that the students were already full of pride and frustration. Trying to stop that would only make things worse. He pointed around at Colosio's own students, who were clearly very excited. He said that if she didn't let them have this release, it might do more harm than good. Dolores was unsure. She understood that good spirits were very important before a big event like the tournament. If she forced the students to back down now, it might break their spirit. But she also had to think about their safety and the Academy's good name. This moment needed balance, but there wasn't much time to find it. Meanwhile, Vikir was quickly losing patience. All the noise, the arguments, and the useless showing off were really bothering him. Jurassico saw the tension in the room. He told everyone not to worry, saying he would watch the match closely and stop it if things got out of control. Vikir remembered Jurassico as a strong friend to humans from his past. Jurassico was a hero with great strength and a sad past. People had treated him badly because of his Flood Seas family. Jurassico had once fought through tough times to become a respected legend. He had even faced older students in fights, leaving behind many inspiring stories. When he was young, he made strong friendships and became the leader of a close group, even though others looked down on him. Now that same man stood across from Vikir, smiling in a funny way. Finally, Vikir stepped forward and calmly said they would start the arm wrestling match. Jurassico quickly agreed, grinning widely. The young person who had started the trouble, still not understanding what was really happening, was very excited. They said how good it felt to be part of something so thrilling. Dolores looked at Vikir with worry, wondering if he was truly okay with this. But Vikir had already made up his mind. He knew he might get a lot of attention, but letting this situation get worse would make him miss a bigger chance. He knew he had to act now. Then, something unexpected happened. Instead of talking to the noisy young person, Vikir turned to the crowd. He announced that his real opponent was not the loudmouth who started everything, but Jurassico himself. Everyone in the room gasped. Even the students from Colosio, who had supported Vikir, were shocked. Balasan immediately protested, yelling that he was the one who had challenged Vikir. He accused Vikir of trying to back out because he was scared. But Jurassico was surprisingly happy. There was something about Vikir's calm manner and steady look that interested him. He immediately saw Vikir's true courage, the kind that couldn't be faked. Jurassico laughed and said he would gladly accept the challenge, clearly enjoying Vikir's boldness. The scene changed as Vikir and Jurassico stepped forward. They placed their elbows on the table. Dolores, now acting as the referee, explained the rules. Vikir would either win, lose, or give up. Dolores also said that if she felt there was any chance of serious injury, she would stop the match right away. With everything ready, Vikir and Jurassico gripped each other's hands. As soon as they did, Jurassico felt an unexpected tightness in Vikir's grip. The moment the match began, Vikir immediately started to push. He caught Jurassico off guard with his pure strength. The big man quickly fought back, but the pressure from Vikir was clear. To someone just watching, the two seemed equally strong. The students from Varangian were sure that their president would quickly defeat Vikir. They thought the boy wouldn't last a second against such great power. Yet Vikir stayed strong, showing no signs of effort, as if this was just a normal moment for him. Balasan still had no idea what was happening. He mumbled that maybe Jurassico was not trying his hardest so he would not make Vikir look bad. Balasan could not believe that anyone was as strong as their president, especially someone who looked as ordinary as Vikir. But across the room, the Varangian students watched quietly. They were nervous now. Even Piggy, who was usually happy, was worried. He quietly wondered if Vikir was okay. Sinclair could barely speak. Her eyes were fixed on the two people who were fighting silently. She waited to see who would win. Meanwhile, Tudor and his friend stood still. They were trying to understand what they were seeing. Tudor had always thought Vikir was strong because of how he played the game. But this was completely different. If even Jurassico was struggling this much, then maybe Vikir really could win. Still, it seemed almost impossible. Tudor's smart mind kept thinking about different ideas, trying to figure out what was happening in front of him. Dolores, on the other hand, watched the match with her eyes partly closed. She was looking for any sign of cheating, but what she saw was a real fight. Jurassico was clearly fighting with all his might. He had planned to hold back his strength at first, thinking the new student would give up quickly. But as soon as their hands met, his plans changed. He immediately understood that Vikir was using his power well. It was flowing through his triceps, shoulders, and forearm muscles with skill. Vikir's grip was not just strong, it was well-built, effective, and refined. Even though Jurassico was much heavier and had more muscles, he could feel the difference in Vikir's method. It was like trying to hit a stone mountain with a big stick, hoping it would move. Vikir's defense was impossible to move. Every try to beat him felt like a pointless effort to pull the earth itself out of the ground. Jurassico could not believe that a first-year student had this much skill and control. At that moment he saw a proud, quiet confidence in Vikir's face. It reminded him of his own father. No child who was new to this could copy that look. His mind was full of questions. Who was this boy really? But then Vikir finally spoke. He said calmly and simply that he was from the hunting grounds of the Beylik barbarians. These words hit Jurassico like lightning. His grip became weak because he was so shocked. The shock caused him to briefly let go of some pressure. Vikir did not waste any time. He slammed Jurassico's hand down so hard that the table under them cracked and broke into pieces. Broken bits of the table flew into the air. A cloud of splinters and dust filled the cafeteria. Students screamed and bent down to hide. Dolores quickly put up a shield to protect those nearby. For a moment, no one could see a thing. It was like a big storm had just gone through the room. When the dust cleared, Vikir was lying stretched out on the ground with broken pieces of the table all around him. Jurassico sat nearby, dizzy and confused, trying to figure out what had just happened. The table was completely broken. The fight was over. But who had won? Deep down, Jurassico already knew the answer. He had felt it in the last few seconds, an incredibly strong force pushing him down. But before he could even say he lost, Vikir spoke first. He calmly said that he had lost. Everyone was surprised, but the room suddenly filled with cheers. People from both sides clapped loudly. Even students from Varangian cheered for Vikir's bravery. They admired how much courage it took for someone who seemed so normal to face their president and handle his huge strength. A weak person could never do something like that. That fight proved something important. Vikir was not just any new student, and Colossio Academy should not be underestimated. Jurassico, even though his body and pride were hurt, stood up and helped Vikir get to his feet. Speaking in his own tribal language, Jurassico told Vikir that he was the pride of the forest and should never forget it. He lifted Vikir's hand high in the air, loudly saying that the match had been amazing, a true fight between giants. It had made him happier than anything else. Just facing someone who could stand against him at his full strength, that alone made Vikir special. The boys from Colossio were also very happy. They had seen a real, honest fight between two proud warriors. Tudor looked at Jurassico with new respect, thinking the man seemed surprisingly calm and relaxed even though he was so big and scary. Piggy's heart pounded with excitement. The matches tomorrow were going to be wild, and he couldn't wait to see what would happen. With the tension gone, the students went back to eating their meals, their hearts burning with excitement for what was next. The cafeteria was full of energy, and as the day ended, everyone could feel it. The first battle had already happened, and the fire of competition had officially started. Night came, and the first day before the big tournament ended with everything that had taken place. The next day would be the start of the full college league. As morning arrived, the tall spire of the magic tower stood over the land. Inside the viewing rooms, important people from all over the continent were gathering. The magic tower management office was busy as important guests were welcomed. The boss of the magic tower, long white-bearded whale, met them himself. He proudly said it was an honor to have this important event there this year. Some of the special guests included Hippolyte, the head of the Mischira. Also there were Vachilios, the chief of Varangian Academy, and Venci Morg, the vice principal of Colossio Academy. Long white-bearded whale, who was in charge of the magic tower, thanked the guests for traveling so far. Hippolyte, the female principal, commented that the magic tower had always been a mysterious place. She added that it seemed to get stranger every year. In front of them a big screen floated in the air. It showed live video of all 400 students who were taking part getting ready for the games. They learned that this year's battleground would be Isla Rouge et la Noire Mountain. This was a tough wild place known for its thick land and unexpected dangers. The screen changed, showing sharp mountains, cloudy skies, and bright flashes from volcanoes. The principals watched quietly. Each of them was thinking deeply, wondering how their students would survive in such a difficult place. The surroundings alone were a challenge tough enough for even the best fighters. With the tournament map now shown, the real questions started to appear. How many students would succeed and how many would fail in the intense battles ahead? The day of the Olympiad survival competition had finally arrived, and once again we returned to the magic tower. The tower's size was impossible to measure, and its inside was filled with many strange and mysterious areas. This year's survival map was called the Flood Damage Routine, and it took place in the La Rouge et la Noire Mountains. We saw the entire team from Colossio Academy running for their lives. Each student from the competing schools had been randomly teleported to different locations by the event organizers. They now had to survive in a harsh water-filled environment. The main rule was clear: stay alive and keep your health points above 0. At this point, the Colossio Academy students were doing well. Most of them still had between 80 and 90 health points. Sinclair had the highest with 92 points, while Sancho had the lowest with 81. Even though the situation was tough, the whole team was ready to face the monsters. That's when Piggy noticed a huge giant-like creature moving toward them. There was one key rule in the Olympiad: avoid the monsters. These monsters, created in the flooded zones, had become unusually strong due to the wet environment. But there was a twist. If students were brave enough to fight and defeat the monsters, they could earn extra points. The Colossio team decided to take the risk. Piggy shouted to Tutor to distract the monster until the next attack. He told Sancho that when the shield went up, he, Sinclair, and Bianca should attack together. When they saw an opening, they should run. Piggy also told Sinclair and Bianca to aim for the monster's weak points while he and Tutor kept its attention. Everyone agreed to the plan, but the monster was fierce. It smashed the ground and hit hard. Tutor warned everyone to dodge quickly, but the pressure was intense. Still, no one gave up. Piggy and Tutor successfully pulled the monster's focus while Sinclair and Bianca got their bows, arrows, and magic ready. Tutor gave the signal. This was the moment. Sinclair and Bianca attacked together. They hit the monster's weak spots with great power, slicing it in half. The monster finally fell. Piggy and Tutor sighed in relief, tired from the fight. Piggy looked at Bianca and joked that maybe she had waited on purpose just to mess with him. But Bianca, confident and bold, replied that she had saved everyone in the best way possible. She said she should have attacked earlier after they got hurt, just to teach them a lesson for being ungrateful. Before the teasing could go on, Sinclair's face suddenly changed. Her eyes widened in shock. She and Sancho screamed at Tutor and Piggy to run. Behind the boys, a huge fire vortex was rushing toward them. Even though they were sure the monster was dead, it was too late. The flames swallowed them. It turned out that a student from Magic Tower Academy had been attacked. He was jealous of the Colossio students because they had more points than he did. He couldn't understand how Colossio could be ranked higher than Magic Tower Academy. Meanwhile, in another part of the map, Grenouille was teleported into a dark, scary forest with only 77 health points. Just walking a few steps made him tired. He couldn't believe such a terrible place existed. But one question bothered him. Where were his teammates? Why had they disappeared without saying anything? With no other option, Grenouille went forward into the forest alone. He was furious and blamed the others for leaving him behind. He thought that if he hadn't fallen asleep on the train before, he could have taught the younger students properly. What confused him most was that he still didn't know why he had passed out back then. Suddenly, he smelled something delicious. The smell made him instantly hungry. He couldn't believe someone was cooking in such a cursed forest. Cooking out in the open was like asking for trouble. It drew attention from both people and monsters, like painting a target on yourself. But Grenouille didn't care. He decided to follow the smell, use his poisonous magic to knock out the cook and steal the food to heal himself. But as soon as he reached the campfire, things went wrong. The trap snapped shut, and Grenouille was caught in a rope net. Now he was hanging upside down, yelling and kicking in the air. Angry and embarrassed, he shouted, demanding to know who had set the trap and to be let down immediately. Just then, a student stepped out of the shadows and walked up to him. The student asked Granui what he was doing at their campfire. That's when Granui realized who was there: his teammates, the triplets and Vikir. All of them looked healthy, with their health points between 97 and 100. Realizing he had walked into his own team's camp and gotten caught like a fool, Granui felt deeply embarrassed. He started yelling in frustration. His weak side had now been seen by everyone. As the scene continued, the group, the triplets, Vikir and Granui, was together again. Granui was shocked to see that his team had already found shelter, food and everything else they needed to survive. Curious, he asked who had managed to prepare all this. The triplets wanted to say it was their master who did it, but because Vikir was pretending to be a normal person from a low background, they told Granui that the commoner had done everything. Granui didn't believe them. He argued that there was no way a commoner could do so much. He accused them of lying and said someone with such low status couldn't possibly handle all this. That made the triplets angry again. Seeing how serious they were and remembering his earlier embarrassment, Granui quickly tried to change his words. He said he only wanted to know how it all happened, but deep inside he was confused. Why should someone like him, from one of the 7 great families, have to act carefully around a commoner? In his mind, the commoner should be the servant, and he should be the one in charge. What made it worse was how strongly the Baskerville triplets were defending this commoner. They were even getting mad for his sake. Just then, Granui's stomach growled loudly. It sounded like he hadn't eaten in days. Everyone turned to look at him. For the second time, Granui felt humiliated in front of his teammates. Vikir calmly walked up to him and offered a piece of meat. He said the food had been cooked so well that even monsters had started to show up because of the smell. Since the rest of the team was full, Granui could eat as much as he wanted. Granui was shocked. The same commoner he had insulted was now offering him food with kindness. Vikir explained that since Granui was the team leader, he should at least have a full stomach. Vikir and the triplets had guessed that Granui's poisonous abilities would be useful in the forest, so being on good terms with him was a smart move. Hearing all this, Granui was overwhelmed. He almost burst into tears, realizing that even after how badly he had acted, this commoner was still being generous. After eating until he was full, Granui's health points jumped from 77 to 90. The triplets were shocked, wondering how much food Granui could eat. The scene changed again. Granui was now helping the team by shooting poisoned arrows at monsters. It worked well. Vikir used his bow to attack from afar. Granui poisoned the enemies. The triplets rushed in for close combat, breaking through enemy lines and defeating monsters in one blow. Vikir kept count. This was the 30th successful hunt for the Baskerville triplets. No monster was too tough for them. Vikir said that if they wanted to stay in the top 10 rankings, they would have to keep hunting more. But Granui was surprised. He realized that hunting other students gave more points than hunting monsters. He began to wonder what Vikir's real plan was, especially since he was supposed to be just a commoner. The scene shifted again. Vikir was looking up at the starry sky, feeling a wave of memories. This place reminded him of the survival exam from the Baskerville training. In that exam, points were given for staying alive, killing monsters, and most of all, defeating other students. Back then, Vikir had come in first by avoiding useless fights and focusing only on monsters. Now in this forest that felt just like home, those instincts came back to him. But ever since he arrived at Noir Mountain, he had felt a strange sense of danger. His swordsman instincts were warning him that something bad was coming. Meanwhile, deep in the red-colored spiderwebs, a deadly spider crept silently. It watched Vikir from the shadows. Suddenly, a rustling noise broke the silence. Everyone turned quickly, weapons ready. But it wasn't a monster. It was Sinclair. She looked like she was about to collapse. Her health points were only 38. She walked forward slowly, weak and desperate, and begged Vikir for help. At the same time, in the administration room of the Magic Tower, all the professors were watching the students. Among them was Vinci Morgue. The system showed that out of the 400 students who had started, only 149 were still alive. The survivors were spread out like this. The Magic Tower had 46, Boot Camp Varangian had 45, the Mischira had 35, and Colossio Academy was last with only 23 students. The general from Boot Camp Varangian focused on the mountain hologram, and a proud smile appeared on his face. He was pleased because Colossio Academy, which already had few students, had taken a serious hit. Smarty Pants had just wiped out a group of their first-year students. Hippolyte, the director of the Mischira, said that Smarty Pants looked very strong and intimidating. The leader of the Magic Tower, Blue Whale, was happy to see that the arrogant Smarty Pants was finally showing his true nature. He believed that Colossio Academy had no good fortune at all in this tournament. Vinci Morgue looked down in silence, unsure of what to say. Blue Whale noticed him, and with a curious look asked what Vinci Morgue was thinking so deeply about. Vinci Morgue kept staring at the hologram in silence, lost in his thoughts. Then he finally shared the worry that had been bothering him. He felt the heavy responsibility of being the host of the survival tournament, and asked if everyone really believed that this map was safe for the competition. With a smug look, Blue Whale asked what he meant by that. Vensey Morg kept looking at the hologram and with a serious expression explained that the magic tower had not created the tournament area as a normal jungle. Instead, they had based it on the deep unexplored parts of the jungle that were still off limits. This meant the land was more dangerous, and the magical creatures that appeared kept getting stronger, reaching levels that the students couldn't fight against. He remembered reports from the Morg family many years ago. In one of those unexplored zones, an S-level magical beast had appeared. It had caused huge losses and destruction. His eyes opened wide in fear as a terrible thought crossed his mind. He wondered if the magic tower's system could handle the situation if such a powerful beast appeared in the tournament jungle. What scared him even more was whether they were ready to stop the worst from happening. Blue Whale quickly said that this wasn't anything new, just a rumor he had also heard. He added that since that event there hadn't been any other reports or witnesses. He made it clear that the ones spreading these rumors were members of the Morg family who had always been against his magic tower. That's why he never trusted anything they said from the beginning. On the other hand, he explained that the beasts showing up on the tournament field were summoned based on the students' abilities. Right now the participants' skill levels ranged from beginner sword experts to fourth circle mages, which was about the same level as someone who had just graduated from a magic academy. Blue Whale explained that even so, there was a condition for this system to work. If someone had the skill level of a 7th circle mage or higher, in other words someone at the level of a swordmaster, then, just like Vensey Morg feared, they could summon beasts that the system couldn't control. However, he insisted that this was nearly impossible, or actually completely impossible. And if something like that ever did happen, the solution was simple. They would pause the competition. At the same time, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca arrived in the tournament waiting room. Tudor looked embarrassed while Piggy held his head and started freaking out. Blue Whale told them not to worry. He said that if a student's HP shield dropped to 0, they would be automatically teleported to the waiting room. Because of that, he didn't understand what the problem could be. With a proud look, he stared at Vensey Morg and asked if he was complaining just because only a few students from Colosseum Academy had passed. Vensey Morg stood up angrily and told him to stop talking nonsense. Blue Whale turned his head away and pointed out that this was a place where the best mages of the Empire had gathered. He said the Morg family was only famous, and that Colosseum Academy and the Morg family were completely different. He said worrying about things that wouldn't even happen was a waste of time. Hearing this, Vensey Morg clenched his teeth, and his eyes filled with anger. He knew there was no point in arguing with this old man. Meanwhile in the forest, Vikir sat in front of a bonfire and asked if Tudor, Piggy, Bianca, and Sancho had been eliminated. Sinclair, who was sitting across from him, nodded. She held her magic staff tightly and looked very sad. She explained that Tudor and Piggy had been caught off guard and attacked by Smartypants from the magic tower. Vikir thought about the enemy, and realized Smartypants was one of the great heroes from the era of destruction. But he also knew that even heroes from the same time could be very different in strength. Sinclair was relieved to have found Vikir, but she was also confused. His HP was still at 100, completely untouched. She stared at him in silence. Granui, who was nearby, listened to them. Sinclair's eyes lit up with happiness. Smiling, she said she got tired easily and lost HP just by running a little in the forest. But Vikir was truly amazing. Vikir stayed quiet, lost in thought. Granui clenched his teeth and glared. He couldn't stand seeing the two so close. He knew they were just hiding deep in the forest and hunting beasts, which helped them keep their HP high and their condition good. He didn't see what was so great about that. He thought he could do something like that too. Vikir's expression became serious. He turned, picked up some arrows and aimed his bow at Granui. Seeing this, Granui panicked, raised his hands and said he hadn't done anything wrong. Sinclair looked at him, confused. But the truth was, a monster with tentacles was about to attack Granui. Without wasting time, Vikir shot his bow. Granui ducked and screamed wildly. The arrows flew and hit the monster's tentacles. A person holding a magic staff was shocked by Vikir's sharp instincts. Even though they had used silence magic to hide their approach, Vikir had still noticed them. Sinclair and the others pulled out their weapons. Granui got up and ran to their side. The attacker was a student from the Mistira Women's University. With a smug look, she thought the Colossio students were foolish to think she wouldn't find them just because they were hiding in the forest. Next to her was a girl with a shield and 70 horsepower, and an archer with 81 horsepower. The magic staff user, who had 85 hydrogen phosphide, pointed her staff at them and called them arrogant. It was nighttime, and one of the attackers suddenly recognized Sinclair. Her eyes widened in shock and confusion. The archer looked at her friend and asked if she knew Sinclair. She stared at Sinclair and said seriously that she was the famous traitor, the one who had ranked first in the Mistira's entrance exam, but had ended up going to Colossio Academy instead. The archer nervously told her friend not to say such things in front of the president. Hearing this, the staff user's eyes filled with fear and worry. Lovegood, now furious, demanded to know how Sinclair could dare reject the Mischira, the top female academy in the Empire, just to go to Colosio Academy. Her eyes sparkled with pride as she asked if Sinclair had chosen Colosio, a co-ed academy, just for love. To mock her further, she asked when there had been even handsome boys at the Colosseum. Then her expression suddenly changed. Her eyes sparkled with affection, and her face turned as red as a tomato. Her eyes were locked on Vikir. She was shocked and confused, wondering how someone could look nerdy, gentle, attractive, and beautiful all at the same time. She had to admit, he was exactly her type. Vikir felt a little unsure and awkward. She was practically drooling just thinking about him. The archer and her friend looked on, both feeling a little puzzled by what they were seeing. At that moment, someone suddenly put a hand on Vikir's face. It was Sinclair. She told Lovegood to stop staring at Vikir. When Lovegood heard that, her eyes filled with malice, and a deadly aura started to rise around her. Her friends noticed it right away and began to panic, realizing this was getting dangerous. Lovegood gripped her magic staff hard, and mana began to flow from her body. She couldn't believe what Sinclair had just said. Without wasting time, she activated her magic. Soon, dark tentacles started to rise from the ground. Vikir and Sinclair silently watched her. Lovegood's eyes blazed with rage. She screamed, swearing to kill Sinclair, and the tentacles shot forward toward her. Elsewhere in the forest, several loud explosions went off. They were caused by Smartypants, who still had 83 HP and wore a proud, smug grin. He shouted at his opponents, telling them to stop running and surrender immediately. He claimed a healer was useless without someone to fight for them. He was up against Dolores, who bit her lip and, with a determined look on her face, summoned a magic barrier to protect herself from the blasts. Flames roared behind her. When she turned around, her eyes grew wide in fear. She was surrounded. Smartypants walked slowly toward her, telling her calmly that she had nowhere left to escape. His eyes gleamed with evil, and he smiled as he warned her that if she fell now, her academy would have no more chances. That would mean a win for the magic tower in the survival competition. Dolores was breathing heavily, but she refused to give up. She knew this wasn't where she could fall. Just then, someone holding a sword appeared and got ready to strike. Both Dolores and Smartypants turned their eyes toward the new person, confused. It was Bakaraga, his body glowing with mana. He told Smartypants not to get too full of himself. Bakaraga swung his sword with power and a knack. Luckily, Smartypants reacted fast. He summoned a barrier just in time to block the hit. He clenched his teeth, realizing Bakaraga was a graduator. Bakaraga, seeing that Smartypants had reached Class 4, knew he had to give it his all. He attacked again with all his might, and his sword slammed against the magical shield. At the same time, the tentacles Lovegood had summoned were rushing toward Vikir. Just in time, the Baskerville triplets showed up. Their eyes glowed as they slashed the tentacles into pieces. Vikir raised his bow, getting ready to fire. He realized this kind of magic was similar to what the three flowers of Morg had used before. But this was different, a mix of three separate spells at once. He knew that kind of magic took intense focus, yet his opponent was using it so well, even while overwhelmed with emotion. Suddenly he felt strange mana in the air. His eyes opened wide with fear. Vikir turned around, heart pounding. Crows flew above the forest, and he wondered what was causing this strange energy. The ground started shaking, and before long it began to crack apart. Smartypants looked confused. He had no idea what was going on. Bakaraga looked down at the ground and said he had never heard of earthquakes happening in these deep forests. Then something started rising out of the ground. Everyone froze and stared. Their eyes were wide with fear and shock. No one understood what was happening. Vikir and Sinclair were also staring, confused. From beneath the earth a huge spider emerged. Vikir's eyes widened even more. The spider opened its mouth and let out a roar. It was Madame Eight Legs. Her eyes glowed with fury as she prepared to attack. The Baskerville triplets moved fast, dodging her blows. Vikir stayed calm. Sinclair gripped her magic staff tightly with both hands, trembling with fear. On the other side, Granui was panicking. Lovegood stared silently at the creature. Her eyes were filled with fear. She had no idea what kind of beast this was. Seeing her frozen like that, her friends panicked. They begged her to snap out of it, urging her to run away with them immediately. As Vikir and the others escaped the area, he kept his eyes locked on Madame Eight Legs. His gaze turned serious. He realized she was the source of the strange feeling he'd had ever since stepping onto the tournament grounds. He remembered that before he went back in time, stories of Madame Eight Legs were nothing more than scary legends. It wasn't until much later, after careful investigation, that she was officially recorded in the Imperial Dictionary as a real magical creature. That meant that up until then, no one had seen or survived an encounter with her. Even inside the magic tower, where the tournament was being held, there had never been any reports of something like this. Vikir realized that her appearance must be another unexpected change caused by his return. Madame Eight Legs stared at him, her eyes full of wicked intent. Vikir stood still, silently watching her. One of her legs lifted, ready to strike. As it came closer, Lovegood froze in fear. She had no idea what to do. Her body wouldn't move. Meanwhile, her friends drew their weapons, preparing for battle. but their eyes showed how terrified they really were. She couldn't move and couldn't believe she was about to be eliminated without being able to do anything. Just before the attack reached her, the tank of her team, her friend, stepped in front and used her shield to block it. But the enemy was too strong. The tank looked back at her with worried eyes and told her to get out of the way. Hearing her friend's voice, Lovegood snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes widening in shock. Luckily, she reacted just in time and moved aside, avoiding the attack. Madam's leg swung past her at high speed, smashing everything in its path. When Lovegood turned to look behind her, her eyes widened in fear and she stood frozen. Madam's powerful attack had sent Anna crashing into a tree. Her shield was broken, lying on the ground, and she was unconscious. Madam watched closely, her mouth dripping with saliva. Then its eyes lit up with excitement. Thanks to its sharp senses, it had detected the body heat of other students hidden in the forest. Without wasting time, it began charging toward them, rushing past Vikir and the others. Granui fell to the ground, shocked and confused. He couldn't believe the monster had ignored him. He had been sure he was going to be eliminated. Vikir, who was standing, silently watched Madam run off. He started to wonder if it was heading toward a group of students. He also questioned what the admin room was doing right now. He knew that a creature like Madam, which didn't follow the tournament's rules, shouldn't have been allowed in at all. His thoughts were interrupted when Lovegood ran toward Anna to check if she was okay. Vikir turned to look, feeling a bit curious. Anna was badly hurt, her body covered in scratches, and her HP had dropped to 0. Lovegood's eyes widened in confusion and shock. She didn't understand why Anna hadn't been teleported back to the waiting room since her HP was gone. Fear filled her eyes. She started to panic, not knowing how they were going to get out of the forest now. She covered her mouth with her hand and began to cry. Nearby, Lovegood dropped to her knees, unsure what to do. With a puzzled look, Granui walked over to them and asked what was going on. He said that even if someone got eliminated, they were supposed to return to the waiting room. He held his head in frustration, starting to lose control. To him, none of this made sense. If a monster that didn't meet the rules had appeared, he couldn't understand why the tournament hadn't been stopped yet. He wondered what the admin room was doing. Vikir stayed calm and thoughtful. Granui placed both hands on his head, fell to his knees and panicked. His eyes were full of fear at the idea that they had been left behind. He began to think that the administrators couldn't handle the situation and had simply abandoned them. Vikir stayed calm, pulled out his bow and told Granui to calm down. But instead of calming down, Granui started screaming like a madman. He didn't want to die in this place. At that moment, someone came through the bushes and saw them. It was Dolores, Bakaraga, and Smartypants. At the same time, in the admin room of the magic tower, the hologram screen turned red. Blue Whale and the others started to panic when they realized that even though students' HP had dropped to 0, they were not being teleported back. Now that one student was seriously hurt, they decided they had to remove the students immediately. With a worried look, Vinci Morg shouted at Blue Whale, telling him to stop the tournament. Blue Whale's eyes widened in fear and confusion. He couldn't believe that a beast like Madam was in the forest, and started to think maybe the Morg family had been telling the truth all along. He also thought that if the spider hadn't shown up, the magic tower would have won the tournament. Hearing this, Vinci Morg clenched his teeth and didn't waste any more time. He stood up, grabbed Blue Whale by the collar, and demanded that he stop the tournament right away, asking him if he wanted everyone to die. Blue Whale looked surprised by Vinci Morg's reaction. He explained that stopping the tournament wasn't possible anymore. Even if they tried, it wouldn't work. Vinci Morg glared at him with rage. Blue Whale stayed calm as he explained that a powerful creature, so strong even the magic tower had trouble controlling it, had been summoned. This had overloaded the system and caused them to lose control. They couldn't enter the arena, and the students couldn't leave. With a worried expression, Vinci Morg asked if there was any way to fix the problem. Blue Whale moved his finger and pointed at a glowing spot on the hologram. He explained that if the creature was defeated inside the tournament zone, the system would return to normal. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Dolores sat next to the injured Anna and used her powers to heal her. Luckily, since the HP shield had taken most of the hit, the damage had been reduced a little. She turned to Lovegood and told her that Anna had only passed out and that with some rest she would recover. Lovegood sat down beside her, feeling relieved that the situation had been brought under control for now. But her worry quickly returned, this time about where Madam was going next. While Madam was attacking the other students, Dolores kept watching her closely. She hoped the other students weren't badly hurt. As she tried to figure out what was going on, Vikir, who was standing behind her, stayed quiet. He remembered that the 8-legged monster, Madam, was classified as a danger that could destroy nations. Just her existence could crush the human spirit. He realized this Madam wasn't the same one he had seen outside the magic tower. This version wasn't using poison, and all her many eyes were gone, which meant she had blind spots now. Her body, once impossible to damage, now had several holes. Vikir thought she had been summoned to the tower in a twisted form, a mix between the Madam from the past and the one that was already dead. like she was stuck between two realities. Vikir lifted his head and focused on someone sitting in front of him. It was Lovegood, staring silently at the ground. Bakaraga and Smartypants were also there, but they said nothing, unsure of what to do. Vikir clenched his fists. He knew that even if they could see the differences in this madam, they still didn't stand a chance against her, not even in her weakened state. First, they had to get back the courage they had lost to fear, to stop more people from dying and complete their mission. Vikir knew he had to use his power. Just then, someone stood up to face Madam. Vikir snapped out of his thoughts and widened his eyes in surprise. It was Lovegood. She grabbed her magic staff and stood tall. She knew she couldn't just sit there in despair. One of her teammates had almost died because she didn't act sooner, and now she wanted to fight back. She also wanted to protect those who were still alive and wouldn't let anyone else get hurt. Her eyes were full of determination, showing clearly that she was the president of the student council of the Mishjira. Someone then drove a sword into the ground with force and said Lovegood's spirit would fit right in with the boot camp students from Varangian. It was Bakaraga. He smiled confidently and chose to help her fight Madam. Dolores, still looking worried, stepped forward too. She couldn't let any more students die and decided to join them. Lovegood turned her head and thought silently. Not far away, Smartypants stood quietly. Everyone looked at him, wondering if he would join them too. Bakaraga spoke honestly. He didn't like saying it, but he admitted that they needed Smartypants' strength. When he heard that, Smartypants smiled. Under the moonlight, he adjusted his glasses and said with a confident look that even though it bothered him, he would agree to a temporary alliance, just this once, for the sake of victory for the Magic Tower. Vikir watched them carefully. He realized he had underestimated them. Even during the time of destruction, they were the ones who always stood at the front leading the charge. A small smile appeared on his face. Then Vikir looked at the triplets. Their eyes widened, curious about what he would say. Calmly, Vikir gave them an order. From now on, they would be the ones to spread his message about how to defeat Madam Eight Legs. At the same time, Madam was chasing the students who were running in fear. Their eyes were full of panic and hopelessness. One of the students tripped and fell face first onto the ground. Her friend saw this and panicked. Her eyes filled with tears as she reached out a hand showing she had twisted her ankle and begging for help. Her friend froze, unsure of what to do. Then, without thinking too long, he turned his back on her, shut his eyes and ran away, asking for forgiveness as he left her behind. With a wicked look in her eyes, Madam reached out her legs toward the injured girl, ready to strike. The girl's eyes filled with tears. She knew this was the end. But just before Madam could attack, a fire spell came flying in and stopped her. The explosion made a cloud of smoke. Madam's eyes glowed in the darkness. When the smoke cleared, it was clear she was unharmed. The one who had cast the fire spell was Smartypants. He stared at Madam and began to cast another spell. He was surprised that his fire magic had done no damage, especially since insect monsters were supposed to be weak against fire. Flames rose from his magic staff again. Behind him, Dolores, Sinclair, and Granui arrived, ready to fight the terrifying Madam. The spider monster opened its mouth and let out a roar. Smartypants stretched out his hand and summoned a magic circle. Several bursts of fire shot toward the spider. Dolores and Sinclair were ready to help from behind. Smartypants' eyes were glowing with determination. He wasn't going to give up easily. Hybaro drew his sword and charged at the monster. Sinclair followed him with her magic staff in hand, her eyes full of confidence. Dolores watched the spider quietly, trying to understand how it could be so strong. Smartypants was also confused. It didn't make sense that a magical insect could be immune to fire magic. Then Hybaro turned to him and explained. His magic wasn't going to work. Regular flames wouldn't hurt this creature much. Unless he used the nether hellfire, there was no point in using fire at all. Madam's exoskeleton was so tough that none of their attacks could break through it. He explained that although its legs were a little weaker than the rest of its body, they had a strange ability. If someone cut them off, they would grow back, and not just one, but several would appear. Because of this, its only weak points were the already damaged eyes and some areas on its body where the armor had been torn off. With determination in their eyes, Middleborough and Lowborough rushed toward Madam. Right behind them were Vikir, Lovegood, and Bakaraga. Hybaro explained to Smartypants that even though his magic couldn't do direct damage, he might still be able to distract the beast. If that worked, the Varangian team from boot camp could take the chance to strike at its weak spots. Smartypants gave him a thankful look, appreciating the information and the plan. But he also asked how Hybaro knew all this. Hybaro looked away, started to sweat, and lied. He claimed he had fought Madam before and was sharing the analysis he had made back then. Hearing this, Smartypants felt unsure. He started to wonder if following this plan exactly would be enough to beat it. With a wicked gleam in its eyes, Madam opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar. Hybaro confirmed that this was the only way to defeat it. The creature then started stretching out its sharp legs toward them. Smartypants couldn't take his eyes off it, and fear filled him. He panicked, knowing he wouldn't be able to keep its attention for very long. At that moment, Lovegood stepped forward. She raised her magic staff and mana began to flow from it. Her eyes sparkled with joy and she smiled as she spun the staff in her hand. She looked straight at Madam with confidence, thinking that this time her attack would work. Holding her staff tightly, she struck it against the ground, making a magic circle appear. Soon, vines burst from the earth. Madam, with a furious expression, attacked quickly with her sharp legs. The vines that Lovegood had summoned twisted around. The spider's focus shifted to them, and confusion filled its many eyes. It didn't understand what was happening. The vine slammed into its abdomen, and the beast screamed in pain. Lovegood's eyes burned with determination as she kept casting her spell. She ordered the others to attack. Hearing her, Middleborough and Lowborough pulled out their swords, gained speed, and charged at the spider. The Baskerville triplets and Bakaraga landed on their abdomen. They focused their energy, and as mana flowed from their bodies they got ready to strike. Bakaraga gripped his sword tightly, his eyes glowing. He stared hard at the creature as a strong wave of mana surged from him. With a fierce expression he shouted, "Ready to attack!" Then they all struck with everything they had, creating a huge cloud of smoke. As the smoke began to clear, they landed on the ground, watching carefully. They stayed alert, knowing it couldn't be defeated that easily. Bakaraga, calm and serious, said that with so much smoke he couldn't tell if the monster was dead or alive. Hyboro looked confused. Bakiraga's eyes filled with confidence as he held his sword tightly. He was sure his attack had hit, but he couldn't be certain. Soon a huge shadow appeared in the sky. Bakaraga and the triplets looked up, stunned and afraid. Smarty Pants, Dolores, Sinclair, and Granui also looked up, unsure of what was happening. As the shadow grew larger, Lovegood froze in fear. She was stunned. On the ground were Madam's legs. She had gotten back up, and with rage glowing in her eyes, she let out another roar. She glared at them and began to charge forward, attacking with her sharp legs. As she came closer, Smarty Pants created a barrier to protect them. Her attacks were so strong that they tore up the ground. Bakaraga and the triplets began running to dodge the blows. Middleborough looked back, and seeing Madam's power, he clenched his teeth and his eyes filled with fear. It was nighttime, and some minutes earlier, Vikir had met with the Baskerville triplets. Hyboro, looking unsure, asked if Vikir's plan would be enough to kill Madam. Middleborough and Lowborough silently looked at Vikir. With his back turned to them, Vikir said it was impossible. Then he faced them with confidence and said they already knew what it meant to go up against Madam. The triplets were shocked, their eyes wide. Present, Bakiraga's hands trembled as he quietly thought to himself. Sitting nearby, Smarty Pants was shaking with fear. Everyone was scared they might die. Not far from them, Anna's body lay on the ground. Lovegood sat next to her and held her hand. A moment later she stood up. Her friends turned to look at her. Lovegood turned her back on them. Her eyes glowing with determination, she told one of her friends to take care of Anna. According to Vikir, the most frightening thing wasn't just the danger of death, it was having the power to fight and still standing by while your comrades fell. That's why he had chosen them. Even though it was nearly impossible and they might not win, they would fight until the very end. Just before Madam's leg could hit Lovegood, she raised her hands and created a barrier that blocked the attack. She clenched her teeth, shocked by how strong the attack was. She closed her eyes and cried, knowing this situation was bad. At that moment, someone placed their hand on the ground. Red mana flowed from their hand and spread across the floor. The mana caused the ground to explode, stopping Madam's attack. Bakiraga's eyes widened with surprise and confusion. He couldn't believe that the ground where the monster stood had just exploded. Hyboro was also shocked. Then his expression changed to surprise, as he realized the mana felt very familiar. Earlier, Vikir had turned to the triplets and with a serious face told them that when he gave the signal, they had to attack with all their strength. The triplets listened silently. Vikir raised one finger with confidence, showing that this was the only way to defeat Madam. Hyboro understood that this was Vikir's signal. He ordered everyone to return to their positions. This was the moment Madam lost her chance to attack. Hearing the command, everyone stared at Madam. Mana began to rise from their bodies as they took a battle stance, ready to fight. Dolores brought her hands together and used her power to give them a buff. With an angry look, Smarty Pants stood up, refusing to do anything. Sinclair, standing behind, focused hard. Lovegood silently stared at Madam. Hyboro began shouting, making it clear that they had to give it everything they had for one final attack to defeat Madam. While Madam the Spider was still recovering from the earlier attack, the triplets and Bakaraga charged at her. The strong red mana flowed from Vikir's body. He looked down at the ground and stood up. His eyes were serious and focused. Lovegood used her power again, creating a magic circle on the ground. Vines grew from the circle. Dolores gave Smarty Pants another light buff. With a determined look, he raised his hand and created a magic circle. He started charging a powerful flame. The Baskerville triplets and Bakaraga appeared above Madam, ready to finish her. Vikir believed that one day they would become true heroes. Even though they weren't strong yet, they hadn't run away. They would be the ones to end this battle. As they charged at the spider, Madam chose not to stay still and prepared to strike back. Vikir drew his bow, aimed it at Madam and filled the arrow with mana. He got ready to fire and his eyes glowed with confidence. He knew better than anyone that heroes aren't born, they're made. He could guide them, but they had to walk the path themselves. Vikir focused his mana and shot the arrow. The attack was so strong that the ground beneath him cracked. Just before Madam could attack, Vikir's arrow cut through her legs. She opened her mouth and screamed in pain. Seeing that the monster was hurt, Bakaraga and the others knew this was their chance to finish her. The triplets and Bakaraga attacked with their weapons, while on the other side, Smartypants summoned a huge flame that hit Madam directly in the stomach. The sun had already risen, and when the smoke cleared, Madam's body lay on the ground covered in neep cuts across her abdomen, with all her legs severed. As the wind blew softly, Lovegood silently watched the body. Granui, exhausted, dropped to the ground while Sinclair, holding her magic staff, and Dolores both stared in shock and relief. On the other side, Smartypant gave a faint smile. Middleborough knelt, breathing heavily, and Lowborough, with his hands on his knees, tried to catch his breath. Highborough lifted his head and looked seriously at Madam's body, while Bakaraga, standing in front, stared at the fallen threat. As the smoke faded, Vikir, who had fired a mana-charged arrow to weaken Madam, looked serious with a flicker of pride in his eyes. Soon after, Madam's body began to disappear, and with it the Magic Tower's system returned to normal. Once it stabilized, the tournament ended and all students were teleported to the waiting room. There looked at his hands in confusion, unsure what was happening, while Sinclair's eyes widened in disbelief. She was speechless. Piggy, Sancho, Tudor, and Bianca came running toward them, smiling with pride. Vikir and Sinclair focused on their familiar faces, happy to see their friends and teachers again. Piggy jumped forward to hug Vikir, who was caught off guard and surprised as Piggy began to cry. Shocked, Vikir's eyes widened, overwhelmed by the sudden emotion. It was a relief that no one had been badly hurt in all the chaos, a true miracle. The University League rankings were then updated, showing the top 10 heroes who made this miracle possible. First was Hohenheim, second Bakaraga, third Lovegood, fourth Dolores, the basketball triplets in 5th to 7th, Vikir in 8th, Sinclair in 9th, and Granui in 10th. Vikir imagined the triplets with crossed arms and proud eyes. Everyone was surprised that these first-year students made the top 10, all of them having fought Madam, who was confirmed to be an S-class threat, especially since even the extra surveillance eyes had failed from system overload. It seemed impossible that 10 students, none stronger than the 4th circle or low rank, had brought down such a monster. Vikir remembered Madam's cruel, piercing eyes. Many questions remained, but all the students agreed that the ground had suddenly exploded, giving them a brief chance to hit her weak points. Since Madam's appearance was considered a system error, the official report called their victory a lucky accident. Blue Whale stood on the stage before the gathered students, head lowered, looking deeply regretful. In a heavy voice he promised to serve until the tournament's end and then resigned as the tower's lord. The highest authority, Whitebeard Blue Whale, gave a public apology full of remorse, and the situation began to settle. Hours later, night came. Someone lifted a beer mug in a toast to Sinclair and the others for reaching the top 10. It was Tudor, smiling as he stood. The others around him stayed quiet but looked at him with curiosity. Bianca, with arms crossed and a tense face, told him this wasn't the time to celebrate, and asked him to sit. Tudor looked confused, gave a forced smile, and thought she was probably right. Sancho, calm, told the group that although they all made it back alive, fighting an S-class creature had left them with deep scars. At another table, Lovegood's friends sat together, and one of them covered her face, crying, while another comforted her. Sancho closed his eyes with a small smile, then picked up the beer jug and asked why they shouldn't drink to honor the heroes who fought Madam. Vikir stayed silent, showing no emotion, while Sinclair blushed with joy. Everyone raised their mugs and cheered. Sancho and the others praised Sinclair and Vikir for the remarkable achievement of first years, placing 8th and 9th. During the celebration, a student in the Magic Tower Academy uniform approached, coughed politely, and caught Sinclair's attention. Curious, she looked at him. After confirming who they were, he sincerely thanked them for saving him during the tournament, saying it felt right to greet them. Sinclair smiled and said she was glad he wasn't hurt. They looked down silently, and the student, touching his forehead, pointed at them and said with genuine surprise that commoners without proper education had managed to save nobles. Sinclair's eyes widened in confusion. Was this guy crazy? Vikir ignored him, while Bianca slammed her hand on the table, grabbed the student by the collar, her eyes blazing with anger, and demanded to know what he had said and if someone's background really mattered when saving a life. The student, nervous and angry, clenched his teeth and quickly explained it was a misunderstanding, saying he only meant that being commoners might have made their task harder. Sancho pulled Bianca back, urging her to calm down, and she reluctantly released him. The others left quickly, feeling relieved. But Bianca, still furious, told Sancho to let her go, insisting those guys didn't deserve saving. No one paid much attention to the student's words except Sinclair, who looked down sadly. Vikir noticed she seemed unusually quiet and serious whenever the topic of origin came up, unlike her normal cheerful self. Piggy closed his eyes, clapped for attention, and with a smile changed the subject, reminding them the first round of the tournament had ended and only the top 10 would advance. His eyes shone as he explained the next phase, visiting the imperial family and the 7 great houses to complete missions and earn artifacts managed by all 4 universities. Everyone was surprised. Bianca put her hand on Tudor's shoulder, pointed at herself, and explained that to avoid bias, students couldn't take missions from their own family's house. For example, she couldn't take one from the Divine Bow family, and Tudor couldn't take one from his. Tudor nodded, adding that since Vikir and Sinclair had no affiliations, it didn't matter for them. Sinclair clenched her fists, clearly upset, and Vikir looked at her, puzzled. Bianca raised a finger and warned them never to choose the Baskerville family. Most who did failed or never returned. Vikir stayed silent, thinking. While Sinclair grew more worried, Bianca smiled and asked which house they would choose. Vikir looked up, shocked, unsure how to answer. The next day at sunset the train departed. Vikir sat in a carriage holding an envelope from the Iron Sword family containing a mission of the highest difficulty. He read it quietly, his eyes gleaming as he recalled their reactions when he chose this house. People's feelings about it were still intense. Bianca covered her face in anger, and Tudor and the others were shocked, knowing the family's obsession with blood. Vikir leaned back, staring at the passing scenery in silence. This second-round mission was the last step before facing Decorabia, the 7th corpse, and success would earn him Hugo's seal on the scroll. But first he had to check something else. He pulled another letter from his pocket, a note Hugo had given him with instructions on becoming a swordmaster. He wondered why Hugo would help him, especially if he knew his true power. Lost in thought, he remembered Hugo's past, his hatred, contempt, and thirst for revenge, and questioned whether Hugo had been watching to see where his strength was going. Suddenly, Hugo appeared before him, looking completely different, with pigtails, clasped hands, and a warm smile. Confused, Vikir asked why he looked like that, and Hugo laughed, saying Pomerian had braided his hair. She was a prodigy of the Baskerville family, after all. Vikir noticed Hugo's office was now full of Pomerian's toys. Hugo said she was waiting for Vikir, but she was tired, so Barrymore had taken her to bed. His eyes shone with joy as he said he wanted her to enjoy childhood, something she had never truly experienced. Vikir, speechless, set the envelope on the table and said he had received Hugo's letter through Osiris but still didn't understand his motives. Hugo's gaze went to the envelope as Vikir opened it, revealing the swordmaster instructions. Vikir couldn't figure out Hugo's intentions. If Hugo knew his true strength it made sense, but he wasn't sure. Lowering his head, Vikir asked when Hugo had realized he was hiding his true power. Hugo closed his eyes in thought and said that at the highest realm one can sense things ordinary people cannot, feeling truths and sensations without needing to see them, and he knew Vikir understood this. As Vikir listened, memories from his past filled his mind, hatred, contempt, and a burning need for revenge. He wondered if Hugo had been silently watching, aware of where Vikir's growing strength was taking him. Lost in thought, Vikir didn't notice Hugo studying him until Hugo spoke, cheerful and curious, saying Vikir seemed so deep in thought he hadn't realized it himself. Hugo added that Vikir's uniform suited him and asked if he was enjoying life at the academy. Caught off guard, Vikir stayed silent at first, unsure how to answer, but then a small smile formed on his face. That night he felt deeply happy. Until now, he had always looked up to Hugo as both his master and the head of the family. But for the first time Hugo looked at him like a son, and that touched him deeply. Night had fallen, and the stars shone brightly above, casting a soft light over the sky. Under this starlit sky, Hugo turned to Vikir, eyes bright with excitement, and said softly that he had good news. As they walked together down a dimly lit hallway, their footsteps echoing, Vikir's curiosity grew. Hugo smiled with pride and calmly revealed, "I've named you Senator." The words hung heavy in the air, and Vikir's eyes widened in shock. The title was no small matter. It was equal to that of a count in noble rank, a position of real authority within the house just below the patriarch and main family heads. Looking down, Vikir tried to stay composed, knowing this was more than just a title, it was true influence. Hugo smiled gently, repeating his decision and explaining that a senator was the real power within the noble house, second only to the patriarch. Thinking back over a century of family history, Hugo realized Vikir was the youngest ever to hold this position, an achievement never seen before. Vikir placed a hand over his chest, bowed respectfully, and promised to fulfill his duties to the best of his ability. Hugo's eyes shone with pride, but Vikir's expression held a faint sadness as he thought of Cindy, Wendy, Chihuahua, and Minipin, friends and loved ones tied to his responsibilities. One privilege of being a senator was the freedom to appoint advisors, and he already had people in mind. He quietly told Hugo he'd heard everyone had been struggling lately because of Pomerian's whims. Hugo's hand trembled, and he looked away, thinking of his granddaughter. Raising a child was never easy, but the happiness Pomerian brought him outweighed any hardship. Though lately he'd been worried, he explained how he had gone to her room while she was reading, knelt beside her with a kind smile and asked if she wanted to play, but she had coldly refused, saying she needed to read and he could play alone. Her request to spend time with him had decreased, and she often kept to herself with her books. Hugo held onto a ribbon she had once made for him, afraid that untying it might lose her attention forever. He admitted that if she hadn't known Vikir was coming, she wouldn't have left her room at all. Vikir was surprised and concerned, sensing Hugo's worry. Hugo sighed, hoping Pomerian wasn't already growing out of her innocence. Suddenly a sharp scream came from her room, and both rushed over in alarm. Hugo opened the door to find Pomerian safe, sitting happily on the floor surrounded by piles of open books, lost in the joy of reading her treasures. Hugo breathed out in relief and crouched down, his face softening as he told Pomerian that her grandfather had arrived and asked what had her so excited. Vikir watched her happily, his heart warmed by her innocence. Hugo bent to pick her up, but she ran to him, wrapped her arms around his neck and shyly asked, "Why did it take you so long to come? I missed you, uncle." Hugo's eyes widened with a mix of affection and sadness as she clung to Vikir instead, ignoring him for the moment. Looking up, she confidently said, "I'm always waiting for Vikir." Her words warmed his heart, but he also felt a pang of loneliness, realizing she no longer paid much attention to him. She then opened one of her books showing a picture of a magnificent tree, the Tree of Spirits, and said she wanted it. Vikir's eyes fixed on the image. This was no ordinary tree but the legendary Tree of Spirits, said to be deep within the enemy's flood in the Black Mountains of the White Salt Desert. It was a mana tree, rooted in a wizard's heart nourished by the karma of souls, and its seed needed countless deaths to grow. Its fruits could grant immense power from the spirits that had once served as its fertilizer. Vikir studied the picture in awe and surprise, recognizing it as a mythical tree from old legends. Was Pomerian truly searching for such a legendary artifact among all her books? Her tender expression showed her desire was real, perhaps driven by her natural talent for black magic, and it was clear she felt a destined pull toward it. Before Vikir could speak, Hugo suddenly stood, catching both their attention. With fierce determination in his eyes, Hugo told Vikir sharply, "I don't know what it is, but if Pomerian wants it, you must bring it back. No matter what it takes, that's an order. Get the Wraithwood." Vikir knew this was no simple task. The Tree of Spirits was a dangerous and near mythical object, but as a mission from the Ironblood sword family he accepted it without hesitation. A few days later Vikir was in the Western Front Mountains number 207 in the forest of La Rouge et la Noire. He moved carefully through the thick bushes, thinking about how the tree was said to be in the White Salt Desert, a lifeless place, though he doubted it existed at all. Few knew anything about it, and most believed it was just an ancient myth. Still, he touched the Beelzebub sword, remembering that even the most legendary things could be real if one believed. His eyes hardened with determination. Suddenly he felt a strange, sharp sensation in his neck and adjusted his hood, ready for anything. Frustration crossed his face as inside his clothes Madame's offspring, the tiny spider, shook with fury, her small legs twitching. Vikir felt confused and irritated, wondering how long she would act this way. His tone softened slightly, but he reminded her, "During the last exam, your unexpected actions put everyone in danger. That's why I kept you inside the ring's barrier during the Contempt for Death contest." The spider only grew angrier, hissing and flicking her legs. Absent-mindedly touching his cheek, Vikir remembered when the students fought Madame Spider, knowing he had caused that chaos. Soon after, Vikir reached Malur, the infamous salt desert. He observed carefully, spotting decomposing animal corpses sound over the scorched land. Crouching, he touched the salt, and instantly his hand weakened as all its moisture was greedily absorbed by the crystalline surface. His eyes widened. Just as he had suspected, the salt was draining his water quickly. He pulled his hand back, but a sudden realization crossed his face. His body's moisture was vanishing fast. Vikir thought about the history of this cursed land. The Malur Desert was created long ago when the tears of an evil god dried up and disappeared. The dry, lifeless land absorbed all water, stealing life from anything that entered. Over the years, countless creatures had died here, their bodies turned into mummies by the desert's hunger. He looked at his hand, now dry and cracking. Even though legends spoke of the Tree of Spirits hidden somewhere in the desert, Vikir now understood why no one had ever found it. No ordinary person or magical beast could cross this wasteland alive. They would die of thirst before reaching it. Pulling his hood lower, his eyes gleamed with determination as he called upon the blessings of the river Styx and the healing power of the swamp merman. Instantly, the water lost from his hand returned, a feat made possible by his magic skills. With renewed confidence, Vikir continued into the salt desert, focused on his goal. Hours passed, yet he kept moving forward. Then a strange feeling in his left knee brought him back to his senses. He paused, adjusted his hood, and his eyes grew sharp. He realized that relying only on the book's guidance was a mistake. Following it blindly could mean death. Just then he saw movement. a flickering shadow in the distance. His eyes widened, his heart raced, and his mind balanced between excitement and caution. Suddenly a massive tornado appeared, a violent sandstorm with no warning. He cursed under his breath, shocked by its sudden arrival. His plan to avoid it was failing as the tornado drew closer, loud and unstoppable. His face hardened with resolve. He told the small spider hiding in his clothes to stay hidden until he gave the signal, warning her of danger. She shook with fear and hid deeper. Knowing he had to fight, Vikir drew the Beelzebub sword, pouring mana into it. He knew he needed greater force to counter the storm. He focused and unleashed Technique 7 of the Baskerville, slashing at the tornado. The bright strike slowly pushed it back. Though the storm's fury cut his face and drew blood, the pain was sharp, but he held on. His attack worked, and the tornado faded, leaving behind shattered glass-like debris and torn clothes. His fists clenched in anger and exhaustion. He hadn't even seen the Tree of Spirits yet, but already the desert had attacked him. The tiny spider trembled inside his clothes, and he checked to see if she was safe. Smiling slightly, he said gently, "It's over, you can come out. Why were you hiding?" Before she could answer, his eyes locked on a terrifying figure, a creature with razor-sharp teeth glaring at him with wild intensity. Shock and fear gripped him. The creature's presence was overwhelming, and Vikir instinctively stood his ground. The spider trembled harder. They were standing at the mouth of a huge ancient corpse, the remains of a massive monster. The sight was unreal, as though they stood in a battlefield of myths and nightmares. At first, Vikir thought it was alive, but it had already been cut into pieces scattered around. It was a basilisk, an S-rank threat, also called the Dragon of the Sand River. 50 meters long, it was a terrifying mix of dragon and demon. Its last sighting had been in the Black Mountain's 10th crest. Its breath could drop birds from the sky, and any land it touched stayed a desert for 50 years. Its very existence was a disaster, a creature no weapon or magic could ever truly destroy. The little spider's eyes filled with fear, and she trembled. Seeing her distress, Vikir gently petted her and calmly told her there was nothing to fear. It was only a lifeless corpse. But even with Vikir there, her fear didn't fade. The boy silently stared at the body, his mind drifting to memories of Madam with eyes full of malice and a member of the Balak tribe. He remembered that before his regression during the era of destruction, the basilisk had been one of the 3 great calamities, known as the 3 disasters for beyond. It had always been a mystery, leaving no trace of its presence until it suddenly appeared. Vikir had believed it was simply hiding somewhere. He stepped out of the monster's mouth and began circling the area, finding it hard to believe such a creature had died so pitifully. His eyes fixed on a strange tree nearby. The basilisk had an extraordinary regenerative power, even greater than that of the swamp nut. That it had been cornered and killed meant far more than it seemed. A sudden wind signaled an approaching sandstorm, and the little spider hid in his clothes. Vikir's expression grew serious as he looked at the tree. Something or someone had the power to kill an S-class beast with near-immortal regeneration. The place felt ominous, cloaked in a chilling aura, and a high-level space-time distortion magic lingered there, stronger than anything from the magic tower or Andromelius's barrier. Deciding to investigate, he approached the tree and began to open a door, letting sunlight pierce the darkness inside. His eyes shone with determination as the dusty door creaked open, unused for a long time, and he became one of the few daring enough to enter. Suddenly, a surge of strange, powerful mana rushed toward him, making his eyes widen. The intense energy came from within the space. Vikir clenched his fist before his face, his gaze sharpening, while the little spider fixed her eyes on something. Surprised, Vikir looked down, a confident smile forming. He had sensed mana from an unfathomable dimension. He knew this was the right place. When the door was fully opened, he stepped inside. Swords lay scattered across the floor, and on a throne sat a man in black armor with his sword in the ground, the source of the mana. This was the Wraithwood, said to have been planted deep in the flood of the Black Mountains in the White Salt Desert by a great master of dark arts. It was a mana tree rooted in a mage's mind, growing by feeding on the karma of souls. Its seed would sprout among countless deaths, and those who ate its fruit gained power from the spirits that fed it. The sunlight streaming in, Vikir approached the throne, noticing one sword pointed not at the ground but at the sky. He wondered if this place was connected to Baskerville. After a pause, he studied the night closely, wondering if he was the tree's master. The aura here was unlike anything Vikir had felt before. He sensed no mana, vitality, or life, only emptiness. It seemed the knight had long been dead, leaving only his shell. If he had slain the basilisk, he must have been an incredibly powerful warrior. His hands rested on the pommel and hilt of his sword. Vikir's eyes glinted with curiosity as he reached for the tree's roots, deciding to take the Tree of Spirits and consult Hugo about it. But as his hand neared the roots, he froze. Behind him, the wall torches burst into crimson flame one by one. Alarmed, the little spider's eyes widened, and she panicked. The door slammed shut, and then the knight began to move. He gripped his sword, placed a hand on the throne's armrest, and stared at the ground. The spider hid in Vikir's clothes again, trembling. Vikir stayed calm. He had expected trouble. The knight pulled his sword from the ground and stood, his presence formidable. Vikir kept his guard up, watching silently. Sensing an attack, the knight tightened his grip and got ready to strike. As the sword came closer, Vikir's eyes shone with determination, knowing he had to dodge or die. The knight swung with great force, but Vikir moved quickly, avoiding the blow and causing the blade to smash into the ground and break apart. This knight was no ordinary swordsman. He changed his grip and unleashed a series of strong slashes, but Vikir's speed let him dodge most of them. A small spider appeared again, watching the knight carefully. Vikir stayed calm, noticing that the knight's attacks were dangerously repetitive. The knight, acting without free will, charged forward in wild, meaningless movements. As the knight prepared another strike, Vikir landed, disappointment on his face. He had hoped this was a true guardian of this amazing place. But that hope now seemed pointless. Drawing his bow, he prepared a mana arrow, questions swirling in his mind. How could the knight fight without mana or vitality? But there was no time to think. He fired with determination, aiming to end the fight in one shot. The mana arrow spun like a bullet toward the knight, who lowered his gaze in silence, then looked up with eyes full of malice. Using the first Baskerville technique, the knight sliced the arrow in half with incredible precision, causing a huge explosion of mana that shocked Vikir. He could hardly believe the knight had used the first technique. Gaining momentum, the knight prepared to strike again. The spider panicked, sensing danger. Realizing the knight had been hiding his true strength, Vikir yelled at the spider to hide, then summoned his Beelzebub sword, its aura radiating power. The knight charged, forcing Vikir into a defensive stance. Mana hardened like crystal along his blade as the knight attacked. Vikir countered with the 7th Baskerville technique, but the knight answered with the 8th, sending out a storm of deadly mana slashes so fast Vikir couldn't react, leaving deep cuts across his body. He cried out in pain. The knight lowered his head and his helmet began to crack, revealing white hair and a face wrapped in bandages. Vikir's eyes widened as he realized the knight had used the 8th technique, a hidden ambush, and wondered who he really was. Bleeding heavily, Vikir faced the knight as the wind picked up and the man revealed himself as King Corso le Baskerville, guardian of the Tomb of Swords. Vikir imagined a sword in his mind, remembering that the Baskerville style was not just about slicing but about tearing flesh and crushing bone like a predator's fangs. The knight's brutal attack had almost torn off his shoulder. Gritting his teeth in agony, Vikir's eyes burned with determination. He would not fall here. He could barely believe the knight had used only the 8th technique, as the gap in their strength was massive. Not even the immortal basilisk power he had gained could heal such a wound quickly. His Beelzebub sword held 3 powers: the S-rank Madame's venomous legs, the S-rank basilisk of undying vitality, and the A+ rank Mishusu silent heal. Smoke rose from his wound as he stared at the knight with fury. This was a dangerous opponent. The knight drew his blade again, his body radiating ominous energy. Even injured, Vikir watched closely, trying to understand the source of this overwhelming power. When the knight turned, his eyes shone with malice. He was a relic from an age of chaos when each noble house ruled as its own kingdom. In that time, a mighty warrior rose, the strongest of the 7 counts who brought the Baskerville family to greatness. A man who sought ultimate power, then vanished from the world. His name was King Corso le Baskerville. Vikir caught his breath and forced himself to stand, panting heavily as he asked the knight if he was truly King Corso. A gust of wind blew as the knight silently nodded, his eyes filled with interest as he studied Vikir. As Vikir's wound slowly healed, he clenched his fists and introduced himself as Vikir van Baskerville. King Corso looked mildly surprised, realizing that a son from a side branch of the Van bloodline had reached such strength before adulthood. Vikir stayed silent, jaw tight, but King Corso noticed the legendary Beelzebub in his grasp, a weapon long thought lost, and noted his regeneration, knowing that surviving the 8th technique spoke volumes. King Corso acknowledged his potential, but to Vikir, King Corso was the true mystery. At first, Vikir had not been able to grasp the essence of the 8th technique, but as King Corso advanced, a suffocating aura surrounded him, and Vikir realized he had not sensed the man's life force until now. The moment King Corso revealed himself, his energy felt sharp enough to peel the skin from Vikir's bones. Images of King Corso unleashing the 8th technique filled Vikir's mind, a skill so overwhelming that he had been powerless against it. He knew he stood no chance. Holding his wound, Vikir studied him, and understood that this was the man who had created the lurking ambusher technique. He wondered how far King Corso's skill had reached. King Corso gripped his sword with both hands and slammed it into the ground with a thunderous crash, breaking it apart, then began unwrapping the bandages from his face. His eyes lowered as he spoke softly about the emotions he had embraced to master the 7th technique. When the last bandage fell, his face was revealed to be half-burned, parts of his skull exposed. With steady eyes, he told how he had gained the 8th technique in a deadly battle with a basilisk, and how just before entering the tower on the brink of death he had reached the apex, surpassing the 9th-level swordmaster to become a Death Knight. A Death Knight was a fallen noble consumed by darkness, drawing endless mana from the shadow realm beyond death, their power ending only when body and soul were gone. His true size, origin, and threat were unknown. Vikir's breath caught, his eyes shaking in fear. Was this the mythical 9th form, the peak of swordsmanship? Cane Corso watched him quietly, a man who had embraced death in search of mastery, then admitted the lurking ambusher was not his own invention, but something he had read about. Extending his hand, he said the 10th form was still out of reach, as one must die and return to achieve it. Though he had died, he had never been resurrected, leaving him trapped. Strange energy flared from his exposed skull as he spoke of a strange tree he imagined and with solemnity admitted that rebirth was impossible for a Death Knight, which was why the tower had bound him. Vikir's eyes widened in confusion. How could someone like him be confined here? Cane Corso said Vikir's ignorance was expected, as no one else knew of this place. A torch lit the chamber as he looked at Vikir with sadness, calling this the tomb of the stab blade, where the first Baskerville's life and death met. The cradle where the first Baskerville was born bore the same name, and it was here he died. Only the worthy led by fate could discover this, and only a true Baskerville could die here. Vikir's arrival meant destiny had led him. Overwhelmed, Vikir demanded to know what he meant. Chained to a throne, Cane Corso explained that the tower had imprisoned him to ensure he never escaped. Then a door opened, sunlight pouring in, opened by Vikir himself. The Tomb of Blades had made Cane Corso its sentinel, meant to welcome the true heir of Baskerville and guide them to the 10th form. Through the ages he had waited for the one who could free him from his cursed eternity. Vikir's wounds had healed, and with a calm expression he asked if he was the chosen one. Cane Corso, hands on his sword, believed he could reach the 10th form, but to do so, he would have to die. Pulling his sword from the ground, it glowed ominously as Cane Corso declared that until their battle ended, Vikir would not leave. One would kill the other. That was the tower's decree. Instead of feeling afraid, Vikir's eyes shone with defiance. Holding his sword, he told Cane Corso to stop talking nonsense, saying fate was only an illusion and that he trusted only his own will. A rush of energy burst from Vikir's body as he took a battle stance, ready to give everything to escape. Cane Corso stayed silent, preparing himself. In a flash, Vikir appeared right in front of Cane, catching the Death Knight off guard with his speed. Cane's expression hardened as he asked if Vikir was mocking fate, then struck him under the jaw with lightning speed before Vikir could react. Staggering, Vikir was shocked that Cane Corso had attacked with bare hands. Without wasting time, Cane Corso drew his sword and charged, shouting if Vikir really believed he could outrun destiny. Vikir managed to block with Beelzebub, but the force sent him flying back. Catching his breath, he knew a surprise attack wouldn't work. Cane Corso mocked him for hesitating mid-battle, snapping him back to focus. Moving like a storm, Cane Corso closed in again, attacking with precision. But Vikir blocked. Gritting his teeth, Vikir realized Cane Corso was extremely fast and the gap between them was huge, but he refused to give up. He would close that gap using the skill he trusted most, perfected over 2 lifetimes. With steady eyes, he activated the 4th Baskerville technique. Cane Corso responded by gripping his sword and summoning the 5th technique, his blade glowing with power. Before Vikir could breathe, Cane Corso unleashed a ferocious slash. The impact so strong Vikir screamed in pain, yet he pushed forward, pouring all his mana into his blade and launching the 6th technique. Cane Corso didn't dodge. Meeting him head-on with the 7th technique, the result was devastating. Cane Corso's sword pierced Vikir's chest like a spear of mana, sending him crashing into a statue as blood splattered. Struggling and coughing blood, Vikir realized Cane Corso was dodging everything. Then Cane Corso charged with full force, filling his blade with terrifying power and daring Vikir to block it. Despite his wounds, Vikir attacked with the 7th technique, but Cane Corso countered with a knife, the air warping around his blade. The mana slash struck Vikir, pain tearing through him as Cane Corso's energy shredded him from within. As sunlight filled the chamber, Vikir fell to his knees, blood soaking the ground. Cane Corso stood over him in silence. Eventually, Vikir's eyes opened, and he found himself floating in a river of blood before a mysterious door, unsure where he was. With his body sunk in the red liquid, Vikir slowly opened his eyes, his mind heavy with confusion, questions, and sadness. He was alone in this endless place where only the red liquid stretched as far as he could see. He remembered Cane Corso swinging his sword with deadly precision, so fast that Vikir hadn't even had time to react. And as he looked at his own hand, his eyes filled with sadness and disappointment. Certain that his 7th technique had been broken by Cane's 9th and that he had taken the blow directly, suddenly his eyes widened in shock as he realized he didn't know what was happening or where he was. Breathing heavily with fear and confusion, he pushed himself up on his hands, sat up, and wondered if he was dead. Slowly raising his head, his terrified gaze fell on something bright, and his fearful expression changed as confusion took over. All around was still the same red liquid, but in the distance Vikir saw a glowing door, and he fell silent, fear filling his mind as he wondered if this was the line of death Cane Corso had spoken of. He recalled Cane's words about fighting the basilisk at the line of death where he had awakened the 8th Baskerville technique. Filled with a desperate will to survive, Vikir stood and began walking slowly through the liquid toward the door, his eyes shining in surprise as he clenched his fist, reasoning that if this door meant death, the fact he hadn't crossed it yet meant he was still alive. He reached out his hand, staring in silence until his eyes widened with relief, comforted by the thought that he wasn't dead, though he also recognized that this felt like the destiny Cane had described, a 10th technique of the Baskervilles. He remembered the tree with the monster's corpse, and the moment Cane's attack had filled his body with terrible pain. followed by Kane's calm explanation that to reach the 10th style, Vikir would have to experience death in their fight. With clenched fists, Vikir stared at his reflection, his sad eyes lost in thought, wondering if this was what Kane had meant, and his mind drifted to his own past, his death at the guillotine and his return as a baby. He realized that if Kane was right, then by being executed before his regression he had met the death condition of the 9th technique, and by returning to life he had fulfilled the condition of the 10th. Remembering that horrible death, fury filled him, and he clenched his teeth, knowing he was the only being chosen by destiny, yet the thought seemed like cruel mockery. Rage consumed him as he struck the red liquid and screamed a curse, but as the glowing door lit the dark place he calmed slightly, wondering if his death, life and struggles were nothing more than destiny's choice. At that moment, energy-made hands rose from the liquid and clung to his body, and though fury burned in him he stayed silent and resisted nothing, only remembering the oath he had made during his fight with Madam, never to let others drag him through life again. Slowly the hands pulled him down, and lost in rage and memories of his battles, the true Madam, the demon Andromelius and the elite corpses, his strength faded and he allowed himself to sink. He wondered if all he had fought for, risking his life so many times, had been meaningless. Yet he admitted that if reaching the 10th technique was possible, it would still bring joy, for it was what he had longed for. Even so, he questioned if it was enough, and in his desperation he recalled Cane Corso's words that the 10th technique meant being trapped here for an endless time, his mind filled with memories of the battle with the 10 elite corpses, with corpses scattered everywhere and swords buried in the ground, until suddenly his eyes widened as a light of hope appeared in the form of his father, his family, the Balik tribe, his friends, and Perry, the orphan who had died to one of the corpses. Smiling as always, from the depths of the red liquid, bubbles rose and soon more bubbles followed. Vikir's eyes burned with rage as he clenched his teeth. If his power had created his destiny and threatened the people he wanted to protect, then he would use that destiny for them and not for the tower. Rising from the red liquid, Vikir shouted, knowing he had to set them free. His glowing eyes showed his resolve because his true place was not in the tower but with them, and he had to survive. Focusing his will, the liquid spun into a tornado that slowly became a blood-red sword. As strong mana poured from it, Vikir reached out for what only someone who had faced death could claim. Grabbing the sword, which shone with a fierce light, his eyes hardened with resolve, for this was the 8th technique, the key that opened the door of death. Without hesitation he swung the sword and drove it into the glowing door, turning it like a key. A blinding flash burst from it, brighter than anything a swordmaster could endure. Meanwhile, in reality, Vikir's body lay broken in a crater made by the Death Knight's strike. The knight Cane Corso stood over him, disappointed at what looked like his death. With blood covering the ground and wounds all over Vikir's body, Cane turned away, ready to return to his throne. After a pause, he admitted with respect that Vikir was extraordinary but had failed to awaken his power. Just then, Vikir stood, releasing a godly mana that froze Cane in shock. Cane turned in disbelief, instantly recognizing the aura of the 8th technique. While Cane was distracted, Vikir's glowing eyes appeared behind him, prepared to strike. But Cane drew his sword and blocked the attack. The impact forced Cane back several meters, and though shaken, he glared at Vikir, furious at losing ground to someone who had just reached the 8th technique. He admitted Vikir had grown strong but declared that true destiny was the 10th technique. Before Cane could finish, Vikir shouted that he accepted this destiny and would reach the 10th form of Baskerville. Exhausted but determined, he said he had to leave the tower alive because there were things he must do. Cane, confused, wondered what he meant, but sensed the powerful mana rising from him was more than survival, it was purpose. Still, Cane insisted that as long as the tower held him, escape was impossible. Then the tower door creaked open, drawing both their eyes in shock as sunlight and wind streamed inside. Cane, silent and thoughtful, admitted that perhaps the tower itself willed this outcome. He told Vikir to leave, agreeing that his destiny lay outside, yet he mourned that while the tower freed the boy, it kept him chained forever. Vikir then shouted, asking if Cane wanted him to kill him with the 10th Baskerville technique. Stunned, Cane listened as Vikir promised that if he reached that power he would free him. So Cane must wait. Smiling at this, Cane accepted that destiny would flow its course and vowed to wait. As wind and dust filled the tower, Vikir asked Cane if he was the one who had broken the book of lurking ambush swordsmanship, and why. Cane's voice faded into the dust, leaving the answer to the tower's will. Soon the dust swallowed the place and the tower itself vanished without a trace, releasing Vikir. Left in silence, he tried to grasp what had happened until a small spider crawled out and perched happily on his shoulder, bringing a rare smile to his face. Vikir's eyes widened with curiosity when he saw that he was holding the specter's tree in his hand. He studied it carefully and realized that Cane had known from the beginning that he was looking for this. A proud smile spread across his face, even though many unexpected things had happened. With this, the mission was finished. Somewhere a golden door stood shining under a magnificent chandelier, and students from all the Thymizes gathered with their representatives in front of it. Blue Whale spread his arms wide, smiling as he congratulated the 10 students who had passed the trials of each house. Vikir kept his eyes on the ground in silence, while beside him Granoel's eyes sparkled with joy, and on the other side Sinclair clenched her fist, blushing with excitement. In a serious voice, Blue Whale spoke to the 10 finalists, expressing the deep respect of the Academy representatives for their great achievement in passing the second stage of the apprentice system. To make sure their efforts were not wasted, he explained once more the rules for claiming an artifact. He pointed to the ceiling and said that the vault door, where countless artifacts rested, only opened one day each year, today, and only for 5 hours. He warned that once the 5 hours ended, the door would close and could not be opened again until the next year's competition. The Baskerville triplets looked shocked at this rule. Blue Whale stressed that it was absolute, and if anyone was still inside when the time ended, they could not be saved, no matter what. Bowing his head seriously, he said his next words were especially for those who had just finished the Baskerville task, and that Vikir must listen carefully. Vikir snapped out of his thoughts, confused, as Blue Whale's eyes flashed with anger. He scolded Vikir for arriving late, saying everyone had almost been unable to enter because of him. He warned that with such poor timing Vikir was sure to get locked in, so he had to pay attention. Grenouille and Sinclair gave awkward smiles while Blue Whale shouted that if Vikir was going to be late he should have at least informed them, since they had even considered filing a missing person report. Furious, he reminded Vikir that it was his duty to finish the tournament properly, since his role as Tower Lord was at stake. Sinclair laughed softly with her hand near her mouth and eyes closed while Vikir stayed silent and confused, staring at the ground with anger and fear. He thought of the tower where Cane Corso was, remembering that inside the grave of the stabbed blade it had felt like no time had passed, but outside 10 whole days had gone by. Since the fight with Cane happened at the lowest level of the tower, there might be something more than just space-time distortion in the upper levels. Lifting his head, Vikir's eyes fixed on the door before him, and his expression changed as he sensed a strange, demonic energy coming from it. He stepped closer to the 10 elite corpses as the door slowly opened and a bright blue light burst out. There were 5 minutes and 30 seconds left before the door would close again. Blue Whale and the other professors sat silently by the door. Vasilios, the chief of the Varangian, watched with widening eyes, while Eppolita, the headmaster of the Mischira, looked on curiously, wondering what artifacts the students would bring this year. Blue Whale calmly reminded her that the students did not choose the artifacts, instead the artifacts chose the students to be taken out. Vinci Morgue only stared in silence. Blue Whale explained that whatever artifact a student brought back they were already recognized as worthy, so they should be welcomed warmly and congratulated. Vasilios stayed silent, while Eppolita closed her eyes, nodded and smiled in agreement, closing his eyes. Vinci Morgue remembered Blue Whale's earlier words when Madame had appeared, about how desperate he was for the Mage Tower to win, and now it felt strange and unsettling that he pretended to support all students equally. Blue Whale looked at him, slightly puzzled, while Vinci Morgue clasped his hands and wondered with shining eyes how many students would be chosen this year. Meanwhile, the students began returning through the portal. First came Smartypant holding his glowing magic staff, followed by Lovegood Merlin, Bacaraga, Sinclair and the triplets. They walked toward Blue Whale and the others, and Eppolita asked those who had obtained artifacts to explain what powers they had. Smartypant proudly displayed his staff, which began to shine. He excitedly revealed that he had obtained a staff made from a pink dragon scale that increased his mana. Smiling, Lovegood Merlin showed off a heart-shaped hairpin that could block one mind-type spell, but only if someone she truly loved was by her side. Bacaraga smiled as he displayed his steel gloves, the Demon King's hand gauntlets that boosted physical strength. Then it was Dolores' turn. She revealed a golden mirror, the mirror of truth, which exposed the real face behind a mask but only worked on people within her range. The Baskerville triplets raised their swords, the 3 branched blades that grew stronger when together. Sinclair with excitement pointed to the hat on her back, the money hat which increased her magical power when fed money. Crossing her arms she stared at Sinclair's hat, unable to believe that every student had been chosen by an artifact, making this year's class truly unique. With curiosity, Vasilios commented that this showed the artifacts had acknowledged the students' talent, and he wondered if everyone had already come out. Blue Whale then revealed there were only 20 seconds left. Eppolita's eyes widened in confusion and surprise as she didn't know what was happening. Vasilios calmly turned to Blue Whale and asked why he was sweating, while Blue Whale held his head and counted down the remaining seconds before the door closed. Vinci Morgue, hands clasped and eyes full of anger, revealed that one student had not yet come out, Vikir from his academy. Blue Whale trembled and panicked, shouting that there were only 20 seconds left, and that even if a student wasn't chosen by an artifact, no one had ever failed to exit the treasure room in time. The portal glowed brightly, and the professors declared that if Vikir wanted to live he had to come out immediately. Sinclair fixed her eyes on the portal, wondering where Vikir was, while Dolores turned, her eyes full of worry. The triplets panicked as time ran out, seeing that Vikir still hadn't emerged. Smartypants stayed silent. Lovegood Merlin's eyes widened with concern, and Bacaraga was shocked too. When only 4 seconds remained, someone clenched a fist and emerged from the portal. It was Grenouille. Gritting his teeth, he chose not to be trapped inside, closed his eyes and stumbled to the ground just as the golden door slammed shut. Covered in sweat, he stood up panting and arrogantly declared that the protagonist always arrives last. Sinclair and Dolores looked on in fear. The triplets were shocked, and as the smoke cleared, everyone was left speechless. Grenouille noticed their reactions and asked what was wrong, while Vinci Morgue's face turned pale in terror, realizing that Vikir had not come out. Inside the treasure room, even after the door closed, Vikir's eyes were calm as he watched from a high pillar, relieved to finally be alone. Landing gracefully, he prepared to deal with the 7th corpse before it could act. Surrounded by artifacts with only moonlight to guide him, Vikir searched, sensing the smell of a demon. The room held many magical items, but he ignored the glowing ones, remembering that artifacts instantly revealed their chosen. His rage grew as he realized what he sought was here, the only inanimate demon among the 10 supreme corpses. His eyes locked onto powerful weapons, a mace, shield, bow, and sword. He knew the 7th corpse, Decoravia, was nearby, and he studied the sword, knowing the darkest evil often hid behind the brightest beauty. Consumed by rage, he unsheathed his own sword, glared at the weapon, and declared that the game of hide-and-seek was over. Then, moving like lightning, he unleashed a storm of precise slashes, shattering the artifact that held the weapons into pieces. Vikir stayed alert, knowing that behind the barrier was the demon Decoravia, who had been asleep but soon awakened, its eye glowing with malice as it stared at him, creating crushing pressure. Vikir prepared for battle as the demon's eye burned with rage, mocking him as weak and ignorant and asking if he was the one who had disturbed its slumber. This was the seventh corpse, Decoravia, ranked S+ in danger, humanity's natural enemy, one of the 10 incomprehensible disasters believed impossible to kill, described in the 10 Commandments as a plague of locusts that would destroy food supplies. A strange blue energy rose from its armor and weapon as Decoravia absorbed mana from nearby objects to grow stronger. Vikir realized it had reached this size by drawing power from surrounding artifacts, and though he had planned to cut down the rack in one blow, he now saw the demon had been hiding its true strength. Laughing wildly, Decoravia declared immense power filled its body, and that it would open the door to the abyss to wipe out humanity, casting humans into despair. Yet its eye widened in confusion when it noticed powerful energy rising from Vikir, who confidently revealed he was the one who awakened it, his body glowing with a demonic aura that made the demon believe only another demon could have done so. Its attention shifted to the Beelzebub sword, wondering if it was the legendary weapon, since it seemed impossible for a human to wield such ancient power. But Vikir, his eyes blazing, cared only for destroying it and aimed his sword at its glowing eye. The demon suddenly laughed, saying its contract with demons was broken and that it would now form one with a human. Shocked, Vikir froze and asked what it meant, and the demon explained that it used to be a demon, and every 1,000 years fell into deep sleep, its nature for the next cycle shaped by whoever awakened it. Vikir was confused but furious, and pouring all his mana into his sword he lunged forward, slashing at Decoravia with thunderous rage. The demon panicked, sweating and shrieking, unable to keep up with his relentless attacks, demanding to know why a human would harm its noble body. But Vikir, eyes sharp, declared his mission was to kill demons. Fear filled Decoravia's eye as its healing failed, and with tears it cried that it was no longer a demon. But Vikir refused to believe and attacked again until it insisted he check its mana. Hesitant, Vikir calmed himself and focused, realizing with shock that the demonic aura had vanished. Enraged, Decoravia shouted that since Vikir awakened it, demons had no claim over it, and now it stood with humans, claiming it could detect operate shields, calling this its greatest ability. Tears still in its eye, it insisted it was useful, and Vikir's gaze hardened as memories of the Age of Destruction returned. He remembered the shield Decoravia had once become, feeding on the mana of 9 demons, a barrier called the Wall of Wailing that had held against the combined might of the human alliance. As Decoravia wept and fumed, Vikir stood in silence, thinking that if this power could now serve humanity, it might be better to preserve it, for destroying it would rob the demons of a great weapon. Vikir filled his sword with his mana and pointed the blade near the demon's eye, accepting the deal but ordering it to spit out everything it knew about the 10 elite corpses, making it clear with his sharp gaze and overwhelming mana that if the demon hesitated even slightly, he would rip it apart until nothing recognizable remained. Decoravia cried in relief, promised to cooperate and begged him to stop saying such frightening things, then suddenly turned into a necklace, leaving Vikir shocked as he asked what it was doing, and Decoravia explained it could not just float around, so it had turned into an artifact-like necklace. The door had fully closed and Decoravia asked how they would get out, while on the other side Vinci Morgue pounded desperately on the door, shouting for it to open because his student was still inside, his eyes full of despair, which made Blue Whale worried as he had never seen Vinci Morgue like that. Bakaraga clenched his fist and walked toward the door, and when Smarty Pant asked what he was doing, he replied sincerely that their comrade was trapped and they had to help, while the Baskerville triplets, instead of feeling sad, were determined to save Vikir. Several minutes passed with the door still shut, making Dolores fearful and Sinclair panic, while Blue Whale sadly told Vinci Morgue not to try breaking it because the door could never be forced open. Exhausted, Vinci Morgue fell to his knees in anger and despair, but then noticed something striking the door from the other side, making him look up in shock as cracks spread until the door finally shattered, fragments flying everywhere as Vinci Morgue leapt aside to avoid them, while powerful energy surged out and stunned everyone watching. Then Vikir appeared, calm despite his shining eyes of surprise, apologizing for being late and explaining he had only meant to tear the barrier slightly but had ended up breaking the door, which shocked Vinci Morgue, the Baskerville triplets, Dolores and Sinclair. Knowing he could not explain, Vikir lied and showed Decoravia as a necklace, saying it was a single-use artifact that could break barriers, and before he could finish, Sinclair ran to hug him, crying endlessly and saying she thought he would not return. While Vikir froze in confusion, Bakaraga placed a gloved hand on his shoulder, praised him and called him Master Hunter, while the Baskerville triplets cried with admiration. Lovegood Merlin clasped her hands in relief, Smarty Pant smiled proudly, and Dolores wiped her tears, happy he was safe. Vikir wondered why no one questioned how he broke the door, and Vinci Morgue welcomed him back with pride before walking away, leaving Vikir to thank him. As Sinclair continued crying, Vikir gently placed his hand on her back, his eyes calm. And with that everything was settled. The Olympic survival competition had ended, but the once-a-year door was destroyed, and the collapse of the artifact vault barrier was a major incident. The administrators and headmasters investigated the inverted pentagram artifact supposedly used but found no mana reaction, and since Decoravia was now a pendant, they concluded it had been a single-use item that lost all power, while Vikir wore it quietly around his neck. Because of this, it was now nothing more than a necklace with a threatening shape. Outside the academy it was evening, And with all the big and small commotions ending, the Academy League finally came to a close. In the dorms, Vikir had just finished showering and was drying his hair with a towel. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window as he silently stared at the floor, his gaze fixed on a paper lying on the table. It was an announcement for the mock investment competition hosted by the bourgeois family. The poster said the competition was a stepping stone to the grand stage of the financial world to be held in the place known as the spine of the economy. All Academy students were eligible to join during a 1-week registration period, after which the poster would vanish. Vikir's eyes lit up as he realized this. He had thought the survival competition was the last one, but now he saw there were other contests like this mock investment competition. While he was distracted, someone opened the shower door and showed him the Decoravia pendant. Vikir turned and his eyes widened in confusion. Piggy had also been showering, and with a towel on his head he stepped out with a curious smile, asking if it was Vikir's necklace. Decoravia blushed as its attention fixed on Piggy. Vikir reached for the necklace, and Piggy explained that he must have left it in the shower room, so Vikir thanked him. Piggy returned to the shower while Vikir continued drying his hair. With a furious look, Decoravia thought that men and women were placed in the same room only based on appearances, but apparently not, and still found the scene amusing. Vikir held the necklace tightly, his eyes burning with rage, and reminded Decoravia that he had already warned it he would shatter it if it tried anything strange. Decoravia's expression turned fearful, and it stammered, excusing itself by saying it was just commenting on the nice dorm facilities and only looking around. At that moment, Piggy came out again, his eyes wide with confusion as he thought Vikir was speaking to him. Quickly, Vikir hid the necklace behind his back and changed the subject, asking about the poster on the desk. Piggy's eyes focused on it, and he explained that the mock investment contest would be held soon, where participants had to pick promising stocks or sectors to invest in ahead of time. With clenched fists and shining eyes, Piggy smiled and said the hosts were the famous bourgeois family, and winning or placing well would bring many benefits. With a sigh and a small smile, he admitted that his combat record was poor, so he needed to excel in a contest like this to gain points and make up for his credits. Vikir listened quietly, his eyes confused, then turned serious and told Piggy that while he lacked talent in combat, he had great talent in other areas. Embarrassed, Piggy scratched his head, and Vikir remembered that Piggy was especially skilled at gathering, analyzing, and managing information. An image of Cindy Wendy came to his mind, fists clenched and eyes glowing with excitement, and he thought she would surely try to recruit Piggy. Meanwhile, the little spider tried to bite the pendant, making Decoravia shout in confusion for it to back off. Piggy then thought of Sinclair, clenching his fists with determination and swearing that this time he had to beat her. Vikir looked puzzled at his words, and Piggy, with a confident smile, explained that he had always lost to Sinclair in past tournaments since she also had a strong talent for economics and investment. So this time he couldn't afford to lose. As they talked, time passed and the clock struck 6 p.m. Realizing this, Piggy moved like lightning, exclaiming he was late for an appointment with the professor. He quickly put on his shirt and ran out first, leaving Vikir confused about what had just happened. Piggy moved so fast that he sent all the papers on the table flying into the air. Vikir's eyes went to the little spider and the pendant, as the spider drooled and smiled while Decoravia angrily demanded that Vikir get the beast off. A few hours later, night fell. The moon shone high in the sky and the streets were empty. Rain had left puddles on the ground, perfectly reflecting the moonlight. Soon after, a man in boots ran through the quiet streets, splashing through a puddle. His face was covered in sweat and he panted heavily, gripping an axe in his hand while wearing a hat. He was no ordinary man, and without stopping he ran without looking back. Once he got clear of the area, he rested his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, his sweaty face and weary eyes filled with fury as he thought that if not for the woman Ouroboros he could have devoured the imperial capital. Just then, someone shouted his name, Edward Bourbon, Jr. Hearing this, his eyes went wide in shock and his face twisted in fear as he gritted his teeth. Someone with a clenched fist came from behind and walked toward him. Edward turned around with a confused look and asked what he was doing here and how long he had followed him, but it was none other than the night Bloodhound. Vikir's eyes glowed with rage as he stared at Edward. Edward was shocked because he had not sensed him at all and wondered if he was an agent sent by Ouroboros or the Bloodhound she had spoken of. With a sharp gaze, Vikir said he didn't know what Edward was talking about and called him by his clerical name, Sam Bourbon. Instead of being afraid, Edward's face twisted with anger as he demanded to know why Vikir was digging into his past. Vikir stepped closer and revealed Edward's identity as an intermediate graduate with a martial rank and a high priest of the rising northern cult, the Church. He exposed Edward's crimes, saying that 25 years ago he had abused and murdered his cousin as a sacrifice to form his first pact with a demon, and since then he had continued his religious work while destroying thousands of families. Edward listened in silence before raising his axe, which gleamed in the moonlight. As Vikir's eyes glowed, he added that later Edward joined the demon army and fought against Vatis, feeling furious. Vikir went on, saying Edward had used his knowledge of scripture as a weapon to infiltrate the temple as a spy, and during the Holy War he betrayed the human alliance, striking fatal blows to heroes like Tudor, La Mancha, Don Quixote, and Bianca. Then asked if he was right. Edward stuck out his tongue, smiled, and admitted Vikir was correct, confirming the truth about being a priest and killing his cousin. But as he swung his axe and lunged furiously, he shouted that the rest was nonsense. As Edward attacked, Vikir stayed calm, and in an instant he drew his sword, moved like thunder, and cut off Edward's head with a single strike. To Vikir, even ignoring what had not yet happened, Edward was still trash. Edward's body collapsed and Vikir looked at the ground in silence as a strange smell rose from the corpse. He turned and, confused by the magical scent, searched the body and found a sheet of indulgence in its pocket. It declared that all the sins of the believer were forgiven, issued and guaranteed by the Church of the Old Testament, warning that forgery would be punished. The sheet itself gave off a magical scent. Vikir grew curious, knowing that after killing the demon ninth corpse, Dantalion of the Vatis family, indulgence sales should have stopped, yet the demonic smell remained. In a grave tone, Decoravia said it could feel it spreading stronger and stronger, claiming it was the scent of the sixth corpse, a close friend of the ninth. Vikir thought carefully, realizing he would have to investigate the Vatis family again. His eyes filled with sadness as he stared at Edward's corpse, troubled by Edward's earlier mention of Ouroboros. Edward's head lay beside his body in a pool of blood as Vikir reflected on how she had hunted criminals in the imperial capital and wanted to meet him. The night hound, once he thought of her as just a psychopath, now seemed like a psychopath with a plan. Hours later at night under the bright moon, someone in high heels appeared on a rooftop. Ouroboros sheathed her whip and arrived at the spot where Edward had been killed, descending to the ground. She walked up to the corpse and, seeing the night bloodhound was gone, crouched to pick up the head. She lifted Edward's head, wondering when Vikir would show her his noble face again, and with shining eyes full of excitement she stuck out her tongue and wondered if she should wait a little longer. A few hours later, the sun rose and the streets filled with people, some going to work, others chatting with friends. At one corner a vendor was selling masks. A hooded man stopped to look at them and the vendor, smiling, encouraged him to buy one. The man bought a mask, turned away and left. The vendor thanked him warmly and waved goodbye. That man was Vikir. He walked through the area with his arms crossed, smiling slightly in surprise. As he had expected, the streets of the imperial capital were crowded since it was the weekend. Something soon caught his attention, making his eyes widen with curiosity. His gaze turned toward the temple, which was filled with people. This was the place, the Vatis temple, the second branch of the Old Testament faction. A priest placed a sign on the street and announced a special deal. For that day only, people could repent and be forgiven for their sins at half price. Everyone stared at him, surprised by the announcement. Curious, Vikir decided to take a look. When he got closer to the temple, he saw a man and a woman walking out. The men smiled and said he had been tormented by guilt for a long time but now felt completely free. The woman asked if he meant the incident from before. Smiling without remorse, he said yes. It was about the time he had been driving his carriage drunk and ran over a child. Vikir stopped walking, his body trembling. Unsure if this was true, the woman mentioned that the child had supposedly died. The man extended his hand, his eyes shining as he admitted that the death had been unfortunate, but it had troubled him so much he couldn't sleep well. He explained that he came to repent because the indulgences were on sale. With a twisted smile, he added that he had bought a very expensive one, so now he didn't have to compensate the victim's family, calling it a great deal. The woman smiled and said that everything was fine then, and that her beloved was actually a very good person. Even the pendant Decoravia seemed confused. With a doubtful tone, it asked Vikir if those people were really human. It said that apart from their looks they didn't seem much different from demons, and wondered what the world was becoming. At the temple entrance a long line had formed, people eager to buy indulgences at a discount. A man stood there reading names from a list. Vikir quietly approached and watched him, deep in thought. When his turn came, his eyes grew serious. Inside, a priest with a kind smile sat before a statue of God. He greeted Vikir, noting he had waited a long time, and asked what sin he had committed and what kind of indulgence he wanted. Vikir looked straight at him and asked if one could repent not only for past sins but also for sins they planned to commit in the future. The priest cheerfully reached out his hand and said that was possible too. He only needed to buy indulgences in advance. He asked what sin Vikir planned to commit. The priest's smile looked human, but something about it was unsettling. Vikir placed his hands on the table and said in a serious tone that it was something terrible, an atrocious crime. At first the priest seemed confused and clasped his hands confidently and said that Vikir had come to the right place. He warned that if the sin was that serious the indulgence would be extremely expensive and asked if that was acceptable. He then invited Vikir to wait in the exclusive VVIP lounge with a cup of tea. Curious, the priest asked how heavy the sin was to need such a costly indulgence. Vikir paused, showing no emotion, and lied that he planned to kill his neighbor's pig. The priest looked shocked and asked if that was what he called an atrocious crime. Vikir answered calmly that a pig was also a living creature and that taking a life was still a sin. The priest's pleasant smile vanished and his eyes burned with anger as he gritted his teeth. He snapped, asking if Vikir thought he had nothing better to do just because he was smiling. Outside, the line of people still waited to pay for forgiveness. The priest had seen all kinds of sinners, men who ran people over or burnt houses down, but never someone who came all this way just for planning to kill a single pig. With a furious look he sighed, stamped the indulgence and crumpled it before throwing it at Vikir. He ordered him to pay the gold and leave, warning him not to sin again and not to return. Vikir showed no emotion, already knowing the dark secrets of the church. He picked up the indulgence, thanked the priest, and left while staring at the paper. Under the title Indulgence, it stated that all the sins of the faithful believer were forgiven. It also said that the indulgence was issued and guaranteed by the Old Testament and that any forgery would be punished. Vikir wasn't surprised. Just as he had expected, he could sense a faint demonic smell coming from both the temple and the indulgence itself. With a serious look, Decoravia said it could clearly sense the scent of the sixth corpse too. Vikir was certain it wasn't inside the temple, but he knew it was connected somehow. It had to be somewhere in the imperial capital. Just then, a woman dressed in white with a hood walked past him. When Vikir noticed her, his eyes widened in surprise. Before she could sense his gaze, he quickly hid behind a pillar. The woman didn't notice and continued walking. Vikir felt confused because according to what he knew, she should have been at the academy right now, and he wondered why she was here. Decoravia also looked puzzled and peeked around the corner to see who the woman was. The woman had blonde hair and worried eyes. It was Dolores. She joined the long line in front of the temple, closed her eyes, and let out a sigh of relief. Looking down, she hesitated, thinking maybe she should have just walked in confidently and said she was only looking around. She thought that sneaking in like this might make her look even more suspicious, especially since she was a saint. She clenched her fists, certain that her disguise was perfect and no one would recognize her. Some women in the line looked at her strangely, noticing her nervous expression. Dolores carefully studied the people around her and realized they had all come to this temple of the Old Testament faction to buy indulgences. Her eyes filled with sadness because even after the death of Quilty of House Indulgencia, after Dantalion's death, and after they had exposed the Old Testament faction's corrupt indulgence business through the ledgers, the practice was still thriving openly. She knew Quo Vadis was now in total chaos, with the Old and New Testament factions in conflict. Everyone's attention was focused there, and as a result, fake religions were spreading all over the empire. She imagined the Quo Vadis temple and wondered how the Old Testament faction which had caused this conflict still managed to stay wealthy even after the fall of the Indulgencia family, who had been its main financial supporters. Looking down again, her eyes reflected sorrow. She wondered if their money still came from selling indulgences or if they had found another source of income. She had come here to find out, but so far she had no answers. While she was lost in thought, someone in the crowd announced that they had arrived. Everyone gathered eagerly, unable to believe it. A man wearing boots stepped out of a carriage. It was Cardinal Humbert of the Rune Order and the Old Testament faction of Quo Vadis. With a kind smile, he greeted everyone. Dolores' eyes widened in fear when she saw him. Shocked and nervous, she immediately left the line and tried to get away. Cardinal Humbert noticed her strange behavior and frowned slightly. Dolores fled without looking back while Humbert watched her closely in silence. Then he went up to one of the priests and said with a serious tone that something was bothering him. He ordered the lieutenant to look around the area before entering the temple. The priest bowed his head and accepted the command. Humbert then turned away from the crowd and prepared to go inside. The people grew confused, asking where His Eminence was going and begging him to bless them. Guards appeared to keep them from getting too close. Meanwhile, Dolores was already far from there. She had climbed to the second floor of the temple, her fists clenched and her heart pounding. Panic and anger filled her. Humbert was her father. After discovering the connection between the demon Quilty and her father's indulgence records, the conflict between her, a believer of the New Testament, and him, a cardinal of the Old Testament, had only grown deeper. Lost in thought, she didn't notice where she was going and accidentally bumped into a hooded man, falling to the ground. She quickly apologized, saying she hadn't been looking ahead and that the impact was so strong it felt like she had hit a wall. As sunlight poured into the hall, the man stared at her silently. Soon, 2 guards with axes spotted them. One of them pointed at them, shouting that there were suspicious people there and ordered them to be arrested. Dolores turned around on the floor, her eyes wide with shock. Seeing this, the man grabbed her hand and though she didn't understand what was happening, he pulled her along and ran. The guards shouted for them to stop and started chasing them. As the sunlight shone through the temple, they ran up a staircase with the guards close behind, refusing to give up until they were caught. The guards finally cornered them. Grinding their teeth and looking furious, they ordered them not to move. Soon after, Cardinal Humbert came up the stairs. With a stern look, he told them to take off their hoods and show their faces. The hooded man smiled and said that the Old Testament faction's temple had quite a strange way of welcoming guests. Smiling, both of them removed their hoods. One was an old man and the other a young man. Humbert's eyes widened in shock, leaving him a bit confused. The tall man with brown hair stared silently at Humbert, while the old man smiled and told Humbert that it had been a long time since they had met. Meanwhile, hidden in the stone window frame above were another hooded man, now wearing a dog mask, and Dolores. It was Vikir. Dolores watched closely and blushed. The old man smiled again. Humbert's eyes grew serious. Vikir showed no emotion, while Dolores felt both surprised and confused. It was daytime and the two of them were hiding. She wondered who was behind the mask. Vikir raised his finger to his lips and quietly told her not to make a sound. Instead of feeling angry, Dolores' eyes widened in surprise, and her face turned red. She clenched her fists, quickly realizing that his voice was the same as the night Bloodhound's. Below them, the tense meeting continued. The tall, brown-haired man broke the silence, saying it had been a long time. The old man smiled again. Humbert recognized him. It was Cardinal Martin Luther of the New Testament faction of the Rune Order. Humbert's attitude immediately changed. Placing a hand over his chest, he apologized for his behavior, saying he had only been chasing some suspicious intruders who seemed to be sneaking around the temple. Martin Luther looked curious and a bit puzzled, asking what he meant by rats. His eyes sparkled as he smiled and asked if Humbert was referring to them. Humbert gave a nervous smile and quickly shook his head. Then, with a polite look, he extended his hand and asked what had brought them to the temple of the Old Testament faction. Martin Luther calmly closed his eyes and chuckled, admitting that he had come to take a look around. The tall, brown-haired man stared at him closely. which made Humbert uneasy. The Quo Vadis temple was full of people, while Martin Luther explained that his New Testament temple was as empty as a desert. He spread his hands and said that although it might seem shameless, he wanted to learn how the Old Testament faction attracted so many believers. He added that the Pope had always valued harmony. With a gentle smile, Humbert replied that there was no special reason for their success. It was simply that the temple's location was good and the local population was large. Martin Luther looked thoughtful. Both men smiled calmly and stayed silent for several minutes. The tall brown-haired man watched them with interest and then bowed his head respectfully to Martin Luther. Humbert soon announced that he had to leave for a meeting. Martin Luther also bowed to him politely, saying he regretted wasting the time of such an important person. With a serious face, Humbert turned to the guards and ordered them to safely escort the visitors out of the temple. The guards nodded in response. The tall brown-haired man showed no expression while Martin Luther kept his kind smile. Then Humbert clenched his fist tightly. Martin Luther noticed it and smiled, looking down at the ground as he said that demons filled this land, trying to consume them all. Humbert turned his back and walked away without saying anything. Martin Luther continued, saying that they should not be afraid but stay strong. He promised that they would win through the truth. Even if they lost their families, wealth, honor, or lives, the truth would remain and make the empire eternal. At first, Humbert tried to stay calm and ignore his words, but he couldn't. His eyes burned with anger and he clenched his teeth hard. Meanwhile, Vikir and Dolores quietly left the temple and climbed onto the roof of a nearby house. Vikir decided that they had done enough. As the sun began to set, he turned his back to her and said that they wouldn't be chased anymore since they had left the area around the temple. Dolores looked at the setting sun with sincere eyes. Blushing, she thanked Vikir and took off her hood. In a curious and shy tone, she asked how he had recognized her. Vikir kept his back turned and said he knew it was her right away. Dolores put her hands over her chest, her eyes wide with surprise and affection. Vikir turned to her calmly and said her disguise was too obvious. It was strange that no one else had noticed. Dolores closed her eyes and smiled. Then she covered her mouth with her fist and smiled again. Seeing this, Vikir grew curious, wondering why she was smiling. With tears of happiness in her eyes, she looked at him tenderly and apologized if she had offended him, saying she never meant to. After a sigh, she noticed that he could make jokes now and felt that the mood had changed a little. She looked down at the ground, her eyes shining as she fell into deep thought. She remembered that when the night Bloodhound had grabbed her earlier, she had thought it was Vikir. She recalled past moments like meeting Vikir on the academy stairs and hiding with him to avoid Quilty. She wondered if her instinct came from how similar those moments were to what had just happened. While she was lost in thought, Vikir called her name, snapping her back to reality. Her eyes widened in surprise and curiosity. Vikir stepped closer to her and in a serious tone asked why she, the saint of the New Testament, had come to the Old Testament's temple while hiding her identity. Dolores stayed silent for a while. Then she lowered her head, sadness filling her eyes. Honestly, she admitted that the internal conflict between the Old and New Testament factions within Quo Vadis had caused many heresies and sects to appear. Vikir listened quietly without interrupting. She explained that even amid all this chaos, she had secretly infiltrated the temple to investigate the financial dealings of the Old Testament faction, which had grown very rich. Holding her arm tightly, Dolores looked even sadder as she stared at the ground. She revealed that the Pope was showing signs of dementia, and she didn't even know if he understood what was happening. She added that she was only a saint in name, nothing more. The sun began to set. Looking at its glow, she sincerely admitted that she had no real power and that she had no choice but to act on her own. Vikir looked at Dolores silently, his eyes serious as he realized that these were problems far too great for her to handle alone. Dolores' eyes shimmered with sadness as she stayed quiet, lost in thought. Vikir knew better than anyone that one day she would become a great heroine, respected and powerful. But for now, she was just a young girl whose adoptive family was tied to demons, with almost no one she could trust. His eyes glimmered with understanding as he finally saw the full picture. Vikir pieced everything together in his mind, the funding source of Humbert, the heretics and sects, the indulgences. The puzzle was complete. Extending his hand, he spoke honestly, saying that it was very likely the Old Testament faction had sold religious independence to heresies and sects in the form of indulgences at a very high price to gain power over the New Testament. Dolores watched him quietly, not saying a word. Vikir realized that Cardinal Martin Luther must have suspected this already, which explained why he had come here. Dolores' eyes widened in shock and confusion, but soon she realized that Vikir was right. Placing her hand under her chin, she thought deeply. She couldn't believe that both Cardinal Martin Luther and the Night Bloodhound had seen all this coming. Vikir watched her silently, unsure what she was thinking. Then Dolores' eyes opened wide again and she asked the Night Bloodhound if after all his investigation there could be a connection to demons once more. With a calm face, Vikir nodded. Dolores stepped back, thinking aloud that the heresies and sects were new and growing movements. If demons were involved, they must be controlling things from the shadows, hiding their true nature. As the sunlight lit up the place, Vikir moved closer and confirmed she was right. The real enemy was always hidden behind the curtain. He waited in silence to see how she would respond. Dolores felt both relieved and angry, realizing that her thoughts were correct. The Night Bloodhound was still fighting alone, silently and in pain. Without another moment's hesitation, she ran toward Vikir, closed her eyes, and blushing deeply took his hands, begging him to let her help too. Vikir was surprised, unsure how to react. With an embarrassed look, she said that even if her help wasn't much, she wanted to do what she could. Vikir asked if she could use the same buff she had used in the battle against Dantalion. Dolores's eyes widened in surprise and she nodded, though she wasn't sure she could perform such a powerful ability again. Vikir gently let go of her hands, turned his back and said that first they would have to eliminate the heresies and sects connected to the Old Testament faction. With a serious look he told her he had a way to destroy them all at once. Dolores placed her hands on her chest, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion, wondering what he meant. Without wasting time, Vikir pointed at her. As the sun dipped lower, he got straight to the point and said that he needed her body. At first, Dolores was confused, thinking she had heard him wrong. But then her eyes widened in shock and her face turned bright red. The only thing she could do was scream in panic. Vikir continued to point at her silently. Night had fallen, and near the mountain stood the Vatis New Testament temple. A carriage arrived and several men gathered there. The bald man spread his hands and smiled, saying it had been a long time and that the Pope looked younger lately. The long-haired man smiled back, while the man holding a staff commented that the bald man had become quite muscular and seemed to have gained more divine power. In return, the bald man replied that the long-haired man looked thinner and asked if it was because of his new concubine. The long-haired man was Charles, the leader of the Manson cult. Smiling and sticking out his tongue, he said that the woman was young and already married, but after he whispered to her about the liberation of the soul and taught her his doctrine, she came to him of her own will. The bald man was the leader of the cult. Laughing, he said that people offered him gold and grain with just a word, so he didn't need to lift a finger himself. The man wearing a hat and holding a staff was Mani, the leader of the New World cult. No one dared to question the words of God in front of him. He took a letter from his hat and read it carefully. He mentioned that the Vatis New Testament had sent an invitation for a communion ceremony, and he wondered if that meant they were finally being recognized as a branch. Ohm's eyes gleamed with malice as he smiled and rubbed his hands together, thinking of the image of Saint Dolores. He knew communion was a ritual involving bread and white wine, but symbolically it also meant sharing the flesh and blood of a virgin. To him, this was clearly an invitation for a formal alliance. As they walked through the area, Charles calmly said it was good that the New Testament cultists had finally come to their senses and reached out to them. Ohm stayed silent in thought while Mani turned to them and said that those people always acted so noble, but now they finally understood that they could never win against the Old Testament cultists without their money. Just then an explosion went off behind them. They turned quickly, eyes wide with shock and confusion, trying to understand what had happened. The ground was covered with the remains of a carriage and a body. As the smoke cleared, a woman appeared, walking toward them with a pleased look. It was Ouroboros, and powerful energy surged from her body. She stared at them with an excited smile, wondering why so much trash had gathered in one place. In an instant, guards with shields and swords surrounded Ouroboros. Meanwhile, from a nearby rooftop, Vikir and Dolores watched. Dolores was surprised, as Ouroboros had appeared exactly as Vikir predicted. Crouching beside her, Vikir silently watched Ouroboros with focused eyes. Ouroboros drew her whip. Al and the others approached her, asking curiously how she had gotten there. Smiling calmly, she said she had heard reports of the night Bloodhound's appearance and came to investigate. But all she found was a pile of stinking trash. Their eyes widened with rage and they gritted their teeth, furious at her insult. Under the moonlight, they ordered their men to kill her immediately. The guards drew their swords and charged with angry expressions. Ouroboros' eyes lit up with excitement as they neared. She decided to get serious. Before the guards could even react, her whip cracked like thunder, slicing their bodies to pieces. Blood splattered onto Ohm and the others, and their eyes widened in shock and fear. They couldn't believe she had killed all the guards with a single strike. As the corpses fell around them, Ouroboros wiped the blood from her cheek with her finger and asked with a curious smile if they were the leaders. Ohm trembled and sweated, unable to speak. Then Charles raised his hand, telling her to stop and demanding how she dared act this way before them. With a proud look, he pointed at her and declared that he was the god of the Manson cult. Grinning arrogantly, he added that she seemed like his type, and if she became his 21st wife, he would spare her from divine punishment. Before he could finish, Ouroboros moved like lightning. Her whip cracked again, and Charles's head flew through the air. Ohm froze in fear, unable to believe what he was seeing. Ouroboros glared at him with a piercing look and mocked him, asking how someone who couldn't even block her attack dared to call himself a god. Mani looked down, furious, and shouted that he wasn't afraid of trash like her. Pointing at her with a determined face, he declared that he would never surrender because he was the true god who had descended upon this world, but deep down he was terrified. Suddenly, Ouroboros threw a bottle that hit him squarely in the face, and the liquid splashed across his skin. With a smile, Ouroboros showed the bottle, and said that if he truly was a god, holy water would not harm him. But when the liquid touched Mani's skin, it burned like acid. He screamed in pain, writhing on the ground. Ouroboros then turned the bottle to show its label. It was marked with the symbol for poison. She put the bottle away, smiled cheerfully, and walked toward saying he was the last piece of trash left. Ohm began to sweat heavily, backing away in fear and begging for his life. He confessed that he was not a god or a priest, but just a cultist and a heretic. Ouroboros stared at him with an eager smile, moving closer as Ohm's eyes filled with tears and terror. He begged her to spare him. She placed her foot beside his face, showing that she already knew the truth. Seeing this, Ohm clenched his teeth and panicked, realizing things had turned bad for him. A suffocating aura of power flowed from Ouroboros as she arrogantly asked what any of that mattered. Ohm screamed like a madman. Realizing he had no escape, she grew tired of his words and gave him the punishment he deserved. Soon the ground was covered in blood and corpses. Acting as if nothing had happened, she walked through the area, carefully studying the bodies and wondering if they had planned to use her this way. Looking down, she smiled, hoping to meet him one day. Her eyes gleamed, and as she stuck out her tongue, she grew excited because only one person could make her feel this way. The night Bloodhound. Her thoughts were broken when a bright light shone from the trees in the forest. Voices shouted that they had heard screams and would catch her this time. Snapping out of her thoughts, she turned around in anger, gritted her teeth, and then leapt away, disappearing without a trace. On the ground, Ohm was still alive, but his body was covered in whip marks. He gasped for breath, writhing in pain. Vikir stood over him, his eyes fixed on Ohm. He told Dolores that he would handle the interrogation and that she should search for the document with the needed information. Dolores silently watched Vikir. He reached into his clothes, crouched beside Ohm, pulled out the glowing Decoravia pendant, and as his eyes shone, he ordered Ohm to tell him everything he knew about their funding. When Ohm opened his eyes, he saw Decaravia's glowing eye and realized that silence was useless. Under its hypnotic power, he confessed everything, mentioning a ledger, their financial dealings, and a top-secret document hidden under a carriage. Just then, someone outside the temple shouted for the guards to capture them all. Vikir stood and turned around while Dolores became tense. Fear gripped her as they realized how quickly their enemies had arrived. Moments later, a soldier slammed his spear into the ground, signaling the arrival of an entire army of guards. In the middle of the night, the guards found only corpses and no trace of Ouroboros or the night Bloodhound. Meanwhile, Dolores, far from the temple, wiped sweat from her face and breathed heavily in relief after almost being caught. Vikir changed the topic and asked if she had found the ledger. She nodded confidently and showed it to him with a smile. Vikir took the book, his eyes glowing with curiosity as he opened it and began reading silently. With a sad look, Dolores said that the people who had died in front of the temple were truly unforgivable villains. The image of Charles and the others smiling wickedly came to her mind. They were evil people who preyed on others' hearts for their own benefit. Remembering the bloody ground, she realized that though Ouroboros' method was extreme, it was also final and effective. This was what the night Bloodhound meant by eradicating them all at once. After catching her breath, she looked at Vikir with curiosity and asked how he knew Ouroboros would appear there. Vikir clenched his fist, and noticing this, she looked confused. Under the moonlight, he said it was because of the tycoon family, the bourgeois family. Dolores' eyes widened as she stared at the book, not understanding what he meant. Showing her the ledger, Vikir revealed that the bourgeois family were the masterminds behind everything. He told her that if she checked the accounting records, she would see that the heretics and cults had been receiving massive funds from the bourgeois family. With that much money, they bought indulgences from the Old Testament faction and probably deepened the conflict between the Old and New Testament factions. Confused, Dolores asked why they would do something like that. Vikir looked down, imagining a golden tree, and explained that divine power was the greatest threat to demons. The family had likely been planning for a long time to destroy the very foundation of that power. His eyes widened with certainty as he realized that this was a preemptive attempt to remove any obstacles before the age of destruction arrived. With a serious look, Dolores asked Vikir if he planned to kill the key members of the bourgeois family this time. Vikir raised his head, feeling a bit confused. Dolores rested her chin on her hand and thought aloud, saying that most of the bourgeois family members probably lived in heavily guarded mansions, and she wondered if sneaking in and killing them would even be possible. Vikir said they should make the bourgeois family come to them instead. Dolores snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes widening in surprise. Showing her a gold coin, Vikir explained that money attracts more money, and if they gathered enough of it, the bourgeois family would eventually reach out to them. With confidence, he added that he knew someone very rich. A few days later, Vikir looked irritated. A woman was stretching his cheeks and calling him her little brother, saying she had missed him very much. Vikir could only curse his situation. The woman with long dark hair kept pinching and stretching his cheeks playfully, smiling brightly as she repeated how much she had missed him. Vikir endured it with an annoyed expression while his friends Sancho, Tudor, and Piggy watched from a distance, completely shocked. Tudor found it hard to believe that Vikir even had a family, and Piggy quietly told him that was rude. Sancho said their confusion made sense since Vikir had never spoken about himself or his family, so this whole scene felt strange. Tudor admitted he didn't even know why he was so surprised. The woman kept acting overly affectionate, leaning close to Vikir's face and teasingly asking if they should share a kiss after being apart for so long. After Vikir's friends left, the mood in the room changed. Vikir and the woman sat alone at a table, their act over. Vikir commented that everyone was finally gone. The woman, looking tired, rested her head on her hand and said she had to come in person because the message she carried was important. She suddenly winced in pain as an image flashed. Her face overlapped with Cindy Wendy's, showing a red bump on her forehead. She complained that no brother would hit his visiting sister for showing a little affection, but she quickly added that it had been necessary to overact earlier to avoid suspicion about their true relationship. Then, sitting back with her legs crossed and an arrogant look, she said Vikir should be grateful she had come. Vikir stopped the small talk and got straight to the point, asking her seriously how the trade with the sea natives was going. Her attitude changed immediately, becoming professional. She said things were going well, and that they had already completed 3 major trades. Vikir simply replied that it was good news. Then, with his red eye glowing, he asked Wendy if there was any update on the Baloch tribe's whereabouts. Cindy Wendy closed her eyes and shook her head sadly, saying they still hadn't found them. She explained that the tribe used to appear at every trade, but now they had completely vanished. She assured Vikir that they were actively searching while he stayed silent, thinking deeply. He felt that something must have happened to the Baloch tribe. The image of their powerful white-haired leader came to his mind, and he believed that with such a strong leader there was probably nothing to worry about. Changing the topic, Cindy Wendy handed him a large bag. She said it contained the war funds he had requested. When he opened it, it was full of shining gold coins. After that, her expression turned serious. She told Vikir there was one last thing he needed to know. She revealed the identity of their main target, the head of the bourgeois family, a stern man with a beard named Bartholomew Jew Bourgeois. With her red eyes glowing and hands clasped, she said the shocking words, "Bartholomew was the demon." Hearing this, Vikir processed the information quietly. He had already suspected that the person corrupting Quo Vadis, one of the 7 great families of the empire, would either be the family head or someone close to him. Still, having it confirmed made the situation feel much heavier. Cindy Wendy went on, reminding him that the bourgeois family was the richest in the empire. She warned that even if he wanted to get their attention, the gold she brought wouldn't be nearly enough. She offered to bring more if needed, but Vikir calmly said that what she had given was enough as seed money. Confused, Cindy Wendy asked what he meant by that. Vikir explained that simply having a lot of money wasn't enough to get the bourgeois family's attention. They only took interest when the way someone earned their money was unusual or impressive. A sly smile appeared on Vikir's face as he told her what he planned to do. He revealed his goal, the mock investment tournament, an event hosted by the bourgeois family themselves. Holding up a flyer for the event, Vikir confidently said he would use his knowledge to win the tournament. Cindy Wendy's face twisted in shock, blue lightning crackling around her. She screamed that he was insane and accused him of fraud. The story then moves to a large grand building at night. Inside a dimly lit office, a man with long wavy blue hair named Vinci Morgue has been called in. He enters and asks if he was summoned. The person waiting for him is a tall, muscular man with long blonde hair holding a large ornate sword. Winston Smith, the principal of Colosseo Academy. Vinci Morgue looks surprised when he sees the sword. He recognizes it as well, the Sword of Winter, and notes that since the principal is still armed, he must have just arrived. Vinci recalls the principal's reputation as a legendary swordsman, said to be as powerful as the heads of the most elite warrior families in the empire. Principal Smith smiles and tells Vinci to sit, joking that his vacation ended sooner than expected. Once they sit, the principal immediately asks about the trouble caused by Professor Sati during his absence. Vinci Morgue's face hardens in anger. He begins listing her countless offenses, mentioning her laziness, drinking during classes, and even attacking students. Leaning forward in frustration, Vinci declares that Sati isn't a professor but a criminal who belongs in Novel Vague prison. The principal raises a hand to calm him, asking him not to be so harsh. His smile seems slightly forced as he explains that Professor Sati is the last descendant of the infamous Marquis Sade family, which had a terrible reputation before the empire's unification. He adds that the family's former head is currently imprisoned in Lubelbach. Principal Smith tells Vinci that he believes everyone has some good in them, and the same must be true for Professor Sati. Vinci, clearly frustrated and thinking the principal is being naive, warns him that final exams and parent-teacher meetings are coming soon. He insists that if Sati causes problems again like she did during midterms, things will become uncontrollable. The principal's response is calm and simple. He tells Vinci to keep Sati away from practical duties and out of public view as much as possible. Inside, Vinci burns with frustration, realizing the principal has no plan to punish or fire her. Standing stiffly, he acknowledges the principal's decision, saying that if that's what he wants, it will be done. Then, saying there's nothing left to discuss, he takes his leave. Vinci walks out of the office, leaving Principal Smith alone in the moonlight, lost in thought. The story shifts to a meeting of the Oracle Mock Investment Club. Piggy rushes in, excited, holding a thick stack of papers, and tells Dolores that he has gathered all the information she wanted about the young masters of the bourgeois family. Meanwhile, Sinclair proudly announces that she has perfectly analyzed the schedule, system, and structure of the upcoming mock investment tournament. Standing at the head of the table, Dolores, the club's vice president, praises them both for their excellent work. A determined look flashes in her eyes. The story then flashes back to a secret meeting between Dolores and Vikir, who is disguised as the Night Hound. Dolores stares at the bag of gold coins on the table and asks where he got so much money. Vikir reminds her that he mentioned having a very rich friend. He explains that their plan is to use this seed money to earn more, which will draw the attention of the bourgeois family's leaders. Since he cannot act under his real name, he tells her that she must be the one to grow the fortune. He promises to teach her the methods later. He gives her one more task: to find 2 capable people who can handle clerical and administrative work to help carry out their plan smoothly. Returning to the present, Dolores looks at Piggy and Sinclair, the very 2 people she recruited for the job after they beat many competitors. When they start arguing, Sinclair corrects Piggy, saying they beat exactly 108 applicants. A mix of guilt and determination fills Dolores. She clenches her fist, realizing these 2 innocent students have no idea they are about to face something far more dangerous than a competition. Though she has already prepared ways to protect them, she silently vows to keep them safe. Piggy then raises a practical question. Since the mock investment tournament is only a simulation, he wonders why they need real seed money. Leaning forward with a confident, slightly mischievous smile, Dolores explains that it's because they will be making real investments. Both Piggy and Sinclair are left completely speechless, shouting in disbelief. Dolores passionately declares their dual goal. Not only will they win the mock investment tournament, but they will also earn a huge real-world profit. With a confident smile, she said she would take full responsibility for any bad results, even though she secretly knew that the Night Hound was the one truly taking the risk. Piggy and Sinclair leaned close together, whispering nervously. Piggy worried that their vice president might be planning to cheat them, but Sinclair quickly rejected the idea, saying she didn't believe Dolores would ever do something like that. After thinking for a moment, they turned back to Dolores with bright, trusting smiles and said that since she was so determined, they would follow her completely. They even admitted that using real money made everything sound much more thrilling. Inside, Dolores felt deeply thankful for their trust. Feeling cheerful, Piggy suggested inviting his young friend Vikir to join them. Sinclair immediately agreed, saying Vikir's presence would be a huge help. Hearing his name caught Dolores completely off guard, and a drop of sweat ran down her face as she became visibly uneasy. Piggy explained that Vikir had recently shown great interest in economics, reading the newspaper every morning, and said he was the kind of friend whose calm nature made everyone around him feel at ease. After thinking for a moment, Dolores turned slightly and asked Piggy to give Vikir a message next time he saw him. An invitation to join their club. Piggy seemed a bit uncertain, but Sinclair was thrilled, pumping her fists in excitement at the idea. Then Piggy looked closely at Dolores and commented that her expression seemed familiar. He remembered that she had looked exactly the same when she came to their dorm looking for Vikir some time ago. As if reminded by that memory, Dolores turned and started walking away down a corridor filled with sunlight. She told them to finish organizing the materials and head home, saying she had something to take care of and would leave first. Sinclair watched her go, her face showing a trace of worry. As Dolores walked alone through the sunlit hall, her mind was completely filled with thoughts of Vikir. She remembered all the times she had wanted to talk to him but couldn't find the right words. She thought about when he asked to name the scholarship after Perry and how she had wanted to talk about it with him since he had been there for Perry's final moments. She also recalled the time he fought for her and supported her during the student council election. She realized that all she had ever wanted was to thank him. Looking back, she could see that there had been many chances to have a real conversation with him, from their time in the northern forest to the battle against the demon Andromelius, but she had missed them all. She admitted to herself that whenever she stood in front of him, she got nervous and couldn't speak properly. Even when she was with the mysterious night hound, her thoughts would still wander back to Vikir. Gathering her courage, she wondered if today would finally be the day she could say what she needed to say. Her thoughts were interrupted when she suddenly found herself standing in front of Vikir, who looked surprised and asked what was wrong. Taking a deep breath and lowering her eyes for a moment to steady herself, Dolores spoke his name. Then, with a blush on her cheeks and determination shining in her eyes, she looked straight at him and said loudly that she had something she needed to tell him. Vikir looked back at Dolores with wide, surprised red eyes. Dolores, blushing but looking determined, began to say that she had something to confess to him. Just as she was about to go on, Vikir suddenly interrupted her, asking her to wait. Before she could react, he stepped closer and told her to stay still, which startled her. Now standing very close to him, Dolores's heart began to beat fast as she blushed, wondering why he was suddenly so near when she hadn't even said anything yet. Vikir moved his hand and gently patted her on the head. Dolores, confused and embarrassed, closed her eyes, not knowing what he was doing. Then the reason became clear as he pulled his hand away. He was holding the pendant Decorabia, with a tiny frightened spider clinging to it. Both of them were sweating, having been caught hiding in Dolores's hair. The atmosphere turned tense as Vikir glared at the two demonic items, furious and wondering what they were doing there. He silently cursed Decorabia. The little spider, trembling in fear, tried to explain that it was only sightseeing with the perverted Decorabia, trying to shift the blame. Vikir's expression grew darker, and he silently promised to deal with both of them once they were back in his room. Dolores, unaware of what had just happened, noticed his dark expression and softly called his name. Vikir quickly hid the pendant and the spider behind his back and turned toward her with a calm face. He explained that there had been a bug on her head and that he was just removing it, apologizing if he had made her uncomfortable. Dolores, flustered, touched her hair and told him it was fine, thanking him before trying to remember what she had been about to say. When Vikir asked what she wanted to tell him, Dolores lost all her courage. Her face turned bright red and she panicked, raising her hands and saying it was nothing strange. She scolded herself inside for almost confessing her feelings, then quickly changed the topic. She asked if he was interested in the mock investment tournament. Vikir calmly asked if she meant the upcoming competition. Still embarrassed, Dolores explained that she, Piggy, and Sinclair had formed a club to take part in it and shyly invited him to join. Vikir politely refused. He said that because of his work for the newspaper, he didn't have time for other club activities. Dolores looked disappointed and said he had to go. Vikir turned and started to walk away, still hiding the pendant and spider behind his back. Dolores tried to act cheerful, waving goodbye and telling him to take care. They began walking in opposite directions. Just before they parted, Vikir called out to her, making her stop in surprise. He turned slightly and wished her good luck in the competition. The unexpected words completely caught Dolores off guard. She blushed even more and stammered a soft thank you, touching her hair with a flustered but happy smile. 2 weeks later, in the grand courtyard of a building, Dolores, Piggy, and Sinclair stood in a room surrounded by enormous piles of shining gold coins. They were silent, shocked, and could hardly believe their eyes. Piggy exclaimed that he had never seen so much money before and praised Dolores, asking how she had done it in such a short time. Dolores was just as amazed, thinking that she had never expected the money-making method taught to her by the Night Hound to work so well. The story then went back 2 weeks earlier when Dolores secretly met with the Night Hound. He explained his plan. First, she needed to find 960 easy-to-fool investors. Then she had to split them into 2 groups of 480 each. To the first group they would send a prediction that a certain investment would rise. To the second group they would send the opposite prediction. Next came the elimination process. When one prediction turned out to be right, they would keep the group that received the correct one, divide them again, send new opposite predictions, and drop the ones who got the wrong results. They would repeat this for 5 days until only about 30 people were left. The Night Hound said that those who got the wrong predictions would lose faith, leaving behind only a loyal core group who truly believed. To these last 30 it would look like the Oracle Club's predictions were always correct. After that, the group wouldn't even need to find investors. Word would spread about their perfect success record, and people would come begging to invest with them. That was exactly what happened. The Night Hound's final instruction was for Dolores to collect all the money from these investors, along with the starting funds he had given her, and invest every coin in the Cindy Wendy merchant group. Dolores had been worried at the time, asking if it was really wise to put such a huge amount into a single investment. She said it was too risky and that if it failed, the losses would be massive, and the investors would turn on them. In that flashback, the Night Hound had looked confident as he answered her. His red eyes glowed as he said he personally guaranteed the skills of the person running the Cindy Wendy merchant group. He predicted that the investment would bring an unbelievable profit. Back in the present, Dolores stood frozen, still trying to understand the amazing success of his plan. While Dolores was deep in thought, Piggy and Sinclair were happily playing in the mountains of gold, making money angels. Watching them, Dolores couldn't stop wondering about how powerful and mysterious the Night Hounds really were. Later that night, under the full moon, she wore a simple nightgown and carefully opened a window high on the rooftop. When she looked out, she saw the person she had been waiting for. She confirmed that the Night Hound had arrived for their secret meeting. Standing under the moonlight, he mentioned that he was a little late. Dolores smiled and said she was also delayed because she had to make sure no one saw her. They sat together on the rooftop. Dolores asked if he had any trouble finding the hidden place. The Night Hound answered that it wasn't too hard for him. His calm reply made Dolores suspicious. She wondered how he had known the exact meeting spot unless he had some link to the academy. Quietly, she took out a small, fancy object called the Mirror of Truth, which could show a person's real face. For a moment, she thought about using it to see who he really was, but then she changed her mind, deciding to trust him instead. She believed that when the time was right, he would tell her the truth himself. With that thought, she put the mirror away. The Night Hound went straight to business and asked Dolores how their investment plan had gone. Dolores excitedly reported that it had been a huge success. She admitted she was amazed, saying she hadn't known he was not only a strong fighter but also a brilliant investor. The Night Hound stood and looked out toward Moonlight Academy, saying that only the final stage remained before their decisive battle. Dolores, still sitting, asked what he meant by the final stage. He explained that to attack the secretly operating bourgeois family, they would need an insider, someone who could help them uncover the family's secrets. This person, he said, had to hold an important position within the family but also be against the current family head, Bartholomew. Dolores was doubtful. She said that anyone in such a high position would likely be treated well and would have no reason to go against the family head. She asked if such a person even existed. In reply, the Night Hound handed her a rolled-up newspaper. They both looked at it, and Dolores noticed it was a very old issue of a financial paper. She began reading an article about a power struggle within the bourgeois family. It said the most likely successor back then was the eldest son, Bartholomew. As she read further, her eyes widened when she saw another name. The Night Hound explained that this person had been second place in the family's contest for succession. He had competed for the role of family head but had lost. That man was the second son, Damien Jew Bourgeois, who now worked as the director of the Imperial Mint. The Night Hound reasoned that even though Damien had lost political power after his defeat, his current position still gave him strong influence within the family. When Dolores heard his name, she recognized him. She said he had been the one overseeing the bourgeois family's quest during the second round of the University League. She was surprised to learn that he had once fought his brother for leadership of the family. Finally, she turned to the Night Hound and asked how they were going to reach Director Damien. The scene then shifted to a grand celebration in the city at night. Fireworks lit up the sky, and inside a richly decorated hall, guests arrived in elegant clothing. The sound of polished shoes echoed on the shiny floor as glasses clinked in cheerful toasts. The ballroom was filled with wealthy guests talking, laughing, and enjoying the grand feast. Leaning against a golden railing and watching the lively event was Dolores. She wore a beautiful light blue ball gown, her hair neatly styled up and a rose choker around her neck. She looked slightly flushed and overwhelmed as she took in the busy atmosphere, telling herself that she had truly arrived at the party. The night sky above the grand estate sparkled with colorful fireworks, marking the great celebration. Inside the elegant ballroom, a string quartet played soft, graceful music while high society guests danced and mingled. To get everyone's attention, someone tapped a spoon against a wine glass, and the clear sound filled the room. The crowd turned their gaze toward a balcony overlooking the floor below. Standing there were Piggy and Sinclair, the party hosts. Piggy, looking nervous and sweating, started speaking, introducing them as members of the Oracle Club. His voice trembled as he thanked everyone for coming. He then announced that their club's vice president, Dolores, would give the official welcome speech. The three stood together, looking down at the crowd of expectant faces. Dolores took a deep breath to calm herself. Then with confidence she stepped forward, placed a hand over her heart and began her speech gracefully, thanking everyone for joining them on this special night. Continuing her speech, she told the audience that they saw this party as a wonderful chance to personally greet the respected seniors of the financial world. As she spoke, she clasped her hands and a golden light began to shine from them, a show of her divine power. She ended her speech with a heartfelt wish that the connections made that evening would not fade away but would grow into lasting relationships. Golden light filled the entire ballroom, covering everyone in its warm, sacred glow. The guests looked up in awe, completely amazed by the powerful blessing. One of them, staring in wonder, told his friend that it must be the famous blessing of the saints and commented on how bright and beautiful it was. While everyone's attention was fixed on the light, another person moved quietly among them. It was Vikir, disguised perfectly as a waiter with a masquerade mask covering the top half of his face. He carried a tray of wine glasses, his expression calm and unreadable as he observed the scene he and Dolores had carefully prepared. The story then went back to the conversation between Dolores and the Night Hound on the rooftop under the moonlight, where the plan for the grand party had first been made. When Dolores first heard his idea, she had been shocked and asked in disbelief about holding a party. The Night Hound had confirmed it, telling her to host an extravagant celebration and invite all the wealthy and powerful people of the empire. He had explained that since Damien Jew Bourgeois would be one of the main guests, and because rumors about the Oracle Club's great success had already spread through the financial world, everyone would take their invitation seriously. Dolores had still been worried about how to pay for such a costly event. Then she realized something and looked at him with sudden understanding. The Night Hound confirmed her thought, explaining that the profits from their investments were enormous. Even after paying all their investors large dividends, there would still be more than enough money to cover the expenses of the party. With the financial issue settled, Dolores had begun to feel a new kind of anxiety. She clasped her hands together nervously, doubting herself. She quietly asked if she would really be able to host such an important event filled with influential people. Seeing her worry, the Night Hound had reassured her simply, telling her that he also planned to attend the party secretly. She looked at him in surprise and relief as he stood up, saying he needed to be there to meet Damien in person. Hearing that he would be by her side gave Dolores her confidence back. Her face brightened with determination, and she clasped her hands with excitement, saying that if he was going to be there, she would do her very best. Back at the party, Vikir continued to move through the crowd in his waiter disguise. He was pleased to see that despite her earlier fears, Dolores was performing her duties as hostess flawlessly. But what concerned him most was whether their main target had shown up. He looked around at the many famous guests from the Empire's financial world, searching for Damien Jew Bourgeois. From behind a pillar he scanned the room carefully, until a faint smile appeared on his face when he finally spotted him. In a private lounge area, sipping red wine, sat Damien Jew Bourgeois, the director of the Imperial Mint. He was talking with his friends about the party's hosts. Damien mentioned that the rumors about the Student Investment Club were true. They had not only succeeded in a mock tournament but had also earned a real fortune, and the size and luxury of the party were clear proof of that. One of his companions remarked that the students must have learned how powerful money was and that it could achieve anything. Another disagreed, saying that while money was powerful it couldn't do everything. He asked what money could not fix, giving an example that money could never bring the dead back to life. That casual comment had a deep effect on Damien. His face darkened suddenly, filled with pain or anger, and he tightened his grip on his wine glass. The words had touched a deeply personal wound. His hand trembled, spilling some wine, and his friends stared at him in shock at his strong reaction. Without saying anything, he suddenly stood up to leave. One of them asked in confusion where he was going. Trying to stay calm, Damien turned his back and said he felt warm from the wine and just needed some fresh air. As he walked away, his friends remained puzzled, wondering what had caused his sudden change in mood. From a distance, Vikir, still pretending to be a waiter, had seen the entire exchange. He recognized that this was his chance. Damien had gone out to a quiet balcony, standing alone under the bright full moon, clearly struggling to calm his emotions and painful memories. His solitude was soon interrupted by a voice behind him. It was the masked waiter Vikir who had followed him outside. Stepping out of the shadows, Vikir asked if the director really believed that there were things money could not do. Damien turned toward him, surprised, and questioned why a waiter would ask such a deep question in such a moment. Vikir politely apologized for interrupting and said he had simply found the earlier discussion about money's limits very interesting. He then answered his own question, saying that yes, there truly were things that money could never do. Damien looked up from the balcony railing and agreed strongly, saying that there were many things in life like that. He shared his belief that money was only a tool to reach a goal. Looking up at the sky, he said that the things money could not achieve were as many as the stars, and that this limit was part of what made people human. When it seemed the talk was over, Damien walked past Vikir and put his hand on his shoulder as a clear warning. He told the waiter that listening to other people's private talks was a dangerous habit for someone of his position and that keeping quiet was important for living a long life. As Damien started to leave, Vikir stopped him with one last strange question. He asked which of all the stars that stood for things money couldn't buy was the farthest and the brightest. Vikir's red eyes glowed as he said his chilling final line, suggesting that the brightest, most unreachable star was the chance to meet one's dead daughter. The words hit Damien like a heavy blow. His face twisted in shock and horror, showing that Vikir had uncovered his most painful secret. Filled with rage, Damien shouted that the masked waiter clearly did not understand words. He pulled out his fancy sword and said that as punishment for his disrespect he would take one of his arms. With a furious cry, Damien charged forward, swinging his sword with deadly intent. But Vikir blocked the attack easily. A glowing red dagger appeared in his hand and he deflected the sword strike without effort, leaving Damien stunned. Holding the evil-looking blade, Vikir calmly asked his question again. Did Damien not wish to see his daughter again? Damien lost control. Realizing that his enemy had no fear of death, he released his power. His sword turned into a chainsaw-like blade made of bright golden energy, and he brought it down with all his strength. But it was useless. With one strong swing of his red dagger, Vikir completely broke Damien's weapon. The impact threw Damien back. His face covered in sweat and disbelief. Defeated and shaken, he demanded to know who this strange and powerful waiter really was. Standing under the full moon with his red dagger glowing darkly, Vikir revealed himself. He said that he was the Night Hound and had come to make a deal with Damien. Under the bright moonlight, he made his offer clear. He wanted to give Damien Jew Bourgeois, a deal he could not refuse. He said that he could make it possible for Damien to meet his dead daughter Juliet Jew Bourgeois. But Damien reacted differently than the Night Hound expected. He said that although he had no idea how a criminal could arrange a meeting with the dead, the Night Hound was wrong about one thing: his daughter was not dead. These words completely shocked Vikir. His information from Cindy Wendy had been clear. Juliet had died young in a carriage accident. He knew that in such a serious moment Damien would have no reason to lie. Seeing Vikir's confusion, Damien let his broken sword drop to the ground. He confirmed that he was telling the truth and said there was no longer any need for secrets. He offered to tell his story, beginning with the bourgeois family motto, "To be, not to be seen." He explained that the family's tragedy began with this belief, which was tied to their test for succession. The rule of the bourgeois family was unique. To become the true heir, a candidate had to hide their name and status and live as a commoner. They had to succeed using only their own abilities, so they would not grow into spoiled nobles who depended on their family's power. Damien said that both he and his brother Bartholomew had one daughter each, and both girls were sent into the world with their identities hidden to take part in this test. He spoke proudly of his own daughter Juliet, saying that he had full faith in her amazing talent. Even though he had lost the battle for succession against his brother, he still believed Juliet would succeed and bring back the family's honor. But his expression turned sorrowful as he recalled how that hope was destroyed. He remembered the day Juliet came to him in despair. While living as a commoner, she had fallen in love with a poor man named Romeo. She begged her father to pay for Romeo's hospital treatment, willing to give up her right as successor to save the man she loved. Damien described Romeo as a man with nothing, no family background, no talent, and no future. His only good trait was his kind nature. He treated everyone the same, no matter their rank. Continuing his story under the moonlight, Damien recalled his reaction to his daughter's request. He admitted that at that moment he was filled with anger. He thought this useless man, Romeo, had ruined the daughter he had raised so carefully to restore his family's pride. As Juliet begged him to save Romeo's life, warning that the man would die without help, Damien's fury only grew. In cold anger, he ordered his men to take Romeo away. Juliet screamed and tried to stop them, but she was helpless as the sick man was dragged off. Damien said that everything reached its breaking point on a rainy day. In front of a crying Juliet, Damien had Romeo beaten badly, thinking that such harsh punishment would make her realize her mistake. Standing over them in the pouring rain, Damien coldly told his daughter to stop her foolish behavior. He said that because of her reckless actions she had lost her position as his heir and would now live the rest of her life as a failure. But Juliet did not give in. Kneeling in the rain beside the man she loved, she looked up at her father and said that Romeo was precious to her. He was the first person who had ever made her truly happy and had seen her for who she really was, not as a tool for her father's pride. As tears ran down her cheeks, her sadness turned into anger. She accused her father of cruelly destroying the only good thing in her life. Damien remembered how shocked he was to see that expression on his daughter's face for the first time, a look of deep hatred. What hurt him the most was realizing that all of that hatred was aimed at him. In that moment of rebellion, Juliet helped Romeo into a carriage and fled into the storm, leaving as if she never planned to come back. Snapping out of his shock, Damien ordered his horsemen to go after them. That, he explained, was when the accident happened. In the chaos of the storm, thunder frightened the horses. On the wet, slippery road, the carriage lost control and crashed hard. Damien said that his daughter came out of the wreck completely unharmed because Romeo had protected her with his own body, giving his life to save hers. When Juliet woke up after the accident and found out that Romeo was dead, the shock was too much for her. She fainted from grief, and as Damien finished telling the story, he revealed that she had been in a coma ever since, never waking up. Overcome with sorrow and regret, Damien held his head in pain. He cried out that he had already tried everything to wake his daughter, using medicine, poisons, and even holy power. But nothing worked. With tears in his eyes, he admitted that he would give up anything, his entire wealth, everything he owned, just to see Juliet smile once more and have the chance to apologize for what he had done. At that moment of weakness, the Night Hound stepped forward. He asked Damien if he truly wanted to apologize to his daughter and if he would really give up everything he had to make it happen. Seeing the tears on the broken man's face, it was clear that the offer had struck deep. A month later, the scene shifted to a large candlelit room in Damien Bourgeois' mansion. Damien stood beside the Night Hound in front of a big bed, saying that this was the place. On the bed, surrounded by countless white and pink flowers, lay a beautiful young woman with long white hair. Damien introduced her as his daughter, Juliette Bourgeois. When the Night Hound looked at her, he thought her face looked strangely familiar. Then Damien turned to him with suspicion and asked why he had brought a child with him, reminding him that their deal was supposed to stay secret. From behind the Night Hound's cloak, a small girl wearing a witch's hat and robes peeked out timidly. It was Pomerian. The Night Hound gently placed his hand on her head, making her blush. He told Damien that she was a skilled sorceress who was needed to summon Juliette's soul, and he personally guaranteed her abilities. Kneeling down to her level, the Night Hound encouraged her, saying that her soul resonance power was among the best and that she only needed to show her true skill without fear. Holding a small wand tightly, Pomerian nodded with confidence and said that with the staff her uncle had given her, she could definitely do it. With renewed determination, Pomerian stepped onto the stone pedestal at the foot of Juliette's bed. Holding the wand with both hands, she began the soul-summoning ritual. As she concentrated, her eyes started to glow with a bright purple light. The candles around the bed flared up with the same color, and powerful magical energy filled the entire room, spinning in waves of purple light. The spell worked. A shining spirit began to rise from Juliette's body. Damien watched in disbelief as the spiritual form took shape before his eyes, softly whispering his daughter's name. But it was not just Juliette's spirit that appeared. The spirit of Romeo also materialized beside her. Damien stared, frozen, as his daughter's spirit gently rested her head on the shoulder of the man she loved. Seeing the two lovers reunited in spirit completely shattered him. Filled with guilt and regret, he fell to his knees. With tears pouring down his face, he admitted that he had been wrong about everything. He begged the spirits not to forgive him, calling himself worthless for ignoring his daughter's feelings and destroying their love out of selfish pride. He said they could hate him forever if they wanted, but he still pleaded for Juliette to live, insisting that she needed to wake up no matter the cost. Suddenly, Pomerian interrupted him. She pointed to the two spirits and revealed a shocking truth. She explained that Juliette was not trapped. She could return to her body anytime she wanted. The reason she stayed in the coma was that she chose not to come back. Her soul had been searching for Romeo so that they could die together. Damien was so shocked that he could not speak. He looked at the spirit of his daughter and asked if what the little girl had said was true. Juliette's spirit quietly nodded, confirming that she had chosen to stay in a coma so she could be with Romeo. The truth broke what little hope Damien had left, and he began to cry openly. His face showed deep sorrow and heartbreak as he finally faced the full weight of what he had done. It was his fault that Juliette had almost died, his fault that Romeo had given up his life to save her, and his fault that his daughter had now chosen death so she could be with the man she loved. He understood with painful clarity that he could never undo the past. No matter what he said or how much he regretted it, nothing could change what had happened. A new determination came over him. He realized that feeling sorry was useless, and that he needed to think about what he could still do for his daughter. At that moment, Pomerian reminded him that time was running out. She explained that Juliette's soul had only left her body, but Romeo was truly dead and would soon have to move on to the afterlife as was natural. Looking at the two spirits, Damien finally understood what he needed to do. This would be the last thing he could ever do for his daughter. As if reading his mind, the Night Hound's voice spoke, saying that the bond between souls is eternal and never fades with time. The scene around them changed into a spiritual wedding ceremony. An officiant appeared, an angelic white-haired version of Damien himself, and began to speak to the spirits of the bride and groom. He asked Romeo and Juliet if they would accept their shared destiny, join their souls, and promise to love each other forever. In that glowing spiritual space, Romeo and Juliet held hands. When the officiant asked his question, they both joyfully said yes. Their souls shone brightly, filled with tears of happiness and relief. Looking deeply at each other, Juliet told Romeo that she loved him, and Romeo tearfully said he loved her too. With a calm and gentle smile, the spirit of Damien, acting as both father and officiant, announced that the two were now husband and wife. When the ceremony ended, Juliet's spirit turned toward her real father. She flew into his arms and called out to him one last time. As they hugged, she cried and apologized, but also thanked him with all her heart for making a choice that allowed her to be happy. Damien held her spirit tightly, trembling with emotion in that final precious moment. The Night Hound, Pomerian, and Romeo's spirit watched quietly as Damien gave his daughter his last blessing. He told her through tears to be happy and to find peace with Romeo in the afterlife. He told her that he loved her, and as his words reached her, Juliet's spirit began to glow with a golden light before slowly fading away. With her last words, she told her father that she loved him too. Damien was left kneeling alone in the silent room. The last sound was the faint echo of his daughter's voice calling for her father. On the bed of flowers, the long ordeal finally ended. A calm and gentle smile appeared on Juliet's still face, showing that her soul was finally at peace and reunited with her love beyond the world. In the dimly lit room, Damien remained on his knees holding his daughter's lifeless hand as tears ran down his cheeks. Pomerian watched with wide innocent eyes. Tugging on the Night Hound's cloak, she asked her uncle why that man was crying. The night hound softly said it was because of a mix of gratitude, sadness and love. Confused, Pomerian asked why someone would cry if they felt gratitude and love, since she thought those feelings brought happiness. The night hound told her it was a complicated feeling she would understand when she grew older. After a while Damien stood up. His face still showed sadness, but there was a calmness in his eyes. He turned to the night hound and Pomerian and sincerely thanked them both. He said that because of them he had been able to fulfill his duty as a father one last time. When he tried to thank them further, the night hound stopped him, saying there was no need for more words. Instead he reached out his hand, his eyes glowing through his mask, and reminded Damien that he owed him something. Without hesitation Damien knelt before the night hound, bowed his head and swore an oath to give everything he had to him. Looking up with firm resolve in his now purple eyes, Damien told the night hound to ask for whatever he wanted. The night hound's answer was cold and simple. He demanded the head of his target. With a red eye glowing with deadly intent, he said that his price for the favor was the head of Bartholomew, the current leader of the bourgeois family. Later, in a quiet gazebo overlooking a moonlit garden, a secret meeting took place. Damien Jew Bourgeois stood with the night hound as the boy introduced the third person there, Dolores, explaining that she was an ally who would be helping them. Damien greeted her respectfully as the Saintess of Quo Vadis, noting that they had not met so seriously since the University League quest. Shaking Damien's hand, she replied that the honor was all hers. She still couldn't believe they had actually managed to get Director Damien as their insider. She secretly wondered what could have happened to make him turn against his own family head. Without wasting time, the night hound got straight to the point. His red eye glowing, he said that the reason for their meeting was to make a plan to assassinate Bartholomew, the head of the bourgeois family. Damien, looking serious, said that he had already made the needed arrangements. He explained that he had used his trusted people inside the family to spread rumors about the Oracle Club's great success, knowing it would get his brother's attention. The plan worked. Because of it, he had managed to arrange a dinner meeting with Bartholomew himself. Dolores was shocked when she heard this. She asked if he meant that dinner, the one she had only heard about in rumors. Damien confirmed it. It was the famous dinner in the vault, an exclusive and legendary experience that only the most important people in the empire ever got invited to. He started describing the vault. The bourgeois family had a strange vault, a massive cube 50 meters on each side with walls made of mithril and orichalcum that could not be broken. The vault was like an iron fortress completely sealed off from the outside world by powerful anti-teleportation magic, and it was filled with mountains of gold and priceless treasures. Then Damien revealed the most important detail, the key to their plan. Bartholomew had a strange habit. Whenever he had an important meeting or meal, he always held it alone inside this vault for exactly 1 hour. As Dolores thought about this, a bead of sweat rolled down her face. She realized what it meant. 1 whole hour completely cut off from the outside world would be the perfect chance for them to act without being seen or heard. But she quickly raised a valid question. She asked Damien why Bartholomew would take such a risk and whether he wasn't afraid of being assassinated while locked inside the vault with a guest. Damien crossed his arms and admitted that while it made sense to be afraid, he had never once seen his brother show any worry about it. Before Damien could explain further, the night hound interrupted with a chilling truth. He said that Bartholomew felt no fear because he was actually a demon with absolute power. The words shocked Damien, and he began to question what he had just heard. But the night hound cut him off, handing him a rolled-up document. He told Damien not to worry about that for now and to focus on the plan. The plan was for the Night Hound's team to face Bartholomew inside the vault, while Damien's role was to help them from the outside. The Night Hound leaned closer, stressing that Damien's part in the plan was the most important one for making sure Bartholomew was defeated. When Damien and Dolores looked at the document to see what it was, their faces turned pale with shock. Damien stuttered, realizing that this plan was much bigger than just the bourgeois family. Dolores came to the same terrible understanding. If the plan succeeded, it could destroy the entire empire. The story then moved to the day of the dinner. The wheels of a wooden carriage creaked as it rolled along a dirt road toward the bourgeois estate. Inside, Piggy and Sinclair were chatting excitedly with Dolores. Piggy was almost bouncing with happiness, saying he still couldn't believe their Oracle Club had won first place in the investment tournament. And now they were going to have dinner with the head of the bourgeois family. He said how unbelievably excited he was. He turned to Sinclair and asked if she was excited too. Smiling brightly, Sinclair said she was, but her smile soon turned a little sad. Looking out the window, she quietly said that she wished her big brother Vikir could have come with them. Piggy looked confused and asked why she suddenly mentioned Vikir. Sinclair explained that Vikir had once promised to visit her family's home, which surprised Piggy even more. Seeing his reaction, Sinclair quickly said it was nothing, just that she felt a little sad because Vikir seemed so busy lately. Piggy agreed, adding that even he hadn't had time to share a meal with Vikir recently. Then, as if remembering something important, Piggy's mood changed completely. He eagerly unrolled a long scroll, proudly saying he had prepared a full list of questions to ask the head of the bourgeois family. He began reading them out, ranging from serious questions about the empire's economy to light-hearted ones about what rich people ate for dinner. As Piggy and Sinclair talked excitedly, unaware of the real purpose of their visit, Dolores watched them quietly with a sad look on her face. Guilt filled her heart as she thought about the danger she was leading her innocent friends into. "I'm sorry, you guys," she thought just as their carriage stopped in front of the grand gates of the bourgeois estate. The massive elegant gates opened wide, and the 3 students were guided inside. They walked into a beautifully decorated waiting room, their eyes wide with wonder at the luxury around them. A well-dressed man with dark hair acting as their guide politely told them to wait there for a moment. After Dolores thanked him, the man gave a small bow and told them to relax before he left. While waiting, Piggy and Sinclair made themselves comfortable in the fancy room. Piggy talked about how luxurious everything looked, saying the sofa alone was 100 times better than their beds at the academy dorms. Sinclair agreed, saying the cushions felt very soft and comfortable. Piggy then asked Sinclair with excitement if she had thought of any questions to ask the head of the bourgeois family. Sinclair said there was only one thing she was curious about, but she didn't want to say what it was. Her quiet answer only made Piggy more excited. He jumped up and said this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to meet the richest man in the empire, so they should try to learn as much as they could. While her friends talked happily, Dolores looked down, her face full of guilt and worry. She clenched her fist and strengthened her resolve. Without the others noticing, she quietly took out a small vial and poured a sleeping potion into a nearby pitcher. She knew she had to make sure her friends fell asleep before the dinner began so they would be safe from the danger that was coming. Her thoughts were interrupted when Piggy suddenly said he wondered if Bartholomew would like the gifts they had prepared. He suggested opening the boxes to make sure everything was fine. Afraid they might find out the truth, Dolores rushed forward and shouted for them to stop. Piggy and Sinclair froze, shocked and confused by their vice president's sudden outburst. Trying to calm herself, Dolores quickly set a tray with 3 cups of tea on the table. She told them she would check the gifts herself and that they should relax and drink some tea. Her smile looked forced, showing how much pressure she was feeling. Her friends, still puzzled, agreed quietly. A short time later, after finishing their tea, Piggy and Sinclair suddenly felt very sleepy. They started yawning and stretching, wondering why they were getting tired just before the long-awaited dinner. As the sleeping potion began to work, Dolores watched them with a mix of relief and sadness. Sinclair, still trying to stay awake, said she needed some cold water to wake up. Just then, the dark-haired guide came back into the room and asked if they had rested well. As he entered, Piggy finally gave in to the potion and fell fast asleep on the sofa. The guide said that the head of the family was waiting and it was time to go to the dining hall. Seeing the 2 unconscious students, he asked what had happened. Dolores nervously laughed and quickly said her friends had been nervous and tired, and that they fell asleep right after drinking tea. Inside, she silently apologized to them, knowing this was the only way to protect them. She told the guide she would represent their club and meet the family head alone. The man accepted her answer without doubt and agreed to take her there immediately. Dolores followed the guide down a long, bright corridor. Behind them, 2 workers pushed hand carts carrying the large wooden boxes with their gifts. They stopped in a darker, more intimidating part of the mansion. In front of them stood 2 enormous, frightening metal doors. The guide said this was the place. Sweat ran down Dolores's face as she looked up at the huge doors, realizing with a chill that this was the famous vault. As the heavy doors started to creak open, a terrifying thought passed through her mind. It felt as if the doors themselves were a warning, saying that normal people were never meant to enter. Standing at the vault's entrance, Dolores heard the guide tell her she would have to go in alone from there. He added that the gifts would be placed inside for safekeeping. Gathering her courage, Dolores understood that the person she was about to meet was as strange and frightening as the doors themselves. With a final cold wish for her to enjoy her meal, the guide stepped back as the enormous doors began to close, leaving her alone to face her fate. Now in total darkness, Dolores looked around the huge space and called out softly, asking if the head of the family was there. While taking a careful step forward, her foot slipped on something on the floor, and with a small cry she fell backward, landing on a pile of small metallic objects. Rubbing her sore hip, she wondered what she had tripped on. She picked up one of the objects and realized it was a gold coin. As she examined it, a blinding golden light suddenly filled the room. Surrounded by the glow, Dolores stared in shock as the light revealed the sight before her. The whole vast vault was filled with mountains of shining gold coins. In the middle of this ocean of wealth was a long dining table, beautifully set for a meal. Sitting on the floor among the treasure, Dolores was speechless at the stunning sight. A deep, powerful voice broke the silence, welcoming the saintess. The speaker, a tall, strong man with a long blonde beard and royal clothes, held a glass of red wine. Then he corrected himself and addressed her as the representative of the Oracle Club. This was the man they had come to see, Bartholomew Jew Bourgeois, the head of the bourgeois family.